This audiobook contains 68 censored sentences and 222 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. You sent him letters filled with admiration and praise, and he discovered that it was you. Sarorg revealed, surprising Balberith. We learned about your noble actions during the Kyoto incident from Sonasitri, and he wanted to acknowledge your dedication. Sarorg summoned something and gently placed it on Balberith's barato. When the super devil beheld it, he was struck with shock. It was the coveted Dragon Doron Yukai clear version, the figurine he had longed for since the Kyoto incident. Jean sends his regards. He recognizes your potential, your heart, and your strength to become an influential figure in the future, Sarorg stated, his smile sincere and heartfelt. Tears welled up in Balberith's eyes as he embraced the figurine, and the floodgates of emotion opened. In the distance, Zeno watched this touching scene unfold, tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed with relief that Balberith had not met a tragic end. "Umph, the Managawa sisters, huh? It's been a while, Natsum. I trust you're doing well?" Augusta inquired. Presently, Natsum, Kenami, Luffei, Arthur, and several members of the Alliance confronted Augusta, the second in command of the Wizards of Oz. Alongside her were her subordinates, Varian the Super Devil and Meredith Ordenton, who wielded Alpheka Tyrant. Natsum retorted with a hint of venom in her voice. "Augusta, you're alive? I didn't expect you to be stupid enough to come here." Augusta cut a striking figure, donning a grand white hat adorned with a white feather and gold star. Her long, flowing white hair framed her pale blue eyes. She wore a black sleeveless dress that extended to her thighs, though it was concealed beneath a long white furry coat. In her hands, she wielded a substantial white staff. "Your language remains as uncouth as ever, you impudent child," Augusta retorted, "but it's of little consequence. Meredith, Varian, I shall leave these weaklings to you. I will personally deal with Natsum." "Roger that, you old hag," Meredith shouted in response. She swiftly activated her magic circles, summoning a group of individuals under her command and sending them to engage in battle against Kanami, Luffei, Arthur, and their allies. Augusta wasted no time and unleashed a relentless storm of magical attacks upon Natsum. The young woman raised her hand and, with swift precision, sliced through the oncoming projectiles with razor-edged gusts of wind. In a flash, Natsum augmented her speed, reappearing behind Augusta. Her outstretched hand, imbued with light energy, struck Augustus back, generating a force that sent the witch hurtling through the air. That was surprisingly gentle, almost like a cushion. Natsum contemplated, examining her hand with curiosity. When her attention returned to Augusta, she was met with a surprising sight. The witch stood unscathed, her resilience unfazed. "Your speed surpasses mine, yet you remain a brute," Augusta noted with a sigh, shaking her head. "Time has not changed people like you." However, Augustus' grin radiated confidence as she continued. "Are you surprised? I emerged from your attack unharmed." A curious creature, primarily white and round with luminous green eyes, emerged from Augustus' back, catching Natsum off guard. Augustus' lips curled into a sly smile as she explained, "Thanks to this contracted entity from the Phantasma, it'll secure victory. Oz, and I managed to acquire one before that pesky lizard cut off our communications with both the Phantasma and Evie." Natsum's brows furrowed as she fixed her gaze on the enigmatic being. In response, she discreetly summoned her sacred gear, Griffin, and her contracted spirit, Sylph. She declared, "Your tricks won't matter. It'll defeat you once more, and so the world won't have to deal with you again." Augusta, undeterred, mused aloud, I never thought I'd see the day when you formed a contract with a spirit, especially a powerful wind spirit. I suppose being one of the middleman's favorites does have its perks." Her words only succeeded in further aggravating Natsum. For a moment, Natsum teetered on the edge of anger, but then a wicked grin spread across her barato. Well, she began with a mischievous glint in her eye. Coming from a nearly 60-year-old woman who never married, I might just look flashy in comparison, don't I? Augusta's brows twitched in annoyance. She didn't bother saying anything else as she began her attacks again, conjuring a myriad of magic circles and launching attacks at Natsum. Natsum, with the help of Griffin and Sylph, was able to destroy all of Augusta's attacks with no trouble. However, what bothered her was the creature, as she didn't know what it did. Then a thought hit her. Natsum brought up her ring and used appraisal on the creature, showing her information about it. Name, none age, 50,000 potential. High-tier God class EX rank. High-tier God class EX gender. Female race. Ano's Kalba titles. White fluffy thing. Oz and Augusta. Power. Power absorption. Pain nullification. Magic amplification. X20. That's a bit concerning, and it seems to be practically stronger than Augusta, Natsum muttered. She had noticed that the Ano's Kalba was 2 tiers above Augustus, who was classified as low-tier God class. While Natsum herself was individually more powerful than both combined, she remained intrigued by the intricacies of the Ano's Kalba abilities. Natsum had a hunch that the magic amplification might solely affect the spells cast by Augusta rather than her overall power. This meant that whenever Augusta employed magic, it would be bolstered beyond her standard capabilities. Sylph, her ever-curious partner, inquired, "What should we do, Natsu?" Natsum glanced at Griffin, then back at Sylph, considering her options. For now, let's proceed cautiously and observe the extent of that entity's abilities. If possible, I'd like to take it from her. It looks so depressed being with her. The Ano's Kalba, worn around Augustus' neck, projected an air of sadness. Its lifeless eyes and subdued movements painted a picture of neglect and maltreatment, reminiscent of an abused animal. Sylph chimed in with a giggle. "You want to rescue it from the Wicked Witch?" Natsum nodded in agreement. "Yes, with that in mind." Griffin, balance break. Shonchi, balance breaker. Griffin's thunderous proclamation reverberated through the area as he bathed in a radiant green light. Within seconds, he transformed into his true form, embodying the upper body of a falcon and the lower body of a lion, akin to the legendary creature known as a griffin. "We've battled each other back when you were a novice, inexperienced years ago. It's quite nostalgic, but today it'll be the victor with this creature by my side," Augusta declared. She raised her staff, and the creature's eyes sparkled with magical energy. "That might be the magic amplification. You guys get ready." Natsum warned her companions. "Let me handle this. You two go after the witch." Sylph chimed in. She twirled gracefully, conjuring enormous swirling spears of wind. "Hee, this is for you, Wicked Witch." Sylph's spiraling wind spears streaked toward Augustus' magical attacks, obliterating many of them. Sylph had grown stronger alongside everyone else during their 100 years within Aaron's pocket dimension. This explained her ability to overpower Augustus' attacks, even when amplified 20-fold. Natsum and Griffin surged forward, closing the gap between them and Augusta. With a swift motion, Augusta tapped her staff on the ground, conjuring a multitude of earth spikes that hurtled toward them. Natsum swiftly drew her light gun and unleashed a volley of shots, shattering the spikes into oblivion. Griffin, not to be outdone, let out a piercing screech that summoned massive tornadoes, swirling menacingly around Augusta. These tempests rapidly converged upon her. With her magical powers magnified, Augusta fought back by creating a miniature blizzard that encircled the tornadoes, slowing their relentless onslaught. Although they were slowed, they remained a formidable force, far from stopped. Centurado, Augusta swiftly teleported out of harm's way, reappearing atop a nearby building. Strangely, she appeared unfazed by her injuries. She nonchalantly tapped her staff on the ground once more, and her wounds vanished as if they had never existed. A confident grin crossed her lips as she addressed Natsum. "I am invincible, Natsum. Whether it's minor or grave injuries, my staff will always mend them. It has been infused with a myriad of spells, techniques, and functions that bolster me. am nothing like the person I was 5 years ago. Her proclamation echoed with undeniable confidence. Hell, we'll see about that, Natsum exclaimed confidently. She called upon her loyal companions, Sylph and Griffin, with a determined look in her eyes. But before they initiated their strategy, Natsum swiftly activated her spirit assimilation, spirit dive, and turned her attention to her two companions as she began to chant. Beckon the Tempest's embrace, O wind's champion. Griffin and Sylph radiated with a brilliant glow, and as the transformation progressed, Sylph metamorphosed into a massive, swirling sphere of vibrant green energy and wind. Summon the gales and zephyrs, a dance with the tempest's heart. Griffin, too, began to emanate an ethereal glow, his form expanding as he returned to Natsum. A brilliant green pillar of energy ascended toward the heavens, gradually merging with her body. The world's winds converged around the young woman, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. With the essence of Jinn, a tempest's grace, the wind's emissary, Sylph, now transformed into a colossal emerald sphere, ascended into the sky. With a thunderous impact, it crashed down upon Natsum, giving rise to an immense, swirling sphere of vibrant green energy and howling winds. The very air crackled with the immense power of this otherworldly collision. O ye, succumb to the breath of gales, your folly revealed. Fools, misguided by hubris, tremble before the tempest's might. As Natsum concluded her final stanza, the winds and emerald energy swirling around her combined and merged, culminating in a resplendent and colossal pillar of green power. It bore the form of a majestic fusion, resembling a colossal creature, where a griffin and a knight's essence coalesced seamlessly. Natsum remained composed, surrounded by swirling black and green winds. She donned an ornate green and gold mask, and her once brown hair had transformed into a shimmering silver shade, reminiscent of Aaron's own locks. Black and green, energy-like wings gracefully extended from her back. Her armor, predominantly black, featured striking golden and green accents adorning her breastplate, shoulder guards, and leg protectors. The air grew eerily silent as Augusta stood in shocked astonishment, her gaze locked onto the young woman's transformative visage. What is this?" Augusta stammered, her voice betraying a mix of awe and apprehension. Natsum, her demeanor unperturbed, offered an explanation. "This is my X-side balance breaker. I've been honing this power alongside Griffin and Sylph, striving to create the ultimate form for myself. Originally, I had intended to unveil it during the tournament and across other universes. However, you really annoyed me, so I figure I might as well use it to prove a point," she disclosed with a mischievous giggle. Acquiring a new transformation changes nothing." Augusta shooted defiantly. She raised her arms high, commencing the conjuration of intricate magic circles that encircled their battleground. However, before she could complete her magical workings, Natsum, wielding a silvery green scythe, swiftly closed the distance between them, emerging behind the astounded witch. Augusta turned in surprise, but as she did, a shocking revelation dawned upon her. Her arms were gone, taken from her in an instant. She watched in horror as the remnants vanished into countless fragments, drifting down toward the ground. "Ugh!" Augusta grimaced, her gaze darting in all directions. "Where is? Looking for this?" Natsum inquired, a sly grin playing on her lips as she twirled Augusta's staff in her free hand. "I have to say it's boring. In comparison to Lavinia's or even Rossweiss's wands, it does come across as, well, somewhat boring in design and powers. Give that back." Augusta's voice quivered with desperation as she struggled to stem the bleeding. "You, heal me. You possess other abilities, don't you?" she implored the Ano's Kalba. The creature obliged, closing its eyes, and with a timid demeanor, it began to mend Augusta's wounds. A triumphant smirk crept across Augusta's face as her first arm was made whole once more. Natsum's brows knitted together in displeasure, and she swiftly crossed her arms, conjuring an immense obsidian and emerald sphere that enveloped them. This place is like my own microcosm. Here, my every word is law. I learned it from Erin during our training days, she divulged to Augusta. With a simple flick of her finger, Natsum turned her attention to Augusta's healed arm, and in that fleeting gesture, the mended limb broke apart once again. "KH, heal it, darn it," Augusta hissed at the creature coiled around her neck, urging it to mend her arm. The creature attempted to comply, but as her injured arm emitted a faint glow, no healing occurred. Augusta's frustration mounted. Why? Why isn't it working? Natsum removed the mask covering her face, exhaling in exasperation. Do you ever actually listen to what's said? Or is selective deafness your thing? I just mentioned that I can manipulate this little sphere we're in, so I made sure you can't be healed, she explained to Augusta with an incredulous expression. Shaking her head, Natsum shifted her attention to the creature clinging to Augusta's neck. Hey there, why not join me? They'll treat you far better than Augusta does. You've seen my companions, right? They're content, not sad. I'm willing to bet she mistreats you. Am I wrong? In response to Natsum's enticement, Augusta clutched the creature even tighter with her remaining arm and retorted, "These creatures are tools, just like independent-type sacred gears. Treating them as if they're living beings is nothing short of bizarre." Natsum Managawa. I wasn't asking you, you armless wretch. Hey, you're an Ano's Kalba, aren't you? I could probably return you to your home in the future if you come along with me. Natsum mentioned, her focus completely bypassing Augusta's seething rage. The Ano's Kalba, perched around Augusta's neck, turned its gaze toward Natsum, then back at Augusta. This unique creature possessed the ability to perceive the emotional essence and true nature of individuals in a tangible form. As it observed Natsum, it detected nothing but kindness and sincerity radiating from her. In contrast, Augusta exuded malice, jealousy, and pure hatred. Harnessing its remarkable powers, the Ano's Kalba maneuvered through Augusta's clenched grip and drifted toward Natsum. It wrapped itself tenderly around her neck. Natsum couldn't help but let out a slight squeal and a giggle. You're quite fluffy. I'm sorry for my earlier actions. The Ano's Kalba gently shook its head and playfully nuzzled Natsum's cheek. Together, they turned their attention back to Augusta, who now found herself in a state of profound shock. When dealing with creatures like this, you should always handle them with care. If they possess enough intelligence, they might indeed choose a different side, Augusta, Natsum chided. She then delivered her final words with a measure of disdain. Now that she's joined me, our meeting has reached its end. Can't say it was a pleasure seeing you again. Augusta stood bewildered as the situation unfolded before her. Natsum raised her hand before her, fingers gradually closing in. Augusta experienced a strange sensation within her, a growing unease that something was amiss. Visually, however, there were no immediate changes. The tension in the air heightened as Natsum's hand drew nearer to closure. Augusta's discomfort intensified. The moment Natsum finished, Augusta sighed in relief, believing the ordeal had ended. But her relief was short-lived. She attempted to speak, but no words came out. She tried to move, only to find herself utterly still. When she mustered the strength to look around her, the grim reality came into view. The devastating effects of Natsum's attack had left her severely injured, her form broken apart by its overwhelming power. Natsum's strike had triggered a catastrophic internal breakdown, and by the time she had fully closed her hand, Augusta had suffered a sudden and terrible end. Her consciousness struggled to catch up with the abrupt demise that had befallen her. "May you never come back to life again," Natsum uttered. She conjured a colossal fireball infused with her magic and hurled it toward Augusta, ensuring her opponent's complete defeat. With a resolute expression, Natsum watched as the fire consumed the remnants. Turning to her newfound companion, she suggested, "Now, let's go help the others. We can think of a name for you later, all right?" Anno's Kalba nodded in agreement as they departed from the area. Simultaneously, Natsum dispelled the sphere that had enclosed them. Lu Fei and Meredith soared through the skies of London, their magical exchanges a dazzling display of power. Meredith, wielding her sacred gear, known as Alpheka Tyrant, added yet another layer to their relentless duel with the generation of colossal, nail-like constructs. Amidst the chaos, Meredith's voice cut through, a gleeful note ringing clear. It seems I'm flying solo now. The pawns I manipulated from the M16, well, they've proven to be quite the disappointment. And as for that old witch, she's met her match. Lu Fei, her agile form gracefully dodging Meredith's relentless barrage, couldn't help but question, Meredith, why are you doing this? Meredith's maniacal grin persisted as she responded, my reasons are various, Lu Fei, but among them is the burning desire to be seen, to have my birth acknowledged, to assert my existence for all to witness. Her enthusiasm, matched only by the intensity of her attacks, was impossible to ignore. Meredith Ordenton, a magician whose lineage boasted connections to England's royal family, had grown up under the care of adoptive parents due to her innate magical gifts. Her father, royal family authorized individual, had conceived her with her mother, who had served as his magician bodyguard. Over time, her path had crossed with that of Lu Fei Pendragon, a fellow magician of similar age. However, the revelation of her lineage, coupled with the painful rejection by the royal family, had fueled her anger and resentment. In seeking solace and empowerment, Meredith had turned to the alliance of the evil gods. There, she had acquired the knowledge to harness the full potential of her Longinus, enabling her to dominate sacred gear users whose talents specialized in illusions and manipulations. With her newfound abilities, she had extended her grasp into England's business sector, swiftly consolidating control. The supernatural specialized force of MI6 had made attempts to subdue her, but their efforts had been ruthlessly thwarted, thanks in part to the assistance of Hades' Grim Reapers. As Meredith continued to amass power, her hold on those in possession of sacred gears tightened, sending shockwaves through the remaining M16. To be acknowledged? If you mean by the royal family, then that's probably an unlikely possibility. You're aware that even in ordinary families, illegitimate children are often neglected, right? With powerful and prominent families like those in England, it's probably even more challenging, Lu Fei said, her words laced with an attempt at sensitivity. Meredith laughed and pointed at Lu Fei. I aim to change that, starting with the royal family. I'll unveil the supernatural to the world before the Alliance can. And I'm doing it right now, she proclaimed, unleashing a torrent of magic circles that spanned across England. What are those? Le fils d'Ameld. Exactly. Meredith cheered. I've placed numerous magic circles throughout England and in other regions worldwide where the supernatural is present. Now, let's get the show underway. With fervor, Meredith attempted to activate the magic circles, intending to broadcast live footage of the supernatural to the human world. However, a problem arose. They didn't respond as expected, leaving Meredith baffled and exasperated. Why isn't it working? I've been setting up these stupid things around the world for months. Why aren't they working? Meredith vented her frustration in anger. Lu Fei regarded Meredith with a hint of sympathy and explained, we were transported to a fake replica of our planet earlier. During that time, Aaron Sama created a barrier, rendering your magic ineffective within this space, effectively cutting off your connection to the outside. He likely detected the magical circles you created and promptly dismantled them. Even had we opted to remain in that realm, your efforts would have been in vain. Meredith's response was a fiery blend of astonishment and frustration. She exclaimed, what kind of nonsense is this? Good grief. That lousy lizard. It feels like nothing ever goes my way. Without further ado, Meredith redirected her attention to Lu Fei and unleashed an onslaught of sizable nails. Quick to react, Lu Fei summoned a variety of spears, each imbued with different elemental properties, to counter Meredith's offensive. When their respective attacks collided in the skies above London, they produced intense explosions akin to a dazzling fireworks display. Meredith's frustration grew, unable to comprehend how mere magic could thwart her nails, which had been hailed as a new Longinus by Aaron and the Grigori organization. In her eyes, Longinus stood above magic, and the sheer absurdity of this situation baffled her. Determined to overcome this unexpected challenge, Meredith unleashed her own magic, conjuring thousands of spells and elemental attacks. Simultaneously, she continued to employ the powers of her nails in an effort to strike Lu Fei. Yet, each of her attacks met a swift and adept counter from Lu Fei. As their intense duel raged on, they eventually landed within a nearby building. Cinchuredo. These relentless attacks found their demise at the hands of a barrier that manifested around Lu Fei's body. This protective shield was a fusion of Lu Fei's inherent magic and the unique function of the rings, which would conjure a barrier to safeguard their bearer. Meredith's voice pierced the air with frustration. "Are you kidding me?" she screeched. "What is this nonsense?" Her accusatory finger pointed directly at the encasing barrier that held Lu Fei captive. In her anger, Meredith manifested a rustic black sword, forged from one of the nearby nails, and clenched it tightly in her hands. She charged at Lu Fei with fury in her eyes. The first swing of her sword missed as Lu Fei gracefully sidestepped the attack. Unrelenting, Meredith swiftly turned and swung the sword sideways, but once again her target danced just out of reach. This peculiar dance continued for the following minute, with Meredith adding her magical abilities into the mix, using the nails to launch attacks at Lu Fei from the walls, ceiling, and floor. Yet, as the physical exertion took its toll, Meredith began to pant heavily. She had pushed herself to the brink, and her breathless words reflected her fatigue. "Why? Why can't I land a hit? Darn it." Her voice was laced with exhaustion. Lu Fei's words held a certain straightforwardness. "I've grown accustomed to witnessing battles at such breathtaking speeds, ones I couldn't even follow in the past. Before that, it was my brother, Arthur, swinging his sword relentlessly, just like our father. To put it bluntly, your swordsmanship is far from impressive. We are both magicians at heart, so perhaps you should concentrate on that aspect," she suggested with unwavering clarity. Meredith was left in a state of stunned surprise, her gaze locked onto Lu Fei. It was then that the petite blonde conjured a sword crafted from mana, and in a matter of seconds, she materialized behind Meredith. The shock on Meredith's face was palpable as she turned to face Lu Fei. Lu Fei continued, her tone unyielding. "However, I've been honing my skills in various ways. While my own swordsmanship may still be lacking, especially when compared to my brother, Aurelius Soma, and a few others, it surpasses yours by leaps and bounds." As Lu Fei spoke, Meredith's sword shattered into pieces, sending her stumbling backward. "Don't make fun of me, Il." Lu Fei charged at Meredith once more, but this time, an eerie aura enveloped her mana sword. With a single sweeping motion, she brought the blade down upon Meredith. However, instead of cleaving the girl in two, an uncanny radiance emanated from her body, accompanied by a spine-chilling shriek. From her being, a dark figure emerged. "You it howled. This was one of the deities from Zoroastrianism, Akamana, the god responsible for manipulating Meredith, driving her thoughts into darkness and coercing her into committing wicked acts. Meredith may have harbored such malevolent thoughts, but in reality, she would never act upon them. However, her desperate plea for aid from the alliance of evil gods took a sinister turn. Once she learned how they could assist her, she wanted to retract her request, but it was too late, for Akamana had already seized control. Akamana's anguished cry echoed through his being as searing pain coursed through him. "What did you do?" he bellowed. Lu Fei raised her mana sword for him to see, its glow vanishing, along with the mana that enveloped it. Staring at the sword's true form, he stammered, "Teats." The blade Lu Fei held was an exact replica of the legendary true Excalibur, once wielded by the original King Arthur Pendragon. Before the operation commenced, the responsibility of this powerful weapon had been entrusted to Lu Fei. Aaron had foreseen that she might confront Meredith during the operation, and he believed the sword would prove invaluable. Lu Fei was well aware of the turmoil Meredith had sown, and she understood the emotions that had driven her actions. Memories of Meredith's sly remarks about her current and biological family, dating back years, still lingered in her mind. Back when she was ignorant of her true lineage, Lu Fei had received these comments from her friend. It wasn't until later, after departing from their shared past, that she discovered her actual family ties. With the truth unveiled, she yearned to reconnect with Meredith, but by that time, Cinchuredo bringing his desperate flight to a sudden halt. With determination in her eyes, Lu Fei intensified the holy aura radiating from her sword, forcing Akamana to raise a protective barrier. The god found himself on the defensive, struggling to withstand the onslaught. Simultaneously, she reached into a small ring on her finger, retrieving an object thoughtfully given to her by Aaron. Given Akamana's unique nature, touching him was near impossible for ordinary individuals. Hence, Aaron had designed a specialized jar capable of containing the god. Lu Fei aimed the jar at Akamana and activated it. With his strength already depleted, the god was defenseless and quickly drawn into the jar's confines. Exhaling with relief, Lu Fei returned her sword to her ring. She then knelt beside the slumbering Meredith, drawing her close. The sight of her friend in peaceful repose brought a smile to Lu Fei's lips. "You still sleep like a log, don't you? It's as if nothing's changed since then," Lu Fei mused, a soft giggle escaping her as she reminisced about their shared past. Verine, the super devil, found herself locked in a fierce battle, struggling against a multitude of opponents. Her opponents included none other than Arthur Pendragon and Kanami Managawa. Although she possessed formidable resilience against light and holy powers, she couldn't escape their impact entirely. Arthur and Kanami wielded powerful holy weapons, Caliban and True Longinus, which inflicted substantial damage upon her. Her body bore the evidence of their power, displaying multiple wounds that stubbornly refused to mend. In the heat of the battle, Verine couldn't help but express her frustration. "Why am I, someone so strong, losing to these guys?" she exclaimed, her voice brimming with anger and defiance. "Because you're a kid, and adults like us are stronger," Kanami exclaimed, thrusting her spear toward Verine. The super devil desperately tried to evade, but a few attacks found their mark, leaving more cuts on her body. "I'm an adult too. Just look at how grown I am," Verine shouted back at Kanami, her frustration mounting. Kanami couldn't help but chuckle, a mischievous grin spreading across her face, further annoying Verine. "You may have the appearance of an adult, but your brain and head are still that of a child. What's 1x0? Kanami suddenly quizzed, throwing Verine off balance. It's 1 obviously," Verine replied with uncertainty. Kanami couldn't resist the opportunity to correct her, still engaging in their rooftop chase and exchange of magical and demonic attacks. "Wrong, it's 0. This is simple math, and you can't even get that right. So you're still a child," Kanami shouted with a triumphant grin, their battle continuing. Arthur, who was accompanying them, ran with them in stunned silence. Kanami's crude and somewhat absurd way of asserting that Verine still had a child's mindset left him lost for words. Feeling embarrassment and a growing fury, Verine unleashed a barrage of fiery, green, demonic attacks aimed at Kanami and Arthur. The two warriors swung their holy weapons, dispelling the incoming flames. Arthur, agile as ever, leaped from his rooftop, bringing his sword down in a swift arc toward Verine. In response, Verine conjured an emerald sword, a product of her demonic powers. As the clash unfolded, it became apparent that her emerald blade was faltering. Cracks spread across its surface, unable to withstand the might of the legendary Caliban. Recognizing the vulnerability of her weapon, Verine forcefully stamped her foot onto the ground. In an instant, the earth yielded emerald, glass-like spikes that shot toward Arthur, propelling him backward. Simultaneously, her demonic sword shattered into pieces, unable to withstand the pressure of their clash. Kanami swiftly materialized behind Vereen, her spear slicing downward with remarkable speed. This unexpected attack caught Vereen off guard, leaving a gaping gash across her back. Blood began to flow, and a shrill cry of pain escaped her lips. "It hurts!" Vereen screamed, leaping away. But before she could regain her composure, Arthur was already in pursuit. He unleashed holy aura slashes that surged toward her. Tearfully, she turned, launching her own barrage of attacks, buying herself some precious time. Taking refuge on a nearby building, she produced a stash of counterfeit phoenix tears in an attempt to heal her wounds. However, to her dismay, they proved ineffective. Frustration welled up within her. "What? Ugh, this is stupid. Don't be distracted." Arthur's voice cut through her desperation. He delivered a swift kick to Vereen's face, sending her hurtling through the air. As she crashed to the ground, she hastily conjured emerald crystals, which she then launched at Arthur. With deft precision, he deflected and sliced apart each incoming crystal projectile. Kanami, her balance breaker now active, swiftly reached Vereen from behind. With swiftness, she triggered her first commandment, casting a sizable protective sphere around them. In a resolute voice, she commanded, "Don't move." Then, with a burst of speed, Kanami lunged at Vereen and struck her down with a powerful blow from her spear. Vereen's screams of agony filled the air, and she crumpled to the ground. But to the surprise of both Arthur and Kanami, her anguish swiftly gave way to uncontrolled sobbing and a full-blown tantrum. "I don't want to fight anymore. It hurts. It hurts. My arms. I don't like it. Make the pain go away." Arthur and Kanami exchanged uncertain glances, at a loss for how to handle the situation. "They'll go inform Jean about what happened." "Give me a moment," Arthur said as he stepped away, speaking into his transceiver. Kanami knelt beside Vereen, who continued to wail, her heart torn between concern and confusion. She deactivated her balance breaker, keeping her spear within reach. "Why did you do this?" she inquired, her voice a mix of empathy and curiosity. Vereen's sobs continued for a while, but gradually they subsided, and she fixed her teary gaze on Kanami, still sniffling intermittently. Because Hades-sama said so. I can't refuse him," she managed to respond, her words bearing the weight of her dilemma. "Do you want to keep fighting for him?" Kanami asked gently, probing for the truth buried within Vereen's conflicted heart. Several minutes passed before Vereen gave a hesitant shake of her head. "No, he's mean. He always shouts at me and Balberith, even when we don't do anything. I don't get it." Her voice carried the innocence of someone caught in the confusing clutches of obedience and fear. Kanami nodded in agreement and began to say, "Okay, will do my best to," but her words were abruptly interrupted. "Please, don't hurt Balberith. He's like a little brother to me. I don't care what happens to me," Vereen pleaded, her voice quivering. Kanami gazed at Vereen, her thoughts racing. In a fleeting moment, she saw herself standing in Vereen's shoes, contemplating how she would react and what she would say if she were facing the same situation. Her mind drifted to her own younger sister, Natsum, and a deep sigh escaped her lips. "Leave it to me. I can't guarantee the influence it'll have with the Alliance leaders, but I'll give it my best effort," Kanami assured Vereen, offering a reassuring smile. Just then, Arthur rejoined them. It appears her outburst has subsided. Nonetheless, we'll proceed toward the rest of the Slash Dog team and join forces to confront the remaining members of the Wizards of Oz. Their individual battles may also be reaching their conclusions. Let's get moving. As for Vereen, the other Alliance members will escort her to the teleportation site, Arthur explained. "Please be cooperative, all right? I assure you, they'll address this situation. If you follow along, there might be some benefits for you within the Alliance," Kanami gently urged Vereen. Vereen responded with a timid nod as she observed their departure. Soon after, more Alliance members arrived, administered a slime pill to her, and restrained her with anti-magic handcuffs. Tobio accused and Sei Tuju, joined by their sacred gears Jin and Natsu, engaged in a fierce battle against two formidable foes from the Wizards of Oz, the first Witch of the West, Mombai, and the second Witch of the West, Andri Baba. Accompanying the witches were their apprentices, Jahalo and Andriila. Mombai, the first Witch of the West, addressed Tobio and Sei with a touch of nostalgia, remarking, "It's been a while since we last crossed paths." Accused Tobio, too. "You two have grown even more powerful since our previous encounter." Mombai, a striking figure with long gray hair and piercing purple eyes, donned a large black and purple witch's hat that added to her mystique. Her attire included black shoulder pads, a billowy white top accentuated by a brown corset, and a sweeping black skirt. Draped behind her was a regal black and purple cape, while her feet were clad in black boots. In her hands, she wielded an ancient wooden brown staff, and perched atop, it was her loyal black crow familiar. "I can't say I'm excited to see you again," Tobio retorted, his Knight Celestial / Dog's balance breaker activated. On the other side of the battlefield, Sei Tuju was locked in her own balance breaker, engaged in a fierce duel with Andri Baba. Sa's gloves emitted an intense glow as she unleashed multiple streams of flames in Andri Baba's direction, but the witch moved with a grace that allowed her to elegantly evade every fiery attack. Much like Mombai, Andri Baba sported a distinctive appearance. Her large hat, predominantly black, was adorned with purple stars and accented with gold. Cascading down to her feet, her long hair was a pristine white hue, and her light purple eyes exuded an otherworldly charm. She donned a flowing white dress that matched the length of her coat. This black coat, similarly embellished with gold stars, also extended to the floor. In her dainty hands, she clutched a golden candle stand, bearing 3 candles, each aflame with a different colored fire. I never expected the middleman would transform the cowardly Leo into a full-fledged sacred gear. I wonder if he could do the same to the other two, mused Andri Baba, her curiosity evident in her words. Sei, while skillfully dodging the multiple flame attacks directed at her by Andri Baba, replied, "For you and your group? Probably not. But if Jin-san were to take them from their current wielders and make the change, maybe." A rare smile graced Andri Baba's face. Normally, she was too indolent for such expressions, but witnessing Sa's growth filled her with a sense of pride for the girl. "Is that so? Well, it's quite a surprise to see you like this, Tuju. The last time I saw you, you were just a little girl who could barely hold her own in a fight. Now, look at you going toe-to-toe with me. I must admit, I'm somewhat proud of you." Sa's response was blunt. "I don't really want your praise." "Fufu, I know. I just wanted to tell you. That's all," Andri Baba replied. Their exchange was brief, and they returned to their intense battle. With her magical gloves, Sei propelled herself towards Andri Baba, aiming to close the distance. However, the cunning which had prepared for this and summoned serpent-like creatures made of flames from her candles, each emitting flames of different colors. The fiery serpents launched scorching breath attacks at Sei. Reacting swiftly, Sei conjured a protective cape, using it to shield herself from the fiery onslaught. Her unexpected defense surprised the witch. Seizing the opportunity, Sei unleashed her full speed, further fueled by her flames. She closed the gap between them in an instant, appearing right behind Andri Baba. At point-blank range, she released a concentrated X-burner attack, which sent the witch tumbling and left her badly scorched. Andri Baba crashed into the ground, but she was not one to stay down for long. With the assistance of her vibrant flames, she rose to her feet and snapped her fingers. Dozens of magic circles materialized, each adorned with symbols from various pantheons. In unison, they released a barrage of magic attacks directed at Sei. "Natsu!" Sei cried out, her voice filled with urgency. Her sacred gear, Natsu, a diminutive lion, materialized on her shoulder. "Please," she pleaded, and Natsu responded with an affirmative nod. He cast a discerning gaze over the oncoming barrage of attacks, then released a resounding growl that had a petrifying effect, halting the attacks in their tracks. "Incredible!" Andri Baba exclaimed, her eyes lit with excitement. It didn't possess such abilities previously. Is this a result of it evolving into a sacred gear and gaining new powers because of its connection with its wielder? Essie didn't offer a verbal response, but instead closed the gap between herself and the witch. She conjured her own set of magic circles and unleashed a flurry of attacks aimed at her adversary. With each spell, Natsu roared in unison, infusing Sa's magic with his unique powers. Andri Baba attempted to shield herself by conjuring defensive magic circles, but they proved insufficient and shattered under the assault of Sa's empowered magic. In a final, desperate move, she harnessed her candle's flames to craft a multi-layered, multi-hued barrier before her. However, this last-ditch effort ultimately proved ineffectual. Sa's magic, augmented by Natsu, tore through the barrier, enveloping Andri Baba in searing flames. She fell to the ground, bearing scorched injuries. Surprisingly, anger was not her prevailing emotion. Rather, she seemed to wear a contented smile. Essie touched down on the ground, her determined gaze locked onto Andri Baba. She swiftly launched another magical attack, but to her surprise, the witch abruptly vanished from sight. Sa's instincts flared, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed Natsu into a gauntlet, spun around, and conjured a colossal, condensed fireball that seared through the air in Andri Baba's direction. Caught off guard, Andri Baba couldn't react in time. The blazing projectile struck her squarely in the chest, propelling her through the sky with a tremendous force. She crashed through several buildings, leaving a trail of destruction in her wake. Essie released a relieved breath and watched the smoke and dust settle. Natsu reverted to his usual form from the gauntlet. "Thank you, Natsu," Essie said, appreciating her sacred gear support. "It's been a while since I was this active. Months away from the action can make you a bit rusty." Natsu responded with an affectionate nuzzle, nuzzling his nose against Sa's cheek. After their brief connection, they soared over to Andri Baba, who lay motionless on the ground. The witch had flipped over, lying on her back, her gaze fixed on the vast expanse of the sky. "I wonder where I took the wrong path in life," she mused, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. "Well, it hardly matters now. Please, Tujusi in it swiftly. I long to reunite with my parents. We were separated just last year, and we were cherishing our time together." Andri Baba closed her eyes, bracing for the inevitable. In her heart, she carried memories of a contented childhood spent with her loving parents before the supernatural world intruded. Theirs was a tranquil life, much like any other, until the day when their existence intersected with the occult, a day that would forever alter their fates. Tragically, it marked the end of her parents' lives. At a tender age of 12, Andri Baba embarked on a journey of learning, immersing herself in the intricacies of magic. However, the supernatural was not finished with her. It was during this tumultuous period that Oz discovered her and extended an invitation to a different path. Driven by an all-consuming hatred for supernatural entities, Andri Baba wholeheartedly embraced the cause of eradicating them, aided by Oz. But their fervent quest met with a sudden halt, thwarted by the formidable Slash-Dog team 5 years ago. After her demise, Andri Baba found herself in an unexpected place, heaven. Her astonishment stemmed from her anticipation of a less favorable destination, considering her myriad misdeeds. In the afterlife, she was reunited with her beloved parents, and together they awaited the cycle of reincarnation. Yet, just last year, she received a summons back to the world of the living, and she begrudgingly rejoined her fellow revenants in the enactment of their plans. In truth, Andri Baba yearned for her former existence. The return to life was an unwelcome burden, and she harbored no desire to continue her evil pursuits. Her actions were marked by a pervasive listlessness and aloofness, concealing the seething rage and hatred that smoldered beneath her impassive facade. This inadvertent apathy masked her true intentions and played to her advantage in the wake of her resurrection. Se knelt beside Andri Baba and gently laid her hand over the witch's heart. "May you find peace," she whispered, her voice heavy with sorrow. With a heavy heart, Se brought an end to the witch's life, using her powers to char the heart and petrify the rest of Andri Baba's body, granting her a final, solemn rest. "You've become even more powerful, Dog. Who would have expected that?" Mombai inquired, her gaze fixed on Tobio accused. Her body bore the marks of their intense battle, covered in cuts and bruises from the relentless onslaught Tobio had unleashed upon her. Tobio's response was an icy, unyielding stare directed at Mombai. He remained silent, choosing not to engage in conversation with the defeated witch. "No words, huh?" Mombai taunted, a wry grin playing on her battered lips. "I can't blame you, really. After all, I did attempt to end Tuju Sa's life multiple times 5 years ago. I came quite close when I set up that for the cowardly Leo," she admitted, her tone tinged with dark amusement. Tobio's eyes widened in surprise, and he questioned, "What do you mean?" He brought his scythe closer to her neck, a clear thread in his stance. The battle between Tobio and Mombai had reached its conclusion. The witch was incapacitated, her magical reserves exhausted. Earlier, Tobio had severed her connection to magic, thanks to Aaron's blessing, granting him extraordinary abilities. A malevolent smirk twisted Momba's expression as she revealed the sinister truth. "It was Ounce's idea, but with the assistance of Satinol, we made the cowardly Leo Esperado toxic enough to take Asitija down. We were taken aback when she managed to cling to life for so long. But in the end, Centuredo, he went to great lengths to avoid it, even when faced with humans who posed threats to humanity. Breaking that promise had become a regrettable part of his history, especially when his anger consumed him. Yet, he continued to strive to uphold that commitment, no matter how challenging it became. Today, however, he could not keep that promise. With an audible and final snap, Mombai, the first witch of the West, met her demise once again. Mombai was a terrible woman, a cruel streak that had run through her since childhood, only intensifying as she entered adulthood. Her cruel nature drove her to use people for her own entertainment, and this behavior worsened when she became entangled in the supernatural world purely by chance. Once immersed in the realm of the supernatural, Momba's wickedness only grew stronger. She engaged in human experimentation and committed other horrendous acts as if they were everyday occurrences. Her affiliation with the Wizards of Oz, after being recruited by Oz himself, only amplified her wickedness, granting her access to more tools and resources for her malevolent pursuits. One dark facet of Momba's life was her deep-seated animosity toward Sae Tuju. This animosity sprang from a small crush she had on Tobio Accuse, though not as extreme as the third Witch of the East, Dorothy, who met her demise during the Halloween operation, bordering on obsession. Momba's infatuation was far from healthy, and upon discovering Sa's presence, she sought to eliminate her. In their subsequent encounters, Mombai persistently attempted to end Sa's life. It wasn't until a final confrontation when Cookie Samejima delivered the fatal blow, bringing an end to Momba's dark existence. In a heart-wrenching moment, she confessed her love to Tobio, but he offered no reciprocation, only expressing his disgust and resentment. Even now, he couldn't find it in himself to forgive her. In fact, his loathing for her deepened upon uncovering the truth. As he gently released her and turned away, Tobio discovered Essie standing just behind him. "Essie," he murmured with a tinge of sadness, though further words proved unnecessary. Essie rushed toward Tobio, embracing him tightly, and they shared a wordless moment that extended for over a minute. After their silent connection, Tobio dispelled his balance breaker and surveyed their surroundings. "We have to deal with their apprentices. I trapped them in a small barrier earlier," he informed Essie, rising with her to his feet. Approaching the barrier, they encountered a shadow soldier, who held a sign that read, "We've handled them," and both are en route to the teleportation site. Tobio and Se exchanged glances, then turned their attention back to the shadow soldier, who offered them an enthusiastic thumbs up. "Thank you." Tobio expressed his gratitude, and the shadow soldier nodded before fading into obscurity. "I suppose that's taken care of. Let's rejoin the others." Sae replied, her agreement evident. Sonadia, the first witch of the east, and Kalinya, the second witch of the south, stood on one side, facing off against their opponents, Calawarna, Middled, Cookie, and Maroom. With a mischievous grin, Sonadia broke the ice. "It's been a while, Cookie. Looks like you've moved on from your Little Women trouble, Fufu." Cookie, not keen on revisiting his past, replied curtly, "Shut up." Calawarna is Barado, tier hard-working, responsible, dependable, an exception before he could finish. Calawarna silenced him with a swift slap to his Barado. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she admonished him, "Stop oversharing, Cookie." He nodded rapidly, acknowledging his mistake. Sonadia couldn't help but tease Cookie further. "Fufu, it seems you're completely smitten by her, huh? The delinquent and rude Cookie Samejima is no more, isn't he?" Meanwhile, Sonadia conjured several elemental avatars around her, each towering at least 10 meters in height. "No point in delaying it. Let's get started," she declared, signaling her elemental avatars to attack Cookie's group. Sonadia was a striking figure, standing tall at 510. Her short black hair framed her face, and her red eyes gleamed with an air of authority. She donned a black witch hat adorned with intricate golden web designs. A long black dress draped her form elegantly, and her black heels featured golden accents. In her grasp, she held a trusted golden-brown staff, a potent tool of her magic. Cookie swiftly commanded his sacred gear, Byakusa, to forge a spear in his arm, which he enveloped in crackling electricity. "Let's go, Maruam. Cover us," he bellowed to his fallen angel comrades, and they readily complied. With resolve, Cookie and Maruam charged toward both witches, while Sonadia's elemental avatars unleashed a barrage of attacks. Fire, water, wind, earth, ice, black, white, and fairy magic were what they used to attack the duo. Cookie skillfully evaded some of the attacks, and countered by obliterating others with his electric powers. Meanwhile, Maruam delivered powerful punches, demolishing the magical constructs. As they closed in on the two witches, Kalinya, the second witch of the south, flashed a wicked smile before conjuring blindingly intense light, compelling Cookie to shield his eyes from the dazzling radiance. Maruam remained undaunted and pressed on. He closed the distance between him and Kalinya swiftly, aiming a powerful punch directly at her. Kalinya reacted swiftly, evading the attack. However, in the process, she took a hard hit to her shoulder, causing her to wince in pain. Kalinya possessed distinct features that set her apart. Her long, white hair framed her face, with uneven bangs adding a unique touch. Her piercing red eyes bore a captivating intensity. Her attire consisted of a white bodysuit coupled with a predominantly black dress adorned with striking red lines. Her most distinctive accessory was a large black witch hat, which, to Maruam and Cookie's astonishment, bore a living mouth. Black wings adorned her back, and white roses served as a captivating embellishment. Perched atop her shoulder was her loyal black cat Familiar, and she gracefully floated on a broom. "Shouldn't underestimate a former leader, should I?" Kalinya muttered while trying to mend her wounds, only to discover her healing abilities were blocked. Frustrated, she halted her attempts. "Damn you and your powers," she hissed, though Maruam remained unperturbed. With a quick tap of her hat, its eyes ignited, and moments later, a multitude of tentacles burst forth from behind it, lashing out at Maruam. He skillfully evaded and crushed the tentacles with his bare fists. Meanwhile, Kalinya's Familiar emitted a melodic tune through her meows, and Maruam felt himself slowing down considerably. A wicked grin crept across Kalinya's face as she summoned numerous magic circles behind her. With a flourish, she unleashed a relentless onslaught of magical attacks aimed at Maruam. In response, he calmly exhaled and enveloped his body in a purple 10k, unleashing a series of purple 10k bullets to counter Kalinya's magical onslaught. Their attacks collided, resulting in several powerful explosions that sent Cookie, Sonadia, Kalawarna, and Middle flying. However, Maruam wasted no time and propelled himself toward Kalinya, his speed ignoring the cat familiar's abilities. He closed the gap in an instant and launched a rapid barrage of punches in her direction. Reacting instinctively, Kalinya conjured defensive magic circles to shield herself from the onslaught. Yet, Maruam's sheer strength quickly shattered these protective barriers. Kalinya's familiar attempted to create a shield using its tail, while her hat extended its tentacles in a desperate attempt to block Maruam's fists. Unfortunately, all of these defenses crumbled in the face of his overwhelming power. The cat familiar hissed in pain as its once protective tail was now in tatters. Meanwhile, the hat continued to assail Maruam with its remaining tentacles, but his dense 10k, a manifestation of his incredible inner strength, rendered these attacks futile, preventing them from even reaching him. Kalinya swiftly teleported to a safe distance, her mind racing as she conjured a barrage of powerful light spears and white flames. With precision, she launched this dazzling array of projectiles at the charging Maruam. The formidable foe, undeterred, pivoted gracefully and surged towards her. He harnessed his 10k, channeling it into his right arm, before thrusting it forward, creating a colossal purple aura that took the form of an immense phoenix. The purple phoenix, a manifestation of his inner energy, shredded through Kalinya's magic attacks. She had no choice but to teleport away once more, hoping to escape its relentless pursuit. Yet, her heart sank as she observed the phoenix change its course, accelerating with astonishing speed. In an instant, it materialized right in front of her. No, Kalinya's exclamation was abruptly cut short as the devastating impact of the purple phoenix engulfed her, unleashing an enormous explosion that sent shockwaves through the surrounding buildings. Maruam didn't stop there. He raised both of his arms, conjuring a massive ball of purple 10k, and flung it toward the precise location where Kalinya stood. Middled, Maruam's girlfriend, couldn't help but express her exasperation at his choice. "Isn't that a bit of an overkill, Maruam?" Maruam's response was laced with a hint of his upbringing. Father once said, "Take them down completely, make sure they stay down," or something along those lines. As the deafening explosion eventually faded, Cinchuredo, facing off against someone like Maruam, was never going to end in my favor, she muttered with her last breath. Cookie's battle neared its end as well. His body crackled with azure electricity, the most pronounced areas being his limbs, legs, feet, arms, and hands. Byakusa, on the other hand, had already transformed into his balance breaker and assumed his true form. He now resembled an immense saber-toothed tiger, adorned with multiple tails and enveloped in a shroud of crackling electricity. As for Sonadia, she bore visible wounds. One of her eyes was missing, and her body displayed the scars and bruises of a grueling battle. Her breaths came in ragged gasps. Cookie-chan, you've certainly grown. Even stronger, she remarked, her voice strained. She gestured toward his electrified armor. "And what's the story behind this form of yours?" Cookie regarded Sonadia with a furrowed brow, pondering whether he should disclose this information to her. Ultimately, he saw no harm in doing so, especially considering her impending demise. Aaron hadn't seen fit to brief them on the capture and imprisonment of the witches of the Wizards of Oz, nor had the other leaders made any inquiries. Consequently, they assumed they had the freedom to eliminate them. "I trained with Byakusa and got some help from Bro, and that's how I made this," Cookie explained, gesturing to his new armor. He went on, "I opted for this rather than a full-body armor form. My defense might not be the strongest, but I prioritized increasing my speed and power." Sonadia nodded in understanding. "I see. Well, I might as well make a grand exit. Oz is the only one remaining to carry out our second plan if the rest of us fail, she remarked. Cookie's curiosity was piqued. Second plan? He asked, seeking clarification. Sonadia, however, playfully waved a finger at him and winked. No, I won't spill the beans on that one. Naughty children don't get the privilege, she teased, punctuating her words with a soft chuckle. In spite of the dire circumstances, she maintained her sense of humor, and Cookie found himself respecting that, even if they were enemies. Behind her, a legion of flaming pumpkin heads materialized, and Sonadia raised her staff high. With a graceful twirl, she conjured a horde of headless horsemen, and then, in a climactic display, she summoned a barrage of elemental attacks. This was the culmination of her powers, a final stand against her opponent. She couldn't help but share one last cheeky wink with Cookie, a gesture that irked Calawarna. With a burst of energy, Sonadia unleashed her devastating attacks, aiming them squarely at Cookie. Byakusa swiftly sprang into action, using his electric tails to intercept and neutralize many of the fiery projectiles launched by Sonadia. As for Calawarna and Middled, they prepared to confront the remaining threats. Meanwhile, Cookie closed the distance between him and Sonadia at lightning speed. Though his clothes suffered minor damage, he remained unscathed. With impeccable precision, he delivered a lightning-fast punch to her face, catching her off guard. Sonadia, lacking expertise in hand-to-hand combat, had no time to react to the sudden strike. Sonadia's vision dimmed momentarily, but Cookie didn't cease his onslaught. He unleashed a relentless flurry of punches, each landing in a different spot on Sonadia's body. One struck her ribs, another targeted her chest. The next found her remaining eye, and the final blow landed on an already affected area. The first strike jolted her back to reality, prompting a startled cry, but the subsequent hits left her overwhelmed. As Cookie's confrontation came to an end, he swiftly spun around and delivered a strong kick towards Sonadia's direction, sending her hurtling through several buildings. He then turned his attention to his partner, Byakusa, and noticed that he, along with Calawarna and Middled, had managed to fend off the attack Sonadia had launched at them. Cookie nodded in approval. Byakusa joined him, and both of their bodies crackled with vibrant blue electricity. "Are you ready, partner?" Cookie called out loudly. In response, Byakusa let out a resounding roar, and together they charged toward the location where Sonadia had crashed. Sonadia, still reeling from the effects of the brutal beating, struggled to regain her vision and spatial awareness. However, her efforts proved futile. What she saw was a colossal, transparent, blue electric tiger charging at her. "Ah, the supernatural is truly marvelous," she muttered, her satisfaction evident, even in the face of her impending demise. When Cookie and Byakusa clashed with Sonadia, a massive electric explosion echoed through the streets of London. The bolts of electricity swirled into a vortex before dissipating into the ether. As they turned to face Sonadia again, they could see the grievous injuries they had inflicted upon her. She was gravely wounded, and Cookie noticed that Byakusa's attack had been fatal. Cookie affectionately patted Byakusa on the head, and the sacred gear obediently retracted its tails, allowing Sonadia's fallen form to drop to the ground. Gazing at her still figure, Cookie's thoughts drifted back to their first encounter, which had occurred during their fourth mission as members of the complete Slashdog team. Sonadia had been an enigma, both stable and unstable in her demeanor. Among the witches, she had been the one who had made Cookie the most uncomfortable due to his past traumas related to women. Overcoming these personal demons had required significant effort on his part, along with the support of the Slashdog team and Calawarna. Through their combined efforts, he had emerged from his past trauma as a stronger individual. In their initial meetings, Sonadia had recognized Cookie's emotional struggles and had exploited them, pushing him into battles where she emerged victorious each time due to his inner turmoil. However, during their final confrontation, with the assistance of Tobio and Natsum, Cookie had conquered some of his inner demons, and together they had vanquished Sonadia, relegating her to the past. This time, I managed to beat you on my own, Cookie declared as he collapsed to the ground and let out a sigh. I'm still not entirely used to using that form. Sorry about that. Byakusa, he added. Byakusa transformed back into his usual form, a white cat, and leaped onto Cookie's shoulder, affectionately licking his cheek. Calawarna landed beside Cookie and crouched down next to him. Good job, Co. You did an excellent job. Cookie chuckled. It's a bit strange to hear you praise me, but I could get used to it. He half expected a playful hit from her, but to his surprise, she planted a kiss on his cheek. Wah! Calawarna blushed and giggled at his reaction. I can be affectionate in public if I want to be, Co. Cookie mumbled something under his breath, but then shook his head. Thanks, but we can't linger here. There's still more enemies to deal with. Let's go. He swiftly got back on his feet and took to the skies with Calawarna to join back with Middlet and Maruam. In the shadow of the partially destroyed London Bridge, Cinchuredo, Shigyun, and Ajamu found themselves locked in combat with Locasta, who hovered in the air on her broom, hurling molten magma rocks and unleashing waves of scorching lava. Locasta possessed a natural-born talent for conjuring these fiery elements, which he had honed over the years, often employing them as tools of torment. Ajamu struggled against the relentless onslaught as the heat of the molten magma consumed his wooden constructs and plants. The one able to engage Locasta directly was Shigyun, supported by her trusty sacred gear, the three Muscapos. Together, they faced the formidable witch and her scorching powers head-on. Po, Pooh, and Pon dashed around, hungrily devouring anything Locasta hurled their way. This further infuriated the witch. Yet, the attacks they missed, Shigyun herself swiftly dispatched, while Ajamu stood ready to obliterate any remnants. Locasta sported a large black which had adorned with an F at its forefront. Her long, platinum blonde hair cascaded down, and her crimson eyes blazed with intensity. She wore a dark dress with vibrant orange and red accents that contrasted sharply. Around her neck hung a necklace with a captivating red pendant, and she held a unique sky lantern created through her innate powers. Your team has grown, Locasta muttered in her characteristic brevity. She was not one to engage in lengthy conversations. Yes, it has, replied Shigyun while gracefully slicing apart molten rocks hurled at her with her trusty whip. Although Laviniasen left, we've gained many new members since then. The Wizards of Oz had an array of members, each with their own motivations for joining. Some had their personal agendas, but they were willing to align with Oz to further their goals. Over the years, witches had come and gone, but they were often replaced. However, when the Slash Dog team began pursuing them, they faced a challenge. The relentless pursuit gave them little time to replace their fallen members, and even when they attempted to do so, the newcomers were swiftly dealt with. In this group, Locasta held the title of Second Generation Witch of the North, while Gaelt was the First Generation. Their interactions were rather infrequent, with other witches having varying degrees of contact based on their personalities and objectives. Most of these witches only crossed paths when Oz or Augusta summoned them to assemble in the Emerald City. Nevertheless, Locasta and Gaelt, in their own words, managed to get along despite their inherently opposing abilities. In a sudden burst of movement, Shigyun leaped toward Locasta, her whip strikes raining down like a relentless storm. Locasta, skilled and agile, dodged some of the blows and retaliated with a barrage of magma rocks. However, Shigyun's power surpassed her, easily dismantling the molten projectiles. In a surprising turn of events, Shigyun materialized next to Locasta, taking her off guard. With swiftness, Shigyun's hands burst into brilliant golden flames, and she delivered a powerful blow to Locasta's face. The impact not only sent Locasta hurtling away, but also wreaked havoc upon the surrounding structures, reducing several buildings to rubble. In the wake of this fiery attack, Cinchuredo Locasta's arm dangled at an odd angle, but she shot a venomous glare at Shigyun. Surrendering might be a wiser choice, Locasta-sen, Shigyun stated, her gaze icy as she peered down at the woman. Locasta's response was a sardonic smile. Not happening, Unfortunately, she retorted before leaping onto her broom. Hovering in the air, the only end for us is death. With a swift motion, she conjured lava spears and unleashed a horde of fiery creatures, directing them at Shigeon and her group. Shigeon barely had time to react when Ajamu sprang into action. "Ajamu-san," she exclaimed, taken aback by his sudden move. Wordlessly, Ajamu wielded his sword, Gallatin, and infused it with the power of wind and lightning, stunning Shigeon. As a member of the Kushihashi clan, even though he was considered an illegitimate child, Ajamu had access to wood and plant manipulation. However, the next clan's head, Sayu Kushihashi, possessed a unique combination of powers, including wood plant, wind, and lightning manipulation. The rest of the clan members were limited to wood and plant control. Ajamu had always felt like the weakest link in the new/dog team, even before Middlet and Calawarna joined. He watched his comrades grow stronger with each passing day, but it seemed like he kept hitting a plateau in his own abilities. Frustrated, he turned to Eren for guidance, just as Atsura Himejima had done. He requested that Eren unlock his hidden potential, and Eren did just that. He granted Ajamu increased power and mastery over his clan's unique abilities, while also bestowing upon him the gift of wind and lightning manipulation, akin to Sirius capabilities. Ajamu quickly swung his sword through the air, slicing the oncoming lava spears in half. The lightning energy on his blade crackled and leaped toward the remaining lava spears and the molten creatures conjured by Locasta, obliterating them. With his newfound control over wind manipulation, he propelled himself toward Locasta, who responded by summoning magic circles and unleashing another relentless volley of magical attacks in his direction. Just as the magical attacks was about to reach Ajamu, Pawn, the goat-like creature, launched himself into the path of the spells, devouring their destructive power. Locasta, annoyed by this interference, attempted to repeat her attacks, only to find that Po and Pooh, the other goat-like creatures, once again intervened, consuming the incoming magical attacks. Ajamu extended his hand, and a swirling vortex of wind began to form. A deafening roar echoed from above, and the massive vortex descended upon Locasta. She attempted to teleport away to safety, but Ajamu and Shigeon coordinated their efforts. They unleashed their combined power, a storm of lightning and golden flames, stunning Locasta for a brief moment. Meanwhile, Shigeon's fiery tendrils ensnared the witch's legs, effectively immobilizing her. Exhausted, Locasta muttered, "The end, huh?" just before the attacks struck her. A maelstrom of golden flames and wind swirled together, creating a mesmerizing yet eerie spectacle in the skies above London. However, as swiftly as it had appeared, the storm dissipated. In a stark contrast to her fellow witches, Locasta wasn't cut down by the attacks. Instead, she bore numerous injuries across her form and crashed back to the ground. As she lay there, gazing up at the sky, a sense of regret crept over her. Unlike her first death, where she had silently cursed the /dog team, this time around, she had time to reflect. The truth was hard to deny. They were outmatched. She and the others had known this, but they were in denial, unwilling to accept the grim reality. So far, the only ones who had audibly acknowledged this were Locasta herself and Andre Baba. Ajamu stood before Locasta, his sword poised at her throat, his vigilance evident in his eyes. Locasta, in her weakened state, couldn't help but chuckle softly. "You don't need to be so hostile, wielder of Gallatin," she muttered weakly. "I no longer have the energy to fight. In fact, I believe I'm dying, am I not?" Ajamu continued to gaze at her for a few moments, uncertainty etched on his face, before finally sheathing his sword. Just then, Shigeon arrived with the three Muscapos, their expressions eager and their mouths watering, as if ready to devour the dying witch. "Locasta-san," Shigeon began, "I asked you a question 5 years ago, but you were too angry with us to answer. Will you now tell me why you chose to join Ounce's cause?" Locasta sighed weakly, her remaining strength fading. The reason I aligned with Ounce's cause? She echoed Shigyun's question. Shigyun nodded in anticipation, waiting for the long-awaited answer. Because I was forced to, Locasta said with a hint of sadness in her voice. Forced to? Shigyun inquired, her curiosity piqued. Locasta continued, her voice heavy with the weight of her past. I came from a normal home. We had no knowledge of the supernatural, at least until my powers manifested. As we sought help from different people, we eventually encountered Oz and Glinda. After they witnessed my powers, they promised my parents they could cure me and took me into their care. Ajamu interjected with empathy. They deceived your parents, didn't they? Locasta smiled at his understanding. Yes. A few days after my parents entrusted me to them, they killed my parents by setting our home ablaze. They sealed all exits with magic, leaving no way to escape. I only discovered the truth after my own death when I met my parents in Limbo, and they revealed the horrifying reality. Shigyun pressed further. If you knew the truth, why didn't you oppose the Wizards of Oz or the Cow's Order? Lilith San managed to escape and join our side. Locasta chuckled, her voice tinged with regret. I often wonder the same. I believe I was brainwashed to an extent where my old and new body rejected the idea of rebellion. Even back then, I accepted the explanation they gave me that fallen angels were responsible for my parents' deaths, and I harbored a deep hatred for them. It's possible that Oz was aware of this after my resurrection and deliberately fashioned a body for me to ensure my loyalty. Similar things have happened to others who were brought back to life. A woman's voice pierced the tense atmosphere. All heads turned to find Morgan Le Fay, her face twisted into a cruel smile. Centuredo leaving Shigyun and Ajamu in shock. What are you? Shigyun began to ask, but her words were cut short as Morgan Le Fay summoned a dagger and struck Locasta down. The attack was repeated over and over until the life in Locasta's eyes faded. Shigyun rushed to Locasta's side and checked for a pulse, but it was no use. The Witch of the North, Locasta, had once again met her demise. Why? We could have extracted more information from her, maybe even convinced her to change sides. Shigyun lamented bitterly. It doesn't matter. Morgan Le Fay declared with a wicked smile. I will do the same thing to the rest of the Wizards of Oz. Fortunately, your teammates have already taken care of the ones they faced so far. The only ones left are Gelt of the North, Evanora, the advisor of Oz, Oz herself, and Theodora, who was captured back during Halloween. I will eliminate them all, and it'll convince the Alliance to hand Theodora over to me. With that ominous proclamation, she vanished into thin air, leaving an unsettling aura behind. Ajamu's voice was urgent as he spoke. We need to go join Fusey. She might before he could finish his sentence. A massive pillar of blue and white energy erupted from the area where Fusey and Gelt were engaged in their battle. Fusey Hyrule floated gracefully in the air, her magic allowing her to levitate effortlessly. Just moments ago, she had wrought devastation upon London, leaving behind a vast, gaping chasm in its heart. Her opponent, the witch known as Gelt, stood ready to face her. Gelt was no ordinary witch. She held the title of the Witch of the North. From the moment of her birth, Gelt had been marked as unique. Her skin bore a striking, pale blue hue, setting her apart from her family of magicians. It was evident from an early age that she possessed an innate power, the ability to command and shape ice. While her family initially grappled with the peculiarity of her abilities, they ultimately embraced the gift and began to teach her how to harness it with mastery. Gelt's appearance was equally distinctive. She boasted lustrous, light purple hair, eyes as deep and mesmerizing as the bluest of glaciers, and her attire was a testament to her affinity for ice. Adorning her head was a sizable white witch's hat, while her ears bore earrings that resembled glistening blue icicles. A shade of blue, akin to the frost-kissed depths of winter, adorned her lips. Her outfit comprised a pristine white top and pants, complemented by elegant heels. Draped around her shoulders was a flowing blue cape, and a delicate blue ring graced her left index finger. From a young age, Gayelt had made a solemn vow to dedicate her existence to the realm of ice. She pledged to use her powers solely for the manipulation of ice, to wield ice magic, and to craft tools associated with this frozen element. This commitment, made in her youth, remained unwavering throughout her life. Nice attempt, Fusey Hirawa, but you've got a long journey ahead to bypass my ice abilities, declared Gayelt. The attack Fusey had unleashed on the witch seemed ineffective, but Fusey, the magician of the Slash Dog team, couldn't help but smile confidently. Are you certain, Gayelt-san? Fusey inquired, her voice carrying a hint of challenge as she pointed at the witch's shoulder. Gayelt turned her gaze to her right shoulder and was taken aback by what she saw. Her ice, known for its impenetrability among the wizards, witches, and magicians of the Wizards of Oz, had been breached, and her shoulder bled profusely. It was a surprising sight, and Gayelt found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Fusey continued to press her advantage, her tone taunting but undeniably confident. The real Ice Princess, or Ice Queen, Lavinia Rennie's ice isn't so easily destroyed, you know, she remarked with a grin in an attempt to taunt the woman. Frustration etched across Gayelt's face, her teeth grinding together in irritation. She opted for silence, her actions speaking louder than words. With a swift motion, she encased her wound in ice, forming a protective barrier around it. In an instant, a colossal ice dragon materialized at her command, a majestic manifestation of her powers. Concurrently, she summoned a multitude of magic circles, their numbers seeming endless. These magic attacks sprang to life, unleashing a volley of ice-based attacks upon her opponent. Fusey raised her ring, whispering incantations into it, and within moments, a colossal silver lotus flower sprang forth from the ground beneath her. A warm smile graced her lips as her creation took form, and from the heart of the lotus, a myriad of figures emerged, ready to confront Gayelt's relentless attacks. These silver figures represented a small spell that Aaron and Fusey had meticulously developed during their visit to her family's home. Fusey had desired to infuse her ring with these spells, eliminating the need for intricate hand gestures to conjure her magic. Her ring harbored a collection of abilities, each reminiscent of certain sacred gears. The figure she had summoned now mirrored the original balance breaker of the Blade Blacksmith, known as Blade Knight Mass. The Silver Knights effortlessly sliced through the spells Gayelt hurled at Fusey. Witnessing this, the witch conjured more ice creatures, directing them to attack Fusey alongside her knights. Each of these icy entities lunged towards Fusey's knights, but much to Gayelt's astonishment, the knights swiftly dispatched her creations. A single attack from each knight was all it took to shatter the ice creatures, leaving the witch completely taken aback. Surprising, isn't it? Fusey's voice emerged from behind. Gayelt turned, her shock evident as she hadn't detected Fusey's movements at all. Before she could voice her query, Fusey enveloped her hand in a silvery blue aura and delivered a resounding slap, sending Gayelt hurtling through several buildings until she crashed into a park. The witch swiftly regained her footing, though a touch disoriented, and scanned her surroundings. As her gaze swept the area, Fusey materialized before her once more. Gayelt's lips parted, perhaps in preparation to shout, "Censuredo, I seek a world of peace to further my magical pursuits without the nuisance of troublesome individuals like you. I bravado my companion's goals," she explained to the other witch. Gayelt's initial response was to struggle against Fusey's firm hold, but a glance at the silvery blue aura enveloping Fusey's arms signaled that any such attempt would prove futile. She ceased her futile struggle. Fusey's voice, tinged with a touch of curiosity, broke the silence. "You were spoiled, weren't you?" No reply came from the captive witch. "Well, it doesn't matter. Aaron didn't instruct us to capture or destroy you, and, as far as I know, the rest of my team has taken down the other witches. I shall do the same to you. Do you have any last words? Do you consider yourselves the champions of righteousness who've liberated this universe?" Gayelt's words dripped with venom. Do you see yourselves as the heroes who've bestowed peace upon us all? Well, I regret to shatter your illusions, but such notions are mere fantasies. The tranquil world you yearn for is a vision harbored solely by the middleman. That lizard, she continued, a tinge of condescension in her voice. In truth, many among us have no desire for such a world. The status quo suits them just fine, and our efforts are solely aimed at preserving it. It's you who aim to disrupt it. So, I pose this question. Who are the real monsters in this tale? Fusey let out a weary sigh and added, for every 100 who oppose it, there are 1,000 who support it. When the opposition swells to 100,000, 1,000,000 stand in favor. Peace is a far more desirable state compared to the chaotic and uncertain landscape that currently plagues the supernatural world. Remember, before the alliance, the three great powers teetered on the brink of war, a repeat of the Great War from years past. Can anyone genuinely desire a repeat of that catastrophe? She shook her head, her frustration evident. Of course not. In times of war, there are no victors. The citizens of every faction, every pantheon, and every nation are the ones who suffer most, caught in the crossfire. Reflect on the war of the previous year. 2 billion human lives were lost, and both populations dwindled to a mere 5 or 10 of their original numbers. How can anyone in their right mind support such a calamity? Fusey's tone held a touch of anger, underscoring the gravity of the situation. Nothing is gained without sacrifice, Gale declared, her expression unwavering in response to Fusey's words. We are prepared to sacrifice those billions to preserve the status quo. Humans have proven their resilience, rebounding like rabbits after both wars. They can do it again. Fusey's sigh carried the weight of resignation, knowing that continuing this conversation would lead to a fruitless cycle of argument. She cast one last glance at Gelt and spoke softly. Peace is preferable. Enjoying carefree, lazy days without concerns is always better. Goodbye. With a deft movement, Fusey activated a gravity spell embedded in her ring, a powerful bravado that began to overwhelm Gelt from within. She released her grip on the witch, who collapsed under the intense pressure. Eventually, Gelt succumbed to the unyielding pressure, collapsing in defeat. Fusey clasped her hands together, offering a respectful bow to the fallen witch. Then, she turned to find the rest of her team awaiting her. The only ones left are Oz, Evanora, and the two wielders of their 3 demonic beasts. See, and I will go assist the Alliance with those beasts. Can you guys go and help Lavinia? She should be confronting Oz and Evanora, if my assumption is correct, Tobio suggested. His comrades swiftly agreed, departing to join the others in their respective tasks. In a different corner of London, Evanora, Ounce's trusted advisor, found herself trapped within the icy grip of Lavinia Rennie's chilling magic. She struggled in vain, frozen in place, unable to budge. Oz, for all her power, couldn't find a way to thaw the icy prison. After her initial, futile attempt, she decided it was best to cease her efforts. Lavinia, her gaze fixed with unwavering intensity, broke the silence. Os, I've longed for this moment, to confront you once more after all these years. Since your resurrection, you've committed countless crimes. I shall return you to the grave from whence you came. Oz responded with a disdainful tone, her words laden with condescension. Humph. Brave words from the orphan princess, she retorted, further fueling Lavinia's frigid demeanor. Without hesitation, Lavinia harnessed her formidable powers, invoking one of her most potent summons while in her balance breaker state. A colossal, ominous shadow cast its vast silhouette over the earth. The creature she had summoned dwarfed the planet, a terrifying manifestation of her sacred gear's abilities. Oz gazed upwards, her expression transformed into one of pure horror. What is that? She cried out in sheer terror. Chapter 15, Part 6, Empowering Heart's third-person point of view. Chao found himself locked in a fierce battle with the last Malbrach. The sudden appearance of this opponent had taken him by surprise, and her relentless pursuit focused solely on him. To her, his teammates seemed uninteresting, making him the sole target of her attention. Ali Chino, the Harlequin, shouted, "I'd like to fight the middleman, but he's with that skeleton right now. Unfortunately, he'll settle for you," the former wielder of the Holy Spear. Chow Chow, while skillfully dodging several strikes from the frenzied woman, questioned, "And why's that?" An unsettling feeling had settled upon him since her appearance. It seemed to him that she wasn't using her powers, but rather imitating those she had observed. "That spear of yours, it was gifted to you by the middleman, correct? And for what you described in your match against Serog Bale, it possesses abilities from all sorts of sacred gears, making it the ultimate Longinus. And I want to fight that." Chow Chow remarked, his gaze fixed on the woman before him. "We were told by Jean that you were meant to be composed and level-headed, so what's going on with you?" In response to Chow Chow's question, the wild expression on the woman's face suddenly dissipated, and her relentless pursuit came to an abrupt halt. Seizing this opportunity, Chow Chow swiftly leaped to safety, taking refuge atop a small building. So the middleman has already spilled the beans," Ali Chino retorted with a monotone voice. "I was hoping to see how long it would take for you to deduce it on your own." Ali Chino stood tall, her height measuring a formidable 6 feet. She sported a black hat reminiscent of a law officer's, adorned with golden wings at the front and a striking red X. Her long, snow-white hair cascaded to the middle of her back, framing her piercing red eyes. She was clad in a predominantly black military uniform, complemented by a black skirt and thigh-high boots that added to her imposing presence. Chow Chow's brow furrowed, and he patiently awaited Alakino's next move. However, to his surprise, Ali Chino swiftly raised her right hand and snapped her fingers. Chow Chow's instincts kicked into overdrive as he leaped away from his current position just in the nick of time. In an instant, the building beneath him was engulfed in a colossal and devastating explosion. Centurado, guns, catapults, mortars, bows and arrows, crossbows, ballistae, and various other colossal weapons from across the annals of time. They stood poised and ready to unleash their fury on Chow Chow, taking him slightly aback. A simple clap of Alakino's hands set this armory of destruction into relentless motion as they continuously rained a barrage of fire upon him. Chow Chow skillfully parried several of the oncoming attacks with his spear, deftly dodging the rest as they rained down upon him. Swiftly, he closed the distance between himself and the mysterious woman who had been relentlessly pursuing him. With a determined swing, he brought his spear down towards her, but to his astonishment, she vanished into thin air. However, Chow Chow's reflexes were razor-sharp, and he immediately pivoted, launching his spear toward a specific spot. Ali Chino, the mastermind behind an earlier illusion of the woman, had slipped away unnoticed. Sensing imminent danger, she leaped away from the spot where Chow Chow's spear had struck, the impact shattering a section of the building into a cloud of debris. In an instant, she teleported to a vantage point atop another nearby building. Cao Cao's spear, guided by his supernatural abilities, returned to his hand. Without hesitation, he charged towards the remaining assailant weapons, all still firing in on him. With a single powerful diagonal swing of his spear, he obliterated each of them, their shattered fragments scattering in every direction. In an instant, Chow Chow's attention shifted to Ali Chino, and with a single, swift leap, he materialized behind her. To his surprise, Ali Chino greeted him not with shock, but with a knowing smile, her hands conjuring a mysterious sword that gleamed with otherworldly energy. She swung it at him with deliberate grace. Chow Chow, ever the adept warrior, managed to block the incoming strike, but the impact carried a peculiar force. Even though it hadn't been a particularly forceful blow, it sent him hurtling through the air, smashing through the walls of several buildings. Desperation gave way to resolve as he impaled his spear into one building, finally bringing himself to a halt. Dusting himself off, Chow Chow couldn't help but ponder the strange properties of Alakino's sword. What a strange weapon, he mused aloud. Despite its seemingly weak strike, it pushed me such a distance. Does that blade have its own unique abilities? With newfound curiosity, he launched himself back into action, closing the distance once more with Ali Chino. As Chow Chow closed the distance to the woman before him, he unleashed a rapid succession of thrusts with his spear. Ali Chino skillfully parried some of the strikes and expertly blocked the others. It became evident to Chow Chow that she could effortlessly match his current speed, even though he operated at only 70 of his full potential. However, in the next instant, Ali Chino swung her mysterious sword toward him, and he countered with a swift spear swing. When their weapons clashed, a sudden and baffling turn of events unfolded. Chow Chow found himself not only repelled, but also thrown back with even greater force than he had anticipated, leaving him in a state of perplexity. What's the secret of that sword? He mused aloud, voicing his confusion after he had halted himself by driving his spear into a nearby building. It's not simply an amplification of her strength at the point of impact. It must be something unique to the sword, but what kind of power does it have? He directed his gaze at the spear in his grasp and uttered a command: analyze it and provide me with its nature. The spear responded with a faint, silent glow. Chow Chow once again closed the distance, launching himself toward Ali Chino. He resumed his relentless assault, navigating the dance of attacks and counters with his spear. His every move was calculated to evade her sword, ensuring he wouldn't fall victim to its mysterious power until a silent notification from his spear altered the course of the battle. In a swift, synchronized motion, their weapons collided, unleashing a potent force that propelled Chow Chow once more. This time he was prepared. In midair, he swiftly conjured several platforms to land on, allowing him to gracefully ascend to the rooftop of a nearby building. With a calm, yet inquisitive tone, he inquired, "What have you discovered?" Within seconds, the requested information was relayed to him. "I see. It possesses the ability to repel me. Depending on the extent of that repulsion, she could potentially launch me across the entire globe with a mere touch of her sword." How intriguing, he pondered aloud, his fascination with the mysterious power of Alakino's weapon. Taking a brief moment to contemplate, Chow Chow nodded to himself. "He'll give it a try," he mused, determination in his eyes, before he launched himself once more at Ali Chino. She responded calmly, "This again? ITLL, lead to the same result. Chow Chow. Am curious," he replied as he resumed his relentless spear swings. In no time, Ali Chino swung her sword in his direction, forcing him to counter it with a spear. Yet when their weapons clashed, Chow Chow shouted, "Reflect." This time, a powerful explosion sent both Ali Chino and Chow Chow hurtling away. The Malbranche was caught off guard, crashing violently through several buildings before regaining her composure and coming to a stop. On the other hand, Chow Chow had been prepared. He expertly rebounded off the platforms he had created and now stood atop a nearby building. Reflect, an ability from Divine Dividing. Huh? Ali Chino mused, her tone tinged with amusement, as she leaped toward another building. "You are certainly inventive, using a move like that to counter my sword's abilities. How intriguing. But that's not all," Ali Chino declared, lifting her sword toward Chow Chow. In an instant, he felt a strong force pulling him towards her. Thinking quickly, Chow Chow raised his free hand and swept it downward while exclaiming, "Half dimension." The space around Ali Chino and her sword began to shrink, causing the woman to halt her attack and leap away. However, Chow Chow wasted no time in pursuit. With a mighty swing of his spear, a tremendous blast of energy was unleashed, creating a powerful shockwave that struck Ali Chino and knocked her down, wounding her right arm. Though she grunted in pain, not a scream escaped her bravado. Instead, she retrieved her detached arm and employed demonic fire to reattach it to herself. Ali Chino, her reattached arm fully functional, clicked her fingers repeatedly in Chow Chow's direction. However, his response was swift, and he sliced through the impending explosion unperturbed. Undeterred, Alicino conjured yet another array of weapons and commanded them to attack him, but Cao Cao skillfully dispatched them one by one. Choosing a different tactic, Alicino gracefully soared toward another building, landing gracefully upon its rooftop. With a simple gesture, she summoned a miniature spaceship into existence above her. This peculiar craft bore a resemblance to her, its design mirroring her uniform and eyes in a harmonious blend of colors. Swiftly, Alicino ascended into the vessel and assumed her position on the deck. Her hand moved before her, causing the same arsenal of weapons to manifest all over the spaceship. Proceed toward him, she instructed, and the spaceship complied, soaring towards Cao Cao. His surprised exclamation filled the air. "What the ship?" With a swift application of his magic, he lifted himself into the air and tried to evade, but Alicino pursued him relentlessly. Her weapons came to life, unleashing a relentless barrage of projectiles. Cao Cao, in turn, was compelled to deflect and cut down the incoming threats aimed at him. "Forget it, balance break. True Longinus." Cao Cao's voice resounded with determination as he issued the command. Behind him, several massive white spheres, each the size of a bowling ball, materialized. It was the moment he activated Polar Knight, Longinus Chakravartin. Swiftly, he pivoted, pointing his spear towards Alicino's ship, and unleashed Kakarotana, a powerful strike that obliterated the weaponry on her vessel. With precise and practiced movements, he tapped his own form with his spear, invoking Asratana, which whisked him instantly to Alicino's side. In the blink of an eye, he touched her with his spear, activating Ithratana, a disruptive ability that momentarily nullified the special powers of women, rendering the Malebranche defenseless. Capitalizing on the advantage, Cao Cao harnessed his full physical strength, propelling his spear towards Alicino. In a single, fluid motion, he struck her torso and arms. Her sealed powers left her powerless to counter his attack. Without hesitation, Cao Cao executed a swift spin and launched a powerful kick at her face, sending her soaring into the heavens. Next, he used Gahapatarutana, creating warriors resembling Blade Blacksmith's original balance breaker, commanding them to attack Alicino. The warriors surged forth, striking at her with swift, precise blows, overwhelming her with their coordinated assault. Finally, Cao Cao directed his spear towards Alicino once more. The awe-inspiring Paranacaratana was invoked. "I don't require those prerequisites with this spear." An immense surge of holy energy erupted from the spear's tip, growing larger and more powerful as it traveled further. By the time it reached Alicino, it was visible from outer space, a towering pillar of holy light. Even members of DXD and the Chaos Order glimpsed it, and to Cao Cao's surprise, a figure above the earth intervened, causing his blast to dissipate just before reaching the sun. Cao Cao's voice was a mere murmur as he fixed his gaze on the mysterious figure hovering above the earth. "What is that?" he wondered aloud. "It's not Aaron, so who could it be?" However, his contemplation was abruptly interrupted when the spaceship beneath him began to crumble and dissolve. With a swift leap, Cao Cao propelled himself into the air, heading toward the exact location where Alicino had crash-landed. Upon reaching the impact site, he observed the woman who lay there, her vitality ebbing away. "Can you hear me?" he inquired, but Alicino remained silent, her condition precarious. Nodding in acknowledgement of the absence of response, Cao Cao used a sleeping spell, rendering her unconscious. He then administered a slime pill, a potent curative, to mend her injuries. As the woman's wounds were healed and her severed arms reattached, Cao Cao proceeded to restrain her using anti-magic handcuffs. He hoisted her onto his back, akin to a rucksack, and pondered his next move. Where was that drop-off point again? He murmured to himself, deliberating his course of action. With that thought, he leaped into motion, carrying the unconscious woman. Valis' attention was drawn skyward by the imposing figure of a dragon. He pondered aloud. That dragon. How unexpected. He then joined Biko, Calantha, Fenrir, and Jinbu in their battle against Ahura Mazd, the wise lord, creator god, and god of the sky. Unexpectedly, Biko spoke up, telling Valley, you should leave. We've got this. The descendant of Lucifer was taken aback by this sudden suggestion. The others are currently engaged with Zervn, Vayu, Tvarshtar, and Tar. Arthur contacted us a few minutes ago, letting us know that he and Lu Fei are on their way here, having completed their fights in London. Calantha chimed in, providing further context. Sha Wujing, Zhu Baiji, and Salamander Tomita are taking on Vayu. Kuroka-san, who's joined us, is facing Tvarshtar. When the Pendragon siblings arrive, they'll confront Tar. That leaves Zervn, the god of time. Can you fight him for us, Valley? Vala considered their request, and, after a moment's contemplation, he agreed. With swift motion, he took flight. However, before departing, he dispatched a few wyverns toward Calantha. In a matter of moments, the wyverns weaved a protective armor around her, similar to the way Aaron employed his divine dividing scale mail to give power to the women he cherished. Upon pinpointing Zervn's divine aura, Valley wasted no time in making his way toward the god of time. Zervn floated there, seemingly in anticipation of his impending opponent. When Valley arrived, Zervn opened his eyes, fixing a solemn gaze upon him. "Welcome, Valley Lucifer. I've been waiting for you," Zervn greeted. "You know what must transpire, so shall we proceed?" Vala nodded in agreement, but then posed a query. "Before we fight, could you indulge my curiosity? I have a few questions." Raising an inquisitive eyebrow, Zervn concurred and waited for Vala to proceed with his inquiries. "You are the father of Ungra Mainyu and Ahura Mazd," Vala began. "Why did you align with your sons in joining the Cow's Order? What were their aspirations? Are they in alignment with Hades' goals?" In a measured tone, Zervn responded, "Truth be told, I don't endorse the actions of Hades or my sons. However, I feel a sense of obligation as their creator and parent to stand by them. You might not comprehend this sentiment now, but it might become clearer if you choose to have children with your beloved in the future." He continued, "Both my sons shared Hades' perspective. They aim to safeguard our universe, our world, and to achieve that, they seek to eliminate DXD, the Alliance, the middleman, and the Heaven system. They perceive the new generation and the wielders of sacred gears as potential threats to our world." Zerv nodded, his expression somber, as he conveyed this information to Valley. Vala's voice held a serious tone as he spoke. "If they're fully aware of what lies beyond our world, they should understand the odds stacked against them. Aniki once warned us that even if the strongest beings in our realm united to defend it, would be defenseless when entities from other universes get wind of us and decide to invade." Zerv responded with a sigh. "Some do know, but their own pride blinds them. Others simply deny the existence of threats beyond our universe, believing that we are the mightiest. Yet in the face of the DXD Alliance, they've found their limitations." Then, Zerv looked back to Valley, his resolve evident. "Is that all? If it is, let's commence. I'd like to get this over with." Valley, however, raised an eyebrow, concerned by Zerv's lack of enthusiasm. "Why engage in a fight if you don't want to? While I'm eager for it, your lack of excitement dampens the anticipation." Zerv pondered Vala's words for a moment, then nodded. "We can have a light sparring session. I lack a reason to fight, but if you wish to test your strength against me, I wouldn't mind. However, let's agree to stop once both of us are content," Zerv suggested, offering a compromise. "Fine with me," Valley replied, and with lightning speed, he charged towards Zerv. The god found himself taken aback by Vala's swiftness and was struck with intense pain as the blow landed, sending him hurtling away. Zerv, after healing his wounds, swiftly turned around and unleashed a relentless barrage of crimson-black orbs towards Valley. "Compress!" Vala shouted, his arm extending towards the attacks. "Compression divider!" Albion's bellowing echoed through the battlefield as Vala's power surged, continuously compressing the incoming spheres until they vanished. So that's the essence of your attack," Zerv remarked. "But it's not your strongest, is it? Let's put to the test a bit more." With those words, he unleashed another volley of the same orbs, this time with even greater power. Vala sensed that he couldn't destroy them solely using his compression divider. LLL. Satan Compression Divider. Vala channeled even more power, his aura intensifying, before releasing a relentless barrage of silvery white and jet black energy towards Zervan's orbs. The two opposing forces clashed, and Vala's attack surged with overpowering strength, gradually compressing Zervan's attacks until it vanished. Remarkable. Who would have imagined that another devil could ascend to the heights of Surzek's Lucifer and Ajuka Beelzebub? Your generation and those that follow will be truly intriguing to witness as you continue to grow, Zervan commented with a nod of respect. Valley let out a sigh, his hand trembling despite the victory. I haven't felt like this since facing Aniki. Even Ungra Manu seemed less threatening. Why am I shaking against him? He wondered aloud, his uncertainty evident. Because Zervan predates Zoroastrianism. He is the origin, the Alpha, and the Omega. Be cautious. Valley, he possesses tremendous power. Even in your enhanced form, you'll face a formidable challenge, cautioned Albion. His abilities are nothing to underestimate. Valley responded with excitement, a gleam in his eye. Well, I look forward to facing him seriously in the future. It means I can keep pushing my limits. With that, he rushed back towards Zervan. Nia, 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 Barato shouted, her finger pointed at Tvarshtar, an avatar of Zervan. The avatar gazed at Barato, looking confused. Nia, Nia. Barato's cries intensified as she launched herself toward the avatar, her fist swinging in his direction. Tvarshtar, seemingly unimpressed by the Nekashu, appeared to catch her punch. However, mere seconds later, a foot landed behind his head with a forceful impact, sending him sprawling. The Kuroka who had stood before him seemed to dissolve into a dissipating puff of smoke. Niaho, that's what you get. I hadn't expected to be joining Valley and his team again today, but here we are. Kuroka exclaimed triumphantly. In a clever maneuver, she had earlier swapped positions with a clone, using it to sneak up behind the avatar before launching her attack. In her own mind, her strategy was nothing short of ingenious. Tvarshtar narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Kuroka. With an almost instant burst of speed, he materialized behind her, aiming to grab her arm. But to his astonishment, she executed a graceful dodge, promptly responding with a Tuki-infused punch that struck his face and sent him hurtling away. Barato wasted no time, releasing a relentless barrage of Tuki bullets that struck Tvarshtar's Barato. The avatar crashed into the scarred and ruined landscape below, his astonishment evident in his gaze. Confusion knitted Tvarshtar's brows. Why is this being stronger than me? I am an avatar of Zerv. I should be superior, he pondered. With annoyance on his face, he rose to his feet. As he did, Kuroka descended and appeared right in front of him. Without any warning, he closed the gap between them in an instant. He brought both his hands forward, grasping at the space in front of them, commencing the action of tearing apart the fabric of space around Kuroka. But as he neared the completion of his actions, Kuroka's fist landed a forceful blow on his face, knocking him away once more. What was happening here? Tvarshtar inquired, bewildered after coming to a halt. How can you bypass space and time? Huh? Space and time? Is that what you were trying to mess with? Barato responded, a genuine sense of confusion in her voice. I just thought you were acting suspiciously and trying to sneak up on me. Tvarshtar stood there, a mixture of astonishment and disbelief etched across his face, leaving him momentarily speechless. Barato, seemingly unfazed, dismissed his reaction with a nonchalant, well, whatever, Naya. You're just an avatar, so I don't need to worry about defeating you, Naya. She stretched with ease, exuding a sense of confidence. You really think you could take on a god like Zerv? Tvarshtar inquired, his brows furrowing in skepticism. Tilting her head, Kuroka nodded with a self-assured expression. I've managed it a few times already. Why do you ask? Lies. Tvarshtar erupted, his doubt transformed into anger. He charged back at Barato, summoning multiple swirling black and white spheres, hurling them toward her. As these projectiles hurtled through the air, they warped the area around them, distorting space and time. If they made contact with Barato, the impact would be devastating. Kuroka couldn't help but taunt, her laughter ringing in the air. Naya haha, why the sour face? She utilized her jujitsu, conjuring fiery orbs that danced with fierce heat. Wrapping them in a layer of 10k, she sent them hurtling towards Tvarshtar's attacks. Before Tvarshtar could voice his disdain, their attacks collided, giving birth to a tremendous explosion. The sheer bravado of it propelled Tvarshtar backward, leaving him astonished. How? How could such weak fireballs destroy my attacks? Barato's retort was sharp and unapologetic. Seems like you're being way too uptight. We're different. Deal with it, you idiot. She taunted, playfully sticking her tongue out at the bewildered avatar. With a swiftness that matched her fiery spirit, Kuroka closed the distance to Tvarshtar. As she neared him, her form vanished, and mystical chains erupted from the ground, snaking towards the perplexed avatar. What in the world are these? Gleipnir? Tvarshtar stammered in disbelief. Reappearing right in front of him, Kuroka nonchalantly pressed her finger to her cheek. Well, they're not exactly Gleipnir, but we modeled them after it. I thought it looked like a fun tool to use for some mischief. So, Aaron and I got creative and crafted these Nyelprenir. How's the name? Do you like it? Tvarshtar, unimpressed, offered a blunt response. It's utterly stupid. You're the one that's stupid, Naya. Kuroka retorted before delivering a series of 10k-infused slaps to the avatar. Cinchuredo, she shrouded her right hand with potent, condensed 10k and swiped it sideways, cleanly severing Tvarshtar's head. Moments later, the avatar shattered like fragile glass, vanishing into thin air. They'll go help the guys facing Vayu, the wind avatar. I believe Luffy and Arthur can handle it without me, or should I check on Biko and the others? Fighting Ahura Mazda? Kuroka pondered aloud. She summoned a coin, tossing it into the air. Heads, I head to Vayu. Tails, it's Ahura Mazda, she declared, deftly catching the coin as it descended. Upon examining the result, she remarked, Vayu first, then. They'll make it quick, before teleporting away. In a face-off, Vayu, the wind avatar of Zervn, confronted the current generation of Sha Wujing, Zhu Beiji, and Salamander Tomita, an ultimate class Kappa. Vayu efficiently deflected all incoming projectile attacks using the protective wind barrier that enveloped his form, leaving Valis team members increasingly frustrated. Dang it, we can't break through his wind barrier. What's our next move? Tomita inquired, frustration evident as he launched another large seaweed attack at the unyielding avatar. Zhu Beiji, annoyance apparent, crossed his arms but maintained his relentless attack by conjuring and hurling flaming wheels at the annoying avatar using his jujitsu. We just need to seize the right moment, Sha Wujing asserted, her determination unwavering as she continued to unleash massive waves of water in Vayu's direction. Where you need Kuroka's help. Kuroka's voice boomed as she made her dramatic entrance. Kuroka-san, all three of them exclaimed, and even Vayu found himself taken aback by her sudden arrival. What happened to Tvarshtar? Vayu inquired, a note of curiosity in his voice. Barato grinned confidently, standing tall with pride. I won, as was quite obvious, she stated with a triumphant smile. A hushed silence fell over the scene. Vayu extended a finger toward the sky, and an enormous hurricane materialized above him. In a chilling, measured tone, he uttered, "Suffer the consequences of killing my brethren," before unleashing the destructive force upon his foes. Kuroka, undaunted, maintained her smirk while the others began to panic. Is that the best you've got? She taunted, with her left arm extended in front, palm facing the approaching hurricane, and her other arm pulled back. She clenched her fist. In the blink of an eye, Kuroka channeled her physical strength, amplifying it to at least 50 of her full power. With a swift thrust of her right arm, her attack sent the fake earth recoiling several feet, only to be met and halted by the colossal dragon looming over the planet. The shockwave generated by Kuroka's punch surged directly toward the hurricane, obliterating it, but then it encountered the massive ice dragon guarding the planet. Everyone in the vicinity was sent sprawling, their collective force flattening even more countries due to the shockwave's devastating impact. "Nya, I didn't mean to destroy so many places," Kuroka exclaimed, her mortification evident. Her intention had been solely to neutralize Veiyu's attack, and the unintended consequences left her horrified. Kuroka vehemently shook her head, dispelling her doubts. She sprinted towards the still-stunned Veiyu, enveloping herself in 10k, and hurled both her legs in his direction. In the process, her powerful strike shattered his wind barrier, capturing his attention. Before he could muster a response, Kuroka's attack landed, propelling Veiyu away and robbing him of his breath. Without a moment's hesitation, Kuroka continued her attacks. She conjured large water chains and blazing spears using her yujitsu, then formed her own unique magic circles. These ethereal symbols unleashed a relentless barrage of magical attacks in rapid succession. Veiyu found himself engulfed by the overwhelming torrent of attacks, leading to another colossal explosion. The cataclysmic event further devastated the already war-torn surroundings, leaving behind a vast crater in the country of Iran. But Kuroka was far from finished. She leaped forward, her left leg poised and shrouded with dense 10k. She executed a series of spinning movements before bringing her leg down where Veiyu had crashed, annihilating everything in its path. The rest of her teammates observed this astonishing display in sheer amazement, their mouths agape, unable to utter a single word in the face of such a relentless and devastating attacks. To Kuroka's astonishment, Veiyu displayed a surprising ability to continue moving. When the avatar made a hostile move toward her, she swiftly lifted her foot and delivered a solid kick to his face. This back-and-forth exchange of dodging and countering had to be repeated several times before the persistent avatar finally stopped its bravado. With a sigh of relief, Barato couldn't help but mutter, "Phew, that takes care of that." Senchuredo defeating Veiyu with a powerful strike. Just as Thavarshtar's form had broken apart into countless fragments, Veiyu's Barato followed the same fate, dissolving into particles before fading into the void. Barato turned her attention back to her teammates, flashing them a peace sign. 2 down. Only one avatar left to deal with. They'll leave that to Luffy and Arthur. I'm heading toward Ahuamutst. What's the plan for you guys? She inquired. Silence hung in the air as none of them offered an immediate response. Kuroka, with a grave expression, spoke earnestly. We're heading to the Phantasma soon, and if Kita is any indication, the challenges there will be daunting. Even if Eren assists us in growing stronger, there are no guarantees about the extent of our progress. So, for your own safety and that of others, I ask you to consider this seriously. You must become capable of handling such threats without relying on our aid. But didn't we defeat the first generations? Sha Wujing interjected, a tinge of disappointment in his voice. Kuroka acknowledged, you did, that's true. However, those geezers are old now. If you couldn't beat them back then, I'm sorry to say that your tournament journey should have ended there. Her words left the 3 others accompanying her without a retort. In any case, Kuroka concluded, I need to be on my way. Best of luck. With that, she vanished, leaving her words to linger as they contemplated their path forward. Are we really this powerless? Salamander Tomita inquired, his voice tinged with evident frustration. It's possible, Sha Wujing responded with a bitter undertone. Even though Zhu Beiji and I are descendants of legendary figures, we can't forever rely on their legacy. We must become stronger, just as Kuroka-san suggested. We can't afford to lag behind any longer, not when even Biko-san is advancing. We can't let ourselves be outdone by him. The other 2, their brows furrowed in agreement with Sha Wujing's sentiments, quickly took to the air, making their way towards Biko and the others to join the battle against the deity. Arthur and Luffy Pendragon stepped foot in a particular town in Iran, where their arrival was met with an immediate confrontation against Zervan's last avatar, Tar. Before them, a humanoid figure, mostly composed of raging fire, hovered ominously. The intense heat emanating from this fiery specter caused the remaining debris in the vicinity to melt away. In the past, Aaron had provided them with specific attire to represent DXD, and these garments possessed various enchantments, much like the ones worn by Aaron's close companions. In this specific instance, both Pendragon siblings wore clothing imbued with resistance to all elemental forces, thus safeguarding them from immediate disintegration upon their arrival. "So, you've come for me," Tar remarked, a tinge of boredom evident in his voice. "I've been confined within this barrier, and the boredom was beginning to get to me. Oni-sama, I'll support you with my magic," Lu Fei declared, her commitment evident in her words. Arthur responded with a silent nod as he summoned his Caliban. "Then, let's proceed as usual," Arthur announced. Lu Fei affirmed her agreement, enhancing him with her magic. With newfound strength, Arthur sprinted towards Tar. Simultaneously, Lu Fei orchestrated a multitude of magic circles in the sky, sending them hurtling towards the powerful avatar. Tar sneered at this display of power and intensified his flames. As the magical attacks drew nearer, he anticipated their disintegration. To his astonishment, only a fraction of them succumbed to this fate, while the majority continued their unrelenting approach, compelling him to erect a barrier of flames in an attempt to ward them off. Yet, the sheer force of these attacks proved overwhelming, shattering his defensive wall and sending him reeling. "How come mere humans have shattered my defenses? This is inconceivable. I am the avatar of one of the most powerful beings in our world," Tar proclaimed, his disbelief palpable. As he landed on the ground, Tar thrust his right arm forward, conjuring a multitude of flame attacks. His fiery arsenal was vast, ranging from inanimate objects like blazing spears, swords, and colossal walls of flame to living creatures such as horses, cows, bulls, dragons, wyverns, and even enormous whales. The Iranian skies became shrouded in this relentless storm of blazing attacks. "Perish," Tar declared before unleashing this searing barrage upon the Pendragon siblings. Before Arthur could react, Lu Fei hurried to his side, drawing her true Excalibur and holding it poised. A subtle nod between them signified their shared understanding. With resolute determination, both siblings withdrew their swords, channeling a potent surge of holy energy into the gleaming blades. As Tar's attacks drew near, he intensified his attacks, attempting to disrupt the siblings. Yet, Lu Fei swiftly countered, creating a series of intricate magic circles with a quick motion of her head. These magical defenses intercepted and neutralized the incoming attacks that Tar had unleashed. Once the Pendragon siblings had fully charged their attacks with their swords, they wordlessly swung their weapons toward the fiery onslaught. Two colossal, radiant slashes composed of holy aura surged from their blades and raced toward the sea of fire attacks. With a swift and decisive motion, they made contact, cleaving through the fiery onslaught before erupting into a dazzling, circular explosion of holy energy, vanquishing the remaining flames. "Oomph, you can't keep doing that forever." Tar's voice carried a hint of frustration as he reformed the same onslaught of attacks. His smirk was directed at the Pendragon siblings, but a quick glance back revealed Arthur's absence. Within seconds, Arthur materialized right before him, driving his sword forward. Tar had to leap back to evade the impending strike. Simultaneously, Lu Fei harnessed her magic, conjuring magic circles to swiftly dispel Tar's attacks once more. Her focus then shifted back to the avatar as she created small, whirling magic circles surrounding Arthur. These circles incessantly launched elemental attacks, pressuring the avatar to fend off attacks from two different angles. A sudden grin crossed Tar's lips as he promptly closed his mouth and unleashed a point-blank fire breath attack toward Arthur. However, Arthur had anticipated this move and nimbly sidestepped the fiery attack. Without missing a beat, he delivered a powerful headbutt to the Avatar, momentarily stunning him. In a swift follow-up, Arthur landed a devastating punch, sending Tar hurtling backward. Lu Fei harnessed her magical prowess to craft a colossal spear of radiant light, which she hurled with precision at Tar. The Avatar instinctively thrust his hands forward, but before he could defend himself, Arthur sprang into action, dashing toward him. In one fluid, sweeping motion of his blade, he struck Tar with a powerful blow, disarming him. Tar let out a pained grunt, but he managed to conjure a defensive magic circle before him. Despite his efforts, Lu Fei's attack proved relentless, shattering the protective barrier and striking him down. Moments later, the piercing light exploded once more, sending both Pendragon siblings hurtling away. After the dust settled from the explosion, Tar stood upright, and the wound on his stomach miraculously vanished. However, the flames composing his being seemed noticeably dimmer, indicating that he had suffered damage. The Pendragon siblings exchanged a silent, knowing glance, acknowledging the weakened state of their opponent without the need for words. With their unspoken communication, they continued their relentless assault on the humanoid creature. Arthur rejoined the fray, launching a barrage of aura slashes at Tar. In response, the Avatar swung his arms wildly, conjuring flaming slashes that countered Arthur's attacks and culminated in yet another miniature explosion. Arthur continued his descent, his blade cutting through the air as it swung toward Tar. In response, the Avatar conjured a blazing blade of its own, intercepting Arthur's attack with a clash of fiery steel. "You're nothing but an Avatar, aren't you?" Arthur goaded, attempting to provoke the Avatar. His words found their mark. "Don't overestimate yourself, human. I have no need for unique abilities. My flames alone could reduce this town, this entire country, to ashes," Tar retorted, his voice laden with anger. And Arthur couldn't help but smirk. "Yet, you lack creativity with your flames. How unoriginal." Arthur taunted in a tone that didn't quite match his usual self. Tar's fury was evident as the flames surrounding him surged. In a violent eruption, he flung Arthur away. His flames coalesced into a towering pillar that continued to grow, reaching towards the heavens. Raising a finger, Tar unleashed star-shaped fire attacks, each one accompanied by a deafening, powerful sound. Arthur and Lu Fei found themselves compelled to shield their ears, the deafening noise proving almost unbearable. Their ears began to bleed from the overwhelming volume, the pain surging through them. Tar's smirk was the precursor to a more intense onslaught of fiery attacks aimed at the two siblings. The flames enveloping the projectiles burned with greater ferocity, and the thunderous sounds accompanying their launch increased in volume. However, just in the nick of time, Lu Fei intervened, teleporting both of them to safety, granting them a brief respite. Lu Fei's irritation surfaced as she questioned her older brother. Was it really wise to provoke him like that? "Oni-sama?" Arthur glanced back at the approaching onslaught, his brows furrowing. "I believed it might have worked to our advantage, but it seems like it was a lapse in my judgment," he admitted with a hint of regret in his voice. "Facing an avatar of a god is quite the challenge." "Any ideas, Lu Fei?" Arthur inquired, his tone edged with concern. With a swift teleportation, Lu Fei whisked them away, narrowly evading the encroaching attacks. Arthur's gaze settled on Lu Fei as she tilted her head in contemplation. "Did Jean grant you any new abilities, something that might help us defeat a god effortlessly?" he inquired, his voice laced with hope. "We're not that close. Oni-sama," Lu Fei responded with a hint of hesitation, her cheeks tinted with a subtle blush. "Eren-sama hasn't granted me any powers like that, except for the sword I used." Acknowledging her response, Arthur contemplated the situation. "It's possible we can defeat him, but it'll be a slow process. Our earlier strikes made an impact, as evidenced by the diminishing brightness of his flames. However, he won't be as easily caught off guard again." What should we do? Arthur pondered, his voice filled with uncertainty. Just as Luffy and Arthur were about to make their next move, a colossal and formidable dark purple pillar crashed down precisely where Tar had been, catching both Pendragon's siblings off guard. Their eyes remained fixed on the impact site as a figure was hurled through the air, landing with a resounding explosion behind them. Within moments, a woman materialized beside the siblings, and Arthur instinctively began to draw his sword. His motion, however, was abruptly halted by the woman. "I wouldn't recommend doing that, Arthur Cohen," she teased. As both siblings turned their attention to the mysterious woman, Luffy couldn't contain her surprise. "Elsa-san, it's been quite some time. Where have you been?" Elsa offered a wicked chuckle as she shared her recent escapades. "Fufu, I've been at the end of the multiverse. Aaron-sama dispatched me there to inspect the Chaos Order's base. It was rather deserted after their decision to launch their attack today. Although I did persuade a goddess who had fallen behind to participate in this endeavor," she explained and then giggled to herself. Arthur made a comment, saying, "He didn't mention anything like that." Elsa revealed, "It was kept as a secret. As today signifies the end of the Chaos Order, he entrusted me with the task of checking a few things in advance. During my mission, I crossed paths with Daniel, who happened to be Aaron Samus' avatar. We had a conversation about our impending actions. Daniel will soon join us, possibly appearing at Ahura Mazd, and from there, he'll unite with Aaron-sama to confront Hades." Elsa skillfully twirled her dagger around her hand, then nonchalantly licked it. "Shall we take care of that avatar, then? It seems the two of you are facing some challenges against it," she suggested. "I'd like to test my skills against him a bit longer, one-on-one," Arthur insisted. "Please, don't intervene. I want to see how far I can push myself against this mere avatar." Luffy hesitated, appearing worried, but Elsa intervened with a wink, and Luffy reluctantly agreed. She watched as her brother leaped toward Tar, who had managed to stand back up, although his fiery power had significantly waned after Elsa's earlier attack. Arthur Pendragon made the decisive choice to unleash his full power for the remainder of his clash with Tar. He resolved not to hold back and gauge his endurance. As he landed gracefully on the ground, right in front of the avatar, he promptly vanished, catching Tar off guard once again. Tar, in response, regenerated the limbs he had lost earlier. However, Arthur reappeared behind him in a flash and struck him down with a powerful attack. Despite Tar's swift recovery, he resorted to conjuring the star-shaped attacks as he had done before. Yet, with a single unassuming motion of his blade, Arthur shattered the flames, leaving Tar further bewildered. In a blink of an eye, Arthur bridged the distance between them with a swift dash, launching a relentless flurry of blade strikes toward Tar. The avatar strained to evade these attacks, but it was evident that some blows landed, leaving multiple cuts across his body. In a last-second effort to protect vital areas, Tar shielded them, showing the toll Arthur's assault was taking. "How are you doing this? You were weaker than me earlier," Tar exclaimed in surprise. Arthur replied with a cool tone, "I was merely holding back, assessing your strength. To be honest, it bored me. But don't expect me to wait for you to power up. Your life ends here and now." With swift and supersonic thrusts of his sword, he struck Tar down. Tar had never felt so insulted in his life. He couldn't bear to be defeated in this manner, especially by a woman. With determination, he summoned gigantic flaming creatures, each wielding a different weapon: a sword, a spear, and an axe. All three swung their weapons down toward Arthur. The young Pendragon, Arthur, drew his sword back, preparing for the impending strike. With a single, swift arc, he sliced apart the fiery weapons wielded by his opponents. Then, propelled by his agility, he leaped towards them while using gravity magic to immobilize Tar, making it impossible for him to move. Arthur, with another precise sweep of Caliban, effortlessly killed the fiery creatures. Once his confrontation with those creatures had concluded, Arthur redirected his attention to Tar. He launched streams of water towards the avatar, although his command of magic didn't quite match his sister's expertise. Unfortunately, the The water streams evaporated under Tar's intense heat. Nonetheless, this minor setback didn't deter Arthur, who resolutely charged back at the Avatar. Landing in front of his opponent, he raised his sword high, prompting a brilliant, holy aura to burst forth. With a calculated build-up, Arthur whispered, "Checkmate," before delivering a powerful downward slash. The holy aura enveloped the surroundings, leaving in its wake a scene of destruction. As the attack subsided, Tar remained, bearing several painful injuries. He had suffered significant wounds, and his fiery essence had dwindled even further. Arthur released a deep breath, his stamina and power drained after an intense bout, yet his determination to continue the fight remained unwavering. However, Elsa materialized before him and simultaneously restrained Tar. "Fufu, a spectacular performance." "Arthur," Elsa commented, addressing him affectionately. "Leave the rest to 1E-san." As she turned to face Tar, who had no knowledge of the woman, he prepared to shout at her. Before he could utter a word, Elsa wordlessly and silently appeared beside him, lightly poking his cheek with her dagger. In a matter of seconds, Tar collapsed and was defeated. With Tar's demise, his remaining strength gave way as he crumbled like glass, causing Arthur to collapse onto the ground, utterly spent. Elsa and Lu Fei approached him, and Elsa lightly tapped his form with the handle of her dagger, a gentle act of healing. "You might not have noticed, but you were taking serious damage from his fire," she said. "If that fight had gone on any longer, you would have been in real trouble. Aren't you glad I came to your rescue?" Arthur rolled his eyes and dropped to the ground, exhausted. "I'm still not strong enough. I need to become more powerful." "I believe the Vala team would concur," he admitted, his weariness evident in his voice. Lu Fei crouched beside Arthur and reassured him, saying, "We just need to put in the work. Oni-sama, Aaron-sama will surely lend us a hand." With a distant look in his eyes, Arthur replied. His thoughts wandered to his beloved, waiting for him back in the real city of London. "Are you sure we should just watch them for now, Naya?" Kuroka inquired of the person next to her. It happened to be none other than Daniel, one of Aaron's avatars. Daniel offered a confirming nod. "Yes, indeed. They seem to be holding their own at the moment. Considering they're pitted against a creator god, their performance is commendable," he remarked. In the distance, Biko, Kalantha, Jinbu, Fenrir, Zhu Beiji, Sha Wujing, and Salamander Tomita confronted Ahura Mazd Wise Lord, a creator god and the god of the sky. It was evident to both Daniel and Kuroka that the current Team Valley was struggling in a grueling battle with the deity. Many of them bore injuries but displayed unwavering resolve, refusing to succumb. Kuroka idly fiddled with her phone and inquired, "So, when do we step in to help them?" Daniel observed her with a sigh and gently took the phone from her grasp. "Not too long from now. Please keep an eye on them and don't get lost in your phone," he advised, a hint of reprimand in his voice. In response, Kuroka promptly retrieved her phone, huffed in protest, but refocused her attention on their former teammates. Meanwhile, Sha Wujing, Salamander Tomita, and Jinbu orchestrated a synchronized combo attack, harnessing their skills in water manipulation and Jiu-Jitsu. The combined surge of water merged into a formidable wave that surged toward the god. Ahura Mazd remained unperturbed, effortlessly using his powers to block the advancing wave, bringing it to a halt. With a casual gesture, he summoned a colossal lightning bolt into his hands before flicking it toward the trio responsible for the attack. Jinbu gave a command, instructing her enormous black tortoise to intercept the incoming attack. The creature swiftly manifested a projection of its massive shell in front of them in an attempt to shield them. However, the lightning bolt rapidly demolished the protective barrier. Sha Wujing and Tomita tried to invoke defensive magic circles, but their efforts were in vain. Ahura Mazd's attack struck all three of them, causing a simultaneous, agonized cry to escape their lips before they plummeted to the ground below, unable to move. "Damn it!" Biko exclaimed in frustration. He aimed his staff at the god, shouting, "Gro Rui Jingu Bang." His staff expanded in size and charged at Ahura Mazd. But once again, the god showed no concern. With a casual yawn, He raised his hand and effortlessly halted the massive staff. Biko couldn't believe his eyes. "Are you kidding me?" Ahura Mazd shifted his gaze to the Valateam and remarked, "It seems you've been somewhat deluded. Just because you made it to the tournament's main stage and bested Sun Wukong's team, you think you stand a chance against me?" The god chuckled and shattered Bika's staff with a single kick, leaving the monkey Yukai dumbfounded. In an instant, Ahura Mazd materialized in front of Biko, who hastily cloaked himself in 2k and raised his arms to shield against the impending attack. Ahura Mazd grinned at Bika's futile efforts and delivered a crushing blow, shattering his arms and driving him into the ground. "You're all too weak. Only a god of equal stature could ever hope to challenge me," Ahura Mazd declared with resolute assurance, breaking into laughter. Calantha, her anger intensifying, unleashed a barrage of thousands of magical attacks at Ahura Mazd. However, the god effortlessly deflected each attack with a casual flick and couldn't help but smirk at the pure-blooded vampire's attempts at injuring him. Then, in an instant, he closed the gap between them, leaving Calantha utterly stunned. With a smirk playing on his lips, Ahura Mazd made a peculiar proposition. "You're quite attractive. How about joining my group?" Calantha's response was immediate. She spat contemptuously on Ahura Mazd's face and sneered, "I'd rather die than be with someone as awful as you." Unfazed by her defiance, Ahura Mazd wiped the spittle from his face and spoke with chilling indifference. "Very well, then die." He raised his hand, enveloping it in a potent divine aura, and swung it down at her. The attack unfolded too swiftly for Calantha to evade, and she braced herself for what seemed like her inevitable demise. However, just before the divine strike could connect with her, an unexpected force hurled Ahura Mazd away, inflicting severe injuries, including several broken ribs. The god was left in shock, and Calantha opened her eyes to find a man standing before her. He turned to her and inquired, "Are you all right?" Calantha, feeling slightly flustered, inquired, "Why, yes, who are you?" She hadn't anticipated anyone coming to her aid. Before Daniel could respond, Kuroka barged in and sent him flying with a swift kick. Kuroka-san? With her signature Naihahaha laughter, Kuroka cheerfully explained, Hey, Calantha, that's one of Aaron's avatars. The imposter leading the cow's order. His name's Daniel. We're here to help." Calantha, still taken aback, questioned, "Thank you, but why did you kick him away?" "I just felt like it. It's not really Aaron. So who cares?" Kuroka replied nonchalantly. "Anyway, let him handle it. The rest of you should take a breather." But Calantha started to object. "Novats, be quiet and take a rest. You all can't defeat that god, no matter how hard you struggle." Unfortunately, Kuroka added with bitterness in her voice. Calantha had no response and glanced down at the ground with a hint of bitterness herself. "Well, don't let it eat at you. Just focus on getting stronger, Naya. Aaron will probably come to everyone's aid soon, before we head off, to that place." Daniel floated in front of Ahura Mazd, his serene expression contrasting with the god's fierce glare. "What's the meaning of this, leader?" Ahura Mazd demanded. With an air of nonchalance, Daniel replied, Well, Satinel was correct. I was indeed a double agent. Jean, the middleman, simply twisted reality to make me the leader. Is what it is, right?" Ahura Mazd's anger ignited, and he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon Daniel, who effortlessly dodged them or dismissed them with casual flicks of his hand. Ahura Mazd had regarded the leader of the cow's order with high esteem, and Daniel's takeover had resonated with him, making the revelation that Daniel was an imposter even more difficult to accept. In his fury, Ahura Mazd charged at Daniel, unleashing a frenzied sequence of punches, kicks, deceptive maneuvers, and elemental attacks. Yet, Daniel remained poised, calmly evading every strike, observing the god in his tumultuous state. "Why? Was it all a lie? I respected you, looked up to you. Why?" Ahura Mazd's anger flared, his words charged with emotion. Daniel, perplexed by the god's intense reaction, responded, "Why are you so upset?" I merely revealed that it was a ruse. I was playing a part to gain your trust and loyalty. Isn't that a common tactic used by deceitful individuals in organizations like this? However, Daniel's explanation only served to further enrage Ahura Mazda. In a swift teleportation, the god moved backward and raised his arm, summoning 3 colossal-sized monsters. One resembled a massive penguin, another a colossal lion, and the third took the form of a giant sun bear. All 3 monstrous beings emitted a thunderous roar in unison before charging at Daniel. Their enormous forms rivaled the size of the Statue of Liberty, and every step they took sent tremors through the already devastated ground. Despite the overwhelming challenge, Daniel remained unfazed. He gazed wearily at the approaching monsters and then summoned his sword, the formidable, the star-crushing sword Veldanava. With a single, nonchalant swing, Daniel effortlessly obliterated the approaching monsters, erasing them from existence. An immense, star-shaped explosion reverberated through the world, threatening to tear it asunder. Even the colossal ice dragon suspended above the world quickly shifted aside, recognizing its inability to withstand such an attack. Ugh, win the world. Ahura Mazda grunted as he was forcefully propelled away by the explosion. He felt a searing pain in his back and, upon inspection, discovered large, gleaming golden needles embedded there. A sudden and disconcerting sensation washed over Ahura Mazda as he noticed his energy rapidly draining. He turned his gaze back to Daniel, whose stoic expression remained unchanged. "Do you feel it?" Daniel inquired calmly. "Go ahead and try to remove them," he suggested, extending his hand toward Ahura Mazda. Without hesitation, Ahura Mazda attempted to pull the golden needles from his back, but as soon as his fingers made contact, they disintegrated into golden dust, leaving him utterly bewildered. In a frantic effort to heal his disintegrated hands, he tried to use his regenerative abilities, but to his dismay, they failed to respond. No matter how many times he attempted to heal himself, his arms refused to reappear, plunging him into a state of mounting panic. In the midst of their confrontation, Ahura Mazda's rage boiled over, and he demanded, "What did you do?" Daniel, with a sly smile, responded, "I didn't do a thing," he said, still smiling. "You brought this upon yourself, you see, but I won't keep you in suspense any longer. You don't have to die. You get to live, Ahura Mazda. That's the will of my master in the Alliance." Then, in a sudden turn of events, a potent and intense dark green aura, accented with white, erupted from Daniel's very being. It bore a striking resemblance to the attack he had previously unleashed, forming a star-like pattern. He gazed coldly at Ahura Mazda, who felt an unsettling shudder running down his spine, much to his surprise. The god thought in disbelief, in shivering. "Me? Ahura Mazda? How can a mere human?" His own aura, in response, erupted from him as well. With defiance in his voice, Ahura Mazda shouted, "Just because you are our fake leader means nothing. I am a son of Zerv. I possess formidable strength and can best 90 of the gods in this world." His proclamation resounded as he charged fiercely toward Daniel. Countless magic circles filled the sky, a mesmerizing spectacle of divine conjurations by Ahura Mazda. Each circle was made from different pantheons and factions, each pulsating with unique magical signatures. Ahura Mazda crafted a weapon from his own divine aura, wielding it with the full force of his godly might as he aimed it at Daniel. The very earth quaked, not just in Iran, but across the entire world, as Ahura Mazda channeled his unbridled fury. Yet, Daniel displayed a remarkable composure amidst the chaos. "I didn't expect to anger a god today, but life's full of surprises," he muttered to himself. Daniel lifted his sword, its blade enveloped in a radiant golden aura, and charged toward Ahura Mazda. With a casual swing of his sword, he released a single, shining slash of golden and dark green aura that rapidly multiplied into millions. This dazzling array annihilated the magical onslaught that Ahura Mazda had hurled at Daniel. Swiftly, Daniel pivoted, deftly dodging an attack from Ahura Maz's divine weapon, closing the gap between them. "You need to control your emotions, dude," Daniel advised, his voice calm yet firm. He swung his sword horizontally, the blade connecting with Ahura Maz. When he looked behind him, he saw that Ahura Maz had ceased moving, and his divine weapon had vanished. Daniel put his weapon aside and began to drift slowly toward Ahura Maz. Once he reached the side of the deity, he found that the god was in a frozen state. He couldn't help but remark casually, "I didn't expect that attacking your soul like that would render you immobile. It was my first time trying it, and I guess it worked." He shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. Out of nowhere, Kuroka materialized alongside Calantha and the other members of the Vala team. She promptly smacked Daniel on the head, leaving him bewildered. "What did I do?" Daniel questioned, swatting away Kuroka's hands. Kuroka's voice rose with a blend of frustration and concern as she admonished him. "Did you forget we exist? Did you forget that we might be caught in the crossfire of your attacks? I had to grab everyone else and run away to keep them from being hurt. Or they might have been killed. Do you understand why I'm slightly angry?" With a sigh, Daniel nodded his head, acknowledging his oversight. "Yeah, I get it. My mistake," he replied, turning his head away. "In any case, I'm going to join Vala Lucifer." It seems he's just about before Daniel could finish his sentence. Kuroka smacked him again, interrupting him once more. He looked back at Kuroka, a troubled expression on his face. Daniel and any other avatars or clones created by Aaron were hard-coded to avoid causing harm to his loved ones and friends. However, he couldn't determine whether the actions being taken against him fell under the category of harm. Ultimately, he shook his head and disappeared to rejoin Valley and Zervn. Daniel reached the designated spot and spotted Vala Lucifer and Zervn, both sprawled on the ground with their arms extended, engrossed in a conversation. Without wasting time, he hastened to join them. "It looks like you've both finished," Daniel remarked. Valley and Zervn shifted their attention from the sky to acknowledge him. "Daniel, is it? An avatar of Aniki? Huh? Does that mean this operation is nearing its conclusion?" Valley inquired, still fatigued from their fight. "Avatars, huh? It appears there's more to our leader than initially meets the eye," Zervn mused. Sataniel's insight might have been accurate all along. Perhaps the other leaders should have paid heed to him. Aniki changed people's perception of reality. So even if they entertained Sataniel's idea, they would eventually dismiss it as insanity and move on, Valley explained. "With reality warping abilities, the middleman is indeed something unique," Zervn commented before letting out a sigh. Daniel inquired, "Did you two enjoy yourselves?" Both Valley and Zervn nodded in response. "I suppose we can call it a draw, then, right?" Zervn jumped in and halted Valley, stating, "No, I lost. Towards the end of our duel, I could see that young Lucifer's armor was adapting to my abilities, and he was starting to gain an edge over me. This new version of your armor is genuinely strong. With the right training and mastery, you could become unbeatable." Vala chuckled and explained, "Well, I'm still missing a key piece of the puzzle for it. Once Azazel finishes working on it and I integrate it with Gog-Magog, Divine Dividing, my Lucifer powers, and Malakota, then I'll have my most powerful armor yet." Zervn pondered for a moment and said, "So, you're not even at your strongest yet? The rest of the tournament should be quite interesting then. Let's have a rematch in the future, Vala Lucifer. I had a great time today." "Anytime," Zervn, Valley replied, and they shared a fist bump. Daniel observed their interaction with a smile, realizing how far Valley had come since a year ago when such camaraderie would have been challenging for him. "All right, I'll take my leave now," Daniel announced. "When you're prepared, rejoin us in London. And take these with you." He handed them both slime pills before disappearing. Velgrind stood in front of a particular super devil with a huff. "Oomph, at least you weren't trying to run away intentionally," she remarked. The male super devil retorted, "Keek, me run away? You're hot and delusional, lady." He sported a striking appearance of a blue mohawk, white eyes with black pupils, and a black and crimson biker gang attire adorned with numerous golden accessories. His ears bore 2 blue earrings resembling dewdrops, and a tongue piercing added to his rebellious charm. Velgrind let out an exasperated sigh and observed. So, you're the devil dragon hybrid? You look rather ordinary. I would have expected someone more elegant. The super devil bristled with confidence, exclaiming, "I'm amazing. What are you talking about? And don't forget to call me the super dragon devil. I'm nothing like those other fools. I'm the strongest, wielding not one, but two traits Kikik." Velgrind rolled her eyes, her patience waning. She extended her finger toward the devil and released a miniature sun, incinerating everything in its path. Satisfied that he was defeated, she turned to leave. But the male devil, seemingly unscathed, questioned her. "Where do you think you're going? You think you could defeat me that easily?" Velgrind spun back around, shock written on her face as she gazed at the unharmed devil, a smug grin on his face. "Do you really believe you can defeat me so easily?" he taunted. The devil let out a grunt, and his body became enveloped in a formidable fusion of demonic and draconic auras. He inhaled deeply and then charged toward Velgrind, yet she maintained her focus on him. As he materialized by her side, Velgrind nonchalantly flicked her middle finger, effortlessly sending him flying. The impact was considerable, and the super devil was sent reeling, but to Velgrind's astonishment, he seemed completely unscathed after the attack. This piqued her curiosity. Magical and physical attacks have no effect on you, so your abilities must have nothing to do with nullifying those, she mused aloud. Velgrind's sharp eyes scanned their surroundings, taking in the destruction. She nodded to herself in realization. "I see. One of your abilities allows you to redirect the damage inflicted on you to something else, whether it's inanimate objects or living creatures." The male super devil touched down on the ground and couldn't contain his laughter. "You're hot, powerful, and smart. I like you. Be my partner." "But you're right. That's on my abilities. I call it Detour," the super devil confessed. "Oh, and I'm Sorvendrel. Don't forget it." Sorvendrel wasted no time and charged back toward Velgrind. He unleashed a barrage of demonic attacks in her direction. However, Velgrind effortlessly swatted away his attacks, showing little interest in his efforts. Yet, she couldn't help but feel intrigued by his unique abilities. Perhaps Aaron would like those abilities? Velgrind pondered silently. I mean, he has the power to create any abilities he desires and give them to us. But what is Sorvendrel's second ability? Sorvendrel finally reached Velgrind and attempted to grab her, but she swiftly slapped his hand away. To her surprise, he leaped back with an enormous grin on his face. "You startle me, Kikik," he exclaimed with a burst of enthusiasm. "You're absolutely insufferable," Velgrind hissed, repulsed by his behavior. She fixed him with a withering glare, only fueling his laughter. "Open up," he shouted, completely ignoring Velgrind's contemptuous words. To her astonishment, she felt as though her heart was being wrenched from her chest, and tears welled up in her eyes, a bewildering reaction she hadn't anticipated. "Kekakaha-ha-ha-ha. It worked even on you. It's amazing." Sorvendrel's laughter echoed around them. Velgrind was left stunned and felt intense pain in her heart. It wasn't a physical pain, but a profound emotional one. It was as if long-buried emotional wounds had been harshly reopened, and she could feel their rawness anew. Then, to her shock, she noticed she was bleeding, and she watched in horror as her futile attempts to heal the wounds failed. "What did you do?" she hissed, a mixture of anger and disbelief in her voice. Sorvendrel was unrepentant, grinning at Velgrind as he replied, "It's my second ability, duh. My second trait is called Scars of the Past. As the name suggests, it allows me to reopen old wounds from the past, regardless of their age. It doesn't matter if they're emotional, physical, or psychological scars. With these two traits combined, I am the strongest." Velgrind clenched her teeth tightly as she lifted herself up. Her eyes blazed with an eerie light, and in a matter of moments, her entire form dissolved into thin air, only to reappear at Sorvendrel's side. "Kekakaha. I've already told you, you can't harm me," he boasted with unwavering arrogance, not even bothering to turn around. Velgrind brought her arm up and executed a blindingly fast downward swing. Cinchuredo Velgrind closed the distance between them with astonishing speed. She brought her heel down upon Sorvendrel's head, striking him down with brutal bravado. From her foot, she kindled a blazing inferno, steadily increasing its power and intensity. The very ground beneath her began to liquefy, and, simultaneously, the super devil suffered a slow, agonizing death, his screams echoing from beneath her, but she showed no mercy. Velgrind pressed on relentlessly until this section of the underground base of Hades and his minions had been wholly dissolved and obliterated. A cold, unwavering expression adorned her face as she gazed upon the super devil, now lifeless. Piece of garbage. I never wanted to relive that feeling. Do you have any idea how hard I try to forget it? She hissed quietly, her anger still simmering beneath the surface. The day Velgrind lost Rudra replayed in her mind, along with the excruciating pain of searching for his scattered fragments across the multiverse. She remembered how everything she had collected vanished, leaving only a single piece. These memories of her struggles resurfaced vividly when Sorvendrel used his ability on her earlier. Finally, Velgrind extended her arm toward the spot where Sorvendrel once stood and extracted the two abilities he possessed. With a mix of emotions, she muttered, "Even for a worthless scoundrel like you, your abilities still hold value. They'll give them to Aaron." With those words, Velgrind turned and walked away, leaving the destroyed environment. A female super devil couldn't contain her taunts, yelling, "What's the matter, Valkyrie? Is that the best you've got?" Standing by her side, a female Grim Reaper brandished her scythe, and the two of them attacked Rosweiss with perfect coordination, avoiding any interference with each other. However, Rosweiss effortlessly evaded all their attempts to harm her. None of their attacks landed, and the Super Devil's special trait, known as Tenfold Rush, which boosted her speed and strength by 10 times, proved equally futile. "Why don't you try asking yourself that question?" Rosweiss retorted, her expression displaying a hint of annoyance. The Super Devil's name was Ayakasha, chosen as a response to the majority of DXD members being stationed in Japan. She believed it was a mockery, although in reality, it wasn't. As for the Grim Reaper, Kyomo, she was named so due to her Grim Reaper parents' deep admiration for Japanese culture, which led her to receive a Japanese name. Rosweiss gracefully evaded yet another strike from the Grim Reaper. With swift retaliation, she delivered a powerful punch to Kyoma's abdomen, sending her hurtling through the air, crashing through walls like a wrecking ball. An enraged Ayakasha exclaimed, "Darn you!" She accelerated her attacks, moving at a pace that would appear as a blur to the average onlooker. Yet, for Rosweiss, the world seemed to slow down. Rosweiss couldn't help but think, "This is so slow. Training with Ultra Instinct has accustomed me to much faster attacks. This feels like child's play, almost like everything is in slow motion." She nimbly avoided yet another barrage of punches. With a graceful spin, Rosweiss avoided another strike and then delivered a precise knee strike to Ayakasha's midsection, launching her backward. Following that, she unleashed a series of potent magic attacks on the Super Devil. The impact of her spells created a miniature explosion that reverberated throughout the London underground. Ayakasha reemerged suddenly behind Rosweiss, her expression marred by an odd mixture of frustration and pain. She winced and, with determination, shaped her hands into a spear-like form. She lunged toward Rosweiss, aiming to thrust it at her. However, the Valkyrie evaded the attack nimbly, stepping aside and maintaining her calm demeanor while facing the Super Devil. "Ugh," muttered Ayakasha, her curses silenced as Rosweiss's boot connected with her stomach, launching her upward and causing a substantial section of the ceiling to crumble under the impact. Ayakasha plummeted back to the ground. But before she hit the floor, Rosweiss infused her fist with a 2k and drove it forcefully into the Super Devil's face. With Ayakasha hurled away, Rosweiss sidestepped skillfully, narrowly evading a potentially life-threatening strike from Kyoma's scythe. The mere touch of a death scythe had the power to diminish a person's lifespan significantly. Even though Rosweiss was immortal, she preferred to err on the side of caution, avoiding such a dangerous blow. Kyomo launched a relentless assault on Rosweiss with her scythe, but no matter how swiftly, accurately, or forcefully she wielded her weapon, it failed to find its mark. This only added to her growing frustration. Rosweiss skillfully evaded yet another of Kyomo's strikes before retaliating with a point-blank magical attack, blasting the young female Grim Reaper away. Kyomo's affiliation with Hades' progressive faction starkly contrasted with her parents' allegiance to Orcus' conservative faction among the Grim Reapers. Her parents still cared for her, but they strongly disapproved of her views. Initially, Kyomo had embraced Hades' ideas, but gradually her stance had shifted, and now she found herself too deeply entrenched to switch sides. As she was blown away, a wave of doubt swept over Kyomo. Her parents flashed in her mind, and she pondered, where did I go wrong? Wishing that she wouldn't face retribution should their side be defeated, she crashed onto the ground. Determination welled up within her, and she pushed herself back to her feet. As she gazed up at the underground ceiling, she couldn't help but sigh, her thoughts filled with uncertainty. Why are you aligning with Hades-sama? Rosweiss inquired of Kyomo. I don't even know anymore, Kyomo responded. But what I do know is this isn't what I wanted. Raising her scythe, she added, but I can't simply switch sides without facing consequences. So, they'll continue to fight until you defeat me. Rosweiss let out a sigh and nodded in understanding. Kyomo prepared herself for the impending battle, but her vision suddenly plunged into darkness, and she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Rosweiss had moved with such incredible speed that Kyomo couldn't even follow her. In the moment of her fist connecting with Kyomo's stomach, she had accelerated to a degree that guaranteed a one-hit knockout. Swiftly, she caught the young Grim Reaper before gently placing her on the ground. Turning around, she intercepted a blow from Ayakasha, who had managed to recover some energy. However, Rosweiss was determined to bring this battle to a close. With the same swift move, she incapacitated the Super Devil, rendering her unconscious as well. Rosweiss pondered herself, why are the youth of today so impatient? She shifted her gaze to the two unconscious women nearby and wondered aloud, is it due to Aaron and this generation's extraordinary development? It must be, right? With a resigned shake of her head, Rosweiss turned her attention to Kyomo and Ayakasha. She harnessed her magical abilities to gently lift them off the ground, then teleported them to their designated destination. She attached a note, explaining their identities and the individuals who had defeated them. Once this task was completed, Rosweiss looked in a specific direction and murmured, it's time to rejoin Aaron and the others. Suzaku maintained a cautious distance, her attention riveted on the ongoing confrontation between Juke, the vermilion bird's sacred beast, and a formidable super devil. Initially, Juke held a clear advantage in the battle, asserting dominance over the super devil. However, the tide began to turn as the devil used its unique trait. This super devil, a towering male at an imposing height of 75, possessed an exceedingly muscular physique, akin to a professional bodybuilder. He sported short, jet-black hair and had eyes that gleamed with piercing emerald intensity. Dressed in a black middle-school Japanese uniform, though somewhat tattered due to his bulging muscles, he presented an imposing figure. The super devil's trait, known as Jiami, granted him the extraordinary ability to allow attacks to pass or pierce through him without suffering any harm. This remarkable trait extended to not only physical strikes, but also magical and ranged attacks, rendering it a potent and versatile power. Suzaku expressed her concern as she inquired, do you need any help, Juke? Juke, though slightly strained, replied firmly, no, I'm all right. I can manage this. Suzaku nodded in understanding, deciding to let them continue their intense combat. Ashvax, the male super devil, persisted in launching relentless demonic attacks at Juke, who deftly incinerated most of his attempts with her fiery powers. Amid the fiery clash, Ashvax taunted, "We seem be at a standstill, woman with wings of fire. Neither can you harm me, nor can I harm you, although I maintain a slight advantage. What's your next move?" Zook's lips twitched in annoyance at the derogatory nickname given to her by the brute. However, she chose not to dignify his words with a response, instead conjuring more flames and launching them towards him. Ashvax laughed in response, evading her fiery onslaught and retaliating with his own powerful attacks. Meanwhile, behind Suzaku, Velgrind's voice inquired, "Oh, Rose, are you finished too?" Rossweiss confirmed, "Yes, I am. I assume you are as well. What about Azathoth-san? I haven't seen her yet." Suzaku glanced back to find Rossweiss, accompanied by her two slumbering opponents, and Velgrind, who was alone. Just as Suzaku was about to respond, Velgrind added, "Irina and Kuntwer are closer to Aaron at the moment. You should finish this already, Suzaku. Why is Juke facing that devil all by herself?" As she was insistent. "And you know how she gets when she doesn't get her way," Suzaku replied, straining a smile. Velgrind shook her head, lifting her left arm and pointing it towards the two fighters. With a snap of her fingers, a substantial sphere of wing-shaped water blade projectiles materialized in front of her. In a flash, she launched the attack toward the devil at a tremendous speed. Ashvax had little time to react as the attack crashed into him. However, he managed to respond just in time, allowing it to pass through him, although it still caused him some minor injuries. He swiftly leaped away from Juke and launched another attack at her, forcing her to block it. He examined the injury on his shoulder, his expression souring. "TCH, what now?" he muttered, casting a glance beyond Juke and then to Suzaku and, finally, at Velgrind and Rossweiss. "More enemies, huh? Bring it on. I recognize some of you, you're the middleman's women. This should be fun. If I take you down, he'll definitely be furious with me," he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Velgrind couldn't hide her surprise and asked, "He wants to take us down? Is he being foolish?" Rossweiss merely responded with a calm smile. In the meantime, Suzaku stepped forward and positioned herself beside Juke. Suzaku adopted a more authoritative tone, saying, "Let's finish this. We still need to locate Azathoth, wherever she might be, and then go to Aaron." When Juke glanced at Suzaku, a slight nervousness caused her to gulp involuntarily, but she nodded in agreement. In an instant, Suzaku appeared behind the super devil, her actions swift and silent. It took Ashvax a few moments to comprehend what had occurred. The others shared in his confusion except for Velgrind, who managed to follow Suzaku's movements. She addressed Ashvax calmly. "Ashvax-san, I'd like you to rest for now." In mere seconds, his body became engulfed in potent white flames. Shortly after, Ashvax collapsed to the ground, his body and soul severely burnt, barely clinging to life. Suzaku knelt down, casting a gentle sleeping spell upon him. She then administered a slime pill, which worked to heal his injuries. With a practiced motion, she stood up and used her magic to make him levitate. She walked back to her companions. "I've finished. Are we ready to move on?" Suzaku inquired. The others in her group responded with silent nods, and they started to make their way forward. "Oh, should we start by searching for Azathoth?" she added, to which she received another round of wordless agreement from her friends. Zhang Mei couldn't contain her excitement as she shouted, "Another one down. That's 1 point for me." Her arms flailed in the air in celebration. Rixia quickly tried to bring her back to focus. "Please, we're not done yet," she cautioned, her eyes narrowing as she glanced at her companions. Before Zhang Mei could respond, all the members of the 8 divas turned their attention to a particular direction in London. Their eyes locked on another figure approaching them. Without a moment to react, this figure zipped through their group, causing the destruction of most of their weapons, except for those belonging to Zhang Mei, Rixia, Liang Meiying, and Quan Xinyue. "I didn't expect to cross paths with you guys here," the figure remarked, turning to face them. "I guess it was worth cooperating with that foolish organization and being brought back to life, huh?" Rixia, her voice quaking with anger, yelled, "You!" But just then, two more figures appeared beside her. The woman spoke with a hint of arrogance. "Hi there, I was the one behind this, Fufu." She had long lime green hair, light purple eyes, and wore a black robe. "I'm the super apprentice of Oz, and I'm doing quite well." "Os, you mean the leader of the Wizards of Oz? Weren't we informed that she doesn't take on apprentices?" Sure, Jean questioned her teammates, who all nodded in agreement, clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. "Well, Annie Oz can be, let's say, eccentric cuckoo," she remarked with a sly grin. "And do you recognize this fellow?" She gestured toward the man by their side. "Allow me to reintroduce you to the newly revived former instructor of your team, Yun Yongli." Yun Yongli, a tall figure at about 62 with an athletic build, stood beside the witch. He donned a male chi-pao primarily in black and crimson. A large blade hung at his side, and distinctive horns adorned his head. Rixia's disbelief lingered as she asked, "Yun Yongli, why are you on their side?" Before the man could respond, the witch interjected, "Let me tell you, the great Metadila. To be blunt, he's not pleased with how DXD has been conducting things. Moreover, he's ashamed of you all for joining it. So he's taking it upon himself to deal with you personally. Don't like it? Weren't you preaching about peace and unity all the time?" Zhang Mei inquired, her confusion evident. She shifted her gaze to the woman in a purple dress. "Actually, who's that?" She pointed at the mysterious figure. "Oh, her?" Metadila replied with a playful grin. "She's Eris, the goddess of strife and discord. I encountered her, and she decided to join us. It seems like you're in quite a predicament." "Huh?" Metadila's laughter filled the air after her ominous proclamation. Yangji expressed his unease, saying, "Fighting a goddess? That's something we've never done before." Wu Song, filled with determination, replied, "It's going to be a tough battle, but with Jean supporting us, we can give it our all." Rixia took charge, raising her arm to the side. She instructed, "Wu Song and I will handle Yin Yongli. Zhang Mei and Liang Meiying, you deal with the witch. As for the rest of you, give it your all against the goddess." In unison, the group acknowledged with a resounding Roger, before they all charged forward to engage their respective adversaries. Yin Yongli, Wu Song, and Rixia Mao swiftly darted away as Yin Yongli unsheathed his sword and swung it toward the two women. His blade unleashed a flurry of aura slashes, creating a shimmering wave of energy. Wu Song, her fists ablaze with flames, unleashed a rapid succession of fiery punches, sending a barrage of flaming fists hurtling toward the oncoming onslaught. The impact of these attacks resulted in a small explosion, which took Yin Yongli by surprise. "Why the surprise?" Wu Song asked. "It's been a few years since your supposed demise. That means we've grown stronger while you haven't. You're even resorting to your wyvern side, aren't you?" She glanced at the horns protruding from Yin Yongli's head. Yin Yongli was originally a human, but had absorbed the spirit of a wyvern during his brief lifetime. This transformation had bestowed upon him enhanced strength, a more robust physique. Centuredo, after an exhaustive 2-month search, they had presumed him dead. But on this particular day, he reappeared, aligning himself with the terrorist organization. Rixia drew her sword and swung it towards Yin Yongli, who managed to block it but found himself pushed back, leaving him astonished. Rixia questioned him, "Where have you been all this time? Why have you joined them? Are you under some form of control? If that's the case, we can ask Jean to remove it once this operation concludes." Yin Yongli responded, "I was resurrected only a few months ago, and I've been reacquainting myself with my abilities. I'm genuinely impressed with the progress all of you have made. However, let's not forget that I was the one who guided you during your formative years." He made an attempt to push Rixia away, but failed in the endeavor. With a sudden release of his wings, he generated a powerful shockwave, sending both women tumbling backward. He continued, "Nonetheless, I am not under the control of anyone. In fact, I am in control of my own actions. I simply listened to some of the things the Cow's order said and found myself agreeing with many of their ideals." Yin Yongli fixed a stern gaze upon Wu Song and Rixia Mao, his words carrying a weight of disappointment. This entire peace initiative came into being because of one self-centered boy, and the entire supernatural world depended on him to take action rather than addressing the issues themselves? Frankly, it appears rather pathetic. Wusong couldn't help but respond. Her eyes locked in a glaring challenge as she addressed Yun Yongli. You must understand there were other factors at play holding them back. Yun Yongli, however, maintained his stance, his voice unwavering as he explained his perspective, saying, "These leaders oversee powerful factions and pantheons. Their powers surpass that of their citizens, and should any troublesome group emerge, they possess the ability to suppress them with their extraordinary powers. Yet they choose not to. What I aim to achieve is the same result, but I don't align with the middleman's approach. I prefer a more forceful method. As long as peace is attained, the means and methods used do not concern me." A surge of power coursed through Yun Yongli's body, and his physical form underwent a startling transformation. His ears elongated, his horns grew more prominent, his pupils sharpened, scales covered his body, and claws emerged from his hand and feet. In this altered state, he stood at an imposing height of at least 82. "He's gone through a transformation," Wusong observed, and Rixia agreed with a nod. Both women enveloped themselves in flames and 10k, preparing for the battle ahead. Yun Yongli, exuding confidence, declared, "I will defeat both of you, and then join forces with Hades' group to create a world where genuine peace can flourish." With unwavering determination, he charged towards his opponents. Chapter 15, Part 7. To those who create miracles, third-person point of view, Yun Yongli summoned mighty gusts of wind with the flapping of his wings. However, neither Rixia nor Wusong seemed perturbed by the powerful display, so he ceased that particular effort. Instead, he made a commanding gesture with his right hand, conjuring several sharp blades of wind that he then launched toward the two ladies. Quick to react, Rixia dashed toward the oncoming attack, enveloping her weapon in her own 10k. She swung her weapon at the incoming blades, skillfully deflecting them to the sides. Undeterred, Yun Yongli continued his relentless assault against her. Wusong, determined not to be left out, leaped into the air and unleashed a flurry of fiery punches aimed at Yun Yongli. The fierce flames blazed through the air, targeting their airborne attacks. In response, Yun Yongli conjured multiple defensive magic circles in the sky, attempting to shield himself from the fiery onslaught. While he managed to block some of the punches, a few others broke through, forcing him to leap away to avoid damage. Yun Yongli twirled his blade in his hands, setting it in motion to release a series of aura slashes aimed at Wusong. She skillfully dodged the oncoming attacks, her agility keeping her out of harm's way. In the next moment, Yun Yongli soared towards Rixia, their blades clashing with a resounding clash. In his transformed state, Yun Yongli held the upper hand, though Rixia displayed remarkable strength by resisting his forceful pushback. "What's behind this newfound strength? Did the middleman help you?" Yun Yongli inquired, his curiosity evident. After a brief separation, they both dashed forward and swung their weapons at each other. Rixia responded cryptically, "He may have. Why do you ask?" Yun Yongli scoffed, his tone dismissive. "It's remarkable that it took someone younger than you to help you become stronger. This is the issue with the supernatural world. They no longer take things seriously, relying on third parties to handle their affairs." Rixia's frustration flared, and she lashed out with a kick aimed at Yun Yongli. In response, he swiftly lifted his tail from behind him to intercept the attack. However, to his astonishment, a loud, cracking sound echoed through the air, and he found himself hurtling through the air, crashing into a nearby building. Not content to leave it at that, Rixia propelled herself toward her former mentor, bringing her blade down at the very spot where Head landed. With a mighty strike, the surrounding area bore the brunt of her impact, disintegrating into a whirlwind of destruction. Not everything in this world is black and white. Rixia's voice was laced with frustration. She darted towards Yun Yongli, their blades clashing as she slammed her weapon against his, causing a deep crack that visibly shocked him. Wu Song materialized behind Yun Yongli, swiftly making her way toward him. She unleashed a fiery fist at his back. Yun Yongli, desperately using his tail to block the attack, was met with searing flames that enveloped it. He couldn't help but cry out in agony. "Leader is right," Wu Song declared as she continued her attack. "You've always believed it's just good versus evil. But have you ever considered that there might be more at play? Not everything is as clear on the surface. Sometimes, the public is given a watered-down version to avoid a bad reaction." A sudden surge of energy erupted from Yun Yongli's form, sending Rixia and Wu Song tumbling back. He glared at them with anger in his eyes and shouted, "I'm well aware of that. But that's how I intend to shape this world, to make it straightforward, devoid of unnecessary complications. Who needs things to be overly convoluted? It's always a waste of time. Searching for complex solutions only delays progress." In a split second, Yun Yongli appeared behind Wu Song and swung his blade toward her. However, she swiftly rotated and delivered a powerful kick directed at the blade. Flames enveloped her leg, effectively blocking the attack. The world is better in black and white, where simplicity reigns, Yun Yongli shouted, exerting even more force. To his surprise, Wu Song stood her ground, unmoved by his strength. With a furious expression, Wu Song's fiery aura blazed even brighter, her power and anger growing more intense. "Life is complex," she spoke with conviction, "and that complexity is what makes our world both beautiful and cruel. I believe people would prefer this diversity over a world of just black and white." Before Yun Yongli could respond, Rixia returned with swift vengeance, delivering a powerful kick to his face that sent him hurtling away. As he soared through the air, Rixia gracefully touched down on the ground, weapon poised, ready for the impending strike. "We appreciate the knowledge you've shared to us over the years," Rixia said, her sword enveloped in an even thicker veil of 10k. "However, it seems the time has come for you to go back to your grave. The world is evolving, and if you choose to remain stagnant, it's best to leave the past behind." Wu Song pulled back her arm, flames swirling around it, gradually taking the form of a fiery creature. "We are not alone in our aspirations, Yun Yongli. Many in the supernatural realm share our desire. If you obstruct us, we will not hesitate to remove you." In perfect harmony, Rixia swung her blade towards Yun Yongli, releasing a powerful aura slash. Simultaneously, Wu Song thrust her flame-covered arm toward him, summoning a colossal fiery tiger that roared and charged relentlessly in his direction. The two attacks swiftly closed in on Yun Yongli, leaving him with no option but to try and block them. He concentrated his energy, extending both his arms to intercept the impending attacks. However, as expected by everyone present, his efforts were in vain. The razor-sharp slash cut through both his arms and struck him down with devastating bravado. Following this, the fiery tiger collided with him, erupting into a spiraling blaze upon impact. "I wasn't mistaken. It's this world that's wrong," were Yun Yongli's final thoughts before he died once more. After the fiery spiral dissipated, both Rixia and Wu Song paid a quick tribute with folded hands before turning to one another. "Let's lend a hand to our comrades battling the goddess," Rixia proposed, and Wu Song silently concurred. They departed towards their teammates, determined to assist in the ongoing battles. Liang Meiying and Zhang Mei raced through the streets of London, locked in a heated battle against Metadila, Ounce's apprentice. Metadila summoned multiple magic circles and released a relentless barrage of attacks. To their astonishment, these magical attacks seemed to appear right in front of Liang Meiying and Zhang Mei, making dodging or blocking them a challenging endeavor. The two women did their best to evade the attacks or defend themselves with their weapons. However, they couldn't help but be taken aback by Metadila's remarkable mastery of magic, considering her youthful appearance. "What's the matter? Can't catch up to me?" Metadila taunted, her laughter mocking Liang Meiying and Zhang Mei. She then launched another wave of magical attacks at them. In her frustration, Zhang Mei exclaimed, "I'm going to defeat you." Zhang Mei activated her eyes, and charged toward Metadila, unleashing a barrage of thousands of slashes in a single mighty swing. Metadila, taken aback by these attacks, swiftly conjured a massive, soft, white cloud in front of her. The cloud absorbed the torrent of attacks that Zhang Mei had unleashed. "What the? So soft." "Wait, no," Zhang Mei exclaimed as a strange opening suddenly formed on the cloud, revealing sharp, menacing teeth that lunged toward her. But she flew back in time to not get bitten. "What the hell is that thing?" she questioned, her finger pointing at the menacing creation. Metadila couldn't help but laugh at Zhang Mei's astonishment. "It's my innate ability," she explained with a mischievous grin. "I can create clouds and shape them to mimic the functions of any object or living being. This one here is a replication of a creature crafted by Annie Oz in the past." Metadila conjured another cloud, meticulously molding it into the image of Zhang Mei. These replicas might not perfectly emulate living beings, especially their unique abilities, but that's all right, Metadila instructed, a hint of amusement in her voice. "Go on, sweetie, attack her." The cloud made Zhang Mei charged at the original, and their blades clashed in a battle of strength and skill. To Zhang Mei's surprise, the cloud version exhibited remarkable physical strength, pushing her back. Though it may have matched her in raw power, Zhang Mei had the upper hand in experience and finesse. She thought to herself, "It may have similar physical strength, but I have skill and experience on my side." With swift agility, Zhang Mei deftly dodged a strike from the cloud Zhang Mei, or Si Zhang Mei for short. Then, she unleashed a rapid series of thrusts, and while Si Zhang Mei managed to deflect some of the attacks, it couldn't escape the rest. Holes appeared all over the clone's form, but it quickly repaired itself. "What? That's not fair. You can't just regenerate like that," Zhang Mei exclaimed in annoyance, causing Metadila to laugh. Metadila explained with a mocking tone, "Fu, don't worry too much. It can only regenerate a set number of times. After that, it will be obliterated. But you see, I can always make more. So, who's the real winner here?" "Me," Zhang Mei shouted. She swiftly slashed her sword through the cloud clone once more before darting toward Metadila. In a display of her magical prowess, she duplicated her sword and began to wield both, surrounding them with Tuki. With a graceful finesse, she unleashed multiple aura slash attacks, each aimed at the witch. Meanwhile, Liang Mei engaged in her own battle, fending off a multitude of cloud creatures and her own clone. Much like Zhang Mei, she dispatched the cloud creatures with ease, one by one, reserving her clone as the final challenge. Liang Mei spun her spear expertly around her hands before pointing it at her clone. She declared confidently, "It's just the two of us now. If you're truly a clone of mine, you should be able to keep up." A confident smile adorned her face as she readied herself for the ensuing duel. Liang Mei soared toward her clone, and the clone version of her, Si Liang Mei, mirrored her movements. Their spears clashed, igniting sparks and producing a small shockwave. Censurato, the wounds she sustained disappeared within seconds, as if they had never existed. This confounded her clone, but it didn't deter her from launching continuous attacks on Liang Mei. The fierce exchange continued for another minute, until Liang Mei felt confident that she had a grasp of her clone's abilities. With renewed determination, she increased her speed and thrust the end of her spear into her clone's stomach, sending Si Liang Mei flying, much to the clone's astonishment. Liang Mei mused, "These abilities are like clouds, able to mimic the fundamental traits of many things. Yet they fall short in grasping their true inner workings or their potential for complexity. It's a remarkable power, but imagine if it could completely replicate other abilities, then it would be truly unbeatable." Her clone retorted, "Why does that matter? What we have works well enough with most individuals we copy. They tend to panic and end up being killed in the process, to be honest. They're not the brightest bunch." The original, Mei shook her head, letting out a weary sigh. She brought her spear to her side, a soft, emerald aura enveloping her form. Her expression remained impassive as she locked eyes with her clone. In a swift, silent motion, Mei Ying glided towards her clone and with a single precise strike, knocked her clone aside. Wah! The clone stammered, attempting to retaliate, but Mei Ying had already reappeared behind her, delivering another decisive blow. Without a moment's hesitation, Mei Ying thrust her spear into her clone's head, swiftly ending her clone's life. Just as Metadila had foretold, another one of her clones emerged. To their surprise, Mei Ying herself charged at Metadila, who was already trying to evade Zhang Mai's onslaught. Together, they succeeded in overwhelming Metadila, causing the witch to sigh in frustration. In response, Metadila unleashed a powerful gust of wind magic, sending both Mei Ying and Zhang Mei tumbling backward. "Did you manage to hit her?" Zhang Mei inquired, her gaze shifting to Liang Mei Ying. "Yes. Should we bring this to a close, then?" Mei Ying proposed, and Mei nodded in agreement. "Very well. They'll begin. Please make sure they stay alive, all right? Although I can always target." "No, it's okay. Go ahead," Zhang Mei replied, shifting her attention toward Mei Ying's clones and charging towards them. Mei Ying raised her right hand and directed it toward Metadila, leaving the witch somewhat bewildered. Before her finger, a green sphere materialized. Mei Ying then extended her hand, pointing at various inanimate objects, her clone, and of course at Metadila. With a smile, Mei Ying addressed Metadila, asking, "Are you ready to face the consequences, Miss Metadila? Do you have any final words?" Metadila couldn't help but laugh. She taunted, "Final words? I have the upper hand here. How about you meet your end instead?" With a pointed gesture towards Mei Ying, two cloud creatures materialized beside her. In a dangerous turn, they both attacked Mei Ying from both sides. Metadila's laughter seemed uncontrollable after what appeared to be Mei Ying's demise. However, mere moments later, the two cloud creatures exploded, causing nearby buildings to explode as well, leaving Metadila bewildered. She turned her gaze back to Mei Ying's injuries, which had seemingly vanished. "What? How did you? What's going on here?" Metadila questioned in confusion, her eyes fixed on Liang Mei Ying. "Why aren't you bleeding and dying?" Mei Ying remained silent, her spear aimed at Metadila, further deepening her confusion. Then, unexpectedly, Mei Ying struck herself in the side, shocking Metadila. However, her shock quickly turned to a frown as she felt a sharp pain in her own side. She glanced down and noticed a wound. Confusion washed over her as she blinked a few times, struggling to process what had just occurred. In her panic, she clutched the bleeding wound on her body. What the hell? How did this happen? What the hell?" she exclaimed, desperately trying to tend to the injury, but achieving no success. Metadila turned her gaze back to Mei Ying and, to her astonishment, found Mei Ying completely unscathed. "You!" she shouted, her voice filled with anger and bewilderment. "What have you done to me?" Mei Ying returned Metadila's gaze with a smile and calmly explained, "I only needed to graze you, just enough to unleash my own innate ability. It's somewhat limited, you know, but with the assistance of Sir Jean, I had no trouble executing it. I had been wondering when I'd have a chance to use this power, and it seems fate had reserved it for you." Mei Ying couldn't help but chuckle, her laughter hanging in the air. She spoke with a sense of finality, censurato. But her surprise was short-lived, as she was struck down in an instant. Before consciousness faded, she watched Mei Ying remain unscathed, her final thoughts a puzzled. What in the world is her ability? Before slipping into death, Liang Mei Ying possessed a rather straightforward ability. She could divert fatal damage from herself to a chosen target, whether it was a living being or an inanimate object. When dealing with non-living things, she simply directed her power at the object, transferring the harm to it. For living beings, she only needed to make physical contact once, and from that point forward, she could utilize her ability on them. Usually, this ability had a time limit of 10 minutes before it wore off. Additionally, if the opponent possessed enough power, they could potentially sever the link between them if they figure out how to do so. Or in the case where the enemy simply outclassed Mei Ying in strength, none of her fatal attacks would prove effective. An illustrative example of this was Aaron. Prior to the mission commencing, Mei had demonstrated this ability to Eren and inquired whether he could modify it to function on gods. Should she encounter one on this particular day? Eren had consented to the request, but it was established that this modification would exclusively apply to the ongoing operation. Mei was in agreement with this arrangement. Phew, it's finally over, right? Zhang Mei remarked as she joined her teammate. She then glanced at the lifeless witch and let out a chuckle. You went for the head, huh? Quite Betty, Mei Mei. Mei turned her gaze towards Zhang Mei and flashed a smirk. Petty? On the contrary, I opted for the quickest method to defeat this woman. Any other approach would have taken longer, wouldn't it? Zhang Mei shrugged and replied, Maybe, but I was doing just fine. I was only getting started. I could have taken her down, you know, but I decided to let her revel in her superiority before ending her. I wanted her to understand she had no chance. You know how I enjoy seeing the faces of arrogant jerks change when they realize they can't beat me and have a mini meltdown. Liang Mei shook her head and let out a sigh. And you claim I'm the cruel one, but you're even more ruthless than I am, Zhang Mei, or should I say, Shizuna. Finally, Zhang Mei exclaimed, her excitement evident. Someone called me something other than just Zhang Mei. Well, let's return to the others and help them in their fight. Oh wait, grab her belongings, she yelled, then dashed over to the deceased witch's body and collected anything of importance. After securing the items in her personal storage, she rejoined Mei. Xiang Yu expressed her concern. This is turning bad. She brandished her halberd, skillfully deflecting and slicing through a barrage of magical attacks aimed her way. Her teammates didn't fare any better. Many of them bore various injuries on their bodies. Hey, are you guys holding up? Xiang Yu shouted towards her comrades, receiving a few tired nods in response. The enemy their group faced was none other than Eris, the Greek goddess of strife and discord. While she had caused a few minor disturbances over the past year, she mostly stayed away from the public eye. Apart from one of her sons causing a commotion, she refrained from involving herself with her children. Eris expressed her dissatisfaction with a hint of boredom, saying, Is this all the legendary 8 divas can muster? Frankly, it's quite disappointing. Xiang Yu's voice thundered, Don't underestimate us, you old hag. We're just warming up. With resolute determination, he charged at the goddess. Yang Ji, catching her breath, retorted, Don't put words in our mouths. Cinchuredo Ling Chong summoned her spear, leaping forward in tandem with Xiang Yu. Both women swung their weapons downward, aiming to strike the goddess. Eris raised her hand, creating a shield of darkness that protected her. She then gestured with her other hand, sending a powerful gust of wind that blasted Xiang Yu and Ling Chong away. Eris raised her arm further up, conjuring millions of spears made of both light and darkness, surrounding them. You just had to annoy her even more. Huh? Sure, Jean screamed, rising to her feet. Before the goddess could unleash her next wave of attacks, a streak of silver light tore through the battlefield, and 3 more figures arrived. Boss! Wu Song! Shin Jin exclaimed with relief. Rixia chimed in. It appears everyone is facing their own challenges here. She summoned her sword again, and Wu Song enveloped herself in flames, ready to join the battle. Zhang Mei took charge of thwarting the incoming attacks, her agile flight pattern allowing her to swiftly neutralize them. With precision, she then shifted her focus to the goddess, closing the distance between them. When she stood before Eris, a mischievous grin crossed her face, and with a snap of her fingers, Liang Mei materialized just above them. In perfect synchrony, they swung their weapons toward Eris. As Eris prepared to retaliate, an enormous block of ice tore through the streets of London, aimed directly at her. Eris utilized her free hand to match the attack with a wave of inky darkness. She then cleaved the oncoming ice with her black wind, shaping the fragments into black flames, which she subsequently unleashed towards the perpetrator of the icy attack. That assailant turned out to be none other than Quan Xinyue, the individual Eren had affectionately referred to as the Shinhe lookalike. Xinyue gracefully evaded the oncoming attacks, all the while launching vibrant, light green aura-based attacks and icicle spears. When the two opposing forces clashed, a miniature explosion resulted from their collision. In the midst of the battle, a brief distraction from Quan Xinyue allowed Mei Ying to graze the goddess, even though her attack didn't cause any real harm. On the other side, Zhang Mei's attack was blocked. However, after seeing Ming's successful move, both of them swiftly leaped away from the goddess, piquing Iris' curiosity. "What did you do?" Iris questioned as she examined their attempts to harm her. Zhang Mei, standing alongside her team, gave Iris a peace sign and nonchalantly replied, "Who knows? And who cares? We're going to take you down. Wait. We can't defeat her, right?" Mei Ying smiled and assured, "Don't worry, you won't. I know where to strike." Then, she turned to Quan Xinyue, asking with concern, "How about you? Are you okay? You know that mistress won't be pleased if you get injured." Xinyue met Mei Ying's gaze and nodded. "I'm fine. I'm mostly unharmed," she admitted, although the reality was that her clothes were in tatters, with a few cuts across her body. She had been fighting alongside the rest of the 8 divas against Eris for several minutes. Eris scoffed at the idea, saying, "Kill me? Please, don't be so arrogant, human. Only gods have that privilege." With a mischievous grin, she pointed a finger at them. She tried to employ her Discord manipulation, but to her surprise, it had no effect on the 8 divas. She attempted it once more, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Annoyance crept over her. TCH, that meddling dragon must be behind this. Eris deduced that Aaron Tool had somehow made them immune to one of her signature powers, which irritated her. She shook her head and remarked, "No matter. I have other means to deal with them." With a forceful stomp of her foot, she forced them to enter a vast shadow realm. As they found themselves within its eerie confines, Eris couldn't help but smile, knowing that they had no way of escaping unless she willed it. As Eris prepared to speak, Mei Ying abruptly took action, turning her spear against herself in a desperate act. A jolt of excruciating pain surged through Eris simultaneously. Her gaze dropped to her own leg, revealing a painful wound. Confusion clouded her mind as she glanced back at the 8 divas, only to find Mei Ying smiling, twirling her spear with skill. Eris watched as the young woman pointed the spear toward her other leg and struck again, and once again, the goddess felt the searing pain mirroring the injury. She realized that Mei Ying had done something to her, although the precise nature of her abilities remained a mystery. Refusing to tolerate this affront, Eris retaliated by summoning enormous, shadowy tendrils that lashed out toward the group, with Mei Ying as the primary target. "Scatter!" Rixia cried out, prompting everyone to leap away, except Ming, who remained in place, allowing the tendrils to ensnare her. Just as Eris was on the verge of attacking Mei Ying, a stern voice pierced the darkness. Censuredo, causing the goddess' rage to boil. Mei Ying gracefully landed on the ground and approached the injured deity, letting out a sigh. "Normally, I wouldn't be able to inflict harm on deities, but I owe this to Jean," she murmured. Eris hissed in frustration, her attempt to heal her injured arm proving futile. She clicked her tongue in irritation, but then an idea struck her. Her eyes began to emit a faint, eerie glow, and a sly smirk spread across her face. "I see. Well, I suppose we can put an end to this charade right here," she declared. Shrouding her remaining arm in a divine aura, she swung it before her. Mei Ying frowned and swiftly leaped away from the goddess, who responded with a smirk of her own. "Not bad, little girl, but you should have focused on concealing it, rather than making it effective against gods," Eris taunted. Eris had harnessed her divine powers to grant her eyes the ability to perceive the threads that connected her to Mei Ying's power. Once she identified them, she swiftly severed the connections. However, Mei Ying had the capability to reattach these threads, but once her opponent became aware of her abilities, it grew more challenging to do so. "I won't let you touch me again, and there's nothing here for you to attach those threads to nullify any damage," Eris declared with confidence. She then grabbed her injured arm, initiating a healing process to restore it to its former state. A sudden chill descended upon the surroundings, casting a freezing touch on everything and everyone, save for the 8 divas. Eris found herself in shock as her tendrils came to an abrupt halt. A sense of terror emanated from the ice, prompting her to leap away, but it appeared as though the ice possessed a mind of its own, hastening its pursuit and capturing her, freezing her in place. What's the meaning of this? She shouted in anger, her eyes and mouth being the only parts of her body not encased in ice, allowing her to speak. Mei Ying shared in the astonishment and glanced at Quan Xinhua, who subtly shook her head, indicating that she wasn't behind this unexpected development. Then, the shadow realm they had been brought into by Eris shattered, taking them all by surprise. A mysterious figure landed in front of the goddess, donning predominantly black armor with dark blue frozen flames emanating from its form. An eerie, glowing blue sword hung at its side as it fixed its gaze on Eris. Another enemy? Yangziqua Wistionet. However, the figure turned to face them and explained, Lady Lavinia has sent me to assist you. I'm one of her summons. You may call me Muto. Zhang Mei sighed in relief and sat down. Phew! Lavinia came to our rescue, just in time. First, the giant ice dragon in the sky, then the wave of ice, and now you. I honestly didn't see how we could have won against her without your help. Those sacred gears again. Hades was right. We need to. Eris began to exclaim, but Muto swiftly moved, using his arm to complete the encasement of ice around the goddess, effectively silencing her. He turned his attention to the 8 divas, stating, I will take responsibility for keeping Lady Eris under watch. The rest of you should make your way to the other groups gathering at Lord Aaron's location. Many others are still locked in battles with their adversaries. If you prefer, I can teleport you there, but the choice is yours. The members of the 8 divas team turned their gaze to their leader, Rixia, awaiting her decision. Rixia surveyed the surroundings and nodded. I leave the choice to all of you. Personally, I'm headed to assist Lady Ningguang back in China, she informed them. Without hesitation, Zhang Mei shouted, I'm going to Aaron, and sprinted away enthusiastically. Liang Meiying and Quan Xinhua quickly followed her lead. The remaining team members exchanged glances and, guided by their concern for China's situation, decided to follow Rixia. Some also held a certain curiosity about witnessing Aaron's battle against Hades, the god of the dead, but decided against going there. Very well, Muto acknowledged. With a wave of his hands, he summoned magic circles beneath the remaining 8 divas, rapidly transporting them away. He returned his attention to Eris, who remained frozen in place, and sighed. I yearn for stronger enemies. Isn't that Azathoth? Who's that? Rossweiss inquired as they approached a specific location beneath London. There, they witnessed a man with gray hair, goat-like horns, black eyes with red pupils, having an intense struggle against Azathoth. He sported a long white coat, adorned with tattoos on his neck, face, and chest. His attire consisted of black pants and crimson shoes. It's the original Satan, at least that's what the ring is suggesting, Velgrind mentioned. The rest of the group was taken aback. They hadn't been given much information about the original Satan, and the devils they had known for years had never mentioned him. The original Satan. So, he was revived alongside the other original Satans? But why hasn't he joined them? Suzaku pondered aloud, her eyes fixed on the immobile Azathoth. Meanwhile, Satan continued launching attacks at her, yet none could touch her. Who's to say he was dead at all? Maybe he just left, not want to be part of the underworld anymore. But who can really know? We can ask Aaron about him. And we need to make sure Azathoth doesn't kill him, Velgrind suggested, and the rest of the group nodded in agreement. They approached Azathoth cautiously, keeping a safe distance. When they got closer, the former ruler of the Omniverse turned to face them. Make sure he stays alive, Velgrind exclaimed, and Azathoth acknowledged the command with a nod before returning her gaze to the original Satan. Satan noticed their presence, but refrained from attacking them. Instead, he redirected his focus towards Azathoth, unleashing a barrage of attacks, each infused with various colors and unique abilities. He moved with agility, bounding off the walls, ceiling, and floor in an attempt to confound Azathoth. However, she remained unfazed. As Satan persisted with his assault, Azathoth raised her hand and casually flicked one of her fingers. An unseen force struck Satan, abruptly halting his movements and sending him crashing through multiple walls. Azathoth approached him swiftly as Satan struggled to his feet. "Why do you want to fight me?" Azathoth inquired, studying the devil intently. Satan brushed off the dust from his attire and replied, "My curiosity got the better of me. I wanted to see what kind of person the dreamer was and what kind of abilities they had. I hadn't initially planned to be here, but the presence of a certain woman in the base made me leave. That was likely Elsa. Aaron sent her to the end of the multiverse, and it seems she compelled some stragglers to leave," Velgrind commented while keeping her eyes on the ongoing battle. So that's why Elsa-san has been absent. I was wondering why some of my food remained untouched," Rossweiss remarked with a hint of irony. "She nabs your food as well, huh? I've told her to stop a few times, and she does for a couple of days, but then she's back at it. We really should inform Aaron about this," Velgrind responded, clearly annoyed. Satan charged at Azathoth, conjuring massive water dragons and serpents before launching them in her direction. He then formed a glowing crimson ball in his hand and hurled it at Azathoth. "Isn't that the sea serpent of the end and power of destruction?" Suzaku inquired, her surprise evident as she witnessed Satan using these powers. Velgrind pondered, "I guess it's not too surprising that he can use them. I mean, he's the original devil, right?" She turned to her companions for their thoughts. Suzaku provided some insight, saying it's a bit more complex than that, at least for what I've read. According to human beliefs, they are often regarded as the same person. Lucifer was supposed to be the angel who fell from heaven, while Satan represented evil. Over time, certain books and authors blurred the lines, referring to them as one entity or distinct figures, which has led to confusion. Juke contemplated this, asking, "So, reality might be different? I've never really delved into it. We always referred to them as the original Satans, not just Satan. But where did he go after his creation? And what has he been up to?" Rossweiss offered a practical perspective, saying, "We can only speculate or seek answers from Aaron, Azathoth, or even if Satan himself shares a story with us." Azathoth conjured a small, shadowy sphere before her and launched it toward the incoming attacks. The spheres swiftly split into two, obliterating the dragons and serpents initially, and the second half eradicated the impending ball of destruction. Satan wore a grin and commented, "That's what I'd expect from you. Although, it's quite surprising that you managed to annihilate the power of destruction." Azathoth's response left Satan puzzled. "It's not true destruction, though it comes close," she explained. Just as the devil was about to inquire further, Azathoth vanished, reappearing by his side. She struck him, and in an instant, Satan was sent flying by a powerful blast. Unfazed, Satan halted himself by digging his legs into the ground, arresting his momentum. He examined his injuries, touched them, and a white, demonic light materialized, mending the damage. Those Lucifers, they don't grasp the full extent of this power. No, that's not quite right. They haven't unlocked its genuine potential. This ability offers numerous possibilities and is exclusive to devils. One of its applications includes self-healing. If Rizavim had been aware of this during his encounter with the middleman, he might have been able to mend himself, or the same goes for the original Lucifer, Satan explained. He chuckled and turned his gaze to Velgrind's group. "Although you could inform Lucifer's descendant about it after today, and perhaps he'll decide to train in it. It doesn't concern me one bit, to be honest." "What would it take for you to stop?" Azathoth inquired. "Stop? You mean stop attacking you?" "Probably nothing. You have to kill me or knock me out. I just want to fight you. I rarely engage in this kind of thing. To be honest, I didn't care about joining the Cow's Order. They sort of found me and recruited me. I had nothing better to do, so I went along. Even if you defeat me and bring me to the underworld, I won't be too cooperative. If they toss me in a cell and let me rot there, that's fine by me, Lucifer explained. Centurato, I've explored nearly everything in the human and supernatural realms. The simple conclusion I've reached is that it's all meaningless. Those who were listening to Satan were taken aback by his words, but they continued to listen, refraining from interrupting him. Everything here is artificial, be it human emotions, the bonds we form, or anything else. It's all fabricated, and nothing in this world is authentic, he remarked, directing his gaze at Suzaku and Rosweiss. Both of you are in a romantic relationship with the middleman, correct? He inquired. The two women hesitantly nodded in response. Are you certain that what you feel for him is real and genuine? Are his feelings for you authentic? A man with so many romantic partners, and he claims to love each of you equally? That's hard to believe. What drew you to him? And vice versa? Was there anything at all? Why stay with him when he has so many women? Satan posed these questions in an even-toned manner. His intention was not to be malicious. He was genuinely curious. After living for so long, he had come to view everything in the world as artificial. He had difficulty believing that anyone's actions were genuinely motivated. He anticipated some hesitation from them, but to his surprise, both Suzaku and Rosweiss responded without delay, saying, I love him. Their eyes met, and they exchanged smiles. Suzaku shared her perspective. We may never fully understand what someone else is thinking, but by forming bonds, we can at least make educated guesses based on their bravado. I believe I can do that with Aaron and many of his other close companions. Suzaku added, perhaps Azathoth or even Aaron himself has the answers to your questions, though they might not be the answers you hope for. In reality, our best course is to try our hardest and treat one another with kindness. You are the first devil, right? If you truly want to rid the world of evil. Wouldn't it be more effective to work towards making it better rather than adding more chaos and suffering? Satan raised an eyebrow, seeming skeptical. You're suggesting that I, of all beings, should do good? He almost scoffed. Though I must admit, the new devils are attempting to do just that. But to ask me, the true Satan, the original devil, to embrace goodness? Well, you certainly have boldness, young lady. Suzaku let out a light-hearted chuckle and added, the decision is ultimately yours. I was merely offering a suggestion. Her gaze then shifted to Rosweiss, who found herself blushing at the topic. I agree with Suzuka-san's point, stammered Rosweiss, but am certain about my feelings for Aaron. His actions towards me and everyone else prove his sincerity. You're familiar with the saying, actions speak louder than words. So, I genuinely believe he's being authentic. Words are one thing, but translating them into actions is another, and Aaron typically takes action rather than just talking, to a certain extent, of course. Satan nodded thoughtfully. I'm well acquainted with that saying. After all, I initiated it. I do agree with your perspective. To some extent, he acknowledged. Then, he turned his attention back to Azathoth and heaved a sigh. Let's carry on. I'll simply consult the middleman about this. He appears to have a deeper emotional connection than the dreamer. Satan didn't bother waiting for a reply. He swiftly sprinted toward Azathoth and unleashed a barrage of attacks representing various clans. However, Azathoth dismissed them with a simple snap of her fingers. In the blink of an eye, she materialized above him and thrust her palm downward, generating a powerful shockwave that sent Satan crashing to the ground. He made an effort to rise, but a surprise awaited him. When Azathoth had struck him with her palm attack, she had also added an extra dose of gravity, pinning Satan's body to the ground. Despite the immense pressure, the gravity wasn't intended to end his life. Rest for now, Satan. I'll ensure you have a conversation with Aaron later, Azathoth declared as she put him into slumber. She then faced her companions and announced, I'm done. They came closer, and Velgrind inquired, You're going to let him speak with Aaron? Azathoth responded with a silent nod, and then added, If he's eager to find out, I won't interfere. But he'll have to bear the consequences of what he learns, and none of us will be held accountable. He could have thought the indiscriminate Ice Princess would become so powerful, Oz remarked, a smirk playing on her lips as she directed her gaze at Lavinia Rennie. I still remember the day when Glinda brought you in and taught you everything you knew. You were so naively ignorant back then. Lavinia Rennie maintained her composure, her expression unchanging as she silently glared at Oz. She despised any mention of her past, particularly anything related to Glinda, whom she could never forgive for her betrayal. What's the matter, Lavinia? Cat got your tongue? Why won't you respond? Ostontit. Oz, a woman with black hair neatly tied in a bun and gray eyes, had a silver crown adorning her head. She wore a predominantly black dress that flowed down to the ground, with several blue ribbons on her side and wing-like attachments behind her. Normally, she carried a blue fan, but it now lay at her side, alongside her body. Lavinia, inquisitive, held a small azure ball in front of her and directed her question at Oz. What was the purpose of this, Oz? You seemed quite agitated earlier when Shai-chan took it from you. Oz, wearing a smug expression, opted to remain silent in response. Lavinia, persistent in her curiosity, continued her probing. What if I were to destroy it? Perhaps freezing it or stowing it away? Surely, such actions would trigger some sort of effect, wouldn't they? You're renowned for your meticulous scheming in pursuit of your self-interest, even if your grand plans ultimately end in failure. Oz couldn't contain her amusement and broke into laughter. If you were to destroy that ball, it would only bring suffering to the world, Ice Princess. Lavinia, growing increasingly intrigued, persisted with her inquiry. What do you mean by that? However, she was met with silence. Unfazed, she raised her hand, displaying her ring, and closely examined it. So that's how it works, huh? She pondered, all the while maintaining her intense gaze on Oz, who appeared somewhat taken aback by her understanding. Lavinia wore a smile and commented, You've pinpointed various locations in both the human world and the supernatural realm. If this orb were to be destroyed, it would set off a chain of effects and attacks on those areas, causing utter chaos. You never change your ways, do you? Oz sported a smirk, her words laden with mockery. Oh, did the little dragon's ring reveal that to you? How adorable. You're still as unreliable as ever, relying on others to handle things. You couldn't even figure that out on your own? By the way, you've changed quite a bit, haven't you? First, you had an interest in Tobio Accuse, and when that didn't work out, you switched to the middleman. Ha! You're truly impossible to figure out. Ice Princess. Lavinia found herself puzzled by Ounce's remarks. She heard the words, but remained unfazed by them. While she did feel anger, particularly when Aaron was insulted and her love for him, she wasn't moved by the woman's hurtful words. She sensed that Oz was merely attempting to provoke a specific reaction. I want to deny that I may have had an interest in Tobio 5 years ago. Like many others on the team, Lavinia began, but we eventually moved on when it became clear through his actions that he had eyes only for SE. Why would that still bother me? Unlike you, who couldn't move beyond her long-standing infatuation, you became obsessed with him, even to the point of taking his life to prevent his then-girlfriend from having him. Don't you think it's you who's got some issues in your head? Oz seethed with anger, her fury surging, but she remained trapped within her icy confines, her gaze filled with intense animosity aimed at Lavinia. A person like you would never understand what true love is, she shouted, but quickly composed herself. However, that's all in the past. Once you became a part of me, I could focus on my plans. You were already informed about them through Glinda, weren't you? Lavinia recited as if recalling history. The Wizards of Oz were primarily focused on creating a world where only magicians, witches, and the supernatural would exist. Our goal was to eliminate every human on Earth, so we wouldn't have to hide in the shadows any longer and could freely roam the world. But first, we had to bring down the other factions and pantheons to fulfill this dream. Fufu, it seems you remember my words quite well, Ice Princess. That's correct. I still aim for a world like that. It has been my sole purpose since I became a magician. Oz exclaimed with enthusiasm. Ounce's desire for a world like this had a straightforward origin. It was what her parents had longed for as well. However, the ways and intentions of her parents differed significantly from their daughter. Oz hailed from a family of 2 magicians. Prior to that, Her parents had led ordinary lives as humans. Yet, upon discovering the existence of the supernatural, they were drawn to it, eventually crossing paths and giving birth to Oz. Her parents harbored ambitious dreams of uniting the realms of the supernatural and the human world. They aspired for a coexistence where the supernatural could thrive without the need for secrecy. Oz had a relatively ordinary upbringing. Her parents took on the responsibility of teaching her from a young age, and she even attended a regular human school when she was older. However, as it often happens in this world, her peaceful life suddenly came to a halt. A conflict erupted between the Church's exorcists and a group of stray devils who had breached the protective barriers around their home. Tragically, Ounce's parents lost their lives in the turmoil. Oz herself faced a near-death experience until a certain man intervened, saving her from a fatal fate. Yet, Oz emerged from that traumatic event bearing deep scars and a profound hatred for both the supernatural and humans. She and her parents were entirely blameless in the ordeal, yet they still met their untimely demise. And for what? Senseless motives from both sides? Or at least that's how she perceived it. Even when she discovered the actual motivations behind the tragedy, her loathing persisted. Years later, she relentlessly pursued those who had survived and took their lives. However, Oz never forgot her parents' desire for a world where supernatural beings and humans could coexist. In her own unique way, she aimed to bring about that unity. She decided that certain chosen humans would be allowed to stay in her newly envisioned world, while the others would face an unfortunate fate. Oz aspired to establish her dominion alongside the other leaders of the Cow's Order, all in pursuit of the ideal world her parents had always dreamt of. "Now, be a dear and undo this," Oz stated, her tone laced with annoyance. "Let's get back to our plans for that ideal world, shall we? I'm even willing to offer you and your companion the chance to live in this world. It'll give you my guarantee, for it would be true freedom. Wouldn't it?" Lavinia let out a sigh and shook her head. "No, thank you. That isn't genuine freedom. It's just oppression disguised with extra steps. I appreciate the brief period when you and the other witches in your organization were kind to me. But for the rest, well, this is goodbye once more. If Aaron grants you reincarnation, please strive to make the most of your next life," Lavinia said as she completely encased Oz in her ice. She then nodded to Shy, who had remained at her side, and gave the order to her dragons stationed high above the earth. Shy disappeared and reappeared on the dragon's back. "Cece, get ready, okay?" Shy asked, and the massive ice dragon named Cece nodded. Shy conjured an immense chunk of ice above them, while Cece began gathering icy breath in her mouth. "Now!" Shy yelled, and they unleashed their combined attack, propelling it toward Earth and ultimately London. The onlookers stood in stunned silence as the spectacle crashed into England, giving rise to a colossal, icy vortex, spiraling and emanating intense cold. Shy offered a suggestion: "You might want to shrink in size." Cece concurred and swiftly transformed into a tiny dragon, perching on Shy's shoulder before Shy teleported them back to Lavinia. Upon their return, they were met with the aftermath of their powerful attack. Oz had been utterly vanquished, and a significant portion of London lay encased in ice. Shy moved forward to apologize, but Lavinia, instead, shook her head and drew near, embracing her. "Great job, both of you. You can return and rest for now," Lavinia commended, and they promptly disappeared. Raising her right hand, she initiated a gentle snowstorm that enveloped the entire world. This snowfall would prove beneficial to her allies, while causing a hindrance to their enemies. With this task completed, she shifted her attention towards a specific direction, a warmth swelling within her chest. "I want to see him right now," she whispered before vanishing into thin air. "God damn it." An exclamation escaped the lips of a man. Cursing with frustration, a woman grumbled, "This is terrible. My ribs are aching." Tobio accused Seiju, and several members from both the DXD and EXE alliances loomed over two defeated members of the Wizards of Oz. Both enemies lay in dire condition, incapable of continuing the battle. Beside the fallen foes, the remnants of the dead lumberjack and rampage scarecrow were scattered. They had put up a fierce resistance, but were ultimately overpowered by the combined might of Tobio, Essie, and the Alliance. I'd advise you to stay still unless you want to lose your head, Tobio cautioned the man who made an attempt to move. Relax, mate. I was just reaching for a cigarette. My left arm's already a goner, and that's the one I primarily use to handle the bloody thing, the man explained, his irritation evident. Ouch! Get off me, you brute! The other woman shouted angrily as Essie pressed her foot against her back. Essie, taken aback by the woman's outburst, replied, I'm not exerting too much pressure, you know. Nevertheless, the woman continued her tirade, screeching, Forget you and your nonsense. You wretched woman. Essie sighed, then acted swiftly by summoning anti-magic cuffs, carefully fastening the restraints around the woman's wrists. She then turned to her teammates and made a polite request. Could you assist with moving the supplies over there, please? Your help is greatly appreciated. Tobio, on the other hand, firmly turned down the man's earlier plea, nearly chopping off his hand. Make another move, and you'll lose your other hand, he sternly warned. Fine. You guys are real buzzkills, denying me a simple cigarette, the man grumbled in disappointment. Tobio paid him no mind, professionally handcuffing him before guiding him to a designated spot. Turning to S.E., Tobio inquired, S.E., could you come with me? S.A.E. agreed, even as the woman she was dealing with continued her relentless stream of screams and curses. The irritated man couldn't help but express his annoyance. Could you shut up? We lost, and I don't need to hear you scream your lungs out. But the woman retaliated with a final screech. Forget you too, you pathetic loser. The man let out an exasperated sigh, no longer willing to engage in a conversation with her. He understood that it would likely lead to nowhere. Between the two of them, she was always the more vocal and quick-tempered one, and they rarely found common ground on anything. However, circumstances had forced them into the same team, as they were the ones left with the remaining demonic beasts. Concern crept into the man's voice as he asked, We won't be executed, will we? Tobio responded calmly, That's a decision for the Alliance to make. If you provide enough information, they might show some leniency. They continued walking, their fates hanging in the balance. Go, Aaron! Irina enthusiastically cheered, watching the ongoing battle between Aaron Toole and Hades from a distance. With Comptoir at her side, Hades, the god of the dead from the Greek pantheon, grappled with trying to catch Aaron, who moved nimbly around him without the protection of his armor. Fafafa, are you toying with me, outer god? Do you relish this? Hades inquired, continuing to conjure magic circles that swirled around him, each aimed at Aaron. Without missing a beat and a hint of mockery in his voice, Aaron responded, Yep, that's about right. I'm simply waiting for everyone else to finish their battles. You'll be the last one we defeat today, bringing an end to the Cow's order in our universe. Are you saying my allies are already defeated? The god inquired. More or less, Aaron responded. Hades had been part of the top 10 strongest in the world list prior to Aaron's arrival in their universe. With the numerous changes Aaron had introduced, he and many of his companions now occupied those coveted spots. However, some older gods and beings like Surzex and Ajuka still held their positions, even though there wasn't a physical list to refer to. Anyone lacking significant power would typically be defeated by Hades with ease. Nevertheless, today, the god of skeletons had encountered a formidable opponent. In a sudden blur, Aaron vanished, and Hades swiftly erected a defensive magic circle in front of him. He also readied his own skeleton staff to counter the impending attack. Within moments, the magic circle shattered, and a powerful fist struck his staff, causing it to crack and sending Hades hurtling backward. Hades swiftly regained his composure and drove his staff into the ground. In response, millions of razor-sharp bones and spikes shot toward Aaron, accompanied by a barrage of magical attacks. Aaron raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Instantly, he vanished, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that radiated from his former location, obliterating the bones, spikes, and magical attacks. Then the whole area echoed with a resounding crack. In the blink of an eye, Aaron reappeared directly in front of Hades, delivering a crushing blow to the god's face. Hades' visage cracked from the impact as he was sent hurtling away once more. As the god was sent hurtling, Aaron placed his hand over his heart and began to chant, "The outer dragon god dwelling within me. Awaken from your deep slumber, the crimson heavenly dragon I possess within me. Rise up to become a king and roar the jet-black god of infinity, the glorious god of dreams. Watch over the true, forbidden existence we shall become that transcends the boundaries. Thou shalt dance within our perfected radiant inferno." D-D. D-D-D-D. D-D-D-D-D-D. D-do-do-do-do-do-D-D. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-D-D. D-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-D-D. Dragon full drive. In a swift motion, he donned his true Diablo's dragon god armor and activated the boosters on his back, enhancing his speed. That armor, huh? How infuriating! Hades roared as his body was engulfed in a sinister divine aura. He extended his hand, summoning millions of restless souls and skeletons of varying sizes. With a commanding gesture, he directed them to assail Aaron. D-D-D-D, D-D, 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 D-D. Aaron's body emitted a potent aura, obliterating the ghosts and skeletons Hades had summoned, causing the god even more frustration. Without granting him a moment's respite, Aaron swiftly closed the distance, confronting Hades directly. He unleashed a dragon shot at point-blank range, reducing the London Underground to rubble. Hades' body was propelled into the skies of London, witnessed by the remaining bystanders. They watched as the god of the dead ascended higher and higher. Aaron swiftly pursued, his arm poised for a punch. Hades attempted to activate his staff, but a dark aura intervened, blocking his efforts. "No, you won't," Tobio declared, taking responsibility for thwarting the god's actions. "Don't, leave me out of this." Vala's scream resonated from beside him. "And would have kicked his ass too." Aaron smiled behind his helmet and nodded. "Then let's do this, Valley." Both of them charged forward, covering their arms with aura, and then slammed their fists into the god's stomach, propelling him further. Hades' movements were also beginning to slow down as Lavinia's blizzard began to affect him too. The remaining members of DXD in London began to gather below the two heavenly dragons, preparing themselves if Hades were to act again. Looking down weakly at his enemies, Hades muttered, "So this is the current DXD, the ones who hold the tools to overthrow the gods." Hades managed to activate his staff's divine aura, but two people immediately stopped it. "Revoke!" shouted Aaron's armor, and the entire city of London was covered in a large white barrier, with Kanami shouting, "Cancel" below them. It seemed like Hades had accepted his fate, but he wanted to convey one more thing to them. So, his mouth opened as he stared at them with his eyes. "But, you should remember this, DXD," he said, his voice fading. LL Lucifer, Aaron and Valley readied their cannons, summoning these power weapons from their armors and taking aim at Hades while charging them up. Hades posed a question. "Even miracles have limits, and when that time comes, what will you do?" Aaron met the challenge with unyielding determination. "Then we'll create brand new ones." His helmet retracted, revealing his face. "It's time for the older generation to make way, Hades, and let the new generation take charge. No one in this omniverse, including you, can overcome us," Aaron declared with unwavering self-assurance. "Blaster, Satan Lucifer Smasher." At long last, Aaron and Vala's cannons released their potent attacks. A cascade of diverse auras surged from their weapons, converging midway as they headed towards Hades. As their combined attack connected with the god, something extraordinary occurred. Hades found himself deluged by a peculiar sensation. Vivid memories of the lives, trials, and triumphs of both Valley and Aaron streamed through his mind. He witnessed their struggles, their most joyous moments, and their dreams for the future. This influx of memories painted a subtle smirk on Hades' face. Aaron Toole and Vala Lucifer. He contemplated. I'm not entirely convinced even with this, but I'll remain vigilant wherever I may be for the remarkable feats and adventures you'll undertake in the days to come. A powerful explosion erupted in the skies above London, unleashing shockwaves with the force to devastate England and its neighboring countries. When the cataclysmic blast finally subsided, Hades' injured body descended back to the earth. Valley observed Hades fall without moving, but with swift precision, Aaron intercepted the god, cradling him gently as he landed. Using his powers, Aaron sealed Hades' divine abilities and used a sleeping spell, ensuring the god's unconscious state. After stepping out of his armor, Aaron carefully placed Hades on the ground. Aaron! Lavinia's voice resounded through the aftermath, and she hurried to embrace Aaron. Though they had been apart for a significant part of the day, he greeted her with a warm smile. Aaron asked, "Is there something bothering you, Nia?" She nestled her head against his chest and shook it, offering a soft reply. "Nothing. It's just I just missed you." A warm smile graced Aaron's lips as he surveyed their surroundings and patted her head. He noticed their allies slowly converging upon the scene. Battles are still raging within the dimension I've created. Let's go and lend our strength to bring an end to this operation, he declared, met with a resounding chorus of agreement from those assembled. Aaron Toole's soliloquy. A couple of days had passed since the final battle against the Chaos Order in our universe, and the supernatural citizens were finally feeling some relief. While there might still be smaller groups or occasional villains cropping up, the overall sentiment was that we had achieved some much-needed peace. I had a discussion with the leaders about my upcoming plans. We all agreed to postpone the next tournament match by approximately 3 months. The official announcement would be made later today, and the stated reason would be to improve the event or something along those lines. Surzex and a few others had taken responsibility for organizing it, and they hadn't shared all the details with me, so I left it in their capable hands. At the moment, I found myself in the underworld, surrounded by several other individuals. By my side, Aoife held Vivi in her arms, though the little one appeared a bit frightened. You might be wondering, what was the reason for this? Well, presently, we found ourselves in a ceremonial hall, the very same where Rias Peerage and a few other devils had gathered the previous year to receive their promotions and evil pieces. Rias now stood before the same statue, with Ajuka by her side. Rias Gremory, from this point forward, you shall be officially recognized as an ultimate-class devil, Ajuka declared. Upon hearing these words, Rias bowed respectfully and replied, I accept this honor with gratitude. But it wasn't just Rias. Earlier, Serorg, Seekvera, and Sona had also been promoted to ultimate-class devils. All 4 members of the rookies, 4 were now officially ultimate-class devils, granting them greater privileges in their society. Several other members of their peerage have been similarly promoted, including Aquino, Asia, Keisha, Tsubaki, Jinchuru, and one of Seekvera's knights. Finally, Ajuka turned his attention to Valley. Ajuka made a significant announcement, Valley Lucifer. You will be granted the title of Specialized Devil. The people who were with us were genuinely astounded by this announcement. It was a moment of great significance because, officially, there had been just 2 devils who had earned that prestigious title, Surzex and Ajuka, and Rizavim was also considered one, although his power still remained significantly inferior to the former 2. Vala's family joined us for this momentous occasion. Lina, filled with excitement and joy, vigorously waved her arms and shed tears of happiness upon hearing the news. Valley, on the other hand, responded with a confident smirk directed at Ajuka, his expression revealing his feelings. Ajuka went on to provide context. While it might not have been an official rank in the past, we've noticed the consistent growth of many young devils, becoming stronger with each passing day. The ultimate class designation may no longer be sufficient for them. As a result, we have introduced the new specialized devil status, and we have chosen to bestow it upon Vala Lucifer as our inaugural recipient. Some in the crowd remained puzzled, so Ajuka provided further explanation in simple terms. It surpasses the ultimate class and comes with even greater advantages for those who attain it. However, it will require a significant amount of effort and specific accomplishments to achieve this rank. For instance, saving the world or besting a god in combat. A hush descended upon the hall as the devil's eyes widened in astonishment. Though it hadn't been officially declared, it was well known that Valley had faced two gods during the operation and emerged victorious. Zerv might have contributed, sharing the news that Valley had defeated him. Ajuka turned to Valley and inquired, "Will you accept it?" Valley replied, "I will. It seems more convenient to have it, doesn't it?" Then, to my surprise, Ajuka shifted his attention to me. I couldn't help but feel puzzled as everyone else also gazed at me, equally baffled by this unexpected turn of events. Ajuka began to explain, "Even though you're not a devil, your status within the supernatural realm has always been quite intricate and unique. As a result, all the leaders of the Alliance have decided to grant you a rank, Gene." He continued, "It won't align with our devil ranks, but we've chosen to bestow upon you the title of Dragon God, similar to Ophis, the Dragon God of Infinity." His announcement left the room even quieter than before. Drake couldn't resist a playful tease. "Look at you, partner, getting a higher-ranking status than us." Fufu Ajuka, with a faint grin, asked me, "Will you accept it?" I let out a sigh, placed my hand on my face, and nodded. "He'll accept it graciously." He chuckled slightly before adding, "Furthermore, Vala Lucifer will also be acknowledged as a transcendental, much like myself and Surzex Lucifer." With those words, the hall burst into jubilant cheers. After some time, we made our way back home to continue the festivities at the after-party. I apologize for the delay in this celebration, as we had a lot to handle in the past few days, but great job, everyone, I exclaimed, lifting my drink. The room resounded with cheers, marking the beginning of the party. As I mentioned, our gathering to celebrate our universe's liberation from the Cow's Order had been postponed due to various obligations. We had to transport the captured individuals to the Alliance's prisons. I had numerous meetings to attend to discuss future plans, and everyone was generally fatigued with other responsibilities. However, today, following the ceremony, we finally decided to hold our celebration, and everyone was enjoying themselves, feasting and sipping their drinks. I went around, engaging in conversations with various people on a wide range of topics, sharing laughter and stories. The atmosphere was notably relaxed, and it seemed like there were fewer concerns to fret over in our universe. Even though we still had 2 universes to visit and a tournament to conclude, things felt relatively stable in our own universe. At one point, Tobio approached me and asked, "Gene, can we have a talk?" I agreed, recalling that before the previous mission, he had approached me about staying in our universe instead of venturing to the Phantasma. It seemed like he was finally ready to share his decision. We moved to the backyard, where a few people were enjoying themselves, and some were even taking a dip in the pool. We observed this scene in silence before Tobio began to speak. "I've made my choice. I'd like to stay here. I can't be away from SAE and Hannah for too long. I heard that ITLL take a month in both the Phantasma and EV-Atolled universes, right? But why the extra month? Are you planning to go somewhere else?" "Yeah, it's a bit complex, and it'll be away for quite some time. It involves Velgrind, and you're aware of that, right?" I explained to him, and he acknowledged with a nod. "I want to dig into it, then. It sounds complicated, but thanks for understanding my choice," he replied and raised his fist. I chuckled and bumped my fist with his. "Hey, I'm concerned too, you know. I'm going to leave my own mother here with Vivi and Cindy, because I do worry too much about them if they came with me. If I had my own children and wives, I'd definitely reconsider too, I confided. And speaking of that, Sa's expecting again, Cinchuredo, but relax a bit, Tobio. Some people's bodies can't handle having children constantly, you know? I understand that we're part of the supernatural world, and our bodies are more robust, but still, I explained, and he furrowed his brows, appearing uneasy. I know, too, that's why, he mumbled, avoiding saying it outright. I nodded in understanding. They were now taking precautions. Tobio, Sa's voice called out from behind. We spun around to find Hannah, wanting to be picked up by him. He gave my shoulder a reassuring pat before heading over. A family, huh? Maybe I should start thinking about that as well. I quietly muttered to myself. Although, there will be many who want to start families with me. They'll contemplate it further after our mission in the Phantasma. Just as I was about to depart, Cookie hurried over, with Middlet, Maruam, and Calawarna following behind him. The blue-haired fallen angel sported a noticeable blush, and Middlet seemed to be playfully teasing her. Cookie grasped my shoulders, drawing uncomfortably close, and blurted out, "Bro, I need some help." I pulled my face away slightly and inquired, "What's going on?" "Calawarna she's..." Cookie began to explain. I promptly finished his sentence, "Pregnant?" He nodded as his group gathered around us. "Firstly, congratulations if you intend to keep it. Second, what kind of help do you need?" Cookie launched into a frenzy of explanations, and I quickly stopped him. Wouldn't it be smarter to ask for help from Shuri, Barrakiel, Ce, and Tobio? They've all experienced parenthood. I'm just taking care of Vivi, who's over 10. I have no knowledge about younger ages. Right, he exclaimed before rushing away with Calawarna in tow. I offered Calawarna some parting words. If you require anything like the protection I provided for Hannah-chan, feel free to reach out. She gave me a grateful nod and a warm smile before departing. Turning to Middlet and Maruam, I said, "This is about the house, isn't it? Let's head to my office for more privacy." Several hours had passed, yet the party was still in full swing, and everyone continued to relish their time here. A few guests were feeling a little tipsy from the drinks I had provided, but they weren't in danger of getting too drunk, so it was all good. Our merry gathering had relocated to the backyard, where laughter and enjoyment filled the air. Azazel, who had joined us along with a few more later, such as Surzex, Ajuka, and even Shiva, turned to me with a curious expression. "So, Gene, what comes next?" His question caught the attention of those around us, their eyes fixed on me. "Next? What do you mean?" I replied, my curiosity piqued. "We've defeated the Cow's Order in our universe. So what's the next step? There are still 2 factions left in other universes, and they can't cross over here. Can they?" Azazel inquired. I nodded to confirm his observation and took a moment to gaze around at everyone. Lavinia stood beside me, holding Vivi in her arms. I briefly closed my eyes and then opened them, flashing a reassuring smile to the assembled group. We're taking the battle to them. In a few weeks, we'll be embarking on a journey to the universe of the crepuscular phantasma, I declared, momentarily silencing the entire gathering. "Why not go now?" Valley inquired, his tone reflecting his confusion. I offer an explanation. To be honest, if we rush in now, most of you might end up defeated or worse, killed. That's why I'd like to take the next few weeks to train all of you. Many of their prominent members possess God class or even greater power. Think of Shiva, Ophis, and great red levels of strength and beyond. So, it's a wise move to strengthen everyone before we embark. Valis' excitement was evident as he exclaimed. Finally, his own aura surged, earning laughter from those around him, who were no strangers to his battle-loving nature. I reassured everyone, but that's a few weeks away, and today we're here to relax, so don't dwell on it too much. This declaration was met with cheers, and the group returned to enjoying their leisure time. Lavinia gently took my hand, our fingers entwining, and Vivi, nestled between us, found her cozy spot. Lavinia turned to me and, her cheeks flushed, asked, "We'll be going there soon, and we'll have to leave Vivi behind. How about we pretend to be a family for the next few weeks?" "Of course," I replied, smiling warmly at them both, planting a tender kiss on their foreheads. They'll make sure our family stays safe, and when all of this is over, we can look forward to a peaceful life. A small tear welled up in Lavinia's eye, but I swiftly brushed it away. And then we can start our own family. Yeah, I responded as Vivi gazed at Lavinia with concern. Mama, please don't cry, Vivi expressed, her voice filled with distress. Lavinia reassured her that she wasn't sad. Yeah, I'll all be over soon. Third-person point of view on the central planet of Phantasma. A young man found himself in a dire situation. Chains bound him tightly, their links securely fastened to a massive, shimmering obsidian pillar. Relentlessly, the pillar drained his power and vitality, rendering any attempts to break free futile. He bore the marks of hardship, and a dried pool of blood lay beneath him, a grim testament to his enduring suffering. Yet, against all odds, he clung to life. In the distance, a commanding woman made her entrance, her presence exuding authority. She ascended a grand, elevated platform adorned with opulent and rare gems from their universe. By her side stood her trusted aide, and she settled onto an ornate chair, her gaze fixed on the imprisoned man. With a raised hand, she initiated a chorus of malevolent cries. Stop him! Defeat him! Victory! 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 Down with the resistance! We've finally captured one of their leaders, with 2 more to go. The onlookers in the crowd gathered to witness the spectacle displayed their heartless and unrelenting cruelty, their hatred for the captive man unambiguous. The person seated in the chair was none other than Fumara, the leader of the Phantasma. Her intense gaze bore into the man before her, and at last she broke the silence. Ramlar, one of the resistance leaders, it seems your luck has finally run its course, hasn't it? Fumara inquired, her eyes fixed on the man now known as Ramlar. I still have my personal vengeance to savor, you foolish woman. I couldn't care less about being eliminated, and I won't betray my comrades. Ramlar hissed, dripping with disdain. With her cold, lifeless eyes, Fumara raised her hand once more and conjured massive, shadowy white entities next to Ramlar. They lunged at him, striking his stomach, prompting painful grunts from Ramlar. With all the crimes committed by the Resistance, you're now sentenced to death. Every single one of your transgressions has been meticulously documented and is available to the public. As we've had a lengthy history, I'll indulge you. Do you have any final words? Fumara inquired. She then shifted her gaze to Ive, her trusted lieutenant, who began reciting Ramlar's offenses. Ramlar locked eyes with Fumara, pouring every ounce of his remaining animosity and vitality into the glare. As he reflected on his life, a cryptic smile graced his face, baffling those who witnessed it. He began, pausing to catch his breath. Those old hags' prophecies never miss their mark. Even if you despised them, someone was bound to emerge and bring you and your organization to an end. The Resistance was initiated 800 years ago by that man, and though he failed to bring you down, his legacy endures in those who genuinely seek peace. Ramlar grinned widely at Fumara, blood trickling from his barato as the creatures clamped down even harder on him. And it's already begun, hasn't it? He posed a rhetorical question, earning a scowl from the woman. She raised her hand once more, and the creatures attacked Ramlar from every side. But he didn't stop there. Summoning the last ounce of his strength, Ramlar bellowed, "One day, a new figure will arise, carrying our hopes and dreams on his back." Fumara clenched her teeth in rage and manifested an even larger entity that began descending upon Ramlar. And when he comes into our universe, I know he'll blow up a storm of liberation for all of us. He shouted, just before the entity consumed him. Before his life slipped away, everyone in the arena witnessed it, the fleeting silhouette of a silver-haired man passing over Ramlar's body, just as the entity devoured him. I'll leave the rest to you all. Laronia, your boss better kick their asses, he thought as he departed from the world. After Ramlar's passionate declaration, an eerie silence descended upon the place, and even Fumara herself trembled with anger. Storm? Change. Liberation? Nonsense. None of that will come true. We're on the verge of awakening our own leader, our outer god. And once he's awake, we will dominate the multiverse with an iron grip. Fumara wore a smug expression as she above the lifeless man, then rose to her feet and strolled away. She addressed Dive, who trailed behind her. Dedicate all our efforts to our ongoing project. Ramlar's foolish speech makes it clear the outer god is on its way. Eve's eyes widened in surprise, and she promptly responded, "Of course, Lady Fumara." She rushed off to fulfill the task. Alone, Fumara seethed with anger, causing the space around her to distort. "They won't leave here alive. Come to my universe, dragon. Let's settle this." On the Resistance's planet, Laronia stood atop a hill, his teeth gritted in frustration. His gaze was fixed in the direction of the planet where Ramlar had just lost his life. He muttered to himself, "You're a complete idiot, you know that?" The weight of the situation weighed on his shoulders. Laronia couldn't help but remember the words Ramlar had left him on that fateful day, echoing in his mind. "Don't follow me. I'm going to settle my own grudges against Fumara and her minions. I've been alive for too long, far from my family. I want to reunite with them. With your master coming to our universe soon, it's my time to act. Please, don't try to stop me, Laronia." The memory of those words felt heavy on his heart. As he contemplated the loss of his friend, a voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see Savina, the other leader of the Resistance, approaching from behind. Laronia could tell she was deeply affected by the news. "Laronia, is it over?" she asked, her voice filled with a mixture of grief and concern. Laronia nodded, his expression weary. "Yeah, he's gone." "I see," Savina replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. "I'll go and inform everyone else. Thank you for letting me know." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Laronia alone with his thoughts. It was evident that Ramlar's passing had left a profound impact, not just on him, but on all the leaders who had shared their journey for many years. 8 centuries in the past, an enigmatic individual laid the foundation for the Resistance, a nameless figure shrouded in mystery. What fueled his passion was a profound thirst for freedom, one that extended beyond his own desires to encompass the entire population oppressed under Fumara's tyranny. Driven by this noble cause, he embarked on the journey of uniting kindred spirits. In this manner, the group came into existence. At the outset, the organization lacked a name. Their sole focus was to emancipate their universe from the clutches of the nefarious woman. As time progressed, their numbers swelled. However, their actions also attracted the attention of Fumara and her ever-growing assembly. During this period, only 7 out of the 16 eradicators were aligned with her cause. Consequently, she ordered this incomplete faction to confront the Resistance. Much to her surprise, these agents proved unable to decisively defeat their enemies. Yet, they did manage to eliminate a substantial portion of the Resistance's members, severely hampering their activities. Regrettably, some of her chosen eradicators also suffered injuries during this encounter, stoking her ire. After a considerable span of time, Fumara decided to confront the Resistance directly, bringing Ive along. In this fateful encounter, the leader of the original Resistance met his end along with everyone else. To her bewilderment and ire, he departed this world with a serene smile and words of encouragement, a message that lingered for all who would hear. In a manner reminiscent of Ramlar's words, he assured the people of his era that another would rise to carry on his mission and ultimately free their universe. As the years passed and stretched into the present day, numerous attempts were made by brave souls, but none succeeded. Nonetheless, true to his vow, the Resistance resurfaced persistently, never truly vanquished. Laronia, gifted with Aaron's abilities to delve into the past, echoed the same sentiment spoken by the nameless man to Fumara. As long as even just one person wants that freedom, the Resistance will always come back stronger than ever. "Huh? Sir Laronia, the remaining leaders wish to have a meeting with everyone," said a voice behind him. He turned around and nodded at the man before joining him. Laronia glanced back at his current location and let out a sigh. Boss, Cinchuredo, and raised an eyebrow. Is something wrong? She inquired. Yunuyo, a former eradicator who had now assumed the role of an electa, shook his head, his expression thoughtful. It's nothing, Kay. It seems like our master is going to venture into a different universe soon. Kay contemplated this for a moment. Oh, so they've concluded their business in the Draconis Deus? If it's not us, then it's the Phantasma. I see. Well, I hope everything goes smoothly for them. Indeed, Yunuyo agreed, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. Now, all that's left for us is to wait and continue with our own endeavors, kafufufu. Kay couldn't help but give him a disapproving look. You're a bit too eager for this, aren't you? Anyway, have you received any updates from the team in Fatter Fedora? Yunuyo nodded, his expression more serious this time. Ayala sent us a brief update about a month ago. Not much has changed there. However, she's been joined by Ivonos and Sviva, and together, they're making significant progress in eradicating the Eevee that have become entrenched in that universe. I see. That's great for them then. Anyway, she paused, her gaze drifting around their surroundings. Are you sure it's wise to limit it to just 50 power? She pointed towards their location. Yunuyo's face lit up with enthusiasm. Yes, indeed. Allowing Aaron-sama to complete, it will surely earn him more loyal followers, further elevating his popularity throughout the Omniverse. He nearly blushed with excitement. Kay took a step back, her expression bemused. You're almost as much of a fanatic as Antares, she remarked. Yunuyo reached for a notepad, an eager gleam in his eyes. In fact, I've been working on a new song for the Celestial Dragon show. What do you think of this? He began to sing the tune. Kay squinted and shook her head, thinking, I seem to be surrounded by weirdos wherever I go. In the vast universe of Fatter Fedora, Ayelet found herself on her original planet. Over several months, she had undertaken the monumental task of rebuilding it, alongside the resurrected individuals who once called it home. In addition to reconstruction, she had initiated a rigorous training regimen for her fellow inhabitants. The purpose was clear preparation in case the remaining members of the Eevee faction, still scattered throughout the cosmos, decided to pay their planet a visit. Sviva, a close friend and ally, approached Ayelet as she observed the bustling town from atop a hill. She shared an update received from Leanne about their master's impending arrival. Everything's going smoothly so far, Ayelet, Sviva began. I also received an update from Leanne that our master will be coming here soon. Do you think we should prepare something? Ayelet turned to Sviva with a warm smile. Yes, she replied thoughtfully. I believe we can introduce him to the local delicacies. He might even discover unique ingredients here to take back to the Draconic Deus. Sviva briefly paused, her gaze searching Ayelet's eyes. I've been meaning to ask, she continued, once all of this is over, will you consider staying here? Aaron-sama won't mind and will support your decision, you know? Ayelet was visibly taken aback by the question, her eyes returning to the town below. She replied with a touch of uncertainty, I don't know. Sviva, always understanding, shrugged her shoulders and rose to her feet. I wasn't trying to pressure you or anything, she reassured Ayelet. I was just curious. But it's a question to keep in mind since they're coming soon. With that, she began to walk away. They'll go get the equipment ready for our next mission. Ayelet nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, they'll join you soon. The casual question posed by Sviva lingered in her mind and heart as a significant choice for the future. She was faced with the decision of whether to remain with her newfound family or return to her old one. This choice would weigh heavily on her thoughts and emotions in the coming months, right up to the moment of their reunion with their master. Chapter 16, Part 1, Stragglers of a Lost Kingdom. Aaron Tools, Soliloquy, What's Wrong? Is that all you've got? I shouted at the members of DXD, enduring the torment inflicted by selected electa within my training facility. Around us, the remaining DXD members were engaged in various activities, some battling monsters I had conjured for their growth, while others engaged in duels to hone their skills. Beside me, Latia voiced her concerns, her tone tinged with a hint of nervousness. Is this okay? It's fine, I reassured her. They'll be here for the next few weeks, and a week before we leave, it'll release them so they can relax and do whatever they want. All this strict training serves a purpose. I reached out to pat Latia's head, but she swatted my hand away. To my surprise, she quickly grabbed it back and held on to it. It seemed that Latia wasn't a fan of head pats, a fact I now took note of. We've been in here for 5 years already. In total, we'll spend 100 years before releasing everyone, right? Latia inquired, her curiosity evident. More if they can take it, but for now, since a lot of them are normal, then yeah, 100 years, I confirmed, observing the bustling activity of everyone around us. Latia shifted her focus, her gaze fixed on me. About the Phantasma, where we teleporting to? Straight to the Resistance's base. There's going to be a lot of us, so I asked Laronia to expand the base before we arrive. He had already done so, but just to make sure, I asked him to make it 3 times larger to accommodate us. I explained, and Latia nodded in understanding. Then what? She inquired. What do you mean? I responded, prompting her to provide more details. I know our overall goal is to defeat Fumara, dismantle her organization, and if it happens, prevent the outer god from awakening. But what I want to know is where we'll start, she explained, her eyes fixed on me, awaiting my response. Rank 7, Sakudia, serves as a spy for the Resistance. I believe he's been gradually persuading Rank 10, Radelia. I briefly encountered her before, and she, along with a few others, has a high likelihood of joining our side. That's why I chose not to eliminate them. Additionally, Kita, Laronia, and the rest of the Resistance will serve as our guides. Personally, I haven't delved into the history or future of that universe yet. I clarified. Are you going in blind, just like the rest of us? She inquired. Yeah, more or less. Although, if necessary, they'll use my future sight to give us an advantage. Otherwise, they'll do what I did here. Speaking of which, shouldn't you join in? I want to ensure everyone's up to scratch before we go over there, I responded. She regarded me with suspicion, and I averted my gaze. You lied, didn't you? You've said 2 contradictory things. On one hand, you warned us that they're stronger than us and encouraged us to train so we won't get killed. On the other hand, you're now claiming you don't know anything, so we should train hard? I'm just basing it off Kita. She herself is at the level of Ophis and Irene before they became even stronger. As far as I know, Lavinia, Suzaku, Velgrind, Azathoth, Kuntwar, Draig, Albion, Apophis, and myself are the only ones who can comfortably take on all of them without worrying too much, I explained. The statement I just made was only a half-truth. In reality, I delved into the history of the Phantasma and even glimpsed into the future. However, the nature of the future is ever-changing, and what I witnessed does not possess an immutable certainty. This is because I, myself, am in a constant state of flux, influencing and altering the course of events. An example from recent memory involves Rainier. Initially, she wasn't destined to join any teams, but during a date with her and Penemu, she made the spontaneous decision to become part of a team. Another deviation from the anticipated course was related to Team Moonrabbits. The initial future indicated their victory, but a visit to the Shinto pantheon a few days prior altered that outcome. I contributed to the empowerment of the gods there, inadvertently affecting the results and possibly motivating others in unexpected ways. The Omniverse is a dynamic entity, subject to perpetual change where absolutes are rare. Although I possess the ability to impose absolutes, it contradicts my usual approach. However, if circumstances demand it, I won't hesitate to assert my influence in that manner. The power I wield grants me the capacity to mold reality, a tool that remains at my disposal, albeit one I choose to use judiciously. Latia regarded me with suspicion, a sigh escaping her lips before she gently squeezed my hand. They'll believe you, but not entirely. In the end, it won't matter too much. With that said, before I go, there's one last thing I want to mention, she stated, and I nodded in acknowledgement. I'm joining you and Shizuna on that date. We've already discussed it. It's after your visit with Momo to her parents, isn't it? A double date then? Sure thing, I don't mind, I replied. We're just heading to the tiles of Dog City's base for it, after all. There's apparently more to it, a pretty cool forest to explore, so look forward to that. Latia then rose on her tiptoes, attempting to kiss me on the cheek. However, I turned just in time, and our lips met instead. She blushed, shot me a playful glare, and then slightly ran away. "Partner, what's up, Drake?" I inquired, and a vibrant green ball emerged from my chest, transforming into Drake's human form beside me. To my surprise, he was donned in a crimson tuxedo, a departure from his usual attire. "Nice threads. What's the special occasion?" I asked, genuinely curious. "I'm heading out on a date. Won't be back until later, so, yeah, bye," he announced, then promptly disappeared. I stood there, still processing the unexpected revelation. He's going on a date? I mused aloud. Indeed, Albion's voice resonated in my mind. This, that, and the other, he's been discreetly meeting a dragon in the underworld. Although I'm uncertain about the reciprocity of their feelings, she might have given him a chance. A grin spread across my face as I chuckled at the unexpected revelation. Drake going on a date and possibly finding love? That's a twist I didn't see coming. I mused, the idea amusing me more than I anticipated. Albion chimed in with his own observation. "He was probably influenced by you." I grinned at Albion. "Speaking of being influenced, I'll bet you're slyly involved with someone too, but I won't dig too deep." "Good luck, Albie," I teased, smirking knowingly. He attempted to protest, but I brushed it off, choosing to leave his secrets untouched. As I descended to the first floor of my residence via the elevator, the warm sight of Sona and Rhea caught my attention. Intrigued, I approached them, posing a simple inquiry. "Are you two heading somewhere?" Sona offered an explanation. "Yes. We're off to the underworld to join Tsubaki for a meet and greet event for her recently published novel." She then cast a discerning gaze in my direction before extending an invitation. "Would you like to come along with us?" "Sure, may I come?" "Me too." The unexpected voices of Reiko and Ine chimed in from behind us. "I see no problem with that. Tsubaki will be delighted to see you all," assured Sona. Swiftly, we readied ourselves, and before long, we found ourselves en route to Lilith. Upon our arrival in Lilith, we proceeded towards the bookshop. I found myself positioned between Sona and Reiko, with Rhea and Ine following closely behind. "I heard from Danu and Ain that you defeated a god during the last operation." "Good job," I congratulated Sona, reaching over to pat her on the head. Sona let out a sigh and replied, "It was necessary for me to confront him, as I had instructed Rugal, Momo, and the others to focus on their assigned tasks. However, it worked in my favor because he wasn't the type of god with extensive battle experience." Furrowing her brow, she continued, "If we were to win against Dulio-san and his team and face Indrasama, I doubt facing him alone would be easy. I would require Saji's assistance, given that he possesses a sacred gear. After all, I am a devil, and a god is my natural enemy." Reiko spoke. "That would have been the case last year, Sona. However, you need to keep in mind that you're not a normal devil anymore, and you eclipse the vast majority of gods in strength." Sona considered this, responding, "That may be the case, but combat-oriented gods like Indrasama have a vast array of skills and abilities. When Eren and he fought, I believe he wasn't taking it too seriously. I think he just wanted to fight someone strong to have fun." Acknowledging her point, I chimed in, "That's true. He may have used his god armor and tools, but he wasn't utilizing everything in his arsenal. Even so, we fought and had fun, and he was fine with that outcome. However, I think he'll put everything he has into his upcoming matches since he has a chance for a rematch with me. But if he loses, he'll still entertain a rematch with him." Ine's question lingered in the air as we walked, her curiosity evident in the tone of her voice. "So you're still going to fight him even if he gets knocked out of the tournament?" I nodded, sharing my reasoning. "Yeah, I'd rather keep him engaged in controlled sparring sessions. It's better than having him potentially spark a conflict with Shiva or someone else. Dealing with that would be quite annoying. I'm used to people challenging me to fights, especially Valley, so adding one more god to the list won't bother me too much," I explained, eliciting a laugh from Ine. Our conversation flowed as we strolled, and eventually, we arrived at the bookshop. To my surprise, a substantial line of people awaited their turn to enter. The anticipation hung in the air as readers eagerly waited outside. "It's not surprising," remarked Sona, our guide in this literary venture. "Tsubaki is a talented writer, catering to a specific demographic that resonated with her first book. Your support with funds and advertising played a significant role, but the reviews were overwhelmingly positive." With Sona's assurance, we approached the front of the line. She presented some form of identification, allowing us entry as she informed the staff that we were with her. As we stepped into the venue, a lively atmosphere enveloped us. The sight of enthusiastic fans flocking to Tsubaki's table near the front was impossible to miss. They eagerly sought her autograph, pictures, and a moment to connect with their favorite author. Tsubaki herself radiated joy amidst the hustle and bustle. Reiko, Sona, and Ine gravitated toward her, engaging in the lively scene. Observing from a distance, Rhea questioned my decision. "Aren't you going over there?" I shook my head. "Not at the moment. The last thing we need is that dragon causing commotion. I've tweaked people's perceptions of me, for now, except for those who know me on a more personal level. Right now, I'm just another girl with you guys, so to speak." Upon our arrival, I swiftly activated my ability to alter people's perception. I wanted to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. Sona was already a notable figure heiress of the Citri clan. A member of the Rookies 4, part of the DXD team, a Godslayer, and recently promoted to Ultimate Class Devil. Our presence drew eyes, with some discreetly capturing the moment through their cameras. Rhea and I stood at a corner of the store watching everything happen. She stood by my side, subtly intertwining her fingers with mine. Glances from Sona's group, including Tsubaki, acknowledged our presence, and with a wave, I conveyed our intention to catch up with them shortly. They nodded in understanding and proceeded with the ongoing event. "Shall we explore the shop in the meantime?" I suggested to Rhea. She agreed, and together we turned right, entering a different area. The shelves were filled with an array of books, and Rhea, in particular, showed interest, selecting a few to purchase. "No, they'll take care of this myself. Thank you very much," she asserted before I could offer to pay for them. "We make enough money on our own, Aaron, and your generous allowance covers us well. I've been saving a portion and sharing some with family members to support them," she added, shedding light on her thoughtful financial approach. "Well, I kind of expected something like that from you guys. Except for a few," I replied casually, my mind briefly recalling Valerie, Kuroka, and Ingvild as the more extravagant spenders, excluding Rias, who had toned down her purchases lately. "What's that supposed to mean?" she asked, pouting cutely. "Oh, it's the book Tsubaki-senpai authored," she added, bringing it up. My eyes locked onto the book's cover and title, but simultaneously, I couldn't help but give it an odd look. "It's called The Adventures of Pai Pai Man." "W8 is Tsubaki, yes. She writes novels, Aaron." "You didn't know that?" Rhea asked, looking at me with surprise. "No. She said she didn't or wouldn't write about BL and yaoi stuff. But I didn't think she'd just write mature romance novels of all things." "What in God's name did I help promote?" I questioned, taking the novel from her hands and reading the summary. As I delved into the details, a mix of curiosity and bewilderment took hold, stirring my thoughts on the unexpected content I had unintentionally supported. "Should I buy it?" she teased, playfully taking the book from my hands. Maybe I should." Rhea added it to her growing pile, before sticking her tongue out at me and reconsidering. "We already have it in our library, so we don't need to buy it again. The other girls in our home have started to read it too. They say it resembles some of the things you do." "Censuredo, is something wrong?" Rhea asked, picking up on my unease. "No," I replied, setting the book down. "You'll need to speak to Tsubaki about this later," I added, my tone carrying a hint of mortification. As I contemplated the situation, a thought crossed my mind. Who was responsible for divulging these personal details? Aquino? Barato? Perhaps both? Or was it someone else entirely? Tsubaki shouldn't have been able to compile this information without someone discreetly feeding her details. The need for a conversation with Tsubaki weighed on me, seeking clarity on how such personal moments ended up in her writing. As we strolled through the bookstore, a contemplative pause lingered between us. Come on, let's explore the rest of the store. The event with Tsubaki should take a bit longer, I suggested, guiding her away. We swiftly approached the cash register, procured her chosen books, and ascended to the third floor, where a cozy cafe awaited. After acquiring some delectable treats and beverages, we settled at a nearby table. Reiko and Ine soon joined us, having concluded their attendance at the event. Phew, so many people here. I didn't think Tsubaki could write all of that, exclaimed Ine, a playful grin lighting up her face. Sounds a lot like the things you do, Aaron. Both Sona and Reiko noticed them too, right? She inquired, stealing a glance at Reiko, who sported a modest blush. Reiko took a tentative sip of her drink, her gaze shifting between the liquid in her glass and me. I don't know anything about that, she replied, her voice carrying a shy undertone. I turned to Ine, determined to unravel the mystery. Ine, I called out, prompting her attention. We'll go on our second date if you tell me who spilled the beans to Tsubaki Aquino and Ingvild. Ine blurted out, not waiting for me to complete my sentence. The revelation caught me off guard. Aquino's involvement wasn't entirely surprising, given her close relationship with Tsubaki. But Ingvild's name was unexpected. Who would have thought that she would share such information? Oh, and Gabriel. But she's a bit naive about it, right? So Tsubaki probably took advantage of that. Maybe saying it was something worth learning for your benefit or something. You and she did talk recently, Ine explained, shedding light on the situation with her characteristic frankness. I appreciate you sharing that, Ine. Let's head back to the Shinto pantheon in the future for our date. I'd like to meet your parents again, I said to her, and a gleam appeared in her eyes at my suggestion. Her blush deepened, and she nodded so vigorously that the table trembled. It was evident she understood the implication behind my words. Reiko and Rhea exchanged smiles, akin to witnessing a child receiving a cherished gift. As our conversation continued for the next few minutes, our peaceful moment was abruptly shattered by a loud crash downstairs, accompanied by multiple voices shouting. Our eyes met, and we decided to investigate. I dispelled my perception-altering ability, garnering a few curious glances, which I chose to disregard. Upon descending the stairs, a scene of chaos unfolded. A stack of Tsubaki's books lay scattered, and an individual with a comically absurd mask stood in the center, accompanied by 3 other devils. It appeared to be a trite and cliched attempt at robbery. Sona and Tsubaki directed stern glares at the robbers, while the remaining patrons in the store scattered some cowering, others hiding, and a few choosing to make a hurried exit. Put your hands, the would-be robber was cut off before he could utter the cliché demand. I leaped from my position and descended onto his head, sending him crumpling to the ground. With a swift motion of my right arm toward his accomplices, I snapped my fingers, casting them into a deep slumber. Summoning a magic circle, I established a connection with the underworld police, relaying the incident details promptly. They mobilized swiftly in response to my report. In truth, the impact of my landing proved fatal for the first assailant. He was killed instantly by the bravado of the blow. To rectify the unintended fatality, I utilized my abilities to resurrect him, ensuring he was handed over to the authorities intact. After completing everything, I swiftly cloaked myself in invisibility. Employing this tactic, I created the illusion of appearing on the scene spontaneously, like a hero, and promptly teleported away. My intention was to keep the focus on Tsubaki, avoiding any undesired attention directed towards me. I allowed the commotion to unfold, letting them marvel at the recent turn of events, and ascended to the restaurant while reactivating my perception ability. Upon returning to our seats, I remarked, "That felt like something out of a cartoon or a crime show, don't you think?" Ine agreed, "Yeah, it was pretty cliché. Well, if we don't include you taking out the bad guys and bringing them back to life, followed by laughter." Rhea inquired, "You didn't want to take the spotlight away from Tsubaki-senpai?" I nodded in response. "Yeah, it's her event, not mine. I kind of showed up, did that, and left, so it's fine. The chaos below has already started to wane," I explained. During the remaining duration, we settled into our seats, engaged in conversation while patiently awaiting the conclusion of Tsubaki's small event, anticipating the moment when they would finally join us. Great job. I commended them when Tsubaki and Sona eventually arrived. I had detected their presence earlier and took the liberty of ordering some food and drinks for them. Thank you, and thanks for joining us, Aaron, expressed Tsubaki as she settled beside me. Ine, having stood up, offered her seat to Tsubaki with a smug grin directed at me. On a somewhat unrelated note, Senshirado, the queen, gazed at her friend with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Imsully. Akino and Ingvile provided a lot of detail, but I tried not to copy it word for word. Tsubaki stammered. G. Gabriel-sama just told me that she felt a lot of love from it, and she wanted to cuddle with you more. She didn't go into detail about it. She explained, her embarrassment evident. Ingvile? That's quite a surprise. I didn't expect her, of all people, to tell you such things. Did you bribe them, Tsubaki? Sona questioned, fixing her friend with an inquisitive gaze. Tsubaki, somewhat reluctantly, nodded in confirmation. She had indeed bribed them, but the nature of the bribe remained a mystery. What could Tsubaki possibly offer to sway Akino and Ingvile, and why did they share such personal details? Reiko raised an inquisitive eyebrow and asked, what did you bribe them with? Tsubaki, her face still flushed with embarrassment, stammered, I promised them access to my drafts and offered them a chance to be my beta readers. They seemed to find the proposition enticing. Reiko, seeming intrigued, pressed further, is your second book nearly finished? Her tone held a hint of hesitation, and when I looked at her, she avoided making direct eye contact, her face turning crimson. I'm just asking, she quickly added, looking away from me as if trying to downplay her curiosity. Tsubaki stammered, WWL? I'm halfway finished with it, and I've already shared my. She proceeded to enlighten us about the forthcoming second book, detailing what readers could anticipate. The atmosphere was charged with curiosity as everyone present seemed to be engrossed in the ongoing narrative. Despite my lack of personal interest, I continued to lend my support. And so, the remainder of our time there unfolded as a relatively tranquil and enjoyable day. The following day dawned, bringing with it a cloud of melancholy that hung over the red dragon of domination. He found himself stood up on his date, and worse yet, when he went in search of his intended companion, Senshirado, we decided to allow him some space to grapple with his emotions. Albion, on the other hand, informed us that he spent most of his time within his sacred gear, indulging in films, anime, and games. While he appeared to be coping relatively well, the revelation must have been a profound blow to witness. As for myself, Momo stood by my side, clad in a stunning purple sweater dress, complemented by a white jacket, long black tights, and stylish brown boots. Adorning her neck was a small blue pendant, a token of affection I had gifted her just the night before. Are you ready? I inquired, gently holding her hand. I am. I've informed my parents that we started on our journey last night, so they should be expecting us around noon. It's close to that now, so teleporting is a viable option, explained Momo. True to her nature as a former student council president candidate, she had diligently prepared for our departure. Momo, you're always on Barado of things, I grinned in response. If I didn't do this, what would you have done? She asked, tilting her head curiously. Changing there, she interrupted me by placing her finger over my Barado. I expected that. So let's just go. Geez, Senshirado, nestled north of Tokyo in Tachijai Prefecture, holds its prominence with Toshogu, an impressive Shinto shrine, and the final resting place of Shogun Tokugawa Ieyasu. As the founder of the Tokugawa shogunate, which governed Japan for centuries, his mausoleum stands as a testament to history. Additionally, the Fudoraisen Shrine, with a rich history spanning over 1,200 years, adds to the cultural allure of Nikko. Beyond its historical landmarks, Nikko boasts the breathtaking Nikko National Park, offering panoramic views of the surrounding mountains, natural hot springs, and a kaleidoscope of seasonal colors, particularly during the vibrant autumn months. This city provides an ideal setting for a brief escape from the bustling Tokyo life, featuring numerous traditional ryokans and rejuvenating hot spring resorts. Today, our presence in this place had a particular purpose. After we reached our destination, Momo took the lead, guiding us through the winding streets. True to her vibrant personality, she was swiftly recognized by the locals. "Momo-chan, are you back home for a visit?" inquired an elderly man with a face adorned with wrinkles, sporting a straw hat on his head. "Yes, just a day visit, hopefully. It's also lovely to see you," Ogiyuma-san. Momo greeted warmly. "Ho-ho, a day trip, is it?" Ogiyuma-san chuckled and then turned his attention to me. "And who might this young man be?" He noticed our intertwined hands. "Oh, your boyfriend, perhaps?" he teased, grinning at us. "I'm Gene Skyward. Nice to meet you, Ogiyuma-san. And yes, I'm Momo's boyfriend." I introduced myself, extending my hand for a handshake. Ogiyuma shook my hand with a firm grip. "Treat her right, okay? Otherwise, the other younger men in our little town will be after your head," he exclaimed in a jovial tone, patting my side before walking away, still chuckling. Momo apologized with a blush. "I'm sorry about him. He's like a local legend since he did a lot of things in his youth." I chuckled in response, shaking my head. "It's fine. He's still chipper for a man his age. Anyway, let's go and not keep your parents waiting." She agreed, and we quickly left the area, walking up a long flight of rocky stairs until we arrived at a modern yet traditionally styled Japanese home. Golden statues of what normal humans perceived to be Amaterasu, Hachiman, and Fujin adorned the surroundings. Seeing them, I couldn't help but smirk. They made the deities look somewhat, well, ugly. Despite that, the craftsmanship was commendable, a skill worth boasting about. Before us stood a 3-story home, adorned with a black-tiled roof, predominantly white walls, a serene pond to the left, a flourishing garden to the right, and a pair of cars parked on the left side of the house. "Your home is interesting. It's a blend of normal and, well, that," I remarked, gesturing towards the conspicuous golden statues. "It's just Dad. He knows the supernatural is real, but I didn't see the other two before, so maybe it's Mom?" I did tell her beforehand about it, and according to Dad, she freaked out but eventually came to accept it. Momo explained. Out of nowhere, a red dot appeared on my head, and a man's voice echoed, followed by the launch of a red pellet directly at me. Reacting swiftly, I caught it, feeling a bit bewildered, while Momo hid her face in embarrassment. Soon after, a woman's voice joined the chaotic scene, and a barrage of yellow pellets rained down upon us. Again, I managed to catch every single one. Glancing at Momo for some guidance, I found her avoiding eye contact, so I decided to shrug it off and press on with our walk. However, the relentless shower of pellets persisted, pushing Momo to her breaking point. In a burst of anger, she couldn't hold back any longer. "At least try to act normal on your days off, too," she roared, her frustration echoing through the air. Miraculously, the onslaught of pellets ceased, replaced by the laughter of 2 unidentified individuals. A man and a woman, dressed in very casual clothes, emerged. The older gentleman had short gray hair, blue-green eyes, a crimson Hawaiian shirt, short brown shorts, sandals, and black sunglasses. The other person, a woman with long white hair, blue-green eyes, and a yellow sundress, stood beside him. They both held plastic guns and were laughing heartily. "So I can assume that these are your parents?" I inquired, observing the unique couple. Momo face-bombed in embarrassment. Yes, they are," she admitted. "They seem like a fun bunch," I remarked, to which she shook her head and let out a tired sigh. "Please don't encourage them," she pleaded before striding over to her eccentric parents. "I told you I was bringing Gene with me. Why are you two like this?" she asked, sounding more exasperated than angry. "We wanted to test him," exclaimed her father. Yes, we wanted to see the middleman's reaction time. These are the best ones we own, after all," added her mother, gesturing proudly to their plastic BB guns. I wore a smirk as I approached them, extending my hand in a friendly greeting. "Imjin Skyvath, or Aaron Tool. Please call me whatever you prefer. It's a pleasure to meet you both." Momo's dad reciprocated with a smirk of his own, attempting to crush my hand in a firm handshake. However, his efforts proved futile, as the force exerted was inconsequential to me. Momo, sharp as ever, caught on to the play. I tightened my grip in response, and his expression quickly shifted from arrogance to surprise and pain. "Ow! Whoa! What a grip!" he exclaimed, and I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Our amusement, however, was short-lived, as Momo swiftly intervened, smacking both of us on the head and shooting a stern glare our way, demanding an end to our antics. I released his hand, and Momo's dad burst into laughter, playfully shaking his hand around. I pointed my finger at him and mended his hand. I hadn't gripped it hard enough to crush it, but it was sufficient to elicit his yelp. "Imrenjiro Hanakai, by the way. It's nice to meet you, Gene Toole or Aaron Skyward," he asked, grinning at me. "Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you, Renjiro," I replied, then shifted my gaze to Momo's mom. She smiled warmly and introduced herself, Sarika Hanakai. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Gene Cohen. Now then, let's come inside, okay?" We all agreed, and together we made our way into their home. We were ushered into the kitchen and dining room area, where I found myself directed to a chair, with Renjiro taking a seat across from me. Momo and Sarika busied themselves in the kitchen, bringing out various dishes one by one. "You don't need to help, Gene. I've heard a lot about you from Momo, Sonasama, and her family. It's in your nature to want to assist, isn't it? But today you're a guest, so there's no need," Renjiro mentioned. It seemed like he had accurately assessed my inclination to help, so I quietly acquiesced, observing the two as they presented a spread of delicious-looking dishes. Even the aroma wafting from the food was enticing. As the table was set with an array of dishes, a cozy atmosphere enveloped us, a sling of comfort hanging over our gathering. Renjiro, breaking the ice, spoke up, "Before we indulge in this feast, let's address the elephant in the room." He turned his gaze towards me and continued, "Middleman, Dual Dragon Emperor, and Mighty Dragon, correct?" "That's correct. What would you like to know?" I replied, raising my arm to reveal the boosted gear, then dismissing it. To both mine and Momo's surprise, her dad produced a boosted gear plushie and a photo of me in my boosted gear scale mail. With a twinkle in his eye, he asked, "Can I get your autograph?" I sat there for a few moments, staring at him. It felt like déjà vu, reminiscent of Fusey's dad's request. I couldn't help but hope that not all parents were like this. Shigyun's parents, for instance, were relatively normal, although their shared love for hearty meals rivaled Shigyun's own gluttony. "Sure thing," I responded with a smile, proceeding to autograph his belongings. My attention briefly shifted to Sarika, who had her own set of items. After signing Renjiro's, I swiftly added my signature to hers. Momo, still puzzled by their excitement, questioned, "Where did you both even get those?" Her father beamed proudly and shared, "Once your mother discovered the supernatural, she was understandably concerned. Initially, she even contemplated pulling you out of it. However, after I provided more insights and had a Citri household servant explain things, she reluctantly embraced it." Renjiro shot a playful smirk at Sarika, adding, "But as she delved deeper into the realm of the supernatural, she uncovered various fascinating aspects. Naturally, she stumbled upon information about Gene and his unique status. Her research extended to the legendary dragon of that realm, and, well, we ended up becoming avid fans. Naturally, we couldn't resist grabbing a few souvenirs along the way." Momo placed her hands on her forehead, displaying clear signs of fatigue, even though we had just arrived. She then gazed back up at me. I responded with a reassuring smile. Eager to avoid creating a negative impression, I decided to play along, sensing that she had grown weary of her parents' eccentricities and surrendered to the situation. "Let's just have lunch," she mumbled wearily, beginning to eat. Gene Cohen, can you tell us about your adventures and what it's like living your life?" Sarika inquired, her own plate in hand. Renjiro joined in, ready to indulge in a meal. "It might take a while, but I don't mind," I replied. They eagerly expressed their willingness to listen, so I embarked on recounting my adventures and experiences for their attentive ears. The lunchtime chatter gradually faded, marking the end of our meal, and a peculiar atmosphere settled in. A sound of distress emerged, and to my surprise, both of Momo's parents were sobbing. I reflected on my storytelling, wondering if I inadvertently shared something excessively sorrowful. Recounting my live journey, I omitted certain details, especially the part about my reincarnation, deeming it unnecessary for the moment. I did mention the demise of my parents, presenting the choice I faced in reviving them. However, I disclosed the complexities of my father's character, leading me to opt for the revival of my mother, maid, and the last person I was romantically involved with before delving into the supernatural. This revelation seemed to have stirred intense emotions, culminating in heartfelt sobs from Momo's parents. Observing the scene, Momo had already risen from her seat, attending to her plate. Feeling the need to give them a moment, I excused myself and joined her in the kitchen. As we stood side by side, washing the dishes, Momo released an audible sigh and turned to me. "You didn't disclose everything to them," she remarked, to which I simply nodded. "They don't need to know the complicated details. This level of information is enough," I responded, and she leaned against me, providing comfort amid the quiet hum of daily life. I can't recall exactly when it happened, but as we neared the end of our dishwashing, the crying we had heard behind us ceased. Upon turning around, both of Momo's parents were nowhere to be found, replaced only by a note. Moving closer, we read the hastily scribbled words, "We'll tackle the cleaning later. Don't touch anything. We just stepped out to the city for a bit. We'll be back in 30 minutes. Momo reassured me they have this habit, nothing to worry about. They'll return, but always add an extra 30 minutes or an hour to their estimated time. With Momo's explanation, I felt more at ease as we resumed cleaning the plates in the sink, swiftly completing the task at hand. After finishing the dishwashing task, we wandered into the living room, situated just across from the dining area and kitchen. Then Momo tugged lightly on my shirt sleeve and asked, "Do you want to see my room upstairs? I want to show you something." I paused for a moment, then agreed and followed her up. In the ensuing quietude, we ascended to her bedroom. Momo directed me to her bed, a space that seemed quite ordinary. Bookshelves adorned with various books, a desk housing a laptop, dressers, scattered magazines, and a charming bed defined the room's ambience. The atmosphere held a subtle tension, as if the room itself was privy to the unspoken exchanges between us. Momo slid off her white jacket, her expression taking on a thoughtful, dreamy quality. Acting on impulse, I gestured for her to come closer, a small smile forming on my bravado. Today was meant to be a meet your parents' day, but it seems they've vanished, leaving us in the dust. "What's our plan of action?" I inquired, the corners of my mouth lifting slightly. The atmosphere between us shifted, caught between the initial intention of family introduction and the unexpected turn of events. As we stood there, the sun casting a warm glow around us, the question lingered in the air, prompting us to decide how to navigate this unexpected twist in our day. Bravado start Momo didn't offer a verbal response, but her actions spoke volumes. She expressed her feelings through a warm, friendly gesture, enveloping me in her embrace. In return, I offered a heartfelt greeting. "Centuredo, Centuredo." The unexpected sight sparked curiosity, and leaning in, I whispered, "Were you hoping something would happen today?" Momo nodded, her demeanor quiet and thoughtful. She looked at me with a hopeful expression and softly said, "I was Centuredo, 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 Centuredo yet." The departure from her usual demeanor stirred a strong and conflicting feeling within me, creating an undeniably captivating experience. Momo loosened her leg's grip, allowing me to readjust myself as I moved closer to her. Our eyes met, and she sealed our connection with a tender bravado. "Centuredo, Centuredo, Centuredo, Centuredo," guiding her through an important milestone. Momo let out a small sound of discomfort, a brief shiver passing through her. Despite the difficulty, she encouraged me to continue with a quick nod and said quietly, "Keep going." And so, I pressed onward until I finally reached the end. Momo and I held each other close, our breathing steady and warm in the quiet room. It's all in, Momo whispered softly. Yeah, it is, I responded, and we shared a tender bravado, a quiet moment between us. I'm gonna move, Momo, I said gently. Centurado, 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 Centurado. I gave her a reassuring smile, but didn't allow her much time to recover. I pulled her close again and held her tightly, trying to comfort her. She let out a surprised gasp as I held her close, her bravado tense against mine. Centurado, Centurado, Centurado. She gently took hold of my face, her words a soft whisper. I want us to share this moment together. I leaned in close, pressing my forehead against hers, a nod signaling my agreement. All right, Momo, let's share this together, I whispered, pulling her closer, a warm feeling of closeness filling my heart. Centurado, Centurado, Centurado. She rested close beside me with a playful grin. I asked, so how is it? She responded with a warm smile, leaning closer and pressing a gentle bravado to my cheek. I loved it, she said softly, her voice warm and affectionate as she held me close. You're still eager to head down there, she remarked. Well, I'm full of energy, so? I replied casually. Let's keep going for a bit longer. They won't be home for another hour, she suggested, and we enjoyed our time together. Our bond grew stronger that day, an unexpected turn of events from meeting her parents. Lemon, and approximately an hour and 15 minutes later, her parents returned, and we warmly welcomed them in the living room. Welcome back, Mom, Dad. Where did you two go? Momo inquired, as she sat beside me on the couch. By then, we had switched on their TV and were engrossed in a random show that Momo enjoyed. We went out to grab some snacks and cake. Would you stay the night, sweetie? Her mom invited. Momo glanced at me, and I nodded. After all, it was Saturday, so there were no pressing concerns. Great, come over. Let's have a bit more to eat. All that moving around got me hungry too. Laughter filled the air as we joined them in the dining room, relishing a hearty meal. They urged us to share tales of our supernatural adventures, with Serica oscillating between excitement and horror at the encounters and challenges we faced. On the whole, the remainder of the day unfolded smoothly. Though I had a desire to explore the area, we opted to spend it in their cozy home, a choice that in itself wasn't undesirable. The following day arrived, and Momo and I enjoyed a restful evening together, looking forward to more adventures ahead. Presently, we found ourselves outside of her home. We decided to go home now, realizing that we had extended our stay longer than initially planned. Make sure to visit again, all right? But next time, you'll be expecting to meet my grandchildren, Renjiro warmly exclaimed, his laughter filling the air. Momo blushed in response to her father's words. That won't happen for a long time, Dad. Seriously, what's gotten into you? Momo protested, playfully hitting him as she approached. Ha ha ha. I was just kidding, Momo. Though seeing their faces before I kick the bucket would be nice, as you said, it's a distant future. Anyway, do drop by again, Jean, he said, and I shook his hand once more. Absolutely. Perhaps on the next visit, I can take you to my home in a different dimension. I believe you'd find it enjoyable, I suggested, and both of Momo's parents enthusiastically agreed. After another round of heartfelt hugs, we set off for home. After a span of several days, I once again found myself preparing for another outing with friends. But this time, two companions were coming along. Standing to my left was Latia, adorned in her customary noble attire, while on my right stood Shizuna, sporting her usual ensemble. Since they were both sticking to their typical outfits, I opted for my familiar middleman attire. Strangely, this choice transformed our gathering into something resembling a mission rather than a traditional date, a realization that lingered in the air. Latia took the initiative in our conversation, stating, I've been in communication with them. Silefia, the leader of the Dogs of Tile City, and Kaching are having a meeting, which gives you two the chance to enjoy the initial hours of our date. She directed her gaze towards me and added, Don't give me that look like a puppy that just got punched. I'll join you later. This was a last-minute development, okay? Her reassurance prompted me to release a sigh, acknowledging the unforeseen change of plans. Shizuna, also known as Zhang Mei, saw the moment and cheerfully approached me, commenting, "Well, I suppose I can enjoy a few hours of spending time with him." Fufu Latia responded to Shizuna's comment with an eye roll, and without further ado, we promptly departed for the village. As soon as we reached the village, Latia rose on her tiptoes, seized my tie, pulled me down, and gave me a quick, innocent peck on the cheek. Shizuna stood there, visibly taken aback, her eyes fixed on our unexpected display of affection. With a mischievous grin, Latia taunted, "I hope this will keep you from succumbing to loneliness in my absence." She followed it up with another kiss and added, "They'll be back soon. They'll get in touch. So, in the meantime, explore the place with Shizuna. Save the forest for last, all right? I'm curious to see that spot too." Without giving me a chance to respond, Latia sauntered away. However, in her path, she encountered Ganyu, who, I surmised, had accompanied Keqing here. Latia and Ganyu exchanged a few words, with Latia gesturing towards us. Ganyu glanced our way, nodded in acknowledgement, and made her way over to join us. "Ah, a third wheel perhaps?" teased Shizuna, earning herself a gentle bonk on the head from me. How she exclaimed playfully, "It's been a while, Jean, and it's nice to see you here." Zhang Mei Ganyu greeted with a bow. "Cinchureto, just say so." Her enthusiasm prompted me to lightly karate chop the top of her head once again. Ganyu seemed perplexed by Shizuna's remark, and I took the opportunity to clarify, causing her to blush. "Oh, I didn't mean to, if you don't mind, would appreciate that." Ganyu, I informed her, eliciting an even deeper blush from her. "Oh, okay. Is there any specific place you want to see?" She stammered, her cheeks still tinted with a blush. "I'll leave it up to you since you know more about this place," I responded, and she nodded, taking the lead. As we moved along, Shizuna enveloped my left arm, her curiosity evident as she inquired, "When did you donate money to this place?" We discussed it when we first came here, and it was during when Alta fought off the opposing faction. In the end, I entrusted Ningguang to handle them, considering you were already part of the alliance. To cut it short, Silefia likely made improvements with the funds from Ningguang and me. I elucidated, and she nodded sagely, seemingly comprehending the intricacies. Ganyu abruptly halted, and we followed suit. She gestured to our left, stating, "This is a new daochong that recently opened, or it's known as a dojo in Japan. The local youth have started using it, and one of the rebels serves as the teacher. Please come inside." Upon entering the daochong, a lively scene unfolded before us. The wooden structure, seamlessly integrated into the massive tree that enveloped the village, mirrored the architectural theme prevalent in the area. Decorating the interior were numerous depictions of revered figures like the Jade Emperor, Ningguang, and Longwang. Shizuna, with a hint of disbelief, inquired, "PFF, is that you?" Her finger pointed to the farthest corner, where a depiction of me adorned in my divine, dividing armor proudly hung on the wall. "It appears so, and isn't that Xiaozhen?" I recall Rosweiss and Gondel fighting it back then. I didn't anticipate him being the instructor for this place. I observed, our attention drawn to the figure of Xiaozhen at the back near the artworks. Guided by Ganyu, we proceeded toward him. As we approached, he observed our group along with other students present, their eyes mostly fixated on the two ladies accompanying me. Strangely, this attention brought me a sense of relief, although Shizuna, dissatisfied, decided to express her displeasure with a subtle pinch of my cheek. "Haha, my bad. Don't stress about it too much," I reassured her, offering a comforting rub on her head, which seemed to lift her spirits. Upon reaching Xiaozhen, I greeted him. "It's been a while. I see you're doing well." "Yes, I am. I'd like to apologize for what transpired a few months back," he responded, bowing in a display of remorse. "It's water under the bridge now, so no need to worry. But I am curious, how did you secure this job?" I inquired, scanning our surroundings for answers. "I spent some time engaged in community service in Nanzendu. After completing my service, I had the opportunity to take up a job. The Dragon King Longwang and the Jade Emperor, Yuhuang Shangdi, recommended this role to me. Unfortunately, our former leader, Lei Wen, is still behind bars due to his lack of cooperation, he explained. Is that so? Is he in prison here or in Jiaochuan? I inquired. Rather than Xiao Zhen responding, it was Gan Yu who stepped in. He's currently in the underground prisons of Jiaochuan, the capital city of our alliance. The others received lighter sentences and community service. As of now, all of them have completed their terms and are pursuing their own paths, except for Lei Wan. Before our conversation could progress, a resounding bang echoed, drawing our attention to a robust man marching toward us, his face etched with annoyance. I heard she's here, he bellowed, fixing a stern gaze on us. Jiang Mei, he roared, charging in our direction and halting abruptly in front of Shizuna. Caught off guard, I scanned the faces around me, only to find nods and sighs of resignation. Xiao Zhen took it upon himself to shed light on the situation. Tianlong Kangyun. He's supposedly a descendant of a powerful dragon in our realm. He used to boast about it incessantly until he crossed paths with Zhang Mei. She promptly gave him a sound beating, and now he's harbored a grudge ever since. Fu. Kangyun, of all places, you choose today to show up? I'm here on a date, so let's keep this brief. Shizuna exclaimed, releasing my arm and casting a smug look in his direction. The man named Kangyun glanced at me, scoffing. The middleman? He doesn't deserve someone as foolish as you. But that's beside the point. I'm prepared today, so brace yourself for defeat. Especially in front of your dad before he could finish. Shizuna swiftly delivered an uppercut to his chin, sending him soaring into the ceiling. With a crash, he burst through it, disappearing into the distance. With a triumphant expression, Shizuna spun around and declared, and that's another win for me. Victory. Accompanying her words, she flashed a peace sign before once again embracing my arm. Gan Yu chimed in, sighing, and that's usually how it concludes. But hell returns soon once he wakes up. That is, she corrected herself. As I prepared to respond, a younger teenager approached us, swiftly grabbing my wrist. I met his gaze, and he inquired, "Can you teach us for a few hours?" "No, a few minutes would be fine." "A few minutes," the others exclaimed in unison behind him. I turned to find them oddly arranged in a lineup, sitting cross-legged. Uncertain about how to react, I glanced at Gan Yu, who offered a reassuring smile, while Shizuna simply shrugged her shoulders. Xiao Zhen, taking the lead, finally spoke up. "If the middleman doesn't mind, would love to take up some of his time, okay?" He then turned to me, his expression carrying a hint of guilt, as if asking for my indulgence in humoring their request. I let out a sigh, and Shizuna released her grip on my arm. "Okay, you lot," I declared, "am about to take you through the ringer for the next few minutes. No complaints, got it?" My words echoed, met with a unanimous yes, sir, from the group. After a few minutes, they all found themselves sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted. In the preceding 5 minutes, I had challenged them to come at me, one by one at first, but eventually they collectively decided to launch a group attack. To avoid causing harm, I refrained from responding with excessive force, yet a few of them ended up propelled against the wall, momentarily immobilized. Surveying the aftermath, I inquired, "I think that's sufficient for now, right?" My gaze fell on Xiao Zhen, who nodded in agreement. "Yes, they seem thoroughly spent. Thank you for indulging them," he expressed, then walked over to attend to his pupils. "We should be on our way then. Apologies for the intrusion into your Dao Chong," I conveyed, and we swiftly departed. Reflecting on the unexpected duration of our stay, I commented, "We lingered there longer than anticipated, but it wasn't too bad." "So, Ganyu-sama, we're next." A giggle escaped her lips, and Ganyu, in a playful manner, poked her cheek. "How about we grab some lunch? It's going to be a bit before Lady Latia and Lady Kaching join us." I already asked Lady Latia to pick up some food, considering ITLL take them some time. All right, sure, lead the way to a spot." "Ganyu," I responded, and she nodded in agreement. As we strolled away, I cast a glance at Shizuna, whispering, "Latia lied to us," prompting a laugh from her. Ganyu led us to a quaint restaurant nestled in the western part of the village. Despite its modest size and sparse occupancy, we decided to venture in. As we entered, An elderly couple warmly greeted us. Well, if it isn't little Miss Ganyu, are you here too? The old lady began, her words trailing off as she noticed our group. My, oh my, if it isn't the middleman, finally gracing our establishment, isn't he? She chuckled to herself. We'll need to whip up the best dishes for him then. He's a fellow chef. After all, the old man chimed in before disappearing into the depths of their kitchen. Approaching the counter, we initiated our orders. Given our unfamiliarity with the menu, both Ganyu and the old lady graciously enlightened us about the culinary offerings, a gesture we genuinely appreciated. Upon placing our orders, we made our way to a nearby table, settling into the chairs. Ganyu, our well-informed companion, shared insights with a nod toward a couple across the room. That's Mr. and Mrs. Haolon. Jinyun is the husband, and Qinyu is the wife. They've recently relocated and transformed this once-abandoned dwelling into a bustling restaurant. Despite their brief stint here, they've already gained popularity among the neighboring homes and shops. Usually, this place is more bustling, but it appears we've arrived before or after the rush hour. As Ganyu's words lingered, Shizuna and Ganyu delved into conversation, and I took a moment to absorb the atmosphere. I closed my eyes, allowing the history of this locale to unfold in my mind. It became evident that this place held significant meaning for someone Latia was currently engaged with. I pondered the intricacies of how a property so steeped in history could change hands so readily. It begged the question, how could that person part with this place? Surely, the decision wasn't made lightly. There had to be a tale of reluctance and tough choices beneath the surface. At last, our meal arrived, and it was Jinyun and Qinyu who presented it to us. I'm eager to hear your opinion on our food, middleman. Please feel free to share. Jinyun expressed, and I nodded in agreement. With chopsticks in hand, I scooped up a portion of the food, tasting it with thoughtful consideration. After a few moments of chewing, I swallowed, relishing the intricate flavors that danced on my palate. After some contemplation, I arrived at a verdict. Glancing up at Jinyun and Qinyu, I remarked it's really delicious. Is this char siu? It seems different from the usual ones found in city restaurants. Is it your unique recipe? He's well informed too. Indeed, it's our special recipe for char siu. I'm pleased the middleman appreciates it. Jinyun exclaimed, a hint of laughter accompanying his words. Char siu, a delectable Cantonese roast meat, goes by the name char siu in Cantonese and cha xiao in Mandarin. Crafting this culinary delight involves marinating pork in a luscious, sweet barbecue sauce, followed by the transformative process of roasting. Over time, the signature flavor of char siu found in noodle shops and roast meat havens across various Chinatowns globally has evolved into a distinctive sweetness. However, in contemporary culinary landscapes, some establishments tend to cut corners, compromising on the rich tapestry of spices that once defined this dish. A stellar char siu recipe, in its true essence, boasts a nuanced flavor profile, a harmonious interplay of salty and sweet, with a subtle spiciness that complements the pork. This perfect balance allows the dish to shine, whether paired with a humble serving of steamed rice or accompanied by delicately blanched choy sum. While diverse cuts of pork can serve as the canvas for creating char siu, ranging from lean, boneless pork loin to more succulent options, it's the generously marbled cuts like pork shoulder or pork, but that truly elevate the experience of relishing authentic Chinese barbecue pork char siu. I indulge in the array of dishes presented before us: spring rolls, succulent Peking roast duck, and flavorful Kung Pao chicken. Not one to withhold my thoughts, I share my opinions on each, contributing to the ongoing culinary conversation. At their request, I pinpointed areas for improvement, and with a nod, we were granted solitude to savor the remainder of our meal. Amid the dining experience, Shizuna, her mouth brimming with food, remarked, "They're very chipper for their age." Meanwhile, Ganyu, seated across from us, had opted for a more vegetarian selection. A regular patron, she reveled in the couple's familiarity with her preferences, savoring each bite with evident contentment. The conversation veered into the realm of the supernatural, as Ganyu enlightened us about the restaurant owner's vibrant past. Yes, they were quite active in the supernatural world before they decided to retire. In terms of the devil's ranking system, they should be at the peak of middle class, which isn't bad for normal humans, right? She inquired, prompting me to express my agreement with a thoughtful nod. Yeah, not bad at all. Were they perhaps mercenaries? I inquired. Ganyu nodded, offering an explanation. Yes, they were, though their focus leaned heavily towards capture and retrieval assignments, avoiding the darker side of their trade. Nevertheless, with the nature of the profession, one can't entirely escape the inevitability, don't you think? More or less, I concurred. There's always the occasional encounter with a rogue group that requires us to neutralize or, in some cases, eliminate the threat. I added as we delved into our meal, the conversation flowing over the next few minutes. Make sure to come back again, all right? Jinyan bellowed, his pat on my back carrying a robust energy. We'd love to host you again, little Jean. Chinyu chimed in, gently squeezing my arm with a warm smile. If the opportunity arises, I'll return, perhaps with an even larger group. Thank you for the delightful food and hospitality, I responded, and with that, we bid farewell to the restaurant. As we stepped out, the bustling streets greeted us, but our exit was promptly interrupted. I'm sorry for the wait. Did you just finish having lunch? Latia inquired, appearing before us, accompanied by a visibly annoyed and stressed Kaching. Latia approached me, enveloping me in a profound hug. Stress lingered in the air, though she concealed it well. After our embrace, Kaching cast a discerning look my way, sighing. It's been a while, Jean. You seem well. We'll take our leave and let you three enjoy your date. Oh, and if you find the time, come visit our realm again. There are a few individuals eager to meet you, Kaching conveyed before giving me a swift once-over and teleporting away with Ganyu. Sure? She didn't exactly give me a moment to respond. I mumbled, feeling a bit caught off guard. Latia, attempting to shed light on the situation, began, she's just stressed. We had a few conflicting opinions about various matters. But in the end, we managed to find a middle ground. However, Kaching will still need to inform Ningguang, and I'll have to pass this along to you later, along with my uncle who will, in turn, inform the rest of the alliance. She explained this while enveloping me in another reassuring hug, joined by Shizuna from behind. I see, all right then. Let's table that discussion for later, shall we? I suggested. Time for the forest. Shizuna exclaimed enthusiastically from behind, and with that, we embarked on an awkward waddle, still entangled in our peculiar sandwich hug. Embarking on our journey towards the expansive hills nestled at the rear of the village. Our eyes beheld familiar scenes, punctuated by intriguing new additions. It was evident that the village was gradually rejuvenating, manifesting signs of life through the emergence of fresh establishments. Our path unfolded with glimpses of stores and even a quaint park, contributing to the overall revival. Shizuna shared a revelation. I've only returned to this place a few times, and I haven't explored those areas Ganyu took us to earlier. So, this is all quite new to me. Latia, walking alongside us, directed a query at Shizuna. You didn't delve much into this place? As we strolled through a substantial gate demarcating the village from the surrounding forest, the imposing hills above formed a natural canopy, shielding us from the sun and potential rainfall. No, I was mainly assigned to keep an eye on their leaders and oversee matters concerning the prisons and things like that. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, so they didn't burden me with anything too complicated, Shizuna confessed, punctuating her admission with a self-deprecating chuckle. As we arrived at the entrance of the forest, a palpable sense of peculiarity lingered in the air, catching our attention. Latia and Shizuna turned their gazes toward me, awaiting an explanation. I gestured towards the rear of the woodland. Over there, you'll find some sort of pond with two figures by it. That's our intended destination, I clarified, piquing their curiosity. Silefia and Kaching mentioned that there used to be a house in that area, but it was abandoned just a month before they assumed control of this place. Latia added, sharing a tidbit of information about the history of the mysterious locale. Shizuna narrowed her eyes, methodically surveying our surroundings. I don't sense anything else that's threatening, just a few supernatural animals here and there, mostly harmless to us, she remarked, and I nodded in concurrence. Yeah, you're right. I'd also like to mention that there are other smaller points of interest we can explore before reaching our final destination. Let's take advantage of that opportunity, I suggested, and they all nodded in agreement. However, Latia, with a soft chuckle, injected an unexpected twist into the conversation, leaving us puzzled. I've heard from others that your dates can be either normal or strange. I believe ours falls on the stranger side, doesn't it? Latia inquired, edging closer to me. She gently took hold of my hand, intertwining our fingers. Don't leave me out from this lovey-dovey act, Shizuna exclaimed, enveloping my other arm in a warm hug while clasping my hand. Let's go. And with that spirited declaration, we ventured into the forest, our excitement palpable as we anticipated the hidden mysteries that awaited us. After an uninterrupted stroll and lively conversation lasting a good 5 minutes, we stumbled upon what could only be deemed our first landmark. And what greeted us took a peculiar form. Shizuna, perplexed, tilted her head in confusion. A fountain? Of a deer peeing? She squinted her eyes at the oddity and shook her head in disbelief. I don't get it. This place was supposed to be a farming village grappling with poverty. How did this weird thing end up here? Her confusion deepened. Latia, displaying a blend of curiosity and mischief, approached the enigmatic fountain. She scrutinized it for a few seconds before deciding to take matters into her own hands. Cinchuredo collapsed to the ground, unconscious. It was a person. Why'd they do that? Shizuna inquired, her confusion deepening even more. Latia, reacting swiftly, raised her ring and examined the man. Summoning a magic circle, she delved into a rapid investigation. After a brief moment, she nodded, revealing her findings. He's a criminal at Deer Yukai who's been evading capture for several weeks. It appears he sought refuge here for a few months before making his next move. However, our untimely interruption forced him into a rash and foolish decision. I acknowledged with a nod, then proceeded to approach the unconscious Deer Yukai. Raising my hand, a shadow soldier materialized instantly. Instructing it, I said, take it back to the village authorities. Inform them of the incident and identify this Yukai. If they express doubt, present them with this piece of paper and this item. I handed the shadow soldier both the specified items, ensuring a clear account of the recent events. The shadow soldier affirmed its understanding with a swift nod, seizing the unconscious Deer Yukai before departing on its mission. The unexpected encounter with the unconscious Yukai wasn't part of my initial expectations upon entering this locale. However, perhaps the unforeseen occurrence injected a dose of excitement into our time here, adding an unexpected twist to the unfolding events. All right, let's hit the road. I just hope our journey here doesn't turn into a parade of even stranger things, I remarked, a wry smile playing on my lips. That's what makes it exciting. I'm all for it, Shizuna exclaimed, her enthusiasm evident as she energetically tugged both me and Latia away from our current location. Someone is definitely messing with me. I voiced my suspicion, the words hanging in the air. Ajuka raised his hand, standing alongside Miliani's, engrossed in examining the ancient ruins scattered across the forest. Our journey, halfway to its culmination, took an unexpected pause as we stumbled upon these two, leisurely absorbed in the exploration of the dilapidated structures. Uncle, what brings you here? Latia queried, mirroring my bewilderment. Fufu, we plan to investigate a certain pond in this vicinity today. Rumors circulated through our connections, hinting at ancient secrets concealed within. Ajuka elucidated as he approached us. So, is this the chosen locale for your date, Jean? I responded with a shrug, injecting a touch of nonchalance. Well, what can I say? I strive to keep things interesting. My words elicited laughter from both Ajuka and me, creating a moment of shared amusement amidst the mysterious surroundings. So, did you discover anything? I inquired as we rendezvoused with Miliani's and him amidst the ancient ruins. Unfortunately, nothing has surfaced here so far. Where are you headed? He inquired. To that particular spot you mentioned. Earlier, we sensed two distinct presences there, so we wanted to go there and check it out. Well, that location was our initial destination too, but we opted for a detour through here, elucidated, and he nodded in comprehension. Oh, shall we venture there together? He proposed. I had no objections, so we promptly set off in that direction. Regrettably, we had to traverse past other landmarks I had been eager to explore, but such is life. We arrived in an area that diverged starkly from the rest of the forest. It felt almost like stepping into a sub-realm of sorts. However, it wasn't, and this resembles less of a pond and more of a mini lake, observed Shizuna, and the rest of us tacitly concurred. In the heart of this vast expanse, a substantial floating landmass held its ground, adorned with a colossal tree that dominated its center. On this ethereal platform, rocks, lily pads, lotus flowers, and a myriad of insects and animals created a harmonious scenery. Encircling this surreal spectacle was an abyss, its depths hidden from our view, and beyond that, an expanse of water extended indefinitely. Miniature waterfalls adorned the perimeter, complemented by dense, impenetrable thickets, shrouding this sanctuary. Yet, amid this mesmerizing scenery, two figures stood resolute on the floating landmass. One possessed long silver tresses, multicolored horns crowning her head, and piercing purple eyes. Cloaked in a pristine white dress and barefoot, she emanated a familiar aura. Beside her stood another figure. Faith, what brings you to this place? Wasn't your post in the dimensional gap helping Antares? I inquired, recognizing the other figure as Faith, the dragon forged by Antares. Memories flash back to our encounter during the date at the North Pole with Rias. And is that the Azure Dragon, Qinglong? I added. Yes, she reached out to powerful dragons, using faith began to explain when Qinglong suddenly materialized in front of me. Extending her hands, she gently cradled my cheeks, a gesture laden with affection. Thank you for aiding the Kushahashi clan and Siryu. No problem. But can you let go my face? I queried, and she promptly released her hold, giving my head a pat before gracefully touching down on the ground and taking a step back. Faith also joined our gathering. So, what's the reason for reaching out to you? I assume something dragon-related was used to contact you? I inquired, seeking clarification on the mysterious summons. In reality, her intention was to reach out to you, but fate led her to me instead. She attempted to inquire with Siryu, but alas, contacting him proved futile. It appears he's on the verge of assuming leadership in the clan, elucidated Faith. I understand. So, the wheels are set in motion now, 5 years down the line. Even though this isn't precisely the original universe anymore. What brings you to this place? Eren-sama? Faith inquired, her gaze encompassing me and my companions. I proceeded to share the purpose of our visit and the presence of Ajuka, posing the question, is there some ancient contraption hidden within these surroundings? Faith directed her gaze towards Qinglong, and to our astonishment, she signaled agreement with a nod. Qinglong, in response, clarified, it's nothing groundbreaking if that's what you're anticipating. She went on to elucidate, thousands of years ago, the rulers of this specific land acknowledged the existence of the supernatural. However, despite their awareness, they were comparatively weak. Rather than honing their skills through training, they chose a different path. They crafted devices designed to combat the supernatural, akin to sacred gears. With a contemplative glance back at the suspended platform, Qinglong continued, but alas, it proved futile as these creations were insufficient to overcome the supernatural forces. They incorporated Falu, Taoist seals, intertwining these ancient symbols with their contraptions to forge the weapons. Regrettably, the Falu they utilized were relatively weak, undermining the effectiveness of these tools. If you were to use the platform in the center to access the miniature realm they created for this specific purpose, you might uncover what you seek. Upon hearing her revelation, I instinctively lifted my right arm, snapping my fingers to dispel the subtle illusion magic that concealed the heart of the pond. It was a charming scene, adorned with lily pads, lotus flowers, rocks, and bamboos. But with the click of my fingers, the enchantment dissolved, revealing a floating platform in its place. "Is that what you were standing on earlier?" I inquired of Qing Long, who affirmed with a nod. Glancing at my companions, we swiftly traversed the distance, now accompanied by Qing Long and Faith. Once the entirety of our group stood upon the platform, a peculiar sensation enveloped us, and in an instant, we found ourselves transported to a new location. Latia Astroth's soliloquy, the location we found ourselves in after the teleportation, caught me off guard. It was remarkably bright, far brighter than I ever imagined an underground base could be. Right before me stood an enormous triple-floor lotus flower, radiant in golden hues with its apex shining brilliantly. The surrounding area boasted towering walls and additional structures gracing the metallic petals of this colossal blossom. The path ahead was adorned with pink metallic lotus flowers and their leaves, alongside a flowing stream of silver metallic liquid, resembling an ordinary river. Despite the serene appearance, distant figures caught my attention. As I tried to reach out to them, an inexplicable sensation enveloped our group. A shiver ran down my spine, and to my amazement, everyone else, except Aaron, took an instinctive step back, a collective shiver of terror coursing through us. In a protective stance, Aaron boldly stepped forward, shielding us with his right arm. An invisible barrier materialized, deflecting an unseen pink force relentlessly assaulting it. Aaron's steadfast defense stood as our only protection against the invisible menace. "Gene, what is this?" my uncle Ajuka inquired, a hint of uncertainty lacing his words. Aaron remained silent, his eyes briefly illuminating before he narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing everything before us. Finally, he sighed and spoke. "Maybe I became too complacent after sealing off universal travel following my evolution. I didn't thoroughly inspect everything around our world, but these individuals are affiliated with the Phantasma." The revelation left us stunned. The Phantasma? This group? Weren't they supposed to be the human base for crafting those items? Aaron pressed on. "It predates all of that. I can sense traces of Nyarlathotep's influence in this place. After delving into the history just now, it appears that following the humans' defeat in this part of China, this belligerent faction of the Phantasma was transported here by her. They drew inspiration from the human world and crafted various elements in this realm. Nyarlathotep also tweaked the way time flows here, creating an isolated pocket where more than 100,000 years have unfolded for them. And this is what they crafted in that time," he explained. Turning his gaze back to us, he continued, "However, their attempts to establish a connection with the Phantasma failed because I, too, blocked that avenue for them. Consequently, this meant they would have been stranded here. They might not be aware of my interference, but they understand that only a powerful Barado, akin to Nyarlathotep's caliber, could enact such a blockade." Aaron then directed our attention to a small magic circle, and from it emerged a weathered, diminutive base. This is what the base resembled before their modifications, an initial structure that they expanded and transformed into its current state. It's quite impressive, isn't it? Almost reminiscent of something you'd find in a futuristic sci-fi show, he remarked, a faint frown marring his expression. What's truly remarkable is that only about 6 of them are alive, while the rest are mechanical entities they've engineered. Nevertheless, collectively, these mechanical beings number around 2.7 billion, he explained, a tone of admiration lacing his words. Remarkably, these mechanical entities boast god-class power. Compare them to combat-oriented gods, each possessing a unique set of skills, strengths, and abilities. His gaze swept over my uncle, Miliani-sen, Faith-san, Qinglong-sen, Shizuna, and me before returning to the front. Latia, Faith, and perhaps Ajuka and Qinglong can handle the living beings, considering they're on the Dragon God class level. The last two, the leaders, are particularly formidable. A chuckle escaped him as he continued. I never anticipated we'd confront a motley crew of them before officially venturing into their universe. But I suppose this can serve as a warm-up. It'll elevate everyone's potential here and imbue a more powerful tattoo, ensuring our safe passage from this ordeal. I intend to engage in conversation with those two leaders and discern their motives. Can I entrust the task of dealing with the remaining 2.7 billion strong army to you all? He queried. He'll leave some help here for you guys too, he declared, and from his being emerged two radiant orbs of light, materializing into the formidable figures of Albion and Drake. In addition, Apophis slithered forth from the shadows, accompanied by two shadow soldiers, Igris and Bellion. Those two are the very top, so I'm going there immediately. They'll take out as much as I can on my way. So, good luck. Cinceredo, 5 billion of those mechanical cretins. Only 1.2 billion remain. Igris and I will eliminate 500,000 each, leaving the remaining 200,000 for the rest of you. Finally, I get to blow off some steam, Drake hissed before disappearing. His tone carried an edge of irritation more pronounced than usual. Albion, with a sigh and a shake of his head, followed suit, fading into the unseen. Finally, Igris directed his attention to us and calmly declared, Kuntuar will shortly appear and help you navigate the structure and realm. With that, he vanished alongside Bellion. True to his word, Kuntuar materialized before us, offering a respectful bow. Hello, it's been a while, she greeted, conjuring several floating white screens. I will stay here and help you navigate the structure. Aaron has weakened it, so any fighting inside will inevitably disrupt the surroundings. Feel free to unleash your powers without reservations. With a snap of her fingers, white translucent transceivers materialized on our right ears. Please proceed and exercise caution. These entities are still powerful and will provide those heading to the Phantasma and Evie with insight into the challenges they might encounter. Letting out a sigh, my gaze shifted towards my uncle, Miliani's San, and Shizuna. Should we team up in pairs or venture solo? I queried. It would be prudent to pair up initially, getting a feel for the situation before striking out alone. It might take a bit longer, but I believe it's a safer approach, my uncle suggested. No issues with that, Kuntuar. Kuntuar nodded and affirmed, yes, that's fine. Playing it safe is no problem. My uncle then directed the plan. He'll team up with Miliani's, Faith with Qinglong and Latia, can partner with Zhang Mei. Is that agreeable to everyone? I don't mind at all. I'm ready for action. This tattoo seems way cooler than the usual ones we get. Shizuna exclaimed, punctuating her words with energetic stretches. She briefly displayed the tattoo on her arm, a radiant silvery white glow emanating from it. All right, we'll get on our way, he declared before promptly teleporting away, accompanied by Miliani's. Faith and Qinglong departed in hushed tones, their expressions reflecting a resolute determination to conclude this mission and return to the comfort of home. While Faith's resolve was evident, there was a subtle contemplation in Qinglong's demeanor, suggesting a possible desire to engage in a conversation with Aaron. Perhaps she had something on her mind that she wished to share with him? Time to move, Shizuna. I never anticipated getting into a scuffle today, but I suppose it's to be expected when Aaron's in the picture, I remarked, and Shizuna chuckled at my side. True, anything is fair game when we're with him, she added with a grin, and together, we initiated our teleportation, leaving the current location behind. Chapter 16, Part 2. Il Regno della Luce Brillante Drags, soliloquy dashing through this weird realm. I found myself continuously unleashing torrents of flames upon robotic entities that populated the tower. These automatons, with their humanoid forms, seemed oddly exaggerated, particularly in areas that emphasized striking features. I couldn't help but wonder if the creators were eccentric visionaries or if the strange nature of our own world had influenced their design. Partner, however, asserted that these beings were confined to this realm, so that seemed highly unlikely. In the midst of my fiery attacks, a larger robot emerged, bellowing incomprehensible sounds. It dawned on me that these mechanical creations, despite their attempts, were incapable of coherent speech, their words devolving into a garbled mess. "If you can't even speak properly, then shut the heck up," I declared, my words accompanied by a powerful punch that shattered its face into fragments. However, my satisfaction was short-lived as a swarm of these robotic simians manifested in retaliation, showing no falter in the face of their fallen comrade. I need an outlet for my frustration, so this situation suits me just fine. I hollered, propelling myself forward to engage them. They unleashed a barrage of laser-like attacks, but with nimble finesse, I expertly evaded each one. Closing the distance, I executed a straightforward yet effective flaming uppercut, cleaving through their metallic forms and leaving destruction in its wake. Yesterday, I had anticipated a delightful date with a rather attractive female dragon. Over the past year, we had met several times, yet I hadn't divulged my true identity as a heavenly dragon. I seldom assumed my human form, and, as a result, she failed to recognize me during my strolls around Dragon Mountain in the underworld. Following our seemingly amicable interactions, I was under the impression that things were progressing positively. However, it turned out that my perception was amiss. I was taken aback when she stood me up on our planned date. Sincerito, her involvement with someone else wasn't exactly cheating, but it did leave a sour taste in my mouth. As they attempted to chase after me, my persistent refusals led the guy to grow increasingly agitated, culminating in his transformation into his dragon form, an attempt to confront me. And so, on that day, they discovered my true identity, the Red Dragon Emperor. As I assumed my dragon form, their amazement was palpable, and with a single swipe of my tail, I swiftly defeated the wannabe dragon. Despite her attempt to communicate, I decided to leave it at that. It seemed clear that I needed to move on. She wasn't worth the effort, and I had no intention of trying to reconcile with someone who didn't value what we had. If it were the me from the past, my response would have been a storm of violence. But it seemed partner had been exerting a more calming influence on me than I realized. I managed to maintain composure and simply depart well. That was until the other guy decided to test my limits, resulting in a gentler display of aggression compared to my usual antics. Clicking my tongue in mild frustration, I furrowed my brow as an influx of those bothersome robots appeared in front of me. TCH. The more I think about it, the more I get pissed off, I grumbled before springing into action. With a leap, I ignited my fists, forcefully slamming them into the ground, giving birth to a fiery vortex of annihilation. The surroundings succumbed to the intensity of the blaze. Partner mentioned the structures were made of sturdy material, but my flames proved capable of reducing them to molten slag. In an instant, my instincts went on high alert, prompting me to swiftly leap backward. A colossal greatsword crashed into the ground, causing the entire structure to tremble on this side. Turning my attention to the assailant, I squinted my eyes and noticed she was unlike the others, still very much alive. Cascading down her shoulders was long crimson hair, her eyes vividly green, and her body clad in a sleek black armor. In her hands, she wielded an imposing greatsword, a harmonious blend of black and crimson hues. "Who are you?" I queried, flames dancing to life on my clenched fists. A sly smirk played on her lips as she retorted, "It's been years since we've encountered anything different. And then you guys just attack us out of nowhere, huh? Bring it on." You flaming pile of. Before she could finish, she propelled herself towards me, greatsword descending with intent. However, I effortlessly intercepted the strike, locking eyes with her. "You're not very bright. Clearly, I outmatch you. Do you have any functioning brain cells up there? I don't care, as long as I get to fight someone strong." She roared, her form engulfed in a mesmerizing blend of crimson and green flames, catching me off guard. Reacting quickly, I delivered a powerful blow to her stomach, sending her sprawling backward. "Huh, I like it. You smell like one of those creatures, a dragon. You're that, aren't you?" she exclaimed loudly. It appeared my previous attack hadn't left a mark on her, or perhaps she was merely putting on a facade. "I am what of it?" I retorted, Without giving her a chance to respond, I swiftly closed the distance, materializing by her side. A fiery fist shot toward her face, but to my surprise, she met it with a smile, skillfully blocking the attack with her sword. I had been holding back, curious about her reaction, but it seemed she was cut from the same cloth as Valley, true battle maniac. I doubted she would offer any significant information willingly. Well, at least not anything crucial. Considering this, I made the decision to end the encounter, recognizing no value in continuing with that woman. Despite her attempts to communicate, I pressed my advantage with greater power, shattering her greatsword, leaving her visibly stunned. Without giving her a chance to retaliate, my fist connected with her face, propelling her backward, creating a shockwave that reverberated through the surroundings. The realm quivered under the impact as her form hurtled away, prompting me to swiftly pursue. Upon reaching her landing spot, much to my astonishment, she remained conscious. While her visage bore the signs of the powerful punch, she defiantly held onto awareness. Huh, I love it. I've been searching for a powerful man my whole life, and now I've finally found him, she declared with enthusiasm. Locking eyes with me, she boisterously proclaimed, "Dragon, become my husband." Wait, what? The startling proposition lingered, creating a sense of confusion that swirled in my mind, prompting me to ponder the unfolding scenario. Cinchuredo, and with an instinctual reaction, I swung my fist, knocking her out cold. However, as if on autopilot, I retrieved a slime pill and administered it to heal her injuries, all while restraining her with handcuffs. The fact that my bravado acted on its own, independent of my conscious control, sent a shiver down my spine. Questions raced through my mind like an unbridled torrent. Why did I do that? I pondered, caught in a moment of self-reflection. Shaking my head, a heavy sigh escaped me, the weight of my actions settling in. What on earth? I mumbled, my gaze returning to the woman. Surprisingly, on closer inspection, she didn't appear as bad as my initial impression suggested. Wait, what? Panic gripped me as a sudden realization dawned. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Albion's going to make fun of me, I muttered under my breath, the impact of the situation hitting me square in the face. In a strange twist, she had, in a way, emerged victorious. Will my partner consent to my appeal? I pondered this question silently, hoping for a positive response that would align with my wishes. There was a subtle tension in the air, a moment pregnant with anticipation as I awaited the decision that would shape our course of our future. Third-person point of view in the midst of the chaos. Albion dashed with unbridled speed, unleashing a barrage of silvery aura bullets that swiftly dispatched a multitude of enemies. Much like his fellow heavenly dragon Drake, Albion found himself locked in combat against the robotic entities spawned by the powerful group that currently opposed them. Up until this moment, none of his opponents had posed a significant challenge. Turning a corner in the battlefield, Albion encountered a sudden attack, a slashing aura headed directly for him, compelling him to jump backwards to avoid it. Orienting himself towards the source of the attack, he laid eyes on an intriguing figure. Before him stood a man with distinctive wolf-like white ears, accompanied by long, flowing white hair that matched the hue of his tail. The enigmatic individual wielded a pair of gleaming white-blue swords, and his mostly white armor, adorned with accents of blue and gold, created a striking ensemble. A voluminous blue and white cape billowed dramatically behind him, adding an air of mystique to his formidable presence. This is where your journey halts, intruder. I, Arcturus, will be the barrier that stops you. The creature's declaration echoed through the air, a thunderous proclamation of impending confrontation. In a swift motion, Arcturus lunged toward Albion, brandishing his swords in a frenzy of slashes. Albion, however, effortlessly danced around the onslaught, evading each calculated strike. Surprising approach, don't you think? Attacking without even a greeting? Albion quizzically remarked, incredulity coloring his words. I could ask you the same, Dragon. Your group barged in here, launching an immediate assault that obliterated our work and decimated our forces. Why shouldn't we interpret that as a hostile stance? questioned Arcturus, his tone laced with defiance. Your defense mechanisms were hardly welcoming, attempting to end us the moment we set foot here. And let's not forget, you're part of the Phantasma, a group known for invading worlds and universes. We're well aware of your intentions, Albion retorted, his words laced with a sense of defiance. However, instead of a serious response, Arcturus erupted into laughter, the sound reverberating through the space. Arcturus laughed uproariously, the mirth manifesting in hearty howls that seemed to shake the very ground. Amidst his amusement, he even emphasized the hilarity by smacking his sides, finding an unexpected humor in Albion's words. Arcturus leveled a fierce gaze at Albion, his pupils narrowing, and an unsettling aura enveloping his form. You're clueless about our struggles and the horrors dwelling in that wretched universe. Mind your place and refrain from discussing matters beyond your understanding, roared Arcturus, his voice echoing with intensity. Albion, taken aback by the force of Arcturus' words, faced the charging wolf creature. Multiple duplicates of Arcturus materialized, each unleashing a torrent of aura/attacks with varying sizes and speeds. The onslaught was overwhelming, a storm of energy. Albion, determined, closed his eyes, a blush of concentration on his face. He summoned his own aura, forming a potent pillar around his body that deftly intercepted the incoming attacks. In a moment of swiftness, he vanished, reappearing beside Arcturus. Without hesitation, he discharged a point-blank silvery blue energy shot, sending Arcturus hurtling away from the impact. Arcturus found himself thrust outside, and in hot pursuit, Albion swiftly joined him. As they touched down on the solid ground, Arcturus unleashed a primal howl, a precursor to his transformation. His body expanded, and his armor adjusted seamlessly to his growing form. In a blink, he vanished, leaving a trail of countless afterimages surrounding Albion, a tactic aimed at bewildering his opponent. Undeterred, Albion remained unfooled by the illusion, deftly catching the blades Arcturus swung at him from an unexpected angle. A swift pivot, and Albion efficiently disarmed his opponent, shattering the blades forged from power steel. What? Those were forged from steel that could Arcturus began, his astonishment evident. Before Arcturus could finish, Albion delivered a decisive blow, his fist connecting with Arcturus' face, breaking his nose and sending him hurtling away once more. Unperturbed, Albion nonchalantly remarked, "Not interested. Try someone else." The words leaving no room for negotiation as the dragon propelled himself toward Arcturus, intent on catching up with him. As Albion materialized above him, he executed a swift mid-air spin, propelling himself with remarkable agility toward Arcturus. With force, both of his feet collided with Arcturus' chest, forcefully driving the wolf-like figure into the ground. The impact created a substantial crater, scattering lotus leaves and a silvery liquid in every direction, forming a surreal scene around them. Once Albion disengaged, Arcturus' physique expanded once more. The wolfman rose, his swords now seamlessly integrated into his hands, forming lethal extensions of his knuckles. Fueled by frenzy, Arcturus unleashed another howl, launching into an unrelenting assault against Albion. "You're not conscious, are you?" Albion inquired, but received no response. "I can't collect any answers in this state. I suppose it'll put an end to this charade," Albion declared, leaping away from the relentless Arcturus. Stretching his left arm towards the charging foe, Albion softly muttered, "Divide." Arcturus' form began to shrink, his powers halving with each repetition of the command. Albion repeated the process until Arcturus' size reverted to normal, his once formidable powers reduced to near non-existence. Exhausted and incapacitated, Arcturus lay prone on the ground, utterly spent and unable to muster any movement. "What sorcery is this?" inquired Arcturus, his voice tinged with bewilderment. "No, you don't get to ask questions, you answer mine," asserted Albion, his foot firmly planted on top of Arcturus' back. What's your group called? Were you a subgroup from the Phantasma, like the Umbra or Eradicators? Why did you build so many machines in the realm after being trapped? In the face of these interrogations, Arcturus emitted a tired laugh. Why? Why would we ever side with those pieces of trash? They came to our planet, destroyed it, and left us alive because we were the strongest. It was like a sick joke to them. Fatigue weighed heavily in his response, echoing the burden of his past. I get it. You're from a different planet in their universe. But why did they attack it? Albion inquired, a hint of surprise registering on his face at this revelation. What reason? How would we know? Arcturus responded, a tinge of frustration in his voice. As far as I can remember, they did it just because they wanted control over us. As for why we built those machines, it was in preparation for when we returned to the Phantasm and challenged them to war. But now all that effort is gone. They also have our boss sister captured. One of the scumbags in the Umbra took a liking to her. He explained, a note of sadness threading through his words. Arcturus then sighed, weariness evident in his posture. He tiredly clenched his fist, adding, now, we can't even fight them because our lives' work was destroyed by you scum. The frustration and disappointment lingered in the air. Albion's brow furrowed in consternation at the revelation. The idea that they, too, were victims in this intricate web of events hadn't crossed his mind initially. He craved the complete narrative, recognizing the complexity of the situation. However, the aftermath of the base's destruction hinted at Arcturus' reluctance to divulge the full account. Why did Aaron destroy everything? Did he deviate from the original plan? Albion pondered, contemplating the potential toll of a solitary existence spanning a staggering 100,000 years. The shadows of doubt crept into his thoughts. Is there more to this story that I'm unaware of? As Albion continued to fixate on Arcturus, grappling with these uncertainties, he made a decision. We need to talk to your leader. Unravel the truth. There's a chance he succumbed to madness after enduring isolation for countless years, Albion declared, seizing Arcturus by the arm and leading him away. Arcturus, however, challenged his intent. Our leader is powerful. Compared to the Phantasma, he might seem pale, but what makes you think you can confront him? Oh, I can, Albion retorted confidently. A sly grin played on his lips as he added, but my partner will be the one to face him, or perhaps knock some sense into him. Just watch and see. Faith and Qinglong, the formidable duo, strolled through the corridors of the Lotus Tower. Faith assumed the lead, effortlessly dismantling any robots that dared to cross their path. Qinglong, though faced with a slight struggle, managed to overcome the mechanical adversaries, thanks to the newfound power bestowed upon her by Aaron's latest creation, the Dragon Tattoo. As they traversed the tower's interior, a prevailing silence hung in the air. Faith, breaking the quietude, remarked, "It's quiet here." Qinglong, her acute senses attuned to something amiss, responded, "Yes, I smell something in that direction," pointing toward the hallway to their left. The structures, spared from complete obliteration by the recent skirmishes, displayed a palette dominated by shades of pink and green. Constructed predominantly from stone and glass, the remaining edifices formed a peculiar harmony within the chaos. The hallways, adorned with paintings of their leaders, added a touch of distinctive character to the otherwise subdued surroundings. "Yes, I can sense something over there too, but it doesn't feel hostile," Faith replied. She looked towards the indicated spot and, with a questioning glance, asked, "Shall we?" Qinglong nodded in agreement. They proceeded in that direction, an absence of enemies along the way raising a mild unease within them. Despite the uncertainty, they pressed forward, their anticipation growing until they reached a sizable, opaque pink glass door. Casting a brief glance at each other, Faith took the lead, pushing the doors open, only to be met with a small, square enclosure resembling an elevator. Once again exchanging a swift look, they hesitated for a moment before stepping into the structure. The elevator-like contraption swiftly descended, the sensation of movement palpable. After a brief but intense descent, the doors reopened, revealing their destination. Stepping out, they found themselves in an entirely new environment. Beneath the realm's surface stretched a colossal expanse, adorned with a myriad of pink and silver crystals protruding from the ground, walls, and ceiling. This vast underground chamber housed a peculiar array of marvels. Positioned at its farthest reaches were towering monitors, each meticulously observing the ongoing battles unfolding throughout the realm. In the heart of this technological sanctum sat an enormous pink holographic keyboard, accompanied by a lone pink chair. Seated in the chair was a woman, her platinum blonde hair adorned with a delicate white flower. Her attire blended elements of a Japanese and Egyptian dress, predominantly black, adorned with moons and purple flowers that danced as designs. The fabric revealed glimpses of her delicate white skin, and an air of tranquility enveloped her. Faith and Qinglong, detecting no hostile energy emanating from the woman, approached her with cautious curiosity. As they drew nearer, the surroundings unveiled an assortment of intricate contraptions, presumably the very machinery responsible for the creation of the formidable robots they had encountered earlier. "Welcome. It seems that you discovered our abode. What intentions does your leader harbor for us?" The woman inquired, her voice carrying a mix of curiosity and concern. Faljivma. I go by Elisand. Am not a combatant. My expertise lies in crafting the robots you encountered earlier. Speaking of which, witnessing the destruction was rather disheartening. Now, please enlighten me regarding my initial query. Faith and Qinglong exchanged a glance, a silent communication passing between them. Faith took the lead in responding. "We initially came to investigate the remains of a human factions base, but fate led us to yours. The defensive mechanisms, however, perceived us as threats, and upon our master learning of your association with the Phantasma, he opted for a more aggressive approach." Affiliation with the Phantasma, you say? I won't fault him. Their reputation precedes them. Yet, I understand the decision. Our leader, he's desperate. He tasked me with creating that defensive system, with the intention of reaching out to any group that could survive it, seeking their aid, elucidated Elisand, providing insight into the circumstances that led to the confrontation. "What do you mean by desperate?" Qinglong inquired, a furrow forming on her brow as she tried to grasp Elisand's statement. Elisand sighed, her gaze fixed on the monitor, before unraveling the heavy truth. "We were imprisoned in this place for a staggering 100,000 years. Can you fathom the toll it takes on an individual? Our leader has, in essence, succumbed to a form of madness. It's not a violent psychosis, but rather a relentless determination to escape, to rescue someone." "So, your leader seeks aid from ours?" Qinglong sought clarification. "Yes," Elisand affirmed. "The two leaders are currently in a confrontation. Ours is evaluating the strength of yours, assessing whether he's worthy of this task. The ultimate goal is simple: break free from this confinement and embark on a mission to rescue someone." Faith let out a light laugh before responding. "Well, I firmly believe that ours is a cause deserving of consideration." Intrigued, Elisand inquired, "Why do you think so?" With a subtle grin, Faith unveiled a piece of crucial information. The entity responsible for confining you here was an outer god. Our leader recently vanquished this formidable force, and breaking the constraints holding you becomes a task well within his capabilities. As Faith's explanation unfolded, Elisand's eyes widened in astonished realization. "Wait, is he?" Elisand started, her voice tinged with a mix of awe and disbelief. Faith simply nodded in confirmation. "He's something beyond that. But yes, he shares a connection to such entities. Does that serve as a compelling reason to place your trust in him?" Faith inquired, her gaze holding a hint of assurance. Elisand hesitated, grappling with her thoughts, and finally uttered, "They've always been." The sentence hung in the air, unfinished. "He's not what you think. Trapped here, you probably haven't had the chance to understand who he is and what he's accomplished, so let me show you." Faith spoke, conjuring a magic circle that unveiled glimpses of Aaron's journey. While not comprehensive, she highlighted what she deemed the pivotal moments. As Elisande watched, minutes stretched like elastic, absorbing the essence of Erin's odyssey. A sigh escaped her lips, accompanied by the subtle act of wiping away a tear, precariously perched on the edge of her eye. Emotions swirled within her, a silent acknowledgement of the profound tale unfolding before her. Then, most likely, we'll join forces as soon as your group DXD enters the Phantasma's universe. We'll be there to guide you, becoming integral parts of the resistance in that realm. It's a mutual benefit we're seeking, she expressed, envisaging a collaborative effort that promised shared success. Indeed. Now, that's settled. Could you share with us the identity of the person he's so determined to rescue? Faith inquired, and Elisande nodded in agreement. After our planet was obliterated, only we survived. However, among us was his soul sister. He had made a promise to his parents, vowing to safeguard her after their demise. But that commitment shattered swiftly when they nearly took his life and forcibly separated him from her. One of the Umbra individuals had developed a peculiar fondness for her, Elisande explained, unraveling the distressing narrative. There's also his brother, although he's taken a turn for the worse. The ones confronting him right now are these two, Elisande added, gesturing toward a monitor in the upper right corner. The screen displayed Latia and Shizuna engaged in an encounter with a predominantly dark blue, shadowy figure. Our home, once known as Il Regno della Luz Brillante, held a special place in all our hearts, she continued, her voice tinged with a touch of melancholy. But now it's gone. Doesn't Il Regno della Luz Brillante means something like the Kingdom of Brilliant Light? Inquired Qing Long, eliciting surprise from Elisande at her grasp of the translation. I'm surprised you know its translation, admitted Elisande. It's a language on this planet, I believe Italian. Anyway, we'll make our way to Erin and inform him of this, declared Qing Long, turning on her heels. Prompted by the need for a visual aid, Elisande rose from her chair. He'll join you. It would be easier to show him that to, Faith. Call me Faith. And she's Qing Long, interjected Faith, offering clarity. Elisande nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. Faith, Qing Long. I will accompany you too, and let's put an end to this senseless destruction, asserted Elisande. The trio making their way to the elevator with shared determination. Latia, Shizuna, make sure not to end that entity's life. Erin will handle dispelling his madness, suddenly transmitted Comptoir through their transceivers. We want Comptoir, but how on earth do we manage that? Shizuna exclaimed, deftly evading yet another onslaught of sword strikes from the entity. It'll grant you powers to subdue it without lethal force. Just give me a moment, Comptoir responded. Within seconds, a radiant glow enveloped both Latia and Shizuna. All right, you're good to go. Subdue it and rendezvous with Erin on the highest platform. Ajuka and Milianes have halted their battles, and the others too, Barato instructed, providing the vital information to ensure a coordinated effort against the encroaching threat. Let's get this done, Shizuna exclaimed, her voice echoing with determination as she sprinted toward the shadowy entity, her eyes aglow with a silvery intensity. With a swift motion, she raised her sword and brought it down, unleashing a cascade of slashes in a single, powerful swing. However, the entity proved to be a formidable enemy, skillfully parrying at least 90 of the slashes, leaving only a fraction to make contact. Confounded, Shizuna muttered to herself, what is going on? Barato, the voice of guidance, chimed in with an explanation, shedding light on the situation. It has a unique ability to predict the next 10 moves you make. When you unleashed so many slashes simultaneously, it granted the entity ample time to anticipate, though it couldn't fully defend against all of them, elucidated Comptoir, offering insight into the shadowy foe's uncanny ability. Shizuna vanished and materialized beside Latia with a swift grace. Let's take down this foe, Latlat, she proposed, a spark of determination in her eyes. Latia, responding with a sigh as she couldn't resist giving Shizuna's cheek a gentle squeeze. Don't call me that, she said, though her agreement to collaborate in defeating their common enemy was clear. But yes, let's work together to defeat it. Soe, Shizuna apologized, her tone carrying a hint of childlike innocence. And yes, she enthusiastically affirmed her commitment. Latia extended her hand, conjuring a sizable, translucent bubble that enveloped them. Within its confines, Latia explained the mechanics of her powers. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. With newfound understanding, Shizuna surged forward, engaging in a spirited duel with the shadowy entity. The clash of their blades echoed, creating a symphony of combat. Meanwhile, Latia, grounded and strategic, stomped her foot into the ground. The impact shattered the terrain, and seizing the disarray, she lifted debris into the air, directing it like a projectile towards Shizuna and the shadowy figure. Follow my lead. You'll catch on to what I'm trying to do, Latia commanded, directing her words to Shizuna, who, amid her ongoing battle with the shadowy figure, affirmed with a nod. In an instant, Shizuna teleported, deftly swapping places with a cluster of small debris. Swiftly, she lunged toward the enigmatic entity, slashing a portion of its shoulder with precision. The entity, momentarily bewildered, attempted to retaliate by slashing at Shizuna. However, she effortlessly vanished, and the sequence repeated. This dance of evasion and counterattack unfolded repeatedly, each maneuver weakening the mysterious foe as Shizuna honed in on the intricacies of their strategy. It's adapting, so let's switch things up a bit, Latia explained. With that, an invisible force seized Shizuna, hurling her into a random space. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a small silvery green portal materialized, engulfing Shizuna and spiriting her away into the unknown. Shizuna's exclamation, "Oh my go," was abruptly cut off as she was hurled into the unknown, momentarily bewildering the enigmatic entity. Yet, in a twist of fate, another portal materialized behind the entity, propelling Shizuna forward with a swift slash that inflicted noticeable injury. The unpredictable dance continued as a fresh portal swallowed Shizuna once again. A cascade of thousands of portals manifested in the vicinity of the entity, creating a chaotic spectacle. Debris swirled around, adding to the tumult. Shizuna seamlessly transitioned between hurtling through portals, reappearing in diverse locations, and launching attacks on the mysterious figure. Alternatively, Latia's strategic interventions introduced an element of confusion, as Shizuna's place was intermittently swapped with stray debris. Oh, yo, to, yo, yeet. Shizuna's joyous exclamations echoed each time Latia executed a teleportation, her infectious enthusiasm contrasting with the intensity of the battle. With every well-aimed strike on the shadowy figure, it gradually weakened, succumbing to the onslaught until it knelt, utterly battered and drained of strength. After the fight was done, both women loomed over the enigmatic figure. "What kind of powers did you give to us, Kantor?" "I meant to ask that earlier," inquired Shizuna. Kantor elucidated. "Every time you successfully land a hit with your attacks, it drains the powers and energy of the shadowy figure. Additionally, I've made it difficult for it to perceive you, explaining why it couldn't react in time to your attacks." "That's cool. So what's the plan with this guy now?" Shizuna questioned. "Leave him to me. I will teleport him to the top. So please make your way there. There are still a few enemies remaining, and I trust you to deal with them." "He'll join you up there shortly," responded Kantor. "Roger," exclaimed Shizuna. She then turned to Latia, embracing her enthusiastically. "Let's do that again. It was so much fun. Zipping around and teleporting, it's addictive. And imagine doing that for the children in the future." Latia blushed at Shizuna's words, gently pushing her away. "I'm glad you enjoyed it, but discussions about children and starting families are for the distant future. Let's focus on the present." "Hee, Roger that, Latia-sama." Shizuna responded with a playful salute, the excitement of the battle still coursing through her. High above their comrades, Aaron Toole and the leader of the small group engaged in a fierce clash. The collision of their fists sent powerful shockwaves rippling through the surrounding air. Even after everything, you still claim strength? You can't breach my defenses. They could. What does that say about you? The leader expressed in frustration. This man, known as Aldrake, hailed from a family that once governed the planet he now called a shattered home, devastated by the relentless phantasma. Well, I don't exactly want to take you down, and I apologize for obliterating your army. But in the grand scheme, they would have fallen prey to the phantasma anyway. Mostly robots, unable to adapt in the heat of battle. Aaron responded, his fist colliding once more with Aldrake's. Aldrake possessed an innate power bestowed upon him from the moment of his birth. This extraordinary ability rendered most physical and magical attacks ineffective when they made contact with his body. The only caveat was that his enemies needed to be stronger or possess a unique ability to bypass this formidable defense. However, this power held a dual function. It not only nullified attacks, but also bolstered Aldrake's own durability and defenses. He could withstand a barrage of up to 100 hits from any source of damage before succumbing to true harm. This unique quality had proven crucial in his survival during the encounter with one of the Umbra. Aldrake's distinctive appearance matched the uniqueness of his power. He sported long white hair, cascading down past his barato, red eyes that betrayed a hidden intensity, and donned a flowing black and golden mail cheapao. As Aldrake prepared to resume his conversation, a sudden influx of additional presences interrupted the moment. Both he and Aaron descended back onto the platform after a final clash. Aldrake's inquisitive gaze scanned the newcomers. Elisand and even Ryu Yent joined you? Who are they? Are they this man's companions? Why are you together? Aaron acknowledged the arrivals with a casual wave and a greeting. Good work, Faith, Qinglong. I didn't expect to see you here so fast, Ajuka Milianis. Well, you see, we had a rather fruitful discussion with Ryu Yent, and we reached a mutual understanding. That's what brought us to this place. It appears that Faith and Qinglong found themselves in similar circumstances. Am I right? Ajuka responded, his gaze shifting towards Ryu Yent, who affirmed with a nod. Absolutely. We arrived at a consensus that promises long-term benefits. Aldrake, we implore you to hear us out, Ryu Yent expressed. Ryu Yent's attire was predominantly swathed in a blend of black and red armor, complemented by a distinctive black hat perched atop his head. A flowing cape, matching the hues of his armor, cascaded down his back. Resting on his back, a black and crimson claymore, a formidable weapon, remained sheathed for the moment. Elisand took a step forward, her voice carrying the weight of urgency as she addressed the tense standoff. That man you're up against, Al, he's something akin to, or perhaps is an outer god. He possesses the ability to release us from this predicament. Instead of confrontation, let's consider a conversation. Perhaps we can establish an alliance or even a partnership with them, especially given their imminent journey to the Phantasma. Aldrake found himself taken aback by Elisand's revelation. He turned to gaze at Aaron, who responded with a weary smile. The silent exchange between them lingered for a moment. Aldrake, still processing the unexpected turn of events, eventually released a sigh. Fine, let's talk, he conceded, the tension in his posture easing. Just then, the group expanded as Latia, Shizuna, Draig, Albion, and Kuntwar joined the gathering. Aaron had orchestrated their rendezvous, and the rest of the team was informed go to a specific location once they arrived there. Aaron Tool's soliloquy, we reached a specific room located on the south side of their towering structure. Along the way, I took the initiative to mend all the damage, much to their surprise. Gratitude was expressed, a small acknowledgement for my efforts. Upon reaching the room, we found it surprisingly spacious, featuring a round table at its center. As we settled into our seats, a hush settled over the room. I took the opportunity to extend my healing touch to the individual Latia and Shizuna had faced in combat. It turned out to be Aldrake's brother, Dreven. Even in unconsciousness, he bore no resemblance to Aldrake. It wasn't until he dispelled his shadowy armor that the family resemblance became apparent. With black hair and piercing blue eyes, Dreven was nearly a mirror image of Aldrake. "So, where do you want to start?" I inquired, shifting my gaze to Aldrake. "First, tell me why you want to go to the Phantasma, and second, share anything pertinent about this world. We've been trapped in this realm for 100,000 years without the ability to communicate beyond it. All we have are fragments from the past, remnants of things from the humans of this world, and I could doubt they hold relevance anymore," Aldrake demanded. I let out a sigh, contemplating the best way to explain the situation. "Well, they forged an alliance with a terrorist organization in our universe, and things got more complicated from there. So, with that opening, I divulged the intricate details of our journey, the twists, turns, and the motivations propelling us towards the mysterious realms of the Phantasma, Evie Atold, and Fatter Fedora." Aldrake, visibly taken aback by my revelations, questioned, "You want to liberate the Phantasma from Fumara's control? That's insane. It's an impossible feat. They have the backing of an outer god, even if it's dormant. The mere thought and the looming threat are sufficient to deter any attempts." I stood firm, resolute in my conviction. Yet, the resistance persists, doesn't it? Despite the initial setbacks and downfall, they never wavered. They kept re-emerging, and this year, they'll turn their enduring dreams into reality, I declared, leaving Aldrake momentarily speechless, grappling with the audacity of our mission. "Are you trying to be a hero, or something?" he asked, perplexed. My laughter bubbled forth, leaving him even more bewildered. "No, not at all. I'm just a bit selfish, that's all. My entire drive stems from that one selfish desire I've always harbored. Somehow, along the way, I ended up becoming a hero to those around me, even if it wasn't something I actively sought. I just yearned for a peaceful life with my family and loved ones. Eliminating those annoyances would certainly make everything simpler for me, don't you think?" I explained, a chuckle escaping me once more. "True," chimed in Latia. "His motivations have always been straightforward. Despite their simplicity, his actions paved the way for a greater role, and he chose to embrace it for the well-being of the people in our world. He's always been transparent about his intentions, and that hasn't changed. Anyway, let's shift the focus away from me for a moment. What are your thoughts on this alliance or partnership?" I inquired. "I can lift the restriction keeping you here, but bear in mind, universal travel is off limits until we go. I've made it exclusive for everyone except myself. Let's take a moment to deliberate," suggested Aldrake, and I nodded in agreement. "Well, head around your base and explore," I responded, tossing a small device in his direction. "Use that to contact me when you've reached a decision. We'll return to hear your thoughts." "Very well. They'll reach out once we've made a decision. However, there are other matters we'd like to discuss afterward," conveyed Aldrake, his gaze shifting between me and Ajuka, hinting at forthcoming conversations. "If your concern pertains to remaining here, we can delve into it further. However, bear in mind that the other leaders must be informed, given that I'm not the sole inhabitant or ruler of this planet," I explained to him. "But aren't you an outer god?" he queried, a hint of bewilderment in his tone. "I prefer not to govern with an iron fist. Frankly, I seldom do. But I'm adapting to it," I responded. "Anyway, we can discuss that aspect later," I added, and with that, he let us go. As we left the room and arrived outside, I turned to Drake, intending to ask a question. "No, not right now. I need to think, partner," he interjected abruptly, cutting off my query. With that, he swiftly returned his sacred gear, a sentiment mirrored by Albion. "All right, let's get started, shall we?" I motioned with my hand, and we embarked on a brief tour of the base. We strolled around the base for about an hour, during which Igris and Bellion returned, sharing news that the once hostile robots had ceased their aggression and retreated to the safety of my shadow. Apophis, on the other hand, chose to stay vigilant, standing guard despite my assurance that no further visitors were expected. As we turned a corner, Shizuna's eyes lit up at the sight of a peculiar play area. Without hesitation, she darted toward it, her excitement evident. With childlike enthusiasm, she leaped onto a curious contraption that promptly hoisted her into the air, swinging her in dizzying circles. Will she be okay? Milianis voiced her concern. Yeah, probably, I reassured, though the uncertainty lingered. The rest of the group gathered, watching Shizuna's impromptu amusement. Amidst the spectacle, a ringtone came from my ring, demanding attention. I answered the call. Is this how this works? Anyway, Outer God, we've concluded our discussions. If you could return, along with the green-haired devil, would like to commence our talks. Aldrake's voice echoed through the communication device. All right, we'll make our way there, I responded to him, ending the call. Oi, Ajuka and I are heading back to talk to Aldrake. You guys can stay here, all right? I shouted to the group. They turned around, acknowledging our decision with nods. Milianis approached us, inquiring, Do you need me to come along? I glanced at Ajuka, and we exchanged a shrug. The decision was theirs to make. Personally, I didn't mind, and I doubted Aldrake and his group would be too concerned. However, their hesitant glances prompted me to turn away. After a brief moment, Milianis chose to stay with the others, leaving only Ajuka and me to return to the room. As we strolled away, I broached the subject. How long? Just a few months. We were mostly colleagues with a professional relationship, he replied. I see. You guys will probably have strong kids, I remarked, earning a playful smack on my shoulder from Ajuka, followed by a shared laugh. Qinglong's soliloquy as Ajuka, Beelzebub, and Arantul made their exit. The remainder of us lingered behind. Faith, a fellow dragon, settled onto a small bench not far from where Zhang Mei was enjoying the wild ride of a contraption. Observing closely, Cinchuredo. Her joyous journey came to an abrupt end as her face collided with a wall. Ugh, she groaned, recovering and unsteadily making her way back to the contraption, unleashing a barrage of curses at it. Taking a seat beside Faith on the bench, I noticed the arrival of Milianis, the devil, who joined our little gathering. Meanwhile, Latia remained steadfast by Zhang Mai's side, offering both support and a calming presence, attempting to ease the effects of the dizzying escapade. A sudden sense of uncertainty gnawed at me, and I found myself voicing the question that had been lingering in my mind. What do you think will unfold after today? The recent removal of the cow's order from our universe had brought some relief, but a lingering unease persisted. There remained the other two factions trapped in their universes in a mysterious universe named Fader Fedora. Faites, exuding calme assurance, responded. It will be fine. Aaron-sama and DXD will handle it. He's entrusting the protection of our universe to the Electa and members of the EXE. Their journey won't be disclosed, preventing any potential troublemakers from emerging in their absence. My concern, however, persisted. Yet, even within our own ranks, there are those who may oppose his intentions. Leaks are bound to happen. What then? I questioned, the unease still lingering in my words. The EXE, Electa, and other members of DXD choosing to stay here will handle it. You worry too much, Qinglong. As one of the sacred beasts, why are you suddenly so concerned about this? Faith questioned. I don't know, I replied honestly. The truth was, a sense of unease lingered within me, and when it came to the reason, I found myself at a loss for a definitive answer. It started a few days after they were taken down too. As Faith San suggests, Qinglong, any other groups emerging after the cow's order, I personally believe will be much easier to deal with. Each faction and pantheon will have their own distinct challenges, and undoubtedly, new groups will surface if the information gets leaked, Milianis asserted. Even before Jean made his appearance and prior to the cow's order's arrival, smaller issues cropped up in the supernatural world, and we all dealt with them. You recall your own experiences involving the Slash Dog team, don't you? Milianis added, prompting a nod of confirmation from me. Half a decade ago, I played a pivotal role in assisting the emerging Slash Dog team, spearheaded by Tobio Accuse, now renowned as Slash Dog. Without a doubt, those shared experiences fueled the growth and strengthened the bonds among that group of humans, mirroring a similar effect on us sacred beasts and some within the 5 principal clans. Yet, as time unfolded, Achieving lasting change proved to be a formidable challenge. Despite some lingering modifications, the clans inevitably reverted to their usual ways. One individual yearning for transformation, Suzaku Himejima, silently endured the stagnation, tirelessly experimenting with different approaches. Her final gambit involved a drastic measure, the ruthless elimination of the executives and elders within her clan, a grim necessity for her to seize full control and usher in the desired changes. At least, that's what Sairyu shared with me during our occasional chats. I find solace in knowing that Eren played a crucial role in helping her navigate these turbulent waters. Consequently, Suzaku appears to have found a renewed sense of happiness, a stark contrast to the tumultuous years she endured before. Maybe, but I'll trust your word on this. He won't let anything happen to this world, I affirmed, nodding my head. However, Milianes interjected with a thought-provoking, but, Milianes began, the people of our world shouldn't become complacent. One day, even if it's in the distant future, Jean will have to step down from his role. He has inevitably become a pillar of peace for our world. When the time comes that he can't act, how will the people of this world react? We can't become too reliant on him, even if he's the type to take responsibility for many things. Latia Astaroth joined our conversation, accompanied by the still upset Zhang Mei. We've been discussing that recently. Actually, Latia shared. You mean Jean's close circle? Milianes inquired, and Latia affirmed with a nod. That's why a few of us have been handling his requests on his behalf. Although I believe he's aware of it, he hasn't commented, Latia explained. Sona and Rias have taken up some of the requests from the underworld, along with myself, of course. She settled down with us, and Zhang Mei, still visibly upset, rested on Latia's lap as if seeking solace. Irina, Zenobia, and Asia have been diligently fulfilling some of the requests from heaven, as well as those from the church. She shared, a warm smile brightening her face. The Slash Dog team also lends their hand to various factions, and even members from the DXD team have endeavored to ease his load. Many share his aspiration for peace and understand the significant efforts he puts in behind the scenes, prompting them to contribute in their own small ways. Her gaze lifted toward us, and she continued, Did you know? In private, Jean is the kind of person who tends to downplay his achievements. He's averse to taking credit or standing in the spotlight. This predates his surge in status and popularity. Latia squinted, her eyes narrowing as she remarked, He's excessively humble at times, to the point of annoyance for me and a few in his inner circle. Even if he doesn't articulate it outright every time, those of us who have become adept at reading his bravado and expressions can discern it. Lavinia, Aquino, Suzaku, and Grafia are probably the best at it, with a few others trailing closely behind. He doesn't look like that, Lat. Jean's always making those grand speeches and trying to do a lot for people, and any time he's been complimented, he just accepts it. Zhang Mei chimed in, joining the conversation. Latia let out a sigh, shaking her head. He's just like that. He's playing the people's hero, and he thinks that's how heroes are supposed to act. A bit arrogant and a bit humble of balance, you could say. But behind closed doors, he just wants to laze around after he finishes his work. The number of times I've seen him receiving a lap pillow or a friendly headrest from any one of us is way too many to count, she explained, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. The discussion, which had initially been quite serious, took an unexpected and welcome turn, becoming notably more lighthearted when Latia shared amusing anecdotes about Eren. I felt a sense of gratitude as this diversion allowed me to push the lingering unease to the recesses of my mind. Eren Tool's soliloquy, so we're on the same page then. In a day's time, it'll gather a few other leaders, including Ajuka, and we can reconvene for further discussions. From what we've talked about, I believe they'll be amenable to the proposals. How does that plan sound to you? I inquired of Aldrake. The meeting had been ongoing for a few minutes, during which we delved into several intriguing topics. One notable discussion revolved around the prospect of establishing residency in our world. Considering the vast expanse in the underworld, it seemed a viable option for them. Alternatively, I extended an invitation for them to reside in my dimensional gap home. The leaders expressed interest in exploring both possibilities before arriving at a final decision. Yes, let's wait until tomorrow then. It's best not to venture into the world until we've had the necessary discussions with the other leaders. Randomly appearing could cause alarm and potentially lead to conflict. We definitely don't want to spark a war, Aldrich responded with a thoughtful tone. I acknowledged his decision with a nod, rising from my seat and extending a hand for a shake, a gesture mirrored by Ajuka. We'll make our way out now. There's the task of informing the others waiting for us after this. I conveyed to him. Best of luck. Aldrich wished us well as he released my hand. We proceeded to exit, but our departure was momentarily halted by a voice. Hey, when can I catch a glimpse of that crimson-haired guy who felt like a dragon? Inquired Vermara. She was the individual with whom Draig had a skirmish today, and it appeared that there was a mutual interest between them. It struck me as a bit peculiar, but I welcomed the development. Rest assured, you'll lay eyes on him tomorrow. I can guarantee that. I reassured her, and she seemed content with my response. Partner, my heart and soul aren't ready for this, exclaimed my companion. Don't fret about it. You'll have a whole team of devoted companions in the future, I assured him. Ho ho, who would have thought that this dragon would get one? Remarked Rudra, a hint of amusement coloring his tone. You can never predict him. He's always 3 steps ahead of you. Even if he does fall 2 out of the 3 times, Albion chimed in with a knowing tone. Screw you guys, Draig shouted, a clear note of embarrassment in his voice, and laughter erupted among us. Ajuka and I exited the room, swiftly returning to the others. Hey, what's with the strange looks? I inquired, noticing the flushed faces around me. Miliani's wearing an amused expression. Miliani's dismissed it casually. Oh, it's nothing. Let's head back, shall we? Her tone was light, but the curious glances persisted. Ajuka and I exchanged a glance, but opted to keep our thoughts to ourselves. We'll wait outside then, Ajuka declared, following Miliani's out of the area. Left alone with the rest, I couldn't help but ask, so what happened? Shizuna, sporting a wide smile, was the first to respond. Censuredo, the area was filled with a strange mix of amusement and confusion. After I ensured everyone reached their homes safely, the atmosphere in my place took on an unexpected stillness. I'll head back to the dimensional gap now, Aaron-sama. Would you like me to accompany you again tomorrow? She inquired. If you're up for it, I don't mind, I replied. With a nod, she planted a quick peck on my cheek and departed. Shifting my focus to Qinglong, I questioned, and what about you? Qinglong surveyed the entrance hallway and expressed, I wish to have a conversation with Suzuku Himejima. Is she at home? I affirmed with a nod, saying, yes, she's in the kitchen. Just head that way. Qinglong promptly left. Before I could address Shizuna, she enveloped me in a tight embrace, knocking me to the ground. In a surprisingly unreserved manner, she bravado me passionately. Censuredo Shizuna, attempting to avoid eye contact with Latia, explained, well, I thought after today's date that I was officially dating Aaron, so I figured I'd take things to the next level. You know, a deeper romantic connection. Latia wasn't buying it. She gently pinched Shizuna's cheeks and playfully stretched them, prompting Shizuna to yelp in discomfort. Ow, 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 ow. I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. Shizuna exclaimed, tears welling up in her eyes. I rose from the ground and approached the duo. They had developed a surprisingly close bond in a short span, catching me off guard. However, I embraced this newfound camaraderie, appreciating their cordial relationship. With a gentle pat on Latia's head, I reassured her, it's okay, Latia. Forgive her, all right? Latia's expression soured slightly as she remarked, you're too lenient at times, both with us and your friends. But fine, I'll let it go for now. She released Shizuna's cheeks, prompting the latter to rub them, attempting to alleviate the lingering pain. Shizuna, I called her name, capturing her attention before planting a brief peck on her lips. With that, we're dating. Is that fine with you? Although, let's not rush into things right away, I added, chuckling at the playful suggestion. Not really into the whole first date then getting close scenario. Huh? Well, I guess I can be patient, but wait. Want to take longer since we're headed to the Phantasma? She asked, a hint of panic in her voice. I glanced away, a slightly awkward chuckle escaping me. Well, we might find some downtime while we're there, so, things might happen, I reassured both of them. Shizuna, brimming with anticipation, raised her arm and spun it around. Yeah, this is going to be so much fun. Latia, in response, shook her head and placed a reassuring hand on Shizuna's shoulder and swiftly teleported her back to her pantheon. I found myself slightly taken aback and couldn't help but inquire, do you even know where to put her? I took a chance and also asked Kantuar to help with it, replied Latia. She then seized my arm, a playful glint in her eye, and remarked, I'd like to spend more time with you. Our time together felt less like a date and more like a mini operation, don't you think? Oh my, I never imagined the usually composed Latia Astaroth could harbor such a petty and spoiled side. I teased her, flashing a grin in return. Despite my comment, she chose to remain silent and merely guided me back to my room. The remainder of the day unfolded with a hint of chaos, but that was par for the course in my home. The following day arrived, and once again, I found myself in the same realm as Aldrake's group. The night before, I had shared the news with the other leaders, alongside Ajuka and Milianis. Now, a handful of leaders had joined us in this realm. This time, my companions were different. Graphia, Rose, Reiko, Velgrind, Faith, and Lavinia accompanied me. There were others eager to join, but I had to limit the numbers. It felt as if my entire household would come along at that rate. So this is it, huh? We can delve deeper into this in the coming days before DxD ventures into the other universe. It's quite astonishing that this place has been concealed for so many years, and none of us were aware of it, remarked Odin before releasing a hearty laugh that echoed in the expansive surroundings. Indeed, it was another outer god who concealed it, so it's logical that we couldn't find it, explained Amaterasu. Indra expressed his discontent with a click of his tongue and inquired, can I accompany them? The next match is on hold until they return. Wouldn't it be more practical for me to join them? Shiva responded, dismissing the suggestion, and risk the possibility of your demise? Yes, Jean can bring you back, but you're aware of the consequences when a god dies, Indra. We can't afford to take that chance. Besides, it's imperative for us to remain here, given the limited number of defenders for our universe in the absence of DxD. Indra, visibly irritated, clicked his tongue once more, displaying his frustration. Shiva, in the midst of emphasizing the importance of their role in safeguarding our universe, seemed to overlook the fact that many of my subordinates would also be left behind. Not to mention the complete 666, a creation of mine from a few months ago, currently residing in the dimensional gap as we speak. With that in mind, Seraphal and I are willing to accompany you to a few uninhabited lands in the underworld. ITLL give you a chance to see if any of them resonate with you, Aldrake, Surzek's proposed. Adding to Surzek's suggestion, I chimed in, and following that, Antares will give you a tour of my base in the dimensional gap. This way, you can explore and decide if anything there appeals to you. Aldrake nodded, acknowledging both our offers. Yes, thank you, he replied graciously, prompting us to delve into more discussions on various topics. As the conversation unfolded, it became apparent that Aldrake harbored a desire to remain in our realm even after we rescued his sister. Despite my offer to restore his planet and its people, I cautioned him about the possibility of their reincarnation. Surprisingly, he declined the restoration offer. He revealed that he had previously discussed this matter with his parents, introducing an unexpected dimension to the situation. According to him, in the event of such circumstances, his parents had expressed a desire to embrace the next phase of existence together, choosing not to return to life. However, despite his youth, he approached me with a heartfelt plea. If rescuing his sister proved too late, he asked for her resurrection. His reasoning was poignant. He believed she had a long life ahead and wished to spare her from an untimely demise. He entrusted me with this solemn request, urging prompt action once we reached the Phantasma's universe. In his quest, he learned that the culprit behind his sister's abduction was a figure named Sagarif. Yunuyo had generously shared a comprehensive list detailing the entirety of the Umbra, Eradicators, and Wayboros last year. Armed with this information, we gained insight into potential enemies we might encounter. However, the dynamics within the Fumara were complex, with not all members aligned in favor of the complete destruction of the multiverse or absolute control. Over the span of the following 2 hours, our conversations delved into a multitude of subjects, exploring a wide array of topics. The meeting concluded, and some leaders engaged in conversations with Aldrake's group. Azazel, in particular, showed keen interest in examining their robots, a sentiment shared by others. Meanwhile, I had managed to pull Drake away earlier, only to witness him being persistently pursued by Vermara, bombarding him with inquiries about marriage and having children. Even now, he was essentially running away from her. Seeking a respite from the commotion, I retreated to a separate room to unwind and take a moment of reprieve. The upcoming months promised to be laden with stress, and the luxury of downtime would likely be a rare commodity. Thus, I sought solace in this moment of tranquility before plunging back into the inevitable chaos that lay ahead. "Nice job." Aaron, a familiar voice, chimed in. As I opened my eyes, Graphia approached, taking a seat beside me. "You too. How's everyone else?" I inquired. "They're currently checking out the tower." Lavinia was a bit on edge earlier, insisting that she needed to be by your side. Her senses were telling her that you needed her, or so she claimed, Graphia explained, a faint smile playing on her lips. "The usual Nia antics, huh?" Well, she wasn't entirely wrong. I was getting a bit worked up thinking about the future and all, I admitted with a sigh. Moving closer, Graphia placed her hand on my shoulder, her concern evident. "Would you like to talk about it?" Slightly taken aback, I chuckled and replied, "I'll manage. But I have to ask, are you coming with us to the Phantasma, or will you stay here with everyone else?" This time, she gently took hold of my arm, wrapping it around herself in a warm embrace. Nestling closer, she shared, "I've talked to the others, and I've decided that I want to accompany you. I've been gradually sorting out my own loose ends here, so there won't be any concerns on that front. Apparently, Satan Sama and Euclid cells are situated close to each other, leading to some conversations between them," she continued, seeking details. "I heard that you had a discussion with him a few hours after the last operation concluded." I nodded in affirmation. "Yeah, we did. He had some intriguing questions for me, and I answered them honestly. He seemed taken aback by a few of my responses, but in the end, he accepted them. I didn't expect the original Satan to be this, I guess, compliant. It also appears that the older devils want him on their side, but he assured me he'd just tell them to get lost because he wants nothing to do with them," I shared, eliciting a slight chuckle from her. "I see," she responded, and a tranquil silence enveloped us. The quietude lingered comfortably, and we basked in it for a while. Eventually, she gently pulled on my arm, prompting me to face her. Without hesitation, she leaned in and bravado me. The moment began to deepen when, suddenly, the door to our room swung open, and a group of individuals entered. In the blink of an eye, Graphia and I distanced ourselves, returning to our respective roles. She reverted to her serious, maid demeanor, standing beside me with closed eyes. The newcomers, a few leaders, took in the scene of me, sitting there with my eyes closed. "Gene boy, why are you here alone?" "Well, not counting your maid," inquired Odin. I opened my eyes and met their gaze. "I was just taking a moment to rest." "What brings all of you here? Were you looking for me?" Azazel, part of the group, flashed a grin in my direction before strolling over. Without much ado, he took hold of my arm, indicating for me to follow. A bit bewildered, I complied, and the rest of the group trailed along. After a brief walk, we found ourselves in a different room, one notably spacious with a lofty ceiling. Curiosity tugging at me, I couldn't help but inquire, "So, care to fill me in on what's happening?" Azazel gestured to our right, drawing my attention to a distinctive-looking robot. That, my friend, is what they dub their trump card. Still in its experimental phases, it boasts an AI that adapts to opponents' fighting styles, powers, techniques, you name it, and it figures out a way to counter it, Azazel explained with palpable excitement, shedding light on the mysterious contraption. I sighed and said, "You want something like that, right? Well, I want to just make it for you. We'll help you with some of the steps to get there. I mean, you're pretty smart, Azazel. You can probably figure that out with other people's help." In a rather peculiar turn of events, Azazel grabbed hold of me and began to swing me around, an unexpected blush tinting his cheeks. "Did you hear that? This brat thinks I'm smart." "Huh," he exclaimed, reveling in the unexpected compliment. Amidst this impromptu spinning, I managed to inquire, "Aside from that, what do you want me to do? Did you bring me here just to showcase this?" Elisand appeared beside us, responding, "I'd like you to test it for us, Gene." Azazel eventually ceased the twirling, and Elisand continued, "We aim to bring only this specific one with us to the Phantasma. If improvements can be made before our departure, it could prove to be a valuable ally. So, I'm up against this thing, huh? Sure, no problem. What's the game plan? Close quarters combat, ranged attacks, or a mix of both? And do you want me to use any unique abilities?" I inquired, seeking clarity. "Well, assess the model's capabilities for the next 2 minutes. Feel free to unleash whatever you've got," she responded, and I gave a nod of understanding. "Anything goes, huh?" I mused, eyes shifting towards the mechanical opponent. "All right then, let's make this a bit interesting." I got to my position and ready. The robot initiated its advance, swiftly closing the distance. Its arms transformed into swirling spears of electricity, striking towards me with calculated precision. Skillfully, I evaded the attacks, noting the robot's eyes observing me intently. It seemed to be analyzing, deciphering my patterns and habits. During the intensity of the confrontation, Azazel couldn't help but interject, adding a touch of eccentricity to the scene. "Yeah, go kick his ass, Robot Chan." His exclamation earned him a few perplexed glances, to which he responded with a dismissive snort. Seizing a momentary pause in the action, I diverted my attention to the peculiar machine. "By the way," I began, deftly dodging another flurry of jabs, "what's this thing's name?" Elisand, ever watchful, replied, "We haven't assigned it a name yet. It's still a prototype. If you have a suggestion, feel free to name it." Before I could offer a suggestion, Azazel blurted out a crude and offensive name for it. His choice of moniker was swiftly met with a reprimanding smack from Avetsa, who wore an expression of clear annoyance. Amidst the banter, Satinel and a devil researcher proposed a more measured alternative. "How about Stellar?" they suggested simultaneously, exchanging a nod of agreement. Out of nowhere, a multitude of diminutive robotic flies emerged from Stella's form, their wings buzzing with rapid intensity. A peculiar sensation enveloped me as the gravitational force surged around, catching me off guard. It resembled the familiar effect of the Wyvern's half-dimension. Yet this was a stark contrast, a flat increase of 100 times gravity that, surprisingly, left me unaffected. Instinctively, I raised my right hand, initiating a decisive click that birthed a formidable sonic boom, obliterating the robotic flies and propelling Stellar backward. However, to my surprise, she swiftly rebounded toward me. Attempting to replicate the earlier move, I generated another sonic boom, but this time, it only managed to push her halfway. Is this its adaptability at play, or is there more to uncover? I queried, deftly evading Stella's relentless attacks. Elisand chimed in, shedding light on the situation. "That's not all. It should have the capability to fully adjust, rendering your move ineffective the next time you employ it, in theory, at least." Stellar forcefully planted its foot into the ground, giving rise to metallic roots and blades that swiftly advanced toward me. As I moved to defend myself, a revelation struck. These menacing forms were nothing more than illusions. In the blink of an eye, Stellar vanished, and my instincts tingled with the awareness of its presence behind me. Swiftly, I leaped into the air, narrowly evading its attack once again. Midair, I executed a nimble turn, extending my right palm towards Stellar. A surge of potent 10k manifested into a powerful bullet that sailed toward my metallic opponent, knocking it back once more. Stellar, undeterred, embedded its metallic legs into the ground, arresting its momentum. Without delay, it conjured cannons around its shoulders, unleashing a powerful stream of pink energy beams in my direction. Summoning the power of my boosted gear, I conjured a compact, draconic orb of energy before me. With a forceful punch, I propelled the energy sphere, releasing a torrent of energy that collided head-on with Stella's attack. The collision erupted into a brief yet intense explosion, marking the clash of two powerful forces. Returning to the ground, I found myself face to face with Stellar, which had morphed its right arm into an immense axe. With a swift swing, it brought the colossal weapon down on me. Instinctively, I sidestepped the attack, successfully evading the blow. However, the sheer force of the strike sent shockwaves rippling through the room, splitting a section of it in half. The sheer might of the display left me audibly whistling in admiration. Now fully fixated on me, Stellar unleashed a pair of scissor-like appendages from its mouth, casting an ominous glow. Instead of dodging, I allowed it to approach, making contact with my infinity. I harbored a genuine curiosity to see if Stellar could adapt, given that it only needed one condition to surpass my defenses being stronger than me. Upon contact, Stellar halted abruptly, fixating its gaze on me. In an unexpected turn, it uttered, "I cannot analyze that. Error, error, error," before coming to a complete standstill, leaving all of us in surprised silence. Elisand approached, curiosity etched across her face. What did it come into contact with?" she inquired, her gaze shifting between us. Contemplating whether to disclose the precise details, I opted for a more enigmatic response. With a nonchalant shrug, I replied, "One of my powers." Elisand, a hint of annoyance in her expression, pressed for clarity. "Please be more specific. Otherwise, I cannot adjust Stellar." Releasing a sigh, I relented infinity. "If you can find a way to bypass or have Stellar adapt to it, then feel free to try." "Infinity? What do you mean?" she probed, prompting me to extend my hand. With all eyes fixed on us, I decided it was time to show rather than tell. "Give it a shot. Touch my palm," I suggested to her. Without hesitation, she extended her hand, attempting to execute a casual high five. However, her hand encountered an invisible barrier just inches from mine. The surprise on her face was evident as she tried to exert more force, but the barrier remained steadfast. A grin played on my lips as I explained, "That's my infinity. It's like an unseen shield that halts any form of attack, ability, or technique. Whether it's a toxic gas or a mental attack, it acts as an impenetrable defense, blocking and preventing anything from reaching me." However, with a gentle push, I made our hands touch. I can activate or deactivate it at will. Most of the time, it operates automatically, and I can adjust the settings with just a thought. "Hey," Azazel called, and our attention shifted to him. "How does someone bypass it?" he inquired. I shot him a grin, replying, "Simple, be stronger than me. That's the key. That's impossible." "Then realistically, no one can touch you," he exclaimed, demonstrating his frustration with a stomping foot, resembling a child throwing a tantrum. I responded nonchalantly, shoulders lifting in a shrug. It wasn't my concern. It rested on the shoulders of my potential enemies. If we reached a point where they became enemies, my use of infinity would only intensify their frustration. There was a realization creeping in an acknowledgement that I might be developing a bit of a ruthless edge, likely influenced by Aquino and a few others. I needed to dial it back. A bit of restraint was in order. You won't use that against me, will you?" Indra inquired, a hint of amusement coloring his tone as he observed my ability. I responded with a nonchalant shrug. I tend to adapt my fighting style based on the situation. In the tournament, it'll stick to specific powers, mainly my boosted gear and a few combinations with my team, I explained, earning a laugh of amusement from Indra. "Well, that's good. It would be dull otherwise," he exclaimed before strolling out of the room. With a casual shrug of my shoulders, I suggested, "Shall we continue? Or do you need some time to fix her up? It's a straightforward repair, so it won't take long." "Let's continue," replied Elisand, ready to resume our activities. Approximately 2 hours elapsed before we concluded our activities, and the plan was set to head home. Aldrake's group had intentions to venture into the underworld with Surzex and Seraphol. Surprisingly, Rias expressed her desire to accompany them, and it appeared to be a strategic move on her part. She seemed to be increasing her involvement in political affairs, strategically garnering as much support as possible. I couldn't help but wonder about her overarching plans. "Shall we head home now?" inquired Lavinia, embracing me with a bear hug. "Yeah, we're heading back," I responded, scanning our surroundings. "Though it looks like the others aren't ready yet. More time for me to enjoy being spoiled by you then," she exclaimed, staying close to my side with a happy sigh. "Sure," I replied, affectionately patting her head. As we sat outdoors on a bench, some of our group lingered inside the tower, while others explored the peculiar and distinctive landscape surrounding us, and so we made the collective choice to savor the moments we had in each other's company outdoors. As the weeks elapsed, our departure for the Phantasma universe drew near. Presently, I found myself in the training facility, fully aware that today marked the final session before they could revel in a week of leisure, unrestrained by the demands of our impending mission. On this particular day, the Electa, who had assumed the role of their instructors, intensified the training regimen. The objective was clear: to ensure that the experiences of the past few weeks, akin to a century within this dimension, remained ingrained in their minds. Sarorg and Valley, donned in their formidable armor, lunged at me with determined fists. Effortlessly, I intercepted their attacks, deftly flicking them aside. The intensity of their training was evident. Meanwhile, a quick survey of the surroundings revealed Hirokazu and Jintra locked in a fierce exchange with Velgrind, while Haru and Yoru faced off against Tiamat. "That should be enough for now. You guys can take a break," I informed them. Sarorg swiftly concurred, shedding his armor with a relieved sigh. Valley, however, wasn't ready to call it quits. "I want to keep going," he asserted. I fixed him with a stern gaze, my frown deepening. "Valley, rest is crucial. Overstraining your body isn't wise, and I've reminded you of that multiple times. Your mother emphasized the same. Do I need to involve her?" I inquire, my tone firm. Stepping back, Valley reluctantly acquiesced. "Fine, you don't need to bring her into this." Valley's relationship with his mother held both love and fear, much like Lavinia's connection with him, albeit on a different scale. The details remained shrouded, but the consensus among us was clear. Avoiding that woman's bad side was paramount. Rumor had it that when she erupted, there was usually a good reason, and few dared to challenge her. Though we lacked the full story, a recent minor altercation had unfolded between them. It centered around Val's desire to intensify his training and reduce rest periods. Evidently, his mother firmly opposed this, delivering a scolding that left an impact. Despite her immediate regret and subsequent coddling, Valley had been wary of witnessing that side of Lina again, steering clear of any potential clashes since that incident. Vala stepped out of his armor, heading towards the stands adorned with a variety of food and drinks. Meanwhile, I made my way over to Elisand, who had joined us with Aldrake's group. She also brought Stellar in tow, now in an upgraded and improved version. This revamped Stellar boasted predominantly white and gold armor, angelic wings gracefully arching behind her back, and a human-like face with piercing blue eyes. The enhancements included the familiar golden and white armor, now fortified for increased durability. Many, including myself, had contributed to fine-tuning Stella's adaptation to a myriad of powers over the past few weeks. "How's it going?" I inquired of Elisand. "Very well. Just before we embark, I believe Stellar is more than ready to face formidable enemies with a wide range of abilities, safely adapting to each power thrown her way," Elisand shared with a content smile. "That's reassuring. With that in mind, shall we proceed with our newly devised plan?" I asked, and Elisand nodded in agreement. The revised plan entailed Aldrake's group embarking on a mission to rescue his sister, accompanied by several other teams from DXD, including Chow Chow's team and Ria's Peerage. Meanwhile, the rest of us were tasked with the liberation of several planets and the dismantling of factions within Fumara's organization. In addition to our coordinated efforts, I stayed in communication with Laronia, who shared that he was preparing various other elements. The prospect of what he had in store added an element of anticipation to our mission. Taking a moment to address the team, I informed her, "You can take a break, as our time here concludes after today. However, if you need assistance with Stella's adaptation, feel free to enlist help from anyone in DXD. All right?" I conveyed to her, ensuring she knew support was readily available. "Yes, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Jean or Aaron." Elisand replied, seeking clarification. "Jaren or Ein is fine," I responded, walking away with a chuckle. Overhearing Elisand mutter a good grief, I couldn't help but amuse myself with the interchangeable names. Upon reaching the floor housing our bedrooms, I headed towards my own. With the prospect of an extended stay in the Phantasma's universe spanning several months, I had advised everyone to pack diverse attires and any other personal belongings they deemed necessary. In preparation for our journey, I intended to distribute necklaces to my companions, functioning similarly to the special rings my partners and I possessed. These accessories would serve as portable storage, allowing them to conveniently store their items. Looking ahead, I envisioned introducing a similar technology to humans once we revealed ourselves, foreseeing potential profit akin to phone storage devices, offering various options to suit individual needs. The storage units I had in mind would boast an initial capacity of 128,000 items, catering to a wide range of storage needs. I envisioned making them affordable, with the introductory cost set at around 30 and subsequent storage upgrades, such as the 256,000 capacity, priced reasonably at 40, and so forth. This innovative solution promised both practicality and accessibility for everyone. As I reached my door, a sense of curiosity tingled within me, sensing the presence of several individuals inside. Stepping in, I was met with an unexpected scene. My bed, usually a solitary space, was now occupied by Ain, Kana, Denu, Scathack, Aif, Aoife, Cindy, and even my mother, cradling Vivi in her arms. The peculiar twist? All of them were dressed in colorful matching pajamas, making for quite the cozy gathering. And I dared not mention it, lest I face their collective wrath. Surveying the unusual gathering, I couldn't help but voice my curiosity. "This is rather unexpected. Did I unintentionally provoke a response from all of you that led to this surprise?" I queried, a bemused smile playing on my lips. "Not that I'm complaining. I find it quite enjoyable, so please continue." Aoife, bubbling with enthusiasm, took the opportunity to explain. "It was mine and Kana's idea. I figured, why not put together a fun performance for him?" Aif, on the other hand, looked a bit flustered as she clarified, "I was convinced to join in on this, Centurado," a mischievous grin lighting up her face. "We only have a small amount of time left before you and DXD depart. Kana and I will be accompanying you, so spend some time with us. Other goddesses won't be going either, so make the most of your time with them too," she urged. While it felt like she might be subtly laying on a guilt trip, I also grasped the sincerity behind her words. Hephaestus and Artemis, who shared our living space, wore expressions of melancholy at the thought of our impending departure. Acknowledging this, I had already made plans to dedicate some quality time with them before our departure. I sighed, conceding to the reality of the situation. "You're right. We've got a week, starting today. I'll make an effort to lighten my workload." So Ain interrupted me with a sudden kiss on the cheek, gently nudging me towards everyone else. As we approached the bed, Vivi squirmed in my mother's arms, eager to reach me. Mom chuckled and allowed her to come to me, settling comfortably in my embrace. "I'm sorry for being away, Vivi, but after this week, Dad will be gone for a long time," I explained, and her immediate sadness made me regret the words as soon as they left my barato. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she softly clutched my shirt, asking why. Ouch, my heart. Drake exclaimed abruptly, and then there was a loud smack, followed by an awkward silence. I glanced at the others, seeking assistance, but they conveniently averted their gazes. Only Danu met my eyes, seemingly on the verge of breaking. Mom intervened, placing a hand on her cheek and gently turning her away from the emotionally charged scene. It's a bit tricky, I stammer, but my explanation seemed to elude her understanding. Why not just say you're going to get milk? Came the straightforward suggestion. You're horrible, Albion remarked, his tone dripping with disdain. There are times for jokes, and this isn't one of them. Red Dragon, Rudra admonished. Feeling the need for simplicity, I scratched my head, deliberating on how to break it down. I opted for an explanation so straightforward that even a child could grasp it. After about 2 minutes of careful explanation, Vivi pieced together my intentions. Papa is going to go be a hero? She questioned, tilting her head in confusion. I guess so, I replied tentatively, uncertainty coloring my words. But Papa is already a hero, though. Aoife interjected, further perplexing Vivi. Aoife swiftly retrieved her phone, unveiling the world of the dragon show to Vivi, along with various related content. She then gestured towards me with an animated declaration. Papa is the mighty dragon. He's the hero to everyone in the supernatural world. Papa is just going to a different place to be a hero too. Those in proximity playfully nudged me, prompting me to pass Vivi over to Danu. Rising to my feet, I donned my boosted gear balance breaker, striking a heroic pose before disengaging it. The effect on Vivi was immediate. Her eyes glinted with awe, as if she had witnessed a genuine hero before her. Papa is a brave hero, a true champion, she exclaimed, breaking free from Danu's grasp and leaping toward me. In a heartfelt embrace, she conveyed, Go help everyone. Her words were filled with encouragement, and she clung to me with a warmth that fueled my resolve. An overwhelming surge hit me deep in my chest, my heart. It was like an unexpected warmth bubbling up inside. Unable to resist, I reciprocated the hug with equal fervor. The connection, the shared emotion, was palpable. Abruptly, the tranquility of the moment was disrupted as my room's door swung open, ushering in more people. My mouth, acting independently of my brain, uttered words before I could even process them. If this is what having children feels like, count me in for a big family in the future, I blurted out, a quiet revelation escaping my lips. I want to keep them safe and see them grow up into well-rounded people. My gaze shifted to Vivi, and I pressed a gentle kiss to the top of her head. The same goes for you, Centurato. And the female magician trembled slightly in her place. There's no guarantee of that, Lavinia, Artemis muttered, expressing a note of skepticism. They'll make sure of it, Lavinia declared with unwavering determination. Not so fast, Naya. We'll be first, chimed in Kuroka from behind them. No, meh, shouted Aquino, adding to the lively discussion. And so, a bit of chaos ensued, leaving Vivi, who I held close, utterly perplexed by the sudden change in the atmosphere. I couldn't help but chuckle at the unfolding scene, finding amusement in the spirited banter surrounding an unexpected topic. And thus, the day arrived for our departure. Each Barado of our group took the time to bid their temporary farewells to their families the day or night before our journey commenced. In the heart of my training facility, a select few accompanied us to witness our departure. Make sure you crush them, all right? Azazel chimed in with a hearty laugh, waving us off. We are committed to ensuring the well-being of this universe. Aaron Sama, declared Alicia, flanked by the nodding figures of Antares and Leanne. We'll continue with our ongoing projects, Jean. The execution of the moon base plans should progress seamlessly with the assistance of your subordinates, Ajuka conveyed, and I acknowledged his words with a nod. Good luck with the rest, and make sure to get those upgrades for the tournament done. Otherwise, the Watchers will throw a fit, I advised, eliciting smirks from some of them. You, Riatan, Jean Tan are leaving, cried Surzex enthusiastically. They'll make sure to keep up the Dragon series. Thanks, I responded with a slightly awkward smile. Rias, who stood beside me, blushed, and hid her face in embarrassment. After a round of farewells from everyone, including an especially emotional one with Valley and his family, I raised my right arm, conjuring a colossal teleportation circle above us. "We'll see you guys in a few months, then. Stay safe," I shouted, the words carrying across the farewell. In an instant, all of us were drawn into the swirling portal, leaving behind the draconic dais and venturing into the universe of the crepuscular phantasma. This marks the end of the first part of the DxD arc. The DxD arc will resume as the last arc of Volume 8. From here on out, it will be the Phantasma arc. After that, it will be the Evie Itold arc, and then Volume 7 will come to a close. Chapter 17, Part 1. The Universe of Crepuscular Phantasma. Royson Toole's soliloquy as we witness my son's group depart from our universe. He cast a glance our way, wearing a melancholic smile. Simultaneously, Vivi extended her hand towards him, her face bearing a sorrowful expression. Despite her earlier encouragement for her father to embrace heroism and save lives, it was evident that she had grasped the reality that a considerable amount of time would pass before she saw him again. "They're gone, huh?" mumbled Azazel. "It feels a bit lonely now," he added with a chuckle before turning away. "Anyway, we have things to do. Let's not fail and appear inept in front of them." "Yes, let's go," replied Surzex, and the other leaders commenced their departure. I, too, followed suit, and eventually we all found ourselves back in the entrance hallway of Aaron's home. After bidding farewell to our guests, the once bustling household now echoed with a profound emptiness. The familiar chaos of people moving about, generating noise, and adding life to the space had vanished, leaving behind a void that rendered the house strangely alien and devoid of its usual warmth. "Royson-sama, Viviheim, would you care for some lunch?" inquired Rosette, now tasked with overseeing the household in the absence of Graphia, the usual headmaid. Alongside her, Yuri stepped up to assist in managing the remaining staff. "Yes, and thank you," I responded, as Rosette and Yuri departed to arrange lunch. I sensed an unusual tremor in Vivi's frame. It became apparent that she was quietly shedding tears. Instinctively, I reached out to gently stroke her head, offering a source of solace. "What's wrong, Vivi?" "I miss Papa," she murmured with a touch of sadness lingering in her voice. Though their departure was recent, the absence of her father weighed heavily on her. It was evident she was gradually transforming into a devoted daddy's girl. Attempting to uplift her spirits, I chimed in with a more optimistic tone. "They'll be back before you know it. Besides, there's still many of your mamas here, right?" A melancholic nod was her only response. "How about this? Let's go into learning more magic and mastering it before Papa returns. We can showcase our newfound skills to him," I suggested, hoping to divert her thoughts. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she questioned, "I want to learn. Is Mama Lilith still around?" "Absolutely," I affirmed. "She and Frida are here. Both are skilled devils, and Frida has been under Lilith's tutelage for a few months now. We can seek their guidance. After all, you're part of the Boer household. Lilith might have insights into it," I explained, and without further ado, we set out to find them. Vivi seemed a bit confused by my wording, but she agreed nonetheless. We arrived in the entertainment room and found them conversing there. They noticed our presence, and we made our way to them. "Royson and Vivi-chan, how can we assist you?" Lilith inquired. Her gaze focused on us as she gestured towards the empty chairs beside them. I nodded appreciatively, taking a seat before delving into an explanation of our intentions. Lilith's expression held a hint of amusement, particularly as she directed her attention towards Vivi. "The Boer clan is renowned for their healing abilities among devils. Think of it akin to the sacred gear, Holy Resuscitation, wielded by Diethelm Waldseemüller. Initially designed for devils, I believe that with Vivi's involvement, the capability might evolve to encompass universal healing, similar to Asia's Twilight healing. Of course, this is mere speculation on my part," Lilith elucidated, her words carrying a thoughtful undertone. I shifted my gaze toward Vivi, and in turn, she cast her eyes down to her own hands. A subtle, verdant glow emanated from her palms, prompting a widened expression of surprise from Lilith. "Ah, I understand now. It seems she's already has a grasp on her abilities," Lilith remarked with a hint of sorrow in her voice. Possibly during her time of capture and imprisonment, she managed to awaken and comprehend this power. Most likely, she used it to mend her own wounds or aid those around her. "I couldn't heal them," Vivi muttered, a tinge of sadness in her voice. Lilith rose from her seat and gently placed a hand on Vivi's head. "Don't be disheartened. It's not your fault," she comforted Vivi. Then, turning to me, she said, "All right, I'll assist in honing her abilities. It seems she's inheriting traits from Aaron, and given her current state, her powers will likely evolve in an unforeseen manner." Vivi, puzzled, tilted her head, but Lilith pressed on, saying, "Let's begin the training now. If you aim to impress your father, it's best to start immediately, don't you think?" Vivi nodded and glanced back at me. "Okay, let's go and train," I exclaimed enthusiastically, and Vivi responded by raising her hand, as if in an eager gesture. Frida eagerly joined our group, driven by a sincere desire to assist Vivi in her journey towards strength, a journey reminiscent of Frida's own recent experiences. As we navigated our way back to the training facility, anticipation brewed within me for their swift return. Despite their recent departure, perhaps my optimism was simply eager to embrace their presence again. Aaron Toole's soliloquy upon entering the universe of the Phantasma. Our teleportation led us to the Resistance stronghold. Laronia, a prominent figure, stood among a group of individuals that greeted us at the entrance. Beyond them lay the concealed depths of their underground headquarters. The lower domain served as the epicenter of their operations, seamlessly integrated into the cave's walls. In stark contrast, the upper portion was veiled in illusionary enchantments, strategically deployed to deceive Fumara and her organization. The subterranean architecture featured structures crafted from a combination of wood, metal, and rock, ingeniously blending with the natural cave surroundings. Lamps and magical illuminations adorned the space, creating a subdued ambience that revealed the hushed activity below. The presence of people was limited, a quiet acknowledgement that night had descended upon the clandestine operations of the Resistance. "Aaron Sama," Laronia greeted, approaching our group with a confident demeanor that drew the attention of everyone present. The members of my group, eager to explore this new and intriguing environment, let their eyes dart around, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings as if transported to a different universe. "Laronia, your efforts have been commendable so far," I acknowledged. "How about we find a more secluded spot to delve into further discussions? Additionally, could you arrange for someone to guide the members of DXD to their designated accommodations?" I suggested, and Laronia promptly agreed to the proposal, showing his efficiency in handling the situation. Summoning his grimoire, Laronia skillfully created multiple clones of himself. "I've taken the liberty of considering your schedule, Aaron-sama," he mentioned, a hint of careful planning evident in his words. "This way, any of your companions may choose to stay with you at their convenience." His thoughtful consideration brought a subtle smile to the faces of a few of the girls. "So, he really does have quite the reputation, huh?" remarked a woman in a sleek black dress. "Oh, pardon my lack of introduction. I'm Savina, one of the leaders of the Resistance. I'm glad to make your acquaintance, Aaron." She extended her hand for a handshake, and I reciprocated with a firm shake. "Likewise, feel free to call me Aaron or Jean, whichever suits you." "Anyway, shall we?" I inquired, gesturing forward. As the others were led away, those accompanying me were the familiar faces of my usual companions, forming the typical group. As we strolled through the expansive underground base of the Resistance, we encountered a fascinating array of establishments, rudimentary yet surprisingly advanced shops dotted the area. In addition to these, there were recreational spots such as bars, salons, barber shops, and even a discreet venue for select refreshments. As our group traversed the passageways, we couldn't help but notice the curious glances from the inhabitants. Some of the older men couldn't resist the urge to call out to my companions, but for the most part, we brushed off the attention. The platforms beneath our feet were predominantly crafted from wood, giving the whole place a rustic yet functional vibe. Eventually, we reached a central-like area adorned with a stone fountain, its water flowing in an enchanting shade of green. This fountain serves as a power source for many things here, including the illuminating lights that brighten up the entire space, Savina explained, shedding light on the unique energy infrastructure of the Resistance's underground enclave. Do you not use your powers to illuminate it? Suzaku asked. We prefer to reserve our powers for combat rather than mundane tasks like this. We used to rely on our abilities for such purposes, but ever since we discovered this liquid, courtesy of Laronia, it has become our preferred choice, explained Savina, shedding light on their change in approach. Laronia chimed in. Offering further clarification, I stumbled upon it during a mission on a planet occupied by Fumara's organization. The substance was highly toxic, causing harm to numerous planets, species, and races they distributed it to. However, after a solo mission where I eradicated them and purified the substance, it became a versatile resource for us, including its use as an energy source. Interesting, Latia mused, her gaze fixed on the intriguing sight before us. I wonder if we can apply a similar approach to our own universe. Don't forget about the plans I had in mind, Latia. We might not even need it, I reminded her, and she turned to me, acknowledging my words with a nod. The rock, a thoughtful gift from Kei and Yanuyo, was still undergoing my careful attention. It was on the verge of completion, yet I hadn't disclosed its nature to the other leaders. Instead, I entrusted this significant task to Claudira, one of my Electa, who would unveil it to Azazel and the rest of the leaders in approximately 3 weeks. I provided her with explicit instructions and encouraged them to engage in thorough discussions about the matter. Our short journey led us to a substantial structure crafted from a combination of stone and metal. As Savina raised her hand, the vigilant guard allowed our entry, their watchful eyes tracking our every move. Stepping inside, we found ourselves in a spacious lobby teeming with various individuals and what appeared to be reception areas. Savina, however, guided us away from the bustling common areas towards a small compartment resembling an elevator. As she and Laronia entered, the space enveloped them, transporting them to an unknown destination. It's reminiscent of the teleportation pad in Tir Na Nog in the Greek realm, I spontaneously remarked. Though met with curious glances, I nonchalantly shrugged before stepping into the compartment, followed closely by Lavinia and Aoife. In the blink of an eye, we found ourselves at the pinnacle, greeted by a lengthy corridor flanked by countless rooms. At the corridor's terminus, a substantial door awaited us, with Savina and Laronia patiently standing by. We hastened toward them, the rest of our group materializing behind us. Upon reaching the entrance, the doors swung open, revealing a chamber occupied by a few more individuals. Among the group, I recognized Sakudia, our double agent, and the current rank 7 of the Eradicators. A friendly acknowledgement passed between us as I raised my hand in greeting, and he responded with a nod. The assembly comprised 6 leaders in total. 1 seat was supposed to be left vacant by the recent demise of Ramlar, if I remembered the name correctly. Yet, it appeared he'd been swiftly replaced, evident as all 6 seats were now occupied, with Savina confidently making her way to hers and taking a seat. Noticing the shortage of chairs, I casually clicked my fingers, conjuring more seats into existence. I gestured for everyone to take a seat, and they complied without hesitation. Aldrake's group also joined our gathering, with Aldrake himself displaying eagerness for the impending meeting. Finally, settling into my own seat, I released a sigh before initiating the proceedings. Shall we begin? I inquired. Sakudia, Laronia, and Aldrake signaled their agreement with nods of their heads. The anticipation in the air hinted at the gravity of the impending discussion. Hold it, interrupted one of the other leaders, a weathered old man with black and graying hair, white eyes, a scar etched across his face, and a beard. His presence was enhanced by the thick and intimidating black and purple armor he wore, complete with a large black blade, strapped to his back. Is this really necessary, Brantar? Laronia questioned wearily, his tone reflecting fatigue. He's got a point, you know. Is it? Chimed in another man, sporting black hair and an eye patch. Shut up. It's a rite of passage. I subjected Laronia and Chow Chow, along with his team, to it. Now it's time for Laronia's supposed boss to go through the same, Brantar exclaimed, justifying the unconventional initiation ritual. What exactly is this rite? I inquired, curiosity lacing my words. Fight me, he declared, and I couldn't help but facepalm. It seemed like that was his typical approach. Battle maniac, Drake exclaimed with unabashed enthusiasm. Albion groaned. Another valley, you've encountered quite a variety of peculiar allies, Aaron. Rudra observed with an amused tone. I sighed, acknowledging the truth in Rudra's statement. But can we know? We're doing it now. I will not accept doing it after the meeting. Brantar shouted, cutting off my attempt to negotiate. Glancing at the others in the room, I noticed their unanimous agreement, prompting another resigned sigh from me. Fine, I responded, a hint of irritation in my tone. And so, we departed the room, heading for a brief sparring session, even though I personally deemed it unnecessary. We found ourselves in a small arena nestled near the base's lower reaches. The structure appeared weathered, constructed mainly from rocks and wooden planks arranged in a circular fashion, reminiscent of a gladiator's arena. Brantar stood before me, a confident smirk playing on his lips, his gaze fixed on my every move. He'll take on the role of referee, declared Laronia. The rules are simple. The first to be forced out of the ring, or the one who manages to defeat their opponent, is the winner. No lethal strikes, moves, or techniques, understand? Are both of you prepared? His announcement echoed through the makeshift arena, setting the stage for the impending clash. Surrounding us, a diverse audience of spectators had gathered. The initiation ritual seemed to be a well-known event, drawing a crowd even in the late hours of the night. Some members of DXD had been brought to witness the spectacle. Their curiosity piqued. Those accompanying me displayed a mix of confusion and excitement, both perplexed by the unusual event and cheering me on in support. I apologize for this, boss, Laronia expressed, a tinge of annoyance in his tone. No need to apologize. It's part of the deal, I responded, acknowledging the unpredictability of the situation. He nodded, Centurado, charging towards me with surprising speed. Swinging the blade downward, he aimed for me, but I agilely leaped aside, evading the attack. To my surprise, he swiftly reappeared above me, attempting the same move. Deciding to face it head-on, I countered by executing a daring headbutt, catching him off guard. Bahaha, you're insane, he boomed, attempting to overpower me as my head and his blade clashed. But the tables turned as he found himself forcefully blown away. Catching up with Brantar, I threw a punch his way. Though he managed to block it, the sheer force behind the blow resulted in a crack in his blade and sent him flying. However, with a determined slam of his fist onto the ground, he halted his momentum, preventing himself from being knocked out of the ring. He paused briefly before directing his gaze at me. Chow Chow and Laronia gave me a harder time when I faced them during their ritual. Frankly, I'm a bit disappointed, Brantar said, smirking in my direction. Although he seemed intent on provoking a reaction, I remained unfazed. However, with a desire to expedite the situation, I decided to play along and feign being provoked. Raising my left arm, I pointed at him assertively. Let's bring this to an end now. I want to proceed with the meeting, I declared, eliciting laughter from Brantar. Oh no, here we go, Latia exclaimed, anticipating the unfolding spectacle. She quickly covered the arena with a barrier, causing confusion among the residents of this base. Viewing Brantar as somewhat of a barbarian, I chose to confront him in a similar fashion. Swiftly closing the distance between us, I surprised him by grabbing his head with one hand. Don't worry, Centurado, I continued the assault, driving Brantar back with a series of heavy strikes. Each impact shook the ground beneath us, but I quickly steadied myself and pressed the attack again. This continued for a full minute, rendering the arena and the previously lively crowd utterly silent. Even Laronia, usually composed, stared at me in astonishment. Finally, sensing that Brandhar was thoroughly unconscious, I once again repaired the damaged arena and gently laid him down. After swiftly healing his injuries, Brandhar abruptly jolted awake, disoriented. "What happened? Did I win?" he exclaimed, directing his attention toward me. I shook my head, conjured a magic circle, and displayed the entire sequence of events, from the intense bout to his awakening and inquiry. In response, Brandhar erupted into laughter, reminiscent of a hyena, as he clutched his stomach. "You're absolutely amazing. I love it. One amazing beatdown. All right, let's get back to the meeting. Consider me impressed. Lironia, you've got quite the intriguing boss." His approval echoed in the air, bringing a light-hearted atmosphere back to the previously tense scene. The once silent crowd burst into cheers, predominantly from this universe, the Phantasma. My allies, friends, and companions regarded me with concern amid the jubilation. It occurred to me that my approach might have been a bit too harsh, and I resolved to clarify my intentions to them shortly, perhaps after the meeting. "The winner is Jean," Lironia mumbled, marking the end of the event. We swiftly wrapped up and returned to the meeting room. I couldn't help but wonder if Brandhar, at the very least, approved of the outcome. He certainly acted like it. "I've laid out our current plan. What are your thoughts?" I inquired, casting a quick glance around our surroundings. An hour had elapsed since our return, during which we engaged in weighty discussions about our future actions and strategies. Aldrake and his group took the opportunity to introduce themselves to the leaders of the resistance, outlining their objectives and aspirations. Their mission centered on rescuing Aldrake's sister. The plan involved Aldrake temporarily returning to our universe while the rest of his group remained behind to assist us in the liberation effort. Aldrake expressed a desire to afford his sister a well-deserved respite once our mission was accomplished, recognizing the hardships she had endured. It became evident that a break would be essential for her given the challenges she had faced. "I don't see any issues with your plans. However, may I offer a suggestion?" Lysenvar inquired, his chin gently stroked in contemplation. He stood out among the group, with short black hair and an eye patch. Clad in a black military uniform, the air around him hinted at strategic prowess, and I sensed a unique power emanating from him. To dispel any doubts, I discreetly looked into his background, confirming that he wasn't a double agent. Assured of his trustworthiness, I welcomed his input. "Go ahead," I encouraged, and he nodded, taking a few more moments to organize his thoughts before speaking. "For your inaugural task, I propose the liberation of Ferothos Prime. This planet serves as the primary hub for Phantasma's weapon, armor, and military contraption production. It stands as their most advanced stronghold, boasting challenging defenses. If we manage to dismantle their operations there, it would significantly tip the scales in our favor," Lysenvar explained, outlining a strategic move that carried the weight of considerable advantage for our cause. "Ferothos Prime? Are you insane, Lysenvar?" "Yes. We've heard many good things from Lironia about them, but asking them to liberate that planet first is a bit much, don't you think?" Astrid inquired, her voice tinged with skepticism. Astrid, distinguished by her long blonde hair, yellow eyes, and the black skin-tight suit and coat she wore, seemed to be the most approachable among the leaders present. A pair of sunglasses perched on her head, and she gave off an aura of friendliness, often relying on a bow in combat. "I understand your concerns, Astrid, but considering the capabilities Lironia highlighted, it should be a manageable task for them. Moreover, as I mentioned earlier, the benefits for all of us would be significant. By dismantling their primary weapons manufacturing hub, we could cripple their production by at least 70. While there are other planets contributing to their weaponry, Ferothos Prime stands as the principal manufacturer. The birthplace of it all," Lysenvar explained, delving into the strategic importance of targeting Ferothos Prime. Lysenvar turned his gaze towards me, a questioning look in his eyes. "What do you say, Aaron?" As the leader, I found myself at a crossroads with several options. While our overarching goal was clear, the specific steps to address it remained uncertain. However, we had previously navigated through a similar scenario, which involved targeting their primary weapon production facility. The alignment of Lysenvar's intentions with ours proved convenient, I must admit. Why not? I responded, recalling our discussions in our collective universe. However, not everyone will embark on this mission. Aldrake's group, along with Chow Chow's and Ria's teams, will focus on rescuing his sister. I want to dispatch our entire force to the planet. Some will remain here, others will liberate additional planets, and a select group, chosen by me, will head to Ferothos Prime. I see no problems with that. I believe everyone else is in agreement. Yes? Lysenvar inquired of his fellow leaders, receiving nods of approval from each of them. However, we can't proceed immediately. As I mentioned, they boast the best defenses in our universe, a crucial aspect of Fumara's organization. We will take a week to discuss the best course of action and prepare in the meantime. Will that be acceptable for all of you? I concur with the plan, but added, we'll also undertake smaller missions during that time. Being stuck here without any activity could be overwhelming for some members. Is that acceptable? Savina chimed in this time, stating, yes, we were considering something similar. You noticed Brand's reluctance toward you, right? Many of our members share the same sentiment. While some have gained respect for you, the rest of your team is yet to experience that. I suggest they go on missions with the others. Would that be agreeable? I don't mind. I think the rest are eager to go explore the universe, so that should be fine, I replied, considering the excitement buzzing within our group. But it's currently night, right? You guys should get some rest. They'll keep an eye on the planet with Laronia, since I need to talk to him. In response, the leaders chuckled, leaving me perplexed. Savina, with a quizzical expression, turned to Laronia, who wore a slightly awkward smile. He really is like that, isn't he? Savina remarked, seeking confirmation from Laronia. Yes, that's just how the boss is. He'll try to shoulder any burden off you and take it on himself, though I do agree with him, Laronia explained. After I informed all of you that he was coming, most of you have been up quite early today, so going to sleep would be beneficial. Laronia's words carried a touch of understanding, emphasizing the consideration for their well-being. Brandhar was the first to rise from his seat, raising his hands as he spoke. Yeah, I need sleep. That beating made me tired, so I'm off to bed, he declared before making his way out. The next eager participant was Limber, another leader among us. I'd like to spar with you next, Aaron, she exclaimed with enthusiasm. Limber possessed long, light pink hair, matching eyes, and was adorned in a black and golden chipao. Her arms sported peculiar attachments, and she wore a unique combination of pantyhose and distinctive red shoes. Among the leaders, she stood out as the most eccentric, second only to Brandhar. If we have the time, then it's a sure thing, I responded. Limber, content with my answer, gave a warm gesture of acknowledgement and gracefully exited the scene. Her departure, marked by playful gestures, left Lavinia slightly irritated. Squinting her eyes at Limber, who chuckled in response, Lavinia couldn't help but show her disapproval. The room emptied gradually, each person making their way out. Savina briefly cast a glance back at me before departing. Following suit, the rest of our group and Laronia exited the room. Once we were back outside, I made a suggestion it might be a good idea for you all to get some rest. In a few hours, start exploring this place more, and it would be beneficial to establish some connections with the locals for a smoother stay. Turning to Laronia, I inquired, how long did it take for you to earn their trust? About 4 weeks, he replied. Knowing Chow Chow beforehand helped, and providing them with defenses, he gestured towards a direction where a Power Ranger look-alike served as a guard, also played a role. Lavinia chimed in, no, we'll stick with you. We've decided to spend the night with you, so I shrugged in response, acknowledging their decision. Laronia took the lead, guiding us away as we prepared for the upcoming exploration. Guiding us along the most direct path to his chosen destination, we found ourselves at the planet's surface. It boasted a medium size, striking a balance between expansiveness and coziness. This meant we had a considerable area awaiting exploration, both beneath the surface and above. Ascending a hill that provided a vantage point over the base, A sweeping view unfolded before us. Behind, a vast rocky plain sprawled out, adorned with larger hills dotting the landscape. Laronia, leading the way, shared some insight about the area. This place used to be a sprawling forest. I had contemplated restoring it, but I hesitated, uncertain if it was the right decision. Though you veiled this planet with a technique to keep it hidden, I wish for your approval first. I believe everyone here would appreciate it, he explained, his gaze fixed on the mostly lifeless rocky expanse. The remnants of old tree trunks lay scattered about, the once thriving source of life now absent. Whatever transpired here had left a significant impact, evident not only on the surface but also permeating the underground, rendering it similarly lifeless. I don't see a problem. Though it'll do it now, let's restore it to its former glory while removing anything problematic, I told him and stomped my foot to the ground. A substantial ripple traversed the planet, initiating a transformative process. The once barren landscape witnessed a remarkable metamorphosis. Grass unfurled, breathing life into the previously desolate ground. Trees, once skeletal, stirred with renewed vitality. Hills underwent a dynamic alteration, with some expanding, others contracting, and a few vanishing altogether. The once muted palette of the planet shifted into a vibrant spectrum. Absent clouds made a return, hovering in the sky. Bodies of water lakes, ponds, and rivers resumed their natural formations. The silhouette of buildings re-emerged, adding structure to the evolving canvas. With a single resounding stomp of my foot, the entire planet was resurrected to its former splendor. Observing the revitalized world, I turned to Laronia with a sense of curiosity. It looks like we'll have even more to explore now, especially for the returning citizens, don't you think? I inquired, meeting his contemplative gaze. Yes, I believe everyone will appreciate these changes, he replied with a thoughtful smile, foreseeing the joy that awaited the inhabitants in this restored realm. Savina's voice abruptly broke the silence from behind us, questioning, What is this? We turned to find her and Echelles standing there, their expressions reflecting surprise and astonishment. I restored the planet to its former state. Don't worry, though. A few months ago, I harnessed my powers to conceal this planet, preventing Fumara or any other outer god from discovering it. It's even more picturesque than I anticipated. Having said that, the residents here should inhabit those buildings tomorrow. We can repurpose them for your needs, I explained. Savina walked past me, gazing into the distance, joined by Echelles. The landscape unfolded before them, a canvas of possibilities for the future. Continuing, I said, the underground has undergone a transformation as well. Everything down there should have experienced some kind of change or upgrade. In fact, I can hear a bit of commotion at the moment. Savina and Echelles pivoted to face me, their gazes lingering for a few seconds before hastening away. I let out a sigh, taking the opportunity to stretch my body. So, let's have a conversation, Laronia. Yes, I'd like to begin with the recruitment of the other eradicators, he responded, nodding in agreement. Go ahead, I encouraged him, intrigued by the topic. I had planned to inquire about their progress eventually, but I hadn't anticipated him diving into it right away. Out of the current 16 individuals in the Eradicator's rankings, excluding Kita, who holds the 8th position, and Sakudia, who holds the 7th position, 5 have shown the potential to join our side. Radelia Vaccarel, ranked 10th, recently joined us, and you'll get to meet her tomorrow, as she's currently on a mission. As for the others who might switch allegiances, they include those holding ranks 1, 2, 3, and 15. There's speculation regarding individuals ranked 4 and 13 possibly making the switch, but that remains uncertain for now, Laronia explained. I had some awareness of a few individuals among them. It hadn't crossed my mind that Radelia, the one I encountered in our universe, had already switched allegiances. Surprisingly, this turn of events seemed to be in our favor. Yet, it caught me off guard that those occupying the first 3, maybe even 4, ranks were inclined towards a more tranquil world. However, there are those vehemently opposed to it, disclosed Laronia. Both Secudia and Radelia brought this to my attention. The remaining rankings lean towards a more aggressive stance, aligning with the ambition of conquering the multiverse under Magnum Tenebrosum and Fumara. Fumara's right hand, is an ardent follower of the outer god Magnum Tenebrosum. Discussions about peace are typically met with disdain from her, he added. I see. I began contemplating our next moves. Let's make an effort to recruit them. Keto will resume her duties on their side, providing additional support. It's crucial to have another that's familiar with their operations. Moving on, what about other significant planets, groups, and locations? Are there specific targets we should aim to liberate or eliminate after dealing with Ferothos Prime? I inquired, seeking a strategic perspective. There are a few, he responded, his expression thoughtful. However, Lysanvar failed to mention that one of the Wayboros oversees Ferothos Prime. Xenosius is his name, a male, a wolf monster adorned with numerous mechanical parts. He wields a combination of an augmented body, technology, and magic, earning him the moniker the Impenetrable One among the inhabitants of that planet. And perhaps throughout the entire universe, he informed us, shedding light on a powerful opponent we would soon face. Latia interjected, her curiosity evident as she inquired, can we assume that he has control over almost everything on that planet? Like, in terms of technology and such? Lironia appeared surprised, but affirmed with a nod. Yes, that's why it's considered nearly impenetrable. Anyone attempting an invasion would have to contend with its standard defenses. However, once Xenosius takes control, most invaders either meet their demise or end up captured due to the planet's capabilities. Of course, even without that, he's a formidable force, but it's this aspect that thwarts most endeavors. You could say the entire planet is Xenosius himself, isn't it? Suzaku concluded, and Lironia nodded in agreement. Exactly. It's like facing a colossal enemy in the form of a planet. To give you an idea, the planet is twice the size of the Draconic Deosan, and Xenosius has numerous defenses that can stop, nullify, and obliterate attacks, making him a significant challenge for many, Lironia explained, shedding light on the sheer magnitude of the threat posed by Xenosius. Have you set foot on the planet yet? And if you have, what insights can you share? Are there specific items, weapons, tools, or resources we should prioritize? And, of course, any information on potential enemies, including subordinates and other enemies? I inquired, seeking valuable knowledge from Lironia. Taking a moment to ponder my questions, Lironia finally responded, I haven't personally visited the planet, but the other leaders likely have insights into essential elements. However, I do know that Xenosius commands 6 subordinates on that planet. They play a crucial role in supporting him. Additionally, there are robotic entities, akin to those found in games and movies, under his control. These constructs are interconnected with the planet itself, and, in a way, an extension of Xenosius. His gaze shifted from me back to the landscape in front of us. The next destination on your journey should be Hanazura Ion, he revealed. It's essentially an Asian-Japanese planet, currently under the oppressive rule of one of the Eradicators, a Sisvid, holding the rank of 14. He's a tyrant, enslaving the entire population and commanding at least 12 subordinates who also subject the residents to various forms of abuse. A Sisvid has a close association with rank 16, Eleanor. The intricacies of their relationship elude me, but it's undoubtedly complicated, he continued. I suspect Rias and anyone with ties to Japan or Asia will feel compelled to liberate it. Following that, your path should lead you to one of Eleanor's planets. It's an experience better witnessed than described, he added, his gaze shifting away, perhaps harboring unspoken emotions about that particular planet. Lironia avoided meeting my gaze as he spoke, a clear indication that something was amiss with that particular planet. It raised concerns. Eleanor, in our universe, had dispatched her subordinates towards us, revealing herself as a distant and reserved individual with her own set of objectives. Though their nature remained elusive to me, there are other groups akin to ours attempting to spark rebellions, but their efforts usually fail. None of them compare to the scale of Fumara's group. Some attempt to establish themselves, but inevitably get absorbed into Fumara's ranks, unable to resist her or her subordinates. This universe is firmly under the grip of a tyrant, and most of its inhabitants are ensnared by fear and years of oppression. Even if we were to liberate their planet, a significant number would stand against us, Laronia explained, his expression reflecting the complexity of the situation. I nodded in agreement with him. Similar situations unfolded back in our home universe, where not everyone embraced the idea of the new status quo and the peace I sought to establish. As I pursued smaller requests, encountering opposition and resentment was not uncommon. However, I refrained from imposing my views on how others should live their lives and let them hate me as they desired. This resistance wasn't confined to a specific group. It permeated various factions and pantheons. Even the East Yukai faction in Kyoto exhibited skepticism. While attempting to gain their support, I underwent a small trial, mostly involving a confrontation with some members of DXD. Although it didn't completely resolve all the issues, it did contribute to easing tensions between them and us. We can resume tomorrow, Aaron-sama. It's advisable to rest for now. Your actions are likely to draw attention, especially since both Savina and Echelles will inform everyone about what transpired, he advised, and I concurred, recognizing the need for a moment of reprieve amidst the unfolding events. Sure thing, Laronia. Take care, I responded, and he bid me farewell, disappearing from sight. Lavinia inquired, Do you know the way to our room? Yep, I affirmed, and we promptly navigated our way there. Anticipation filled me as I contemplated the likelihood of tomorrow presenting a host of challenges and heightened attention compared to tonight. I couldn't help but look forward to what lay ahead. Laronia's soliloquy as I departed from Master Aaron. He appeared to be heading toward his room. The location I teleported to happened to be in proximity to where Savina and Echelles were situated. The entire underground area had undergone a remarkable transformation. It now bore a striking resemblance to the futuristic cities depicted in Aaron's world. The once simple underground base had evolved into a bustling cityscape, adorned with towering structures at every turn. Massive futuristic trains hung upside down in the distance, and the space was filled with numerous neon signs and billboards. This is nothing like what they originally created, I murmured, utterly taken aback by the surreal scene unfolding before me. The underground had morphed into a vibrant city, a stark departure from its previous state. Glancing to my left, I observed Master and his companions riding a peculiar floating platform that smoothly transported them to their new hotel and room. The scene felt almost surreal. Master turned in my direction, waving, and his entire entourage followed suit as soon as they noticed his gesture. Raising my hand, I offered a light wave in return, still grappling with the astonishment of it all. This isn't how it used to be, murmured Savina, just below me, her words accompanied by the agreement of Echelles, who stood by her side. Indeed, who would have imagined he could transform it into something like this? Echelles marveled, expressing a sense of awe at the unexpected changes. Leaping down from my perch, I joined the two and inquired, Will you share this news with the other residents? If you need assistance locating the place where we usually make announcements, I can guide you there. A sudden burst of light enveloped in front of us, transforming into a simple drawing of a house. I suppose that's the location. I wonder if the boss foresaw this conversation. I mused, glancing at my companions. Savina chuckled and remarked, It seems your master and creator is quite the amusing individual, Laronia. I'm eager to engage with him. He does tend to elicit that response. Probably, I replied with a smirk, acknowledging the likelihood of such reactions being a common occurrence for my master. For the remainder of the night, we strolled through the recently transformed streets of our subterranean abode. Along the way, we took note of significant locations, engaging in conversations with the residents who were still awake and visibly astonished by the sudden changes. It became evident that this impromptu activity significantly elevated his popularity among the people here. Aaron Toole's soliloquy the day had dawned, and for some peculiar reason, Censuredo, is there a rule against doing this without a reason? She countered, tilting her head in a cute manner. Not really, but it caught me off guard. I was expecting Aquino to initiate something like this. I responded, prompting a smirk from Rias. Suddenly, a pair of arms enveloped me from behind. Never mind, she's here too, isn't she? I remarked. Fufufu, era. I couldn't just let Rias have all the fun with my husband, Aquino said playfully, giving me a barato on the cheek. We can't indulge in this right now, you know? We have a lot of work ahead of us starting now, I informed them, noting the slight downer of their expressions. We can't, Aquino questioned, moving to the front, still embracing me. We can't, I reiterated, my voice carrying a lingering fatigue. They both began to crouch down, and Aquino, with a touch of curiosity, asked, We can't do this, as she reached towards me. No, you can't, Latia interjected firmly from behind them. Rias and Aquino both straightened up, turning to find Latia, arms crossed, and glaring at them. Behind Latia, Lavinia giggled to herself, playfully mouthing, You got caught. The others stood behind, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding scene. Wait, Latia. Rias attempted to explain herself, but Latia cut her off. No excuses, Rias. We have work to do. As Aaron said, if you want to have some fun together, save it for the end of the day. Now, let's all prepare and head back outside, all right? Latia declared with no room for objection, and we all concurred, getting ready for the day ahead. What would happen here? Rias exclaimed, her surprise mirrored by the rest of DXD as they scanned their transformed surroundings. Hey, the outside changed too. It's like a fantasy game out here, shouted another member, a representative from the Greek pantheon. Without hesitation, a sizable group headed toward the teleportation pad, eager to explore the altered surface. A few curious glances were directed my way, and Yumi inquired, Did you do this, Aaron? Yeah. It happened after everyone turned in for the night, I replied. But we sure are going to have meetings with the leaders, strategize, and assist the locals in adapting to this new reality. Additionally, we aim to prepare the buildings on the surface while exploring as much as possible. Get yourselves ready, Latia ordered, abruptly cutting off my sentence. The impending tasks added a layer of urgency to our already charged atmosphere. I second that. Good luck, I chimed in, earning a few laughs from the dispersing crowd. Shifting my attention to Chow Chow's team, I asked, Since you guys are familiar with this place, would you mind showing us around, pointing out the spots you recognize? Chow Chow began to respond, but Jean cut in enthusiastically, I will. These guys are busy, and Chow Chow's meeting up with Isatha, his future wife. Her proclamation caused Chow Chow's face to flush crimson. Aisha, what are you talking about? Chow Chow stammered in embarrassment, but Jean simply ignored him, laughing. Good luck, Chow Chow, I said, strolling over to him. Once beside him, I gave his shoulder a friendly pat. Just take it easy for now. We need you, especially since Tobio didn't join us. Chow Chow's eyes twitched in disbelief and annoyance. He raised his arms in frustration and walked away. As he departed, George couldn't resist adding, It's no secret though, Chow Chow. You're not helping. Chow Chow screamed, his face reddening once again as he continued to distance himself from the teasing banter. I turned to Lavinia, addressing her, Could you take Azathoth, Velgrind, and Rose with you to the surface? Explore the area, make notes on potential improvements we could make, and report back to me around lunch. The rest of you can stick with me. Initially, Lavinia appeared a bit disappointed at the prospect of parting ways with me, but her mood quickly shifted as she embraced the opportunity to assist. Eagerly, she produced a notepad and ushered the trio I assigned to her toward the surface. Those remaining with me included Aoife, Graphia, Suzuku, Renu, Reiko, and a few others from different teams. Addressing Rias, I conveyed, You know the drill. Best of luck with it. Ask about the planet from the others here, and above all, stay safe. She nodded in acknowledgement. Realizing the separation ahead, Rias asserted, We'll be apart for a while, so I intend to make the most of our time together before we part. Her determination was clear, and everyone understood. I concurred with a nod, appreciating the sentiment. That even includes some fun excitement before we head out. Asia-chan and the others are on board with this plan, right, Yumi? Akino playfully teased, causing Yumi's face to flush bright red. Easy there, don't tease her too much. Anyway, let's regroup with everyone else during lunch, and we can discuss things in more detail, I suggested, and the group dispersed, each going their separate ways. Sona and her team linger behind, and she stated, Latia, we'll proceed with that plan, all right? My team and I will be away for a while. Yes, I appreciate it. As Aaron mentioned, stay safe, replied Latia, and Sona concurred. I walked over to Sona and gave her a warm embrace. Uncertain of Latia's intentions, I trusted her judgment, and with a lingering sense of connection, we eventually went our separate paths. Sona's citrus, soliloquy, I value your judgment, President, as well as Latia Sands and Aaron Senpai's, but is this really okay? Saji inquired, seeking assurance. Yes, it's perfectly fine. We discussed this during our brief meeting last night with the leaders, didn't we? Dulio San's team, the Slash Dog team, Sarorg's team, and several others will be following a similar course of action, I explained as we reached a new section of the underground base. Standing atop a circular platform, it began to levitate, swiftly moving without tossing us off. This is pretty cool, Benya remarked, taking in the surroundings. Jean-san can turn these futuristic cities into reality with just a snap of his fingers. I kind of wish he could do it in our universe. The platform smoothly transported us to a new structure, and as we disembarked, we hastened our entry into the building. Inside, we encountered one of the leaders, none other than Brantar, the individual Aaron had sparred with the previous night. Sonasitri, veljome. Well, initiate your trials shortly, all right? Just make yourselves comfortable over there, he declared, gesturing with his sword toward a compact waiting area equipped with chairs, a table, and an array of snacks and drinks. Thank you very much. I expressed my gratitude, and we proceeded to the designated spot. The prospect of upcoming trials lingered in the air, and we readied ourselves for what lay ahead. Our teams, just like the others, are set to embark on missions to different planets with the goal of liberation. In these ventures, we'll be joined by various members of the Resistance. Currently, each team is assigned distinct tasks, with many focusing on enhancing our relationships not only with the locals on the respective planets, but also with new members of the Resistance joining our ranks. A figure approached us, catching our attention. This individual possessed a gentle and feminine appearance. Short, light gray hair framed her face, and her eyes, large and sparkling blue, held a certain allure. The softness of her features complemented her light skin tone. A distinctive aspect was her attire, a gym green uniform of sorts, an unusual choice that piqued our curiosity. Wow, she's cute, Saji mumbled, earning him a swift smack from both Ruruko and Espiel, who clearly weren't thrilled about his comment. Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Selkia, and before you ask, I'm a guy. I've been mistaken for a woman quite a lot, Selkia confessed, a touch of embarrassment evident in his tone. You're a what? Saji exclaimed, pointing at Selkia in horror, while his two partners burst into uncontrollable laughter. Like I said, I'm a man. Anyway, we'll be joining your group starting today. I hope we get along, Selkia stated, punctuating his words with a respectful bow. We're glad to have you with us, Selkia, Tsubaki greeted. If you don't mind, could you share some information about your abilities? We'll do the same in return. If you're up for it, I can start, she offered, initiating an exchange of knowledge within the group. It's all right. My power is a bit peculiar, to say the least, he explained, raising his right arm. I can manipulate the trajectory of my enemy's attacks, but there's a catch. I have to make them say my name at least once. Before that, I can't influence it in any way. That sounds stupid, Saji blurted out, finding it hard to fathom, a sentiment shared by Selkia. With a sigh, Selkia added, I didn't acquire this ability. I was born with it, as far as I know. Unfortunately, I have no information about my parents or my race since they all perished before I gained enough awareness. You know? Saji looked guilty after his insensitive comment, but Selkia quickly reassured him that it didn't bother him. Before we could delve further into our conversation, Brandhar approached our group and declared, "It's your turn now. Come over here and get ready. Let's see how well we can collaborate," Selkia remarked, rising from her seat and trailing after Brandhar. We followed suit, eager to observe how our teamwork would unfold. Stick to our usual plan and take it from there. Use your powers wisely and refrain from going all out. Got it? I instructed, and they nodded in agreement. Our journey led us to a vast, dome-like area, displaying signs of numerous past and recent trials and tests. The worn surroundings hinted at the challenges faced by those who came before us. We were swiftly transported down, and Brandhar began his explanations from above. In simple terms for our universe visitors, you'll be confronted with several waves of increasingly powerful monsters. If you're struggling, we'll intervene and halt the test. Clear? Brandhar inquired, outlining the nature of the upcoming challenges. The unanimous agreement echoed among us, followed by a brief countdown. A sudden cacophony reverberated through the surroundings as portals sprang open, unleashing a horde of unfamiliar monsters. These creatures appeared to be a bizarre amalgamation of various earth animals. The adversaries confronting us possessed spider-like bodies with 8 legs and bat heads, relentlessly launching circular attacks our way from their mouths. Watch out! Don't let those attacks touch you. ITLL render you completely deaf for 10 minutes and blur your vision, Selkia urgently warned before skillfully evading the impending threat. His words spurred all of us into action as we leaped away, narrowly avoiding the potentially debilitating attack. However, upon impact with a certain section of the arena, the attacks not only caused immediate damage, but also exhibited the ability to dissolve rocks and metal. Oh, this one's a different type. Its attacks can dissolve almost anything. The list is too long to mention. Stay vigilant, or you'll regret it, Selkia added, deftly dodging more incoming attacks. I might not be much help here since that thing can't comprehend names. I apologize in advance. Early bird catches the worm. Saji's enthusiastic shout filled the air before he summoned a series of lines from his body, refraining from entering his balance breaker. These lines shot toward the creatures, and despite their attempts to counterattack, their efforts proved futile. The lines attached themselves to the creatures, and Saji commanded, "Drain him." As his lines glowed, the power and energy within the creatures steadily diminished. Rugal, Luguru, in his normal human form, enveloped his body in Tuki and fortified it with enhancement magic. With a powerful leap, he descended upon the monsters, slashing through several of them with his razor-sharp claws in a swift, lethal motion. Following Rugal's lead, the rest of the team joined the fray. We unleashed a barrage of magic and demonic attacks, swiftly dispersing the creatures and bringing an end to the first wave of the encounter. They wrap it up fast. Seems like the newcomers won't face much trouble in the initial rounds. Brandhar exclaimed jubilantly, the cheer resonating in our surroundings. You guys are quite skilled and coordinated. What's the secret to your teamwork? Selkia inquired, clearly impressed by our performance. We can break it down for you later. It's a bit intricate, I responded, and he nodded in agreement. We'll be looking forward to that, Selkia expressed. After several waves, we successfully navigated through to Wave 20 without encountering any significant issues. However, Selkia had sustained some damage during Wave 17, as he failed to dodge a few attacks. His innate ability remained untapped, primarily because the enemies we faced thus far lacked the ability to communicate in a human language. It's time for Wave 20. This is where many teams or groups tend to falter. Will these newcomers manage to succeed? Exclaimed Brandhar, announcing the challenge as a solitary portal opened. Emerging from it was a massive creature, standing at approximately 15 meters in height. The creature sported a peculiar combination of features of fish head, the robust body of a bear, and several elemental tentacles protruding from its back. As it began screeching Taya, confusion swept over most of us. Oh, it's a Taya. That creature has the ability to nullify and absorb elemental attacks, and also enhancing its own strength with those elemental attacks it absorbs. Tayas are not that uncommon. They hail from a specific planet in the West. On the bright side, they can mimic languages they hear, which might prove useful here. Apart from that, it relies on its formidable physical strength and innate ability, Selkia explained, shedding light on the foe before us. Following his explanation, the Taya wasted no time and initiated an attack, unleashing its elemental tentacles upon us. Each tentacle exhibited a distinct elemental force. Flames erupted from one, electricity crackled from another, and wind swirled around yet another. In total, 7 elemental tentacles propelled toward us. Swiftly, we leaped out of harm's way, evading the onslaught. However, the relentless tentacles pursued us persistently. Saji attempted to counter with his lines, anticipating a complete drain of the tentacles' powers. To his surprise, the lines only weakened them, and the tentacles, undeterred, began to glow brightly with renewed elemental vigor. It doesn't draw upon its own power for the elemental effects. Instead, it harnesses the world around it. Tayas are frequently utilized by the Phantasma for crafting elemental resistances, weapons, or armor due to their remarkable utility. Selkia elaborated, shedding further light on the creature's unique abilities. "That's way too broken. What on earth?" Saji exclaimed, and many members of my peerage nodded in agreement. Benia, in a sudden burst of action, leaped in front of us, wielding her scythe with determination. With a swift swing, she sent out shadowy aura slashes toward the elemental tentacles. Simultaneously, Rhea extended her hand, employing duplication magic to replicate the aura slashes. The aura slashes cut through the tentacles with precision, causing the Taya to express its surprise with a screech, seemingly startled by the unexpected attacks. Taking advantage of the moment, Selkia dashed toward the creature, repeatedly shouting his name. It became apparent that he aimed to coerce the Taya into uttering his name, activating Selkia's unique ability. In a satisfying turn of events, the Taya screeched Selkia's name, prompting a grin from our ally. "All right, time to go for it. I can manipulate the trajectory of its attacks now," Selkia announced triumphantly. However, as he spoke, the Taya opened its mouth once more, unleashing an enormous stream of green toxic sludge aimed directly at us. Swiftly, we dodged the impending threat, but the corrosive substance left in its wake melted through the floor upon impact, leaving an unsettling aftermath. Oh yeah, avoid that too. Depending on the age, wisdom, and creativity of a Taya, it can do more things with its abilities, so be careful. Selkia's shout resonated through the air, Cinceredo her expression displaying a mix of surprise and disgust. Without wasting another second, she delivered a powerful spinning kick to the Taya's head. The impact of Haruko's strike knocked the Taya to the floor. The sudden efficiency of the attack left most of us in surprise, and we stood there, staring at the creature's now lifeless body. Phew, good job, guys. Tayas have a few areas of weaknesses. The top of their head, the center of their back where they control their tentacles, and the middle of their chest, although that's the hardest part to get to, explained Selkia, shedding light on the vulnerabilities of these strange creatures. Saji, exhausted from repeatedly conveying the same message, raised his arms in exasperation and let out a deep sigh. His audible frustration elicited laughter from Selkia, who promptly apologized once again. In this peculiar universe, we encountered a multitude of strange creatures. Some resembled a fusion of familiar beings from our home, while others exhibited bizarre and unfamiliar appearances. Earlier, we confronted a humanoid creature lacking eyes and a mouth, yet surprisingly agile. It somehow managed to speak to us, leading me to speculate that it used telepathy as a means of communication. And they took down the Taya. It seems like these newcomers aren't half bad at all. That's all from them for now, announced Brandhar, concluding our stint in the arena as we were swiftly teleported out. Good work, Sona Citri and her peerage, Brandhar expressed, stumbling over the term. It's peerage, but thank you very much. Are there more trials ahead? I inquired, but he shook his head in response. No, that's all. Other teams are currently undergoing their trials, and it seems they're doing well too. The beings from your universe are quite powerful, aren't they? Brandhar remarked. I shook my head. No, we're different species. Some humans are simply born with powers, but the vast majority are relatively weak. Brandhar and the surrounding onlookers were surprised by this revelation. To provide a better understanding, I delve into a bit of our world's history, using a magic circle to showcase certain aspects. Sacred gears. I believe Fumara was experimenting with something similar. If the rumors are true, then the destruction of Ferothos Prime will be crucial if their sacred gears function similarly to yours, Brandhar pondered, intrigued by the potential connection. Are you saying it's located on that planet? I inquired, and he affirmed with a nod. Swiftly creating a magic circle, I relayed this information to Aaron. Once that was done, I turned my attention back to Brandhar, conveying, we've confiscated one of the Fumara's sacred gears. Currently in possession of Fusey, he goes by Lyodin. Based on our observations, he's proven to be quite powerful. Therefore, prioritizing the neutralization of that planet has become imperative. The previous night, Aaron had omitted details about our powers and sacred gears, deeming it unnecessary for discussion at the time. There were more pressing topics on the agenda. However, it became evident now that their curiosity had been piqued, prompting the need for an exploration into these aspects. We can discuss that later. Is there anything else on our agenda? If not, we're eager to go on a mission right away, I informed him, catching him off guard. I recall being informed about this, but I assumed it would start tomorrow instead. Aren't you exhausted after that? Brandhar inquired, his surprise evident. I shook my head in response. No, we've faced more prolonged battles against more powerful enemies before. This level of activity won't tire us out. Regardless of the mission scale, we're ready to contribute now, I reiterated. Brandhar gazed at me, then at my team members who echoed my sentiments. A grin formed on his face as he said, All right, give me a second to find one. With that, he swiftly left to secure a mission for us. Turning my attention to Selkia, I remarked, I hope you can keep up. If not, please take this. I offered him a slime pill, and he examined it with curiosity. I proceeded to explain its mechanics and the identity of its creator, capturing their attention with a sense of wonder and amazement. Selkia accepted the offered item, and as he did, his previous injuries miraculously healed, and a renewed surge of energy coursed through him. Ha! That guy can do anything, can't he? He remarked, giving a nod toward Aaron. He sure can, added Saji with an endearing grin. Saji, at times, seemed like a loyal companion, akin to a puppy following Aaron around. Engrossed in conversation, Brandhar eventually rejoined our group, bearing a mission on a slightly worn brown piece of paper. How about this? If you can secure this planet, we can likely establish a link with ours through a teleportation pad. Aaron can then use his powers to conceal it, providing us with more space and resources. Brandhar suggested. Taking the paper from him, I scrutinized the mission details. It appeared straightforward: eliminate the phantasma from that location and take control of the planet. Subsequently, other members of the Resistance would arrive to set up a teleportation pad, linking it with this planet. The final touch would involve Aaron restoring the planet and concealing it from the rest of Fumara's organization. This should be a manageable task. Thank you. Can you guide us to the most straightforward route? I inquired. Brandhar responded with a nod, indicating a specific direction for us to follow, so we trailed behind him. After a while, we reached a compact room adorned with intricate magic circle-like drawings on the floor. The walls, floor, and ceiling displayed a futuristic design, reminiscent of Aaron's modifications throughout the underground base. These are recent additions, and we were pretty surprised by how efficiently Aaron made them. We conducted tests earlier, and rest assured, these circles will teleport you directly to the planet, just beyond the reach of any active detection equipment they might have. Although your primary objective is their complete annihilation, I have to add that none of them will change to your side. Another group attempted that previously, resulting in the death of 2 members Brandhar elucidated, providing essential details for our mission. I gave a nod, pivoted on my heels, and casually remarked, "Ready to go?" "Yes, President." They chimed in unison, catching Selkia off guard. "Igrigagia." Selkia joined in, attempting to replicate their synchronized response, inadvertently eliciting laughter from the group. Fuzi Hirawa's soliloquy, "Our journey led us to a distinct area, a path trodden by numerous teams before us." As members of the Slashdog team, it became apparent that the trial we faced resonated with our usual line of work, espionage, and infiltration. Such tasks were second nature to us, navigating the shadows and unraveling secrets. However, this particular trial had an added twist. Our newly recruited member observed our every move in a different area. Earlier, she appeared less than impressed, a sentiment I couldn't fault her for since we didn't know each other well. A subtle murmur emanated from Lyodin on my shoulder in his smaller form. "Gua," he expressed quietly. "It's all right. Ahead of us, we're about to confront 2 more enemies. Stick to our routine," I gently instructed him. "Ga," Lyodin responded, a playful nudge of his nose against my cheek accompanying his energetic reply. "This is Kanami with Natsum. I believe we've located what we're searching for. Rendezvous at our location." Sending coordinates now, Kanami communicated through our shared transceivers. "Roger," echoed the responses from the rest of the group. Lyodin and I hastened our pace, encountering 2 enemies along the way. Swiftly, Lyodin unleashed his petrifying roar, rendering the enemies motionless, an ability he had perfected over our additional 100 years in Aaron's training facility, executing the move without making a sound, creating a silent yet effective technique. Harnessing my magical abilities, I unleashed a barrage of regular magic bullets, obliterating the immobilized foes. We swiftly navigated past the now defeated enemies, taking several turns as I maintained focus on Kanami's life signature. Our path led us through a scene of more lifeless bodies until we reached the room where she was located. The rest of our team stood alongside me, their gaze fixated on an unusual, giant crystal-like rock situated before us. Within its depths appeared to be a figure, but upon closer inspection, it became apparent that it was a mere facsimile, a dummy. This revelation marked the true nature of the trial we were undergoing. "Well done. It seems your team is well suited for missions of this nature. You can return now, and we'll provide you with an evaluation of your performance." A voice resonated through speakers. Moments later, we found ourselves teleported from our previous location. Upon our return, we found ourselves back in the room where we had been instructed to wait. Soon, additional individuals entered the room, and overseeing our trials was a man named Lee Vance. Aged and adorned with graying hair, he possessed kind blue eyes and moved with the support of a walking stick. "Well done, everyone," Lee Vance commended, turning to the wolf Yukai, Kiratsum, at his side. "What do you think, Kiratsum?" Kiratsum snickered before responding, "They weren't bad, but there's room for improvement. For now, it's acceptable. However, we need to move on. I've been assigned a mission today, and it'll take these guys with me for a test run. Just remember, if any of them don't make it, don't come crying to me." With that, she exited the room, her voice echoing the command, "Meet me at the lobby." Caught off guard, Cookie started to voice his protest, but Calawarna silenced him by placing a hand over his mouth. "Let it go, Co. You need to understand that most inhabitants of this universe will be like this, considering what we already know about them. TCH, I get it, but her attitude isn't earning her any points with me," Cookie retorted. He shifted his gaze towards Calawarna and expressed, "I know it's early, but I want you to work from here, supporting us. I don't want you on the front lines," he confessed with a hint of concern, his eyes briefly avoiding hers in embarrassment. Calawarna responded with a reassuring smile, stating, "Perhaps in a month or 2, but for now, I'm doing fine." But what if something happens to you here?" "I'm just worried about you and the kid," Cookie expressed, his eyes focused on the ground, genuine concern etched across his face. "I never thought I'd see the cat act like this. I guess love really does change people observed Natsum, shaking her head at the unexpected display of vulnerability. Levans greeted us with a warm smile and shared, "We do have a sort of daycare set up by Heracles before their departure, and many volunteers are involved." Cookie's attention immediately fixated on Calawarna, prompting her to take a step back. "Oh, okay, he'll take it easy, but he'll insist on helping you guys in other ways." "Okay, I came here with the intention to contribute," she declared. Middle couldn't resist a snigger as she remarked, "You couldn't stay focused before we were finished dealing with the cow's order fully." Calawarna countered with a deadpan delivery. "At least I'm not that reckless," causing Middle's face to turn red. "Wah. Shut up," Middle stammered. The playful banter between the two escalated into a flurry of insults, a regular occurrence. Cookie had mentioned before that they used to be more brazen and foul-mouthed before undergoing a transformative change. After a brief interval, we returned to the lobby to reunite with Kiratsum. Earlier, we had discovered that she hailed from a planet named Hanazora Ion. Kiratsum narrowly escaped the clutches of one of the Eradicators, a Sisvid, who sought to subjugate her entire planet. Her mission involved rallying individuals to stand by her side in liberating Hanazora Ion. However, her efforts faced a challenge as only a handful had joined her cause. The Managua sisters, along with me, Cookie, and numerous others affiliated with DXD from Japan, expressed a shared desire to assist her. Regrettably, trust remained a significant hurdle. Kiratsum, wary and cautious, had yet to place her faith in any of us. It seemed that gaining her trust and convincing her to accept our assistance would be a process requiring time and patience. Finally, let's get going. This mission should be a breeze. We've got a simple task at hand, taking down the scumbags from Fumara's organization and freeing a small camp of people who might want to join our cause, Kiratsum explained before leading us to a different area. "I still don't like her," Cookie muttered under his breath. "It's okay. We'll find a way to gain her trust. For now, let's focus on our first mission," Kanami exclaimed with enthusiasm, following Kiratsum's lead. Although our plan was to execute the mission smoothly, Kiratsum's hesitance hinted that it might not be as straightforward as ID hoped. Nevertheless, we pressed on, embarking on our inaugural mission. The air was charged with a mix of anticipation and uncertainty as we ventured into the unknown. Lavinia, Rennie's soliloquy, the Resistance planet's surface, appeared even more captivating in the daytime. However, akin to the nighttime scenery, an abundance of trees and vegetation dotted the landscape, presenting a need for extensive clearing. We recognized the potential of this newfound space, but acknowledged the necessity for thoughtful planning to optimize its use. Despite some repaired buildings, a significant portion remained hollow and vacant, prompting the exploration of diverse possibilities for their purpose. The ongoing debate centered around whether to convert these structures into housing or repurpose them as shops. Aaron entrusted me with the task of meticulously cataloging every detail, a responsibility I eagerly shouldered, anticipating his acknowledgement and praise. Accompanying me in this endeavor were Velgrind, Rosweiss, and Azathoth. Rose diligently took notes alongside me, while Velgrind and Azathoth silently observed our surroundings. Engaging in such labor wasn't their preferred activity, particularly for Velgrind. Nevertheless, she displayed remarkable prowess when she applied herself to the task, a quality that didn't go unnoticed. Rose gestured ahead of us, indicating a colossal tree. She questioned, "What if we transformed that tree into a structure resembling Yggdrasil?" Curious, I inquired, "What do you mean?" Having not explored that particular part of the realm, I was unfamiliar with her suggestion. After a brief explanation, coupled with a twinge of envy, I found myself in agreement with her proposal. We turned to seek the opinions of Velgrind and Azathoth, but they remained fixated on the tree. "Is something wrong, you two?" I asked. "That tree, it used to be the center of this planet. While its powers weren't as potent as Yggdrasil's, it functioned as its own world tree. Even after Aaron's restoration efforts, it still exudes some residual power. Although it's not enough to attract Fumara's attention, Aaron's abilities also play a role in concealing this place, ensuring it goes unnoticed, Velgrind explained. Azathoth chimed in, saying, "Indeed, within the middle of its trunk, there should be a core. If infused with power, perhaps by Aaron, it could become quite potent, potentially rivaling the raw energy of the Enrios." Rose and I exchanged shocked glances as the sudden revelation hung in the air. Turning our attention back to the tree, I hesitated before voicing the question that lingered in my mind. Should we inform Aaron, then? Velgrind, with a calm assurance, responded, "He's probably aware of it, but he might be preoccupied right now. This place is secure and well hidden, so a tree emanating power won't attract any unnecessary attention. Still, checking out wouldn't be a bad idea." Excitement surged through me. "Then let's go. I want to see what it's all about," I exclaimed, starting to jog towards the mysterious tree. Rose, however, halted me with a gentle touch, and I gazed at her in confusion. "It's not going anywhere, Nia. Let's take our time. We won't be leaving anytime soon, so we should focus on our tasks, okay?" Rose advised, and though reluctantly, I nodded in agreement. "You're right. Let's stick to our job." Velgrind, Azathoth, can you lend us a hand? "I'd like to get this done quickly," I asked, and they readily agreed, bringing a sense of relief to me that they agreed. An hour passed as we roamed, meticulously jotting down observations about our surroundings and structures. Eventually, we stumbled upon a somewhat concealed location, a modest well exuding an unusual energy, encircled by pillars of white stone. Using the appraisal function of my ring, I discovered a connection between the well and the giant tree. Sharing this revelation with my group, we all peered into the well. As usual, Velgrind and Azathoth fixed their gaze on it for a longer duration compared to Rose and me, prompting us to patiently await their conclusions. It's linked to the tree. It appears to serve the purpose of disseminating the tree's powers throughout the entire planet. I suspect there might be around 8 of these distributed across the planet, possibly even up to 12, though that's a rough estimate, Velgrind explained, shedding light on the well's significance. "We should inform the other groups exploring the surface," suggested Azathoth. Rose and I found merit in the idea, and without hesitation, we set out to share the information. It didn't take long for both our teammates and the locals of the planet to acknowledge the importance of vigilance, willingly noting down their respective locations. This collaborative effort aimed to create a comprehensive map, enhancing our understanding of the expansive terrain. Let's press on. If we can't find any more in our vicinity, it's reasonable to assume that these wells are scattered across great distances, proposed Velgrind, prompting us to resume our journey. Despite the current time pointing to noon with the sun at its apex, signaling the peak of the day, our mission remained as crucial as ever. Let's pick up the pace," I concurred, urging the group to quicken our strides as we continued our exploration. Hirokazu Miller's soliloquy following our initial trial. We found ourselves thrust into an immediate mission. Kita took charge, leading us in the absence of the members scheduled to join us, currently on a separate mission. Despite the absence, Kita adeptly guided us through our tasks. Our team, recognized primarily for our combat skills, faced a different challenge. This time we were assigned the duty of collecting supplies from a designated drop-off point. Engaged in this unexpected venture, Kita continued to lead the way, ensuring we navigated through the vibrant, yellow-hued vegetation that covered the planet. Despite its radiant appearance, Kita reassured us that the flora posed no threat. The planet teemed with various creatures, most of which, thanks to Gene Sand's empowerment back in our universe, were manageable. Among them were monkey-like beings with luminescent hindquarters capable of emitting beams. Elephantine monsters, snakes, and crocodiles also populated the landscape, their attacks adorned with a radiant yellow glow. The array of vibrant wildlife provided a stark contrast to our typical battles, showcasing the diverse challenges this mission presented. "Why can't we be assigned to something normal?" Kenji voiced his frustration, clearly displeased with the current situation. His discomfort in traversing the wilderness was evident, and his annoyance was understandable. "It's not that bad, Kinkin. You'll get used to it," Daiki responded, attempting to provide a more optimistic perspective. Daiki, being accustomed to exploring such environments, found solace in the untamed wilderness, unlike Kenji. The supply location isn't far from where we are now, but can you sense it? Multiple enemies. They might have an inkling of what we're planning today, Kita warned, addressing the potential threat looming in the vicinity. Signaling my team to lower their voices, I raised my hand, and they complied, understanding the need for stealth. We masked our presence and began the careful journey toward the designated spot. As we neared a clearing, a small house came into view, its wooden walls surrounded by scattered rocks, indicating a site that had clearly endured destruction. Surrounding the house lurked peculiar, shadowy creatures, a phenomenon Jin-san had warned us about. Their presence harkened back to their encounter in Romania while dealing with the two vampire factions at the time. The other two entities exhibited a more humanoid appearance, adorned in uniforms of black and white and black and purple. Completing their ensemble were military hats perched atop their heads. A glance at Kita revealed a furrowed brow, indicating her recognition of the entities. Curious, I whispered to her, "What's the matter? Do you know them?" With a frown, Kita responded, "They're part of Fumura's army. Most grunts are assigned those uniforms. However, unlike your universe, the grunts here range from Ultimate Class to Satan Class and beyond. As I mentioned earlier, power levels in my universe are exceptionally high." Jean's decision to enhance everyone's strength before our arrival was a wise choice. Her explanation shed light on the elevated challenges we faced in this alternate universe. Jin-san emphasized multiple times during our training sessions that he had no desire for any of us to meet our demise. It was a driving force behind his insistence on strengthening us. The other motivation, of course, was our well-being. He wished for us to be self-sufficient, eliminating the need for him to be a constant presence by our sides. Minato, crouching beside us, voiced a question, "Can we take them down? I could use my teleportation for a quick strike." Kita, Cinchuredo, but dealing with these is relatively straightforward. Kata's calm explanation eased our concerns, reassuring us that dispatching these foes wasn't an overly complex task. Minato nodded in understanding, retrieving a kunai and infusing it with Tuki, amplifying its power. Cinchuredo. Those shadow creatures possess the ability to warn her almost instantly, Kita instructed. To maintain the facade, I won't reveal myself just yet. Okay? Each of us nodded in agreement, acknowledging Kata's strategic advice. Minato prepared himself, and we followed suit, ready for the impending confrontation. Minato affirmed with a nod, swiftly disappearing from his location. In a seamless motion, he quickly dispatched the humanoid entities with precise strikes, ensuring their defeat. Meanwhile, the shadowy figures started to pivot in response to the commotion. With the threat momentarily neutralized, the rest of our group emerged from our concealment, moving quickly to eliminate the remaining shadow creatures. Once the foes lay defeated, our attention shifted to Kita, who had also joined the fray and signaled our success with a thumbs up. "Great job, everyone. Those things didn't stand a chance," she complimented us. Despite the victory, a question lingered in my mind, prompting me to seek clarification. "Kita, you mentioned that these things are linked to Fumura, and she's aware of everything happening in this universe, right?" I inquired, and she affirmed with a nod. "So, would she be alerted by their disappearance?" She responded with a smile and explained it's a common event for those entities to be destroyed and eliminated. Fumura doesn't pay much attention to it because it's a routine occurrence. She regularly engages in battles against the resistance, and there are instances where creatures from our world also play a role in destroying them. As a result, she's somewhat lenient in monitoring every instance of their demise. I hadn't taken that into consideration, but she's right. Considering she and her organization engage in daily battles within this universe, it's inevitable that those creatures would be casualties. The same logic applies to having them scout areas beforehand. If the native creatures and beasts of this world are stronger, then the shadow creatures will undoubtedly become collateral damage in their encounters. I see, that makes sense. Anyway, let's go retrieve the supplies. Wait, what about the soldiers? I inquired. It's the same with them. She either cares even less about them since they don't meet the standards of the Eradicators, Wayboros, or Umbra. Everyone else, with maybe a few exceptions, is dispensable to her, came the response, shedding light on the stark hierarchy and priorities within her organization. The information sounded grim, but I found myself helpless in the face of it. With a resigned shrug, I walked toward the home. They mentioned that the supplies are inside the home, in the southeastern corner. I relayed to my companions, then proceeded to enter. The interior was a sorry sight, mostly in shambles and showing signs of neglect. Some of my teammates couldn't help but comment on the unpleasant state, deeming it gross. However, I chose to overlook the obvious discomfort and focused on the task at hand, navigating through the wreckage. I reached the designated location, where I sifted through a combination of mold, wood, and other strange substances until I uncovered what we sought. It's more akin to a capsule than anything else. It's intriguing to see the advancements in this universe compared to our own, I remarked, examining the discovered item. Carrying it carefully, I stepped back outside, where the rest of the group gathered around to inspect the peculiar find. After I opened the container, Daiki expressed his concern, stating that's not nearly enough food and a few other things. It's negligible considering the vast population on that planet. They can't survive on this. His face wore a grim expression as he voiced his worries. Don't worry, I reassured him. Jin-san will inevitably increase the amount, or he might just create food for them. He could have even prepared some beforehand and stored it somewhere else. Daiki chuckled and remarked, yeah, that makes sense. We ate like kings during our stay in his training facility. If he can do that there, replicating the same here will be a piece of cake. The memory of their luxurious meals at Jean's training facility brought a lightheartedness to the conversation, dispelling some of the initial concerns. That concludes our mission. However, Kita declared, scanning the surroundings, I've visited this planet in my off-duty time before, and some of the animals here are edible. Let's hunt a few down and take them back. We can rely on Jean to turn them into something edible. Kata's culinary suggestion prompted a few of us to take a cautious step back. Why you have that much faith in his cooking skills, huh? Well, I do too. But I never knew the creatures here were edible, I stammered. They are, trust me. I've cooked and eaten them before. Just steer clear of the monkeys. They taste mostly of unpleasant things. I don't want to experience that flavor again, Kita advised, punctuating her statement with a fake gag as she mimicked the act of vomiting. Inhaling deeply, I raised my voice, rallying the group with determination. Okay, everyone, let's get this done. Their expressions held a mix of curiosity and reluctance, indicating their hesitancy to proceed. Consider this in order. Let's just tackle it head-on and get it over with, I added wearily, emphasizing the importance of the task at hand. Despite initial reservations, they reluctantly consented, acknowledging the necessity of the directive. Aaron Toole's soliloquy as our meeting unfolded. The door swung open, revealing a figure that struck a chord of familiarity within me. Despite our brief encounter, her image had etched itself into my memory. I'm back. The mission was, she began, her words trailing off as her gaze fixed on me. It's been a while, Radelia Vaccarel. I hope you're doing well, I inquired, meeting her stare head-on. She maintained her gaze for a few moments before nodding. The only available spot was to my right, since everyone else had claimed their places. It appeared that Savina and Laronia had orchestrated this seating arrangement, leaving Radelia looking visibly uneasy. Why the nerves? Did our last meeting leave you unsettled? I asked from across the table. She looked away for a moment, clearly at a loss for words. Yet, before the awkwardness could linger, a hand gripped my cheeks and gently pulled me back. It wasn't Radelia's doing. These hands belonged to different individuals, and I allowed them to guide me away. Behave, commanded both Suzaku and Latia, their authoritative tones punctuating the moment. I chuckled before giving my acquiescence. I eagerly anticipated the continuation of our meeting, especially now that Radelia had joined us. The anticipation grew as Lavinia shared her recent findings, indicating that they intended to head towards the tree. While the idea of joining them stirred a desire within me, I recognized the necessity of staying put for the time being. In this moment, my reliance on their gathered information became paramount, a temporary substitute for my direct involvement. Chapter 17, Part 2, The Tree of Power and Golden Arrogance. Tool's soliloquy. So, Radelia, where was your mission? I inquired, my gaze fixed on her. She cleared her throat awkwardly, her fist muffling the cough. I was scouting out one of Eleanor's planets. Despite being only rank 16, she commands great respect, not only from Fumara and Ive, but from everyone else too. Eleanor oversees multiple planets simultaneously, but not all receive equal attention. Some are neglected, while others are consistently monitored. The one I scouted was among the constantly monitored ones. We met to exchange information and catch up, she explained. Is it the norm for everyone, including you? I probed further. It varies based on the eradicator. Their strength, intelligence, and other factors come into play. Personally, I oversee just 2 planets since well, not that smart, she admitted, a hint of self-consciousness in her tone. There's my home planet, and another one primarily used for storage of various resources we require. She added, a subtle unease accompanying her response. Concern etched across her face, a reflection of the worry she harbored for her planet, even amidst a less-than-ideal relationship with her own kind. This realization triggered a thought in me. With the information I've just received, and after I killed Arundel Liaris, who assumed the oversight of his planets, did Secudia step in? I inquired, directing my gaze between Secudia and Radelia. Or did someone else take on that responsibility? Considering your shared elven heritage and the proximity of your planets, I half expected you to be involved. I do oversee my own set of planets. But to answer your questions, Secudia responded, shedding light on the post-Arundel scenario. The planets Arundel was supervising have been entrusted to other eradicators or even Wayboros. Regarding Arendel's home planet, it is now independently managed by another powerful elf. However, they seem to be teetering on the brink of civil unrest, standing on the precipice of a potential internal conflict, Secudia explained. Observing the mention of a civil war, I couldn't help but ponder the rapid descent of his planet into such turmoil. Questions arose in my mind about the nature of the new ruler and how the populace perceived this shift. My gaze shifted from the leaders to Radelia, whose uneasiness did not escape my notice. Despite the evident issues between their races, Radelia's concern for Arendel's race spoke volumes about her character. Intrigued me, why would she choose to align herself with the Eradicators? Was it a means of safeguarding herself and her planet? Her strength certainly suggested she was more than capable. Latia's voice broke through my contemplation, bringing me back to the present. You're staring too hard at her, Aaron, she remarked, prompting me to refocus. I noticed Radelia's discomfort with the prolonged attention, prompting me to apologize and clarify that my intense gaze was merely a result of being lost in my thoughts. So, what news did you have for us, Radelia? Savina inquired, her gaze fixed on Radelia. Radelia awkwardly cleared her throat, coughing into her fist before nodding in response. Eleanor informed me that she and I will be absent for a while. They're collaborating with researchers and scientists recruited from across the multiverse to expedite the awakening process of Magnum Tenebrosum. The revelation hung in the air, casting a heavy silence over the entire room. A palpable shock registered on the faces of everyone present, and it didn't escape notice that I was the sole exception to this shared astonishment. Are you not concerned about this, Aaron? Savina inquired, her expression reflecting a mix of curiosity and concern. No, not really. I've got a plan in place for him. The location he's in is already secured under a barrier I've set up. My intention is to let him awaken engage in a conversation, and if his responses don't satisfy me, well, then he'll take care of him too. The other outer gods are within the same barrier. Only after Magnum Tenebrosum is dealt with, the additional barriers will activate, sealing them off permanently. Even if they wake up, they won't be able to escape without my consent, I shared with a confident smile, reassuring Savina and the others about my strategic approach. So, we can exclude the outer god from our considerations? Inquired Lysanvar, his hand rubbing his chin in contemplation. Yeah, no need to factor them and consider them non-factors and tweak your plans accordingly. Trust me on this, I assured them. And though met with some reluctance, they eventually agreed. On another note, I'm looking to recruit some eradicators to join our cause. Specifically, I'm targeting ranks 1, 2, 3, 4, 13, and 15 if possible. I'd like to get this underway as soon as possible and liberate the corresponding planets in the process. Centuredo shedding light on the potential challenges and opportunities in recruiting eradicators to our cause. But you need to understand that most of them have been living this way for an extended period. Asking them to abandon this lifestyle for a future of peace that isn't guaranteed is a significant challenge, Astra explained. I had a close call with Fumara once, and she tried to recruit me. Somehow, I managed to escape. Maybe she wanted me to grow stronger before trying again, but I ended up joining the resistance instead. She's been upset with me ever since, she added with a laugh. The revelation that Astrid, of all people, was a target for Fumara's recruitment took me by surprise. What was even more astonishing was that she not only managed to evade Fumara, but was allowed to leave without facing dire consequences. Fumara's actions appeared to defy the expectations associated with her reputation, sparking a heightened curiosity within me. The enigma surrounding Fumara deepened, leaving me with even more questions about her and the intricacies of her character. I used to be in the same boat, but those days are behind me now, shared Lysanvar. Anyhow, let's delve deeper. In response to your queries, Aaron, I can shed light on the planets they got to most frequently. However, more often than not, they are absent from these locations, engrossed in missions for Fumara. Consequently, their planets are typically under the watchful eye of their subordinates. I'm okay with that. Go ahead, I responded, encouraging him to share the information. He proceeded to provide details, and our meeting seamlessly carried on. Lavinia, Rennie's soliloquy of the day is drawing to a close. Should we consider wrapping it up soon? I inquired, turning my attention to my companions. Several hours had elapsed, during which all of us collaborated to unravel the mystery. Our combined efforts revealed the existence of 10 wells in total, forming a perfect decagon when interconnected. The central focal point of this geometric arrangement was the tree, a revelation that brought a new layer of understanding to our exploration. Azathoth, being more knowledgeable about the situation, shared her insights. According to her, this location was once an ordinary planet until the Phantasma, in a fleeting visit, seized control, depleted its resources, effectively rendering the planet lifeless, and then callously abandoned it without a second thought. Fumara's organization had recruited the inhabitants, and those who resisted faced dire consequences. They were mercilessly eliminated. The tree, once a vibrant symbol of life, gradually succumbed to neglect. With no caretaker in sight, and the surrounding planet steeped in a subtle toxicity, the once thriving symbol of vitality withered away, leaving behind a desolate landscape. The surviving members of the Resistance sought refuge with this planet, turning it into their sanctuary. However, with Aaron's efforts to restore the planet, a glimmer of hope emerged, suggesting the possibility of transforming this once-tainted world into a habitable haven. As Rose remarked, it should be around 5 in the afternoon, and, there's the sunset of this world. We turned our attention to the horizon. The unfamiliar celestial body descended, marking the end of the day. Should we advise everyone else to conclude their exploration? Rose proposed, and a unanimous agreement resonated among us. Subsequently, we commenced the task of notifying our companions to wrap up their activities for the day. After completing our tasks, We swiftly returned to the teleportation pad, where a gathering of friends, locals, and allies awaited us. Among them, we noticed Hirokazu-kun's team, and their expressions hinted at a less than pleasant experience. "Hey, everyone, what with the grim faces and, what's that smell?" I inquired, taking a sniff in their general direction. Kita chuckled before explaining, "Well, we visited a particular planet to retrieve some supplies. In the process, we encountered some enemies, took care of them, and even managed to hunt for additional food. I've had the chance to try the local wildlife before, so it's safe to eat. However, the aroma isn't exactly enticing. Some luminous yellow goo oozed from their bodies, a sight that seemed to leave Kita unfazed, but the others appeared as though they had endured multiple rounds of vomiting. Witnessing their evident discomfort, I couldn't help but empathize with the ordeal they must have faced. Silently, I offered a prayer for their well-being. Azathoth, however, seemed to hold a key piece of information about this peculiar situation. "Oh, that planet. There's a trick to neutralizing that smell," she shared. All eyes turned toward her, anticipating an explanation. Azathoth continued, "Before eliminating the creatures, target the cores located in the middle of their bodies. Those cores typically detonate upon death, leading to the unpleasant odor and the release of gooey liquid. If you manage to destroy the cores beforehand, they'll perish more like the animals back in the Draconic Dais, but with yellow blood." Kita chuckled, breaking the tension in the air. "Before you ask, no, I didn't know that. I always just killed them, cooked them, and ate them. I'll make a mental note of that for the future." Lance Katzkoen, with a slight grimace, remarked, "Ugh, I need a bath. I stink, this is awful." "We all do. We might as well clean ourselves up before dinner." "Thanks for the information, Azathoth-san." Hirokazu-kun expressed his gratitude, bowing before leading his team out. "Oh, we need to drop these off for Jean-san, so we'll have to do that first." The sound of his teammates' collective groans filled the air, accompanied by reluctant compliance as they followed their king and queen, all the while voicing complaints. Turning to Azathoth, I inquired, "Are they genuinely edible?" "Yes, if cooked the right way. I'm not sure about Kata's culinary skills, but they might not be the best. I'll inform Aaron on how to cook them properly if he plans on preparing them for everyone tonight," she reassured, and I nodded in acknowledgement. With the conversation concluded, we trod upon the teleportation pad, embarking on our journey back to the underground base. After we teleported back down there, our eyes immediately caught sight of a few teams we had close ties with, prompting us to approach them without hesitation. "Didulio-san, why are all of you covered in green slime?" Rossweiss inquired, her curiosity evident. Every member of Team Trump Card of Heaven and Gabriel sported a coating of green slime. While the lack of any discernible odor alleviated concerns, their discomfort was apparent. Dulio, with a sheepish grin, rubbed the back of his head and chuckled. "Ha ha ha. Well, after our own trials, we were assigned a mission to eliminate and retrieve this green slime, and, as you can see, we ended up covered in it. Limberchan mentioned wanting to use it for various purposes, so we agreed." Azathoth reflected, her nod indicating a contemplative moment. "When paired with the green liquid Laronia purified and transported here, the efficiency of distributing power to the underground improves. However, if we integrate it with the crystal core Aaron fashioned in the central room and connect it to the tree above ground with its roots, this entire planet could transform into an unlimited powerhouse of powerful energy." Her gaze then shifted to Dulio, inquisitively posing a question. "Limber requested you to bring this, correct? And who initiated the idea of combining these elements?" Dulio, pondering for a moment, responded, "I believe Jean-kun and Echelles-chan suggested this to her." "Why do you ask?" Excitement laced his words as he continued. "Unlimited energy? Isn't that incredible? Didn't Aaron inform you about his home with unlimited energy? I'm pretty sure he has his own ISP too. I heard Kuntwar and him set it up around last year. It should cover the whole world, maybe even the universe after he evolved," Gabriel shared, joining me and attempting to embrace me. However, I gently declined, causing a hint of sadness to flicker in her expression. "As she's right, but Gabriel, can you wash up first? I want to stay clean, I requested. Tilting her head, she responded, but you're used to errands. I swiftly interrupted her, preventing her from revealing any more. While I didn't mind sharing personal details within the group, I prefer to keep such information private from others outside the circle. Oh, there it is. So, you guys did get some well, you guys got a lot, thanks, exclaimed a voice that sounded somewhat familiar. As we all turned toward the source, Limber walked towards us accompanied by a few others. Unfortunately, Aaron and the rest were not among them. How much did you manage to get? She inquired. About 10 crates, Dillio replied. He tapped his necklace and summoned 10 enormous crates of the slime, astonishing Limber. We thought it might be a good idea to let some of them live and breed so we can harvest more in the future. Limber laughed and playfully slapped Dillio's back repeatedly. Yeah, good call. This will definitely be enough. Probably. Anyway, I think Aaron and Echelys will be happy about this, so we'll go inform them. Oh, can you leave them at this location? You can ask Stella. She probably want to get changed, right? I'm done. So they'll bring them over there. Limber, chimed another voice, and upon turning, we discovered a young woman. She possessed long, flowing lavender hair adorned with a substantial black ribbon, complemented by pale green eyes. Her attire consisted of a prominently black dress, along with matching gloves and shoes. By her side, she carried a sizable black suitcase, which she promptly dismissed with a light tap. That was quick. Well, anyway, I'll leave it to you guys since I have a few other teams to hit up, Limber exclaimed before summoning a peculiar mechanical hand plus hoverboard contraption, jumping on it, and swiftly soaring away. Stella, nice to meet all of you. She greeted us with a courteous bow. Turning to Dillio, she added, follow me, Mr. Trumpcard. It's not far from here. Dillio's voice rang out confidently, breaking the silence. And my name is Dillio, he proclaimed, rallying his team to follow Stella, with the exception of Gabriel. I'm going to go have a shower. Oh, before that, who's on the schedule today? Gabriel inquired, drawing my attention. I glanced at her before scanning the rest of the group. Well, I'm on it, that's all I know. I checked with Grafia and the assistant earlier. As for the others, I'm not sure. The schedule mirrors that of our universe. So you might want to check with her or consult your rings. I'm pretty sure Aaron integrated that function, Velgrind explained. All right then, we'll join you guys soon. Gabriel responded before she checked her ring, smiled, and teleported away, leaving the rest of us to navigate towards the meeting room. Aaron's aura hadn't shifted from its original spot since we parted ways earlier on the day. As we approached the meeting room, we found ourselves navigating through an increasing number of new areas. Aaron had truly outdone himself this time, although, if one were to inquire, he'd likely dismiss it, attributing the design to something he had seen in the past. To my surprise, we only faced a few instances of catcalling. Oddly enough, the culprits seemed to be mostly older men, with a few women and teenagers thrown in. However, this behavior was swiftly halted when it became known that we belonged to the Aaron's group. They referred to it as the Outer Gods group. The revelation left them mortified, unable to meet our gaze. Isn't that Sona's team and the Slashdog team? Rose inquired. Indeed, before us, and to the right, stood the two teams. Eager to catch up, we hastened our steps to join them. You guys finished your missions too? How'd it go? I inquired upon reaching them. Despite a general air of weariness, most of them appeared to be in decent condition, if a bit mentally fatigued. Et la vigna, Natsum uttered wearily, seeking solace in my embrace. I need a quick break. I can't deal with that woman. Woman? I queried, tilting my head in confusion. Natsum, with her face buried in my chest, pointed behind her. Following her finger, I couldn't help but giggle as she gestured toward some kind of female wolf yokai. Shigian mirrored the action, her eyes swirling with exhaustion. Now, I found myself hugging two of my former teammates, their weariness evident. Just as I was about to speak, a familiar aura caught my attention. I turned to see Vakoin walking away, his expression seething with anger. Oi, Vali! Wait up! Monkey Kun shouted, dashing after his friend and leader. The rest of the group trailed behind, sporting equally fatigued and displeased expressions. Bringing up the rear was a younger boy, standing at around 411, his demeanor oozing with smugness. That's why you guys are just muscle brains. You can't even navigate that labyrinth without me, the small boy proclaimed, bursting into laughter. Vakuin, though visibly tempted to turn around and confront him, restrained himself and continued walking away. Ouch! Those guys got paired up with a Leovan, expressed the female wolf Yukai, a hint of sympathy in her tone. Iliovan? What's the deal with him, Kiratsum? Fusey inquired, curiosity evident in her eyes. Yeah, he's a smug short guy who thinks he's the next hero of our world. But credit where it's due, he can back it up. He's pretty smart, with an ability to complement it, and surprisingly physically strong despite his stature and physique, explained Kiratsum. Intrigued, Velgrind joined the conversation. What's his power? Using his brain, he can practically predict the future of his opponents, or even the entire battle. With his already high IQ, coupled with a rapid calculating speed, he essentially gains future sight against living opponents after observing them for a short time. Add in his robust physical abilities, and he's nearly perfect except for his low emotional intelligence and that smug attitude, Kiratsum detailed, painting a comprehensive picture of Leovan's formidable capabilities. Before Kiratsum could provide more details, Leovan diverted his attention toward us, his gaze fixated on something captivating. He hurried over, pointing directly at me, his face tinted with a hint of embarrassment as he exclaimed, "Who are you?" Natsum shot him an irritated look, shaking her head before returning it to its place on my chest. Shigyun winced in pain, covering her ears in response to the sudden outburst. Im Lavini Arini? I responded tentatively, thrown off by the unexpected inquiry. Become my woman, Iliovan declared, the proclamation sending shockwaves through the surroundings. The suddenness of the demand left me stunned, unsure of how to formulate a response. Vakuin and his team, still in close proximity, observed the scene with wide-eyed surprise. Vakuin, in particular, appeared visibly angered. He began advancing towards us, triggering his balance breaker with a determined, almost murderous gleam in his eyes. "I'm sorry I can't," I expressed, displaying my engagement ring. "I'm already engaged, so—" His face contorted into a frown, clearly displeased by this revelation. "And who's your fiancé?" Idiot. She's the outer gods woman, the man that made this place like this. I suggest you calm your petty rage right now, interjected Kiratsum. Iliovan appeared stunned, frustration etched across his face. You heard the wolf woman. Leave her alone. Vakuin intervened as he arrived on the scene. What's it to you, puny lizard? Retorted Iliovan. Because she's my sister, and if you keep harassing her. Vakuin seized Iliovan's head with his hand, exerting pressure. I'll end you myself before Nikki gets here, 'cause I promise you hell make it 100 times worse for you. He hissed, instilling a sense of unease in Iliovan. Unhand me. To hell with that. We are clearly better matched, Iliovan exclaimed, his tone filled with defiance as Vakuin released his grip. We're both blonde, have blue eyes, and... yeah, it's a perfect match. The logic prompted a few people around us to facepalm, a visible reaction to the absurdity of his argument. Once again, I reiterated, I'm sorry, but I can't and won't. I love Aaron. Please find someone else. Iliovan sighed, his disappointment evident as he turned away, shaking his head while walking off. You'll understand my greatness in due time. It will encompass that God's greatness. I promise you that. Vakuin, seemingly unimpressed, inquired, should I stop him? A dark energy ball slowly formed in the palm of his hand. That wouldn't be a good idea, Vakuin. Let's just leave it, I advised, and he reluctantly dismissed the notion. Sajikuin expressed his exasperation, sighing as he commented, what a bratty jerk. I've read that small people tend to have more anger and complexes than most, but Gasperkuin isn't like that. What's his deal? The puzzlement in his voice conveyed a genuine curiosity about the unusual behavior. We don't know, Kiratsum admitted, a hint of weariness in her tone. Like the rest of us, we lead challenging lives. But most of us manage to focus on a goal and try to maintain a relatively positive outlook. Sure, there are bad days and we can get a bit down, but we're not like a Leovan. We can't quite figure out why he's like that. Maybe you're on to something, blonde dude. Perhaps he just has a complex about his height. Some short people are weird. Well, not all of them, Sajikun mumbled, offering a hesitant observation. And unfortunately, we're on the same team as him. Arthur chimed in as he and the rest of Akun's team arrived. He made our mission quite frustrating, to say the least. Frustrating? Are you insane? He made it unbearable. We usually work independently and team up when necessary, but that guy was trying to order us around like his slaves. Sure, he's smart, but at least don't act like a jerk about it. Biko Kun passionately vented his frustrations, his discontent evident in his words. Sona sighed, audibly drawing out attention to her. Regardless of his reasons, let's go, and meeting up with Aaron and the leaders. The end of the day is drawing near, and we still have a few things to do. If given the chance, we can inquire about a Leovan. Maybe the leaders may know something, and if not, Aaron might. With unanimous agreement, we commenced our brief journey toward the meeting room. A myriad of questions buzzed within our minds. This universe had proven to be intriguing thus far, and as we traversed, the allure of its mysteries lingered in the air. There was a palpable eagerness to unravel every enigma it held. As we approached the door, the cacophony of lively chatter and miscellaneous sounds, including the shifting of chairs, filled the air. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed from the room, prompting me to take the lead and push the doors open. Inside, a woman with black hair, fashioned into twin buns, caught our attention. She donned a black Chinese qipao dress and held Aaron by the neck of his shirt, fixing him with an intense glare. Surprisingly, no one in the room, including Suzaku and his companions, made any move to intervene. "Are you serious?" the woman exclaimed. Curiosity piqued. I used my ring's appraisal ability, revealing that she was none other than Radelia, bearing the rank 10 of the Eradicators. "Yeah, I'm serious." Although my companions and I had already mentioned that aspect of my ability multiple times before you decided to do this, Aaron responded with a chuckle, maintaining his composure. Radelia's face flushed with embarrassment as she released her grip on him. "Aramai, I'm sorry," she mumbled, clearly horrified by her own actions. Taking her seat once again, she sighed loudly and mentioned, "I'd like to have a conversation with you about that later if it's possible." "Absolutely. We can discuss it later. Anyway, I think it's about time to conclude our session. My legs are almost numb from being seated all day," he stated, rising from his chair and extending his body in a stretch. Finally acknowledging our presence, he addressed us. "Oh, are you all finished? Great job. Give us the rundown." Aaron Tools' soliloquy. The reports flowed in for an additional 5 minutes as each team summarized their findings. With that, the session concluded. My mind, however, was already set on the tree expedition planned for tomorrow. It became my goal, a prospect to be shared with a few companions if circumstances allowed. Yet, looming in the near future was a discussion with Radelia about a matter she wanted to address. As we turned a corner and paused, Radelia approached me with directness. "Please revive my father," she requested, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. "Getting right to it, huh?" I responded, considering the weight of her plea. "You don't have to go into excessive detail, but you'll need a compelling reason to bring someone back. Also, keep in mind that there are factors that might complicate such endeavors." Her confusion was evident as she asked, "What do you mean by that?" I took a moment to explain the intricate mechanics of reincarnation in the vast multiverse. Some individuals had already undergone the cycle, while others remained in a perpetual state of waiting, even after the passage of centuries or millennia. "Please check," she implored, bowing towards me, a hint of desperation in her tone. As I prepared to respond, a resonant voice echoed in the hallway, drawing our attention. Turning towards it, we saw a small figure with blonde hair and blue eyes. "Oh no!" Kanami and Valley simultaneously mumbled, leaving me puzzled. Lavinia instinctively sought refuge behind me, peeking out from my side to get a glimpse of the approaching boy. "Where is Lavinia?" Where's my princess? The boy shouted, intensifying my confusion. Princess? What was this strange boy talking about? Suddenly, he spotted Lavinia behind me and rushed in our direction. However, he halted a few meters away. So, you're the famed leader of your group? Ilyovan, the perfect being. I challenge you for her hand in marriage. That's quite a bold move, Albion mumbled. How will you respond, Aaron? Ritter inquired. Before I could formulate a response, Radelia vanished from her position, reappearing with swift precision as her fist collided with Ilyovan's stomach. A gust of wind swept through the hallway, and Ilyovan vanished in the aftermath. Turning back toward us, Radelia wore a satisfied smile. Please give me an answer, she requested, bowing once again. It took a few moments for the surprising events to register. I chose to nod, opting to ignore the peculiar occurrences. Exploring this universe and locating the burial site of Radelia's father turned out to be a straightforward task. However, it appeared that her father harbored numerous regrets, hindering his passage to the afterlife. Perhaps he desired to witness her leading a more comfortable life before moving on. Strangely enough, this situation played into my favor. His soul remains here, making it easy to bring him back. However, wouldn't it be more appropriate to bring him back under better circumstances? I'm willing to do it, but I began, only to be abruptly interrupted. He'll be yours, Radelia declared, cutting me off. That's not a prerequisite for anything. Please, listen to me, I urged, and she reluctantly ceased her outburst. He'll bring him back, but I won't do it until we have done a few things because, like I said, it will be better for him to come back to a calmer universe. Raising a finger to emphasize my point, I expressed, one of the crucial tasks on my agenda before bringing him back is to liberate not only your planet, but also Arendelle. Additionally, I aim to dismantle Ferothos Prime and any other planets aiding in the creation of weapons and armor for Fumara. Once these objectives are accomplished, I will proceed with bringing him back. Is there anyone else you wish to see returned? I'm willing to do it if you assist me in this endeavor. Radelia took a moment to contemplate my requests. Then, kneeling humbly before me, she declared, I'll do it. I may lack finesse, and I might be seen as foolish and inept at leadership, but if it means bringing my dad back from the dead and granting him a better life, I'm all in. I gazed at her, allowing a quiet moment to linger before posing the question once more. Do you want me to bring back anyone else? Her response was swift and firm. No, accompanied by a determined shake of her head. I don't care about my mother. She abandoned us. I've never had friends, considering I'm perceived as a brute, so I don't care about the others. Very well. I began, extending my hand for a handshake, but before I could continue, Radelia abruptly stood up and kissed me, and then stepped away. I'm serious about what I said, she declared once more, her words carrying a weight of sincerity. I said I know, but I don't believe you in that regard. So, it'll be straightforward. If you do this for me, I will be forever in your debt, and it'll become yours, whether you like it or not, she declared firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. I let out a deep sigh, my hand resting on my face in a gesture of frustration. Fine, do as you wish, but before we leave, who's Ilyovan? And what was all that about? I directed my questions to Radelia, glancing behind me at Lavinia, who wore a strained smile. He's an orphan Lady Fumara tried to recruit in the past. Truth be told, most of the leaders here were on her recruitment radar, but they joined the resistance before she could make her move. Ilyovan, in particular, is exceptionally intelligent, and his abilities complement that intellect. His physical strength, coupled with his hidden imposing physique, isn't much of a surprise, but it did inflate his ego, Radelia explained. From my observations, he seems to be attracted to a specific type of women, blonde hair and blue eyes. If you have any women fitting that description, it's advisable to keep an eye on them, as he might attempt to court them. I nodded in understanding, processing the information until a realization struck me. Ravel and Gabriel. I muttered, my concern growing. I'm going to without finishing my sentence. I vanished from my spot, determined to find Ravel and Gabriel. I couldn't shake the thought that Lavinia might have already become a target due to her earlier actions. It led me to wonder who else might be unintentionally caught up in this unfortunate situation. If the individual in question persists, it might require me to take additional measures to put an end to his actions. Navigating to a different section within the underground base, I soared through the skies, swiftly identifying the individuals I sought. Below me, Ravel, Chiron, Gasper, and Coriana were present, though Elioven seemed to be the center of attention, particularly for Ravel and Coriana. Touching down beside them, I inquired, "What seems to be the issue here?" "Aaron Sama," Ravel exclaimed, with the rest of the group standing behind me. "The leader." "Perfect. Radelia is a bit of a brute, so I didn't have the chance to get your reply. Now, I've set my sights on this woman with the drill-like tails for hair. Yes, she's my type too." Lavinia, Rennie, and Laval, Elioven announced. "It's Ravel Phoenix," Ravel corrected, a hint of annoyance in her tone towards Elioven. Yes, Ravel and Lavinia. "You two will become my wives," he declared, then shifted his attention to Coriana. However, Gasper stepped in front of her, giving Elioven a stern glare. Maybe you're too. I do quite love blondes." "I appreciate the offer, but I'm already interested in someone else," responded Ravel, her tone conveying annoyance at Elioven's self-centered chatter. I couldn't help but notice her grip on my shirt tightening, as if seeking reassurance. Coriana chimed in, engaged as well, and proceeded to affectionately embrace Gasper's head, eliciting a sly smirk from the little damper in response to Elioven's futile attempts. Unperturbed, Elioven persisted, "It matters not. Soon, you'll realize I'm superior in every way." Before he could complete his sentence, Radelia reappeared, delivering another swift punch that caused him to vanish. It left me contemplating whether this ability was a facet of Radelia's unique skills. After the punch, she gracefully knelt down on one knee, remarking, "He's surprisingly resilient. Even when I hold back, he'll likely be okay after being punched away. You don't need to kneel for me. Anyway, where did you send him? We've got quite a few blonde-haired and blue-eyed members on our team," I remarked, my mind flashing with images of Gabriel, Keisha, and Grimjord. Concern gripped me. Although considering the latter two had blonde hair but lacked blue eyes, they were less of a target for him. In a random direction, although she began, "Aaron, someone strange is telling me to marry him. What do I do? I don't want to," and Keisha and Sila are with me, Gabriel suddenly conveyed through telepathy. Feeling a surge of frustration, I placed a hand on my face and uttered, "I'm going to put him to sleep for a bit. This is getting ridiculous." The statement left everyone perplexed, but I clapped my hands and teleported us to Gabriel's location. "Now, then, angel thing, marry me," Elioven declared passionately, dropping to one knee and extending his hand towards Gabriel. Caught off guard, Gabriel appeared visibly flustered and unsure of how to respond. Being inherently kind and caring, she found it challenging to reject or disappoint others, creating a peculiar predicament for her. On one hand, she was already committed to me, engaged in a relationship that held a significant place in her life. On the other hand, Elioven, essentially a stranger, had suddenly professed his love for her, creating an unexpected and awkward situation. This internal conflict had been a recurring theme for Gabriel over the years, and we had attempted to address it on several occasions. However, the complexity of her emotions persisted. The conclusion we arrived at was that she needed to experience a genuine scenario where she had to assert her own desires, even if it meant disappointing someone. It was an essential step to help her navigate these kinds of social challenges. Now, let's soar into the no. I don't want to. Please stop." Gabriel's shout echoed, surprising everyone with the powerful breeze that erupted from her. Puffing her cheeks, she quickly spotted us and rushed over, embracing me. "He's almost comical at this point, don't you think?" observed Dagrid, a sentiment shared by those witnessing the scene. "It's almost reminiscent of those love-obsessed character tropes in media." "I wonder what drives him to act this way," pondered Ridra. "We'll have to uncover the reasons in due time," I replied, holding my own theories about the motivations behind Elioven's behavior. Cinchuredo, I ran my fingers through Gabriel's hair, her embrace providing a comforting warmth. "Let's just go. I need to cook for everyone, too. Can some of you lend me a hand?" I inquired, turning to those around us. I'd love to," Ravel chimed in, her hand shooting up with enthusiasm. "Food. Can I be a taste tester?" "Nae-sama will probably want to join in too," Chiron suggested, her hand raised in a similar fashion. Amused, I chuckled and agreed to Chiron's proposal. And so, we left Iliovan behind. At this moment, my focus wasn't on him. This place was relatively safe, and had be fine. The passage of dinner was marked by a surprising turn of events. I found myself taken aback by the assortment of creatures Hirokazu, Sarorg, and Seek Vera's groups had managed to procure from different planets in this vast universe. Admittedly, the smell that accompanied these exotic animals was quite overpowering. However, with Azathoth and Kantuar offering their culinary expertise, I successfully cooked the unfamiliar ingredients, guided by their valuable instructions. It became evident that Azathoth and Kantuar had honed their cooking skills, as they, along with Reiko, Grafia, and Ine, efficiently contributed to the meal preparation. Given the task of cooking for an entire planet while relying on our powers, we managed to accomplish the feat surprisingly quickly. Considering the scale of this gathering, it drew the attention of most residents. They eagerly flocked to sample the diverse dishes we had prepared. The positive response from the crowd indicated their approval of the culinary venture. Even the notoriously irritable Iliovan made an appearance, shooting glares at me and the members of my group. Despite his displeasure, it was evident that he treated those he found interesting with a kinder demeanor. Following the conclusion of the grand dinner event, Iliovan approached me with determination, pointing directly at me. "We're having that duel now," he declared in a calm, yet assertive tone, creating a ripple of attention in our surroundings. I responded with a nonchalant sigh. "Whatever, let's just get this done and over with." "You'll come to regret those words," he retorted before turning to walk away. "Follow me." Grafia Lucifuge soliloquy in an unexpected twist. The night's peak unfolded as a duel between my fiancé, Aaron, and an unfamiliar young boy named Iliovan. I found myself inquiring about the origins of this peculiar situation since I had stayed behind in the room with Latia. The reason behind it, to put it lightly, turned out to be rather foolish. The motives driving Iliovan's behavior remained a mystery to me, as well as to most members of DXD and, I presumed, the Resistance. The confusion among the spectators in the arena mirrored my own bewilderment. While I knew Iliovan was an orphan, the extremity of his unusual conduct and the intense reactions it garnered were, to say the least, perplexing. It hinted at a deeper, underlying issue that begged exploration. Perhaps Aaron had insight into this matter? However, upon scrutinizing him, all I could discern was an irritated expression etched across his face. "Beat him down, Aniki!" Vale Lucifer exclaimed enthusiastically. "Show him what he's got coming." Biko added, his voice echoing the dislike Valis' team harbored for Iliovan. Lavinia noticed my confusion and took the initiative to explain their animosity towards Iliovan. The rest of Valis' team chimed in, sharing their own brief encounters with him. As their stories unfolded, the hostile attitude they displayed began to make sense. The commentator's voice rang out, announcing the upcoming duel. "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, we're treated to a small celebration duel featuring the fearsome, yet somewhat insufferable Iliovan. Facing him is our gourmet chef and the one who restored this planet to its former glory, Aaron Toole." The commentator hesitated for a moment before continuing. "The reason for this duel is, well, it's a bit absurd. Iliovan wants to take control of some of the people under Aaron's care. The winner gets to keep them." The awkwardness in the commentator's tone hinted at the ludicrous nature of the situation, leaving the audience in a bemused state. Anticipating a swift resolution, I took a moment to assess the situation. My focus shifted to my ring, a subtle gesture indicating the commencement of a task, determining the room assignments for the night. Aaron Toole's soliloquy, "Are both fighters ready?" The commentator's voice echoed through the arena, and Iliovan and I affirmed our readiness with nods. After a brief pause, he enthusiastically declared, "Begin." In an instant, Ilyovin vanished from his initial position, reappearing right in front of me with his hand mere inches from my face. "I told you, you'd regret this," he warned before roughly pushing me and knocking me down hard to the ground. Whoa, a sudden and powerful move from Ilyovin. Unexpected aggression right from the start of the match. The commentator exclaimed, adding an extra layer of excitement to the unfolding duel. "That should be the end of it. Announce it already," Ilyovin stated confidently, expecting a quick resolution. To his surprise, I slowly rose, nonchalantly swatting away the dust from my face, showcasing an unexpected resilience. "Gross, that smells weird," I casually muttered, expressing my disdain for the peculiar odor lingering in the air after the intense encounter. The surprising turn of events left Ilyovin momentarily taken aback. I maintained my gaze on him, asserting, "I don't understand what you've been through or how you developed such arrogance. However, I take satisfaction in breaking that habit in people. How about we bring you down a notch?" Swiftly vanishing from my position, I seized his face and forcefully brought Ilyovin down to the ground. The impact gave him no time to react, causing the ground beneath us to shatter and explode. I promptly repaired the damage, released my grip, and took a few steps back. Ilyovin struggled for breath, coughing violently. Despite the intense coughing fit, he managed to rise, glaring at me with defiance. As the coughing subsided, he composed himself and fixed a calm gaze on me. Unfazed, I returned to smile, leaving him bewildered as his once confident eyes now reflected confusion. Approaching him casually, I remarked, "You can't calculate or anticipate it, can you?" My words prompted him to jump backward, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead, revealing the depth of his disconcertion. Ilyovin possessed a unique power, the ability to perceive mathematical equations surrounding him, whether emanating from living beings or inanimate objects. This extraordinary skill not only enabled him to visualize the equations, but also facilitated a swift comprehension of their solutions. When pushed to his limits, Ilyovin could effortlessly complete complex equations in mere seconds, granting him an almost precognitive ability to anticipate outcomes in various events or battles. However, my status as a living cheat code allowed me to tamper with his power, especially after he made contact with my infinity. This manipulation left him bewildered, as his ability ceased to function as it typically did. For the first time since mastering his power, Ilyovin found himself unable to predict the movements of his enemies, a situation that instilled genuine terror within him. The silent horror reflected in his eyes spoke volumes about the profound impact of this unprecedented development on his once unassailable ability. "What's wrong, Ilyovin? Why the silence?" I inquired as I finally reached him. My height dwarfed his, allowing me to look down at him. He met my gaze with a horrified expression, unable to utter a single word. It struck me that he was just a kid, a realization that invoked sympathy. I gently poked his forehead, prompting me to share some advice. "Take a moment to reflect on your own morality, rest up, and make an effort to get along with everyone from now on, okay?" I conveyed, my words accompanied by a swift action that left him unconscious. Ilyovin's body thudded to the ground, creating a stark contrast to the previous tension in the arena. The spectators, perhaps anticipating an epic battle, were met with a different outcome. What Ilyovin truly needed was someone to lean on, and I had a particular muscular and upbeat devil in mind for the role. A quick glance toward Sororg revealed a silent nod, indicating that he understood my intentions. He seemed to be the ideal role model, perhaps better suited for the task than myself. The commentator's voice trembled as he stuttered. "W-winner Aaron T-Tool," his words hung in the air, and the crowd, instead of erupting in cheers, remained in a state of silent bewilderment. The outcome seemed to have left everyone at a loss for words. With the commentator's hesitant announcement, the fight came to a close. The atmosphere, thick with an unusual stillness, hinted at the unexpected turn of events that had just unfolded. As midnight approached, and I contemplated turning in, I noticed Eccles in the distance, and our eyes met in mutual recognition. With a subtle wave from her, I quickly informed the girls that I would be a bit late and headed in her direction. Approaching her, I inquired, "Did you need something?" She gazed around us and then back at me before replying, "We need a more private place to talk." Agreeing, I teleported us to the hill Lironia had first brought us to when we arrived on this dead planet. Taking a moment to appreciate the renewed beauty of the landscape and the celestial wonders of this world, we stood in silence. Eventually, I repeated my earlier question, prompting Eccles to begin sharing what was on her mind. Expressing gratitude, she began, "Thank you for taking it easy on Leovan. He's a troubled child, but his intentions are good." Her gaze shifted to me, and she continued, "He might not be aware, but we share a close familial connection. You could say I'm a sort of auntie to him. We hail from the same planet, and I had a brief encounter with him when he was younger. I also had a cordial relationship with his parents." The revelation proved to be quite startling, particularly coming from Eccles. I had anticipated a colder reception, given her attitude toward others as well as her ice and snow-related abilities. Surprisingly, it seemed that Chow Chow and Lironia had played a role in softening her attitude towards me. "Could you share Leovan's history with me?" I inquired, realizing the abruptness of my request. "If you don't mind, that is," I hastily added, aiming to be considerate. "It might take some time, but how about this? I've heard from Lironia and Chow Chow that you can read memories, so why not do that instead?" She proposed in return. "If you're comfortable with it, then I'll opt for that," I assured her, and she gave her consent. "How do you do it?" Perplexed by her reaction, I explained, "I can do it however I like." "Perhaps they mentioned an outdated version where I needed to interact with you?" Eccles responded with a quiet nod, still appearing confused. Observing Eccles, it occurred to me that she might be the type to easily become flustered. This realization sparked a mischievous desire within me, prompting a playful nod of my head. Seizing the opportunity, I reached out and gently touched her cheek, eliciting an even deeper shade of red on her face. Yet, my intentions took a turn as I delved into her memories, every detail laid bare. A minute passed in complete silence before I released her cheek, a subtle sense of melancholy settling within me. To alleviate the mood, I extended my hand to pat her head gently. "You guys endured so much. I'm relieved that I have plans for Leovan. Leave him to me and my friend, all right?" Eccles stared at me, a mix of confusion and disbelief evident in her expression. "Why, you saw everything? I thought you'd only look into the memories concerning Leovan. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, but it kind of came my way.